Chapter 1. Joseph. Joseph the favorite son Joseph hated by his brethren Joseph cast into the pit the Sale Joseph's 3 masters Joseph's coat brought to his father Judah and his sons the wives of the sons of Jacob Joseph the slave of Potiphar Joseph and Zuleika Joseph resists temptation Joseph in prison Pharaoh's dreams Joseph before Pharaoh the ruler of Egypt Joseph's brethren in Egypt Joseph meets his brethren the second journey to Egypt Joseph and Benjamin the thief caught Judah pleads and threatens Joseph makes himself known Jacob receives the glad tidings Jacob arrives in Egypt Joseph's kindness and generosity Jacob's last wsh the blessing of Ephraim and Manasseh the blessing of the 12 tribes the death of Jacob the sons of Jacob at war with the sons of Esau king of Kittim the nations at Wr Joseph's magnanimity Asenath the marriage of Joseph Knd and unkind brethren treachery punished the death and burial of Joseph. Joseph the favorite son. Jacob was not exempt from the lot that falls to the share of all the pious. Whenever they expect to enjoy life in tranquility, Satan hinders them. He appears before God, and says, "Is it not enough that the future world is set apart for the pious? What right have they to enjoy this world, besides?" After the many hardships and conflicts that had beset the path of Jacob, he thought he would be at rest at last, and then came the loss of Joseph and inflicted the keenest suffering. Verily, few and evil had been the days of the years of Jacob's pilgrimage, for the time spent outside of the Holy Land had seemed joyless to him. Only the portion of his life passed in the land of his fathers, during which he was occupied with making proselytes, in accordance with the example set him by Abraham and Isaac, did he consider worth while having lived. And this happy time was of short duration. When Joseph was snatched away, but 8 years had elapsed since his return to his father's house. And yet it was only for the sake of Joseph that Jacob had been willing to undergo all the troubles and the adversity connected with his sojourn in the house of Laban. Indeed, Jacob's blessing in having his quiver full of children was due to the merits of Joseph, and likewise the dividing of the Red Sea and of the Jordan for the Israelites was the reward for his son's piety. For among the sons of Jacob Joseph was the one that resembled his father most closely in appearance, and, also, he was the one to whom Jacob transmitted the instruction and knowledge he had received from his teachers Shem and Eber. The whole course of the son's life is but a repetition of the father's. As the mother of Jacob remained childless for a long time after her marriage, so also the mother of Joseph. As Rebekah had undergone severe suffering in giving birth to Jacob, so Rachel in giving birth to Joseph. As Jacob's mother bore 2 sons, so also Joseph's mother. Like Jacob, Joseph was born circumcised. As the father was a shepherd, so the son. As the father served for the sake of a woman, so the son served under a woman. Like the father, the son appropriated his older brother's birthright. The father was hated by his brother, and the son was hated by his brethren. The father was the favorite son as compared with his brother, so was the son as compared with his brethren. Both the father and the son lived in the land of the stranger. The father became a servant to a master, also the son. The master whom the father served was blessed by God, so was the master whom the son served. The father and the son were both accompanied by angels, and both married their wives outside of the Holy Land. The father and the son were both blessed with wealth. Great things were announced to the father in a dream, so also to the son. As the father went to Egypt and put an end to famine, so the son. As the father exacted the promise from his sons to bury him in the Holy Land, so also the son. The father died in Egypt, there died also the son. The body of the father was embalmed, also the body of the son. As the father's remains were carried to the Holy Land for interment, so also the remains of the son. Jacob the father provided for the sustenance of his son Joseph during a period of 17 years, so Joseph the son provided for his father Jacob during a period of 17 years. Until he was 17 years old, Joseph frequented the Bet HaMidrash, and he became so learned that he could impart to his brethren the halakot he had heard from his father, and in this way he may be regarded as their teacher. He did not stop at formal instruction, he also tried to give them good counsel, and he became the favorite of the sons of the handmaids, who would kiss and embrace him. In spite of his scholarship, there was something boyish about Joseph. He painted his eyes, dressed his hair carefully, and walked with a mincing step. These foibles of youth were not so deplorable as his habit of bringing evil reports of his brethren to his father. He accused them of treating the beasts under their care with cruelty. He said that they ate flesh torn from a living animal, and he charged them with casting their eyes upon the daughters of the Canaanites, and giving contemptuous treatment to the sons of the handmaids Bilhah and Zilpah, whom they called slaves. For these groundless accusations Joseph had to pay dearly. He was himself sold as a slave, because he had charged his brethren with having called the sons of the handmaid slaves, and Potiphar's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, because he threw the suspicion upon his brethren that they had cast their eyes upon the Canaanitish women. And how little it was true that they were guilty of cruelty to animals, appears from the fact that at the very time when they were contemplating their crime against Joseph, they yet observed all the rules and prescriptions of the ritual in slaughtering the kid of the goats, with the blood of which they besmeared his coat of many colors. Joseph hated by his brethren. Joseph's talebearing against his brethren made them hate him. Among all of them Gad was particularly wrathful, and for good reason. Gad was a very brave man, and when a beast of prey attacked the herd, over which he kept guard at night, he would seize it by one of its legs, and whirl it around until it was stunned, and then he would fling it away to a distance of 2 stadia, and kill it thus. Once Jacob sent Joseph to tend the flock, but he remained away only 30 days, for he was a delicate lad and fell sick with the heat, and he hastened back to his father. On his return he told Jacob that the sons of the handmaids were in the habit of slaughtering the choice cattle of the herd and eating it, without obtaining permission from Judah and Reuben. But his report was not accurate. What he had seen was Gad slaughtering one lamb, which he had snatched from the very jaws of a bear, and he killed it because it could not be kept alive after its fright. Joseph's account sounded as though the sons of the handmaids were habitually inconsiderate and careless in wasting their father's substance. To the resentment of the brethren was added their envy of Joseph, because their father loved him more than all of them. Joseph's beauty of person was equal to that of his mother Rachel, and Jacob had but to look at him to be consoled for the death of his beloved wife. Reason enough for distinguishing him among his children. As a token of his great love for him, Jacob gave Joseph a coat of many colors, so light and delicate that it could be crushed and concealed in the closed palm of one hand. The Hebrew name of the garment, Pasim, conveys the story of the sale of Joseph. The first letter, Pe, stands for Potiphar, his Egyptian master. Samak stands for Soharim, the merchantman that bought Joseph from the company of Ishmaelites to whom his brethren had sold him. Yod stands for these same Ishmaelites. And Mem, for the Midianites that obtained him from the merchantman, and then disposed of him to Potiphar. But Pasim has yet another meaning, clefts. His brethren knew that the Red Sea would be cleft in twain in days to come for Joseph's sake, and they were jealous of the glory to be conferred upon him. Although they were filled with hatred of him, it must be said in their favor that they were not of a sullen, spiteful nature. They did not hide their feelings, they proclaimed their enmity openly. Once Joseph dreamed a dream, and he could not refrain from telling it to his brethren. He spoke, and said, "Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. Behold, you gathered fruit, and so did I. Your fruit rotted, but mine remained sound. Your seed will set up dumb images of idols, but they will vanish at the appearance of my descendant, the Messiah of Joseph. You will keep the truth as to my fate from the knowledge of my father, but I will stand fast as a reward for the self-denial of my mother, and you will prostrate yourselves 5 times before me." The brethren refused at first to listen to the dream, but when Joseph urged them again and again, they gave heed to him, and they said, "Shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us?" God put an interpretation into their mouths that was to be verified in the posterity of Joseph. Jeroboam and Jehu, 2 kings, and Joshua and Gideon, 2 judges, have been among his descendants, corresponding to the double and emphatic expressions used by his brethren in interpreting the dream. Then Joseph dreamed another dream, how the sun, the moon, and 11 stars bowed down before him, and Jacob, to whom he told it first, was rejoiced over it, for he understood its meaning properly. He knew that he himself was designated by the Son, the name by which God had called him when he lodged overnight on the holy site of the temple. He had heard God say to the angels at that time, "The Son has come." The moon stood for Joseph's mother, and the stars for his brethren, for the righteous are as the stars. Jacob was so convinced of the truth of the dream that he was encouraged to believe that he would live to see the resurrection of the dead, for Rachel was dead, and her return to earth was clearly indicated by the dream. He went astray there, for not Joseph's own mother was referred to, but his foster mother Bilhah, who had raised him. Jacob wrote the dream in a book, recording all the circumstances, the day, the hour, and the place, for the Holy Spirit cautioned him, "Take heed, these things will surely come to pass." But when Joseph repeated his dream to his brethren, in the presence of his father, Jacob rebuked him, saying, "I and thy brethren, that has some sense, but I and thy mother, that is inconceivable, for thy mother is dead." These words of Jacob called forth a reproof from God. He said, "Thus thy descendants will in time to come seek to hinder Jeremiah in delivering his prophecies." Jacob may be excused, he had spoken in this way only in order to avert the envy and hate of his brethren from Joseph, but they envied and hated him because they knew that the interpretation put upon the dream by Jacob would be realized. Joseph cast into the pit. Once the brethren of Joseph led their father's flocks to the pastures of Shechem, and they intended to take their ease and pleasure there. They stayed away a long time, and no tidings of them were heard. Jacob began to be anxious about the fate of his sons. He feared that a war had broken out between them and the people of Shechem, and he resolved to send Joseph to them and have him bring word again, whether it was well with his brethren. Jacob desired to know also about the flocks, for it is a duty to concern oneself about the welfare of anything from which one derives profit. Though he knew that the hatred of his brethren might bring on unpleasant adventures, yet Joseph, in filial reverence, declared himself ready to go on his father's errand. Later, whenever Jacob remembered his dear son's willing spirit, the recollection stabbed him to the heart. He would say to himself, "Thou didst know the hatred of thy brethren, and yet thou didst say, Here am I." Jacob dismissed Joseph, with the injunction that he journey only by daylight, saying furthermore, "Go now, see whether it be well with thy brethren, and well with the flock, and send me word," an unconscious prophecy. He did not say that he expected to see Joseph again, but only to have word from him. Since the covenant of the pieces, God had resolved, on account of Abraham's doubting question, that Jacob and his family should go down into Egypt to dwell there. The preference shown to Joseph by his father, and the envy it aroused, leading finally to the sale of Joseph and his establishment in Egypt, were but disguised means created by God. Instead of executing his counsel directly by carrying Jacob down into Egypt as a captive, Joseph reached Shechem, where he expected to find his brethren. Shechem was always a place of ill omen for Jacob and his seed. There Dinah was dishonored, there the 10 tribes of Israel rebelled against the house of David while Rehoboam ruled in Jerusalem, and there Jeroboam was installed as king. Not finding his brethren in the herd in Shechem, Joseph continued his journey in the direction of the next pasturing place, not far from Shechem, but he lost his way in the wilderness. Gabriel in human shape appeared before him, and asked him, saying, "What seekest thou?" And he answered, "I seek my brethren." Whereto the angel replied, "Thy brethren have given up the divine qualities of love and mercy." Through a prophetic revelation they learned that the Hivites were preparing to make war upon them, and therefore they departed hence to go to Dothan. And they had to leave this place for other reasons, too. I heard, while I was still standing behind the curtain that veils the divine throne, that this day the Egyptian bondage would begin, and thou wouldst be the first to be subjected to it. Then Gabriel led Joseph to Dothan. When his brethren saw him afar off, they conspired against him, to slay him. Their first plan was to set dogs on him. Simon then spoke to Levi, "Behold, the master of dreams cometh with a new dream, he whose descendant Jeroboam will introduce the worship of Baal. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, that we may see what will become of his dreams." But God spoke, Ye say, We shall see what will become of his dreams, and I say likewise, We shall see, and the future shall show whose word will stand, yours or mine. Simon and Gad set about slaying Joseph, and he fell upon his face, and entreated them, Have mercy with me, my brethren, have pity on the heart of my father Jacob. Lay not your hands upon me, to spill innocent blood, for I have done no evil unto you. But if I have done evil unto you, then chastise me with a chastisement, but your hands lay not upon me, for the sake of our father Jacob. These words touched Zebulun, and he began to lament and weep, and the wailing of Joseph rose up together with his brothers, and when Simon and Gad raised their hands against him to execute their evil design, Joseph took refuge behind Zebulun, and supplicated his other brethren to have mercy upon him. Then Reuben arose, and he said, Brethren, let us not slay him, but let us cast him into one of the dry pits, which our fathers dug without finding water. That was due to the providence of God. He had hindered the water from rising in them in order that Joseph's rescue might be accomplished, and the pits remained dry until Joseph was safe in the hands of the Ishmaelites. Reuben had several reasons for interceding in behalf of Joseph. He knew that he as the oldest of the brethren would be held responsible by their father, if any evil befell him. Besides, Reuben was grateful to Joseph for having reckoned him among the 11 sons of Jacob in narrating his dream of the sun, moon, and stars. Since his disrespectful bearing toward Jacob, he had not thought himself worthy of being considered one of his sons. First Reuben tried to restrain his brethren from their purpose, and he addressed them in words full of love and compassion. But when he saw that neither words nor entreaties would change their intention, he begged them, saying, My brethren, at least hearken unto me in respect of this, that ye be not so wicked and cruel as to slay him. Lay no hand upon your brother, shed no blood, cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and let him perish thus. Then Reuben went away from his brethren, and he hid in the mountains, so that he might be able to hasten back in a favorable moment and draw Joseph forth from the pit and restore him to his father. He hoped his reward would be pardon for the transgression he had committed against Jacob. His good intention was frustrated, yet Reuben was rewarded by God, for God gives a recompense not only for good deeds, but for good intentions as well. As he was the first of the brethren of Joseph to make an attempt to save him, so the city of Bezer in the tribe of Reuben was the first of the cities of refuge appointed to safeguard the life of the innocent that seek help. Furthermore God spake to Reuben, saying, As thou wast the first to endeavor to restore a child unto his father, so Hosea, one of thy descendants, shall be the first to endeavor to lead Israel back to his heavenly Father. The brethren accepted Reuben's proposition, and Simon seized Joseph, and cast him into a pit swarming with snakes and scorpions, beside which was another unused pit, filled with offal. As though this were not enough torture, Simon bade his brethren fling great stones at Joseph. In his later dealings with this brother Simon, Joseph showed all the forgiving charitableness of his nature. When Simon was held in durance in Egypt as a hostage, Joseph, so far from bearing him a grudge, ordered crammed poultry to be set before him at all his meals. Not satisfied with exposing Joseph to the snakes and scorpions, his brethren had stripped him bare before they flung him into the pit. They took off his coat of many colors, his upper garment, his breeches, and his shirt. However, the reptiles could do him no harm. God heard his cry of distress, and kept them in hiding in the clefts and the holes, and they could not come near him. From the depths of the pit Joseph appealed to his brethren, saying, O my brethren, what have I done unto you, and what is my transgression? Why are you not afraid before God on account of your treatment of me? Am I not flesh of your flesh, and bone of your bone? Jacob your father, is he not also my father? Why do you act thus toward me? And how will you be able to lift up your countenance before Jacob? O Judah, Reuben, Simon, Levi, my brethren, deliver me, I pray you, from the dark place into which you have cast me. Though I committed a trespass against you, yet are ye children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who were compassionate with the orphan, gave food to the hungry, and clothed the naked. How, then, can ye withhold your pity from your own brother, your own flesh and bone? And though I sinned against you, yet you will hearken unto my petition for the sake of my father. Oh, that my father knew what my brethren are doing unto me, and what they spake unto me. To avoid hearing Joseph's weeping and cries of distress, his brethren passed on from the pit, and stood at a bowshot's distance. The only one among them that manifested pity was Zebulun. For 2 days and 2 nights no food passed his lips on account of his grief over the fate of Joseph, who had to spend 3 days and 3 nights in the pit before he was sold. During this period Zebulun was charged by his brethren to keep watch at the pit. He was chosen to stand guard because he took no part in the meals. Part of the time Judah also refrained from eating with the rest, and took turns at watching, because he feared Simon and Gad might jump down into the pit and put an end to Joseph's life. While Joseph was languishing thus, his brethren determined to kill him. They would finish their meal first, they said, and then they would fetch him forth and slay him. When they had done eating, they attempted to say grace, but Judah remonstrated with them, "We are about to take the life of a human being, and yet would bless God? That is not a blessing, that is contemning the Lord. What profit is it if we slay our brother? Rather will the punishment of God descend upon us. I have good counsel to give you. Yonder passeth by a traveling company of Ishmaelites on their way to Egypt. Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him. The Ishmaelites will take him with them upon their journeyings, and he will be lost among the peoples of the earth. Let us follow the custom of former days, for Canaan, too, the son of Ham, was made a slave for his evil deeds, and so will we do with our brother Joseph." The sale. While the brethren of Joseph were deliberating upon his fate, 7 Midianitish merchantmen passed near the pit in which he lay. They noticed that many birds were circling above it, whence they assumed that there must be water therein, and, being thirsty, they made a halt in order to refresh themselves. When they came close, they heard Joseph screaming and wailing, and they looked down into the pit and saw a youth of beautiful figure and comely appearance. They called to him, saying, "Who art thou? Who brought thee hither, and who cast thee into this pit in the wilderness?" They all joined together and dragged him up, and took him along with them when they continued on their journey. They had to pass his brethren, who called out to the Midianites, "Why have you done such a thing, to steal our slave and carry him away with you? We threw the lad into the pit, because he was disobedient. Now, then, return our slave to us." The Midianites replied, "What, this lad, you say, is your slave, your servant? More likely is it that you all are slaves unto him, for in beauty of form, in pleasant looks, and fair appearance, he excelleth you all. Why, then, will you speak lies unto us? We will not give ear unto your words, nor believe you, for we found the lad in the wilderness, in a pit, and we took him out, and we will carry him away with us on our journey." But the sons of Jacob insisted, "Restore our slave to us, lest you meet death at the edge of the sword." Unaffrighted, the Midianites drew their weapons, and, amid war whoops, they prepared to enter into a combat with the sons of Jacob. Then Simon rose up, and with bared sword he sprang upon the Midianites, at the same time uttering a cry that made the earth reverberate. The Midianites fell down in great consternation, and he said, "I am Simon, the son of the Hebrew Jacob, who destroyed the city of Shechem alone and unaided, and together with my brethren I destroyed the cities of the Amorites. God do so and more also, if it be not true that all the Midianites, your brethren, united with all the Canaanite kings to fight with me, cannot hold out against me. Now restore the boy you took from us, else will I give your flesh unto the fowls of the air and to the beasts of the field." The Midianites were greatly afraid of Simon, and, terrified and abashed, they spake to the sons of Jacob with little courage, "Said ye not that ye cast this lad into the pit because he was of a rebellious spirit? What, now, will ye do with an insubordinate slave? Rather sell him to us, we are ready to pay any price you desire." This speech was part of the purpose of God. He had put it into the heart of the Midianites to insist upon possessing Joseph, that he might not remain with his brethren, and be slain by them. The brethren assented, and Joseph was sold as a slave while they sat over their meal. God spake, saying, "Over a meal did ye sell your brother, and thus shall Ahasuerus sell your descendants to Haman over a meal, and because ye have sold Joseph to be a slave, therefore shall ye say year after year. Slaves were we unto Pharaoh in Egypt. The price paid for Joseph by the Midianites was 20 pieces of silver, enough for a pair of shoes for each of his brethren. Thus, they sold the righteous for silver, and the needy for a pair of shoes. For so handsome a youth as Joseph the sum paid was too low by far, but his appearance had been greatly changed by the horrible anguish he had endured in the pit with the snakes and the scorpions. He had lost his ruddy complexion, and he looked sallow and sickly, and the Midianites were justified in paying a small sum for him. The merchantmen had come upon Joseph naked in the pit, for his brethren had stripped him of all his clothes. That he might not appear before men in an unseemly condition, God sent Gabriel down to him, and the angel enlarged the amulet banging from Joseph's neck until it was a garment that covered him entirely. Joseph's brethren were looking after him as he departed with the Midianites, and when they saw him with clothes upon him, they cried after them, "Give us his raiment. We sold him naked, without clothes." His owners refused to yield to their demand, but they agreed to reimburse the brethren with 4 pairs of shoes, and Joseph kept his garment, the same in which he was arrayed when he arrived in Egypt and was sold to Potiphar. The same in which he was locked up in prison and appeared before Pharaoh, and the same he wore when he was ruler over Egypt. As an atonement for the 20 pieces of silver taken by his brethren in exchange for Joseph, God commanded that every firstborn son shall be redeemed by the priest with an equal amount, and, also, every Israelite must pay annually to the sanctuary as much as fell to each of the brethren as his share of the price. The brethren of Joseph bought shoes for the money, for they said, "We will not eat it, because it is the price for the blood of our brother, but we will tread upon him, for that he spake, he would have dominion over us. And we will see what will become of his dreams." And for this reason the ordinance has been commanded, that he who refuseth to raise up a name in Israel unto his brother that hath died without having a son, shall have his shoe loosed from off his foot, and his face shall be spat upon. Joseph's brethren refused to do aught to preserve his life, and therefore the Lord loosed their shoes from off their feet, for, when they went down to Egypt, the slaves of Joseph took their shoes off their feet as they entered the gates. And they prostrated themselves before Joseph as before a Pharaoh, and, as they lay prostrate, they were spat upon, and put to shame before the Egyptians. The Midianites pursued their journey to Gilead, but they soon regretted the purchase they had made. They feared that Joseph had been stolen in the land of the Hebrews, though sold to them as a slave, and if his kinsmen should find him with them, death would be inflicted upon them for the abduction of a free man. The high-handed manner of the sons of Jacob confirmed their suspicion, that they might be capable of man-theft. Their wicked deed would explain, too, why they had accepted so small a sum in exchange for Joseph. While discussing these points, they saw, coming their way, the traveling company of Ishmaelites that had been observed earlier by the sons of Jacob, and they determined to dispose of Joseph to them. That they might at least not lose the price they had paid, and might escape the danger at the same time of being made captives for the crime of kidnapping a man. And the Ishmaelites bought Joseph from the Midianites, and they paid the same price as his former owners had given for him. Joseph's 3 masters. As a rule, the only merchandise with which the Ishmaelites loaded their camels was pitch and the skins of beasts. By a providential dispensation they carried bags of perfumery this time, instead of their usual ill-smelling freight, that sweet fragrance might be wafted to Joseph on his journey to Egypt. These aromatic substances were well suited to Joseph, whose body emitted a pleasant smell, so agreeable and pervasive that the road along which he traveled was redolent thereof. And on his arrival in Egypt the perfume from his body spread over the whole land, and the royal princesses, following the sweet scent to trace its source, reached the place in which Joseph was. Even after his death the same fragrance was spread abroad by his bones, enabling Moses to distinguish Joseph's remains from all others, and keep the oath of the children of Israel, to inter them in the Holy Land. When Joseph learned that the Ishmaelites were carrying him to Egypt, he began to weep bitterly at the thought of being removed so far from Canaan and from his father. One of the Ishmaelites noticed Joseph's weeping and crying, and thinking that he found riding uncomfortable, he lifted him from the back of the camel, and permitted him to walk on foot. But Joseph continued to weep and sob, crying incessantly, "O father, Father." Another one of the caravan, tired of his lamentations, beat him, causing only the more tears and wails, until the youth, exhausted by his grief, was unable to move on. Now all the Ishmaelites in the company dealt out blows to him. They treated him with relentless cruelty, and tried to silence him by threats. God saw Joseph's distress, and he sent darkness and terror upon the Ishmaelites, and their hands grew rigid when they raised them to inflict a blow. Astonished, they asked themselves why God did thus unto them upon the road. They did not know that it was for the sake of Joseph. The journey was continued until they came to Ephrath, the place of Rachel's sepulchre. Joseph hastened to his mother's grave, and throwing himself across it, he groaned and cried, saying, "O mother, mother, that didst bear me, arise, come forth and see how thy son hath been sold into slavery, with none to take pity upon him. Arise, see thy son, and weep with me over my misfortune, and observe the heartlessness of my brethren. Awake, O mother, rouse thyself from thy sleep, rise up and prepare for the conflict with my brethren, who stripped me even of my shirt, and sold me as a slave to merchantmen, who in turn sold me to others. And without mercy they tore me away from my father. Arise, accuse my brethren before God, and see whom he will justify in the judgment, and whom he will find guilty. Arise, O mother, awake from thy sleep, see how my father is with me in his soul and in his spirit, and comfort him and ease his heavy heart." Joseph wept and cried upon the grave of his mother, until, weary from grief, he lay immovable as a stone. Then he heard a voice heavy with tears speak to him from the depths, saying, "My son Joseph, my son, I heard thy complaints and thy groans, I saw thy tears, and I knew thy misery, my son. I am grieved for thy sake, and thy affliction is added to the burden of my affliction. But, my son Joseph, put thy trust in God, and wait upon him. Fear not, for the Lord is with thee, and he will deliver thee from all evil. Go down into Egypt with thy masters, my son, fear not, for the Lord is with thee, O my son." This and much more like unto it did the voice utter, and then it was silent. Joseph listened in great amazement at first, and then he broke out in renewed tears. Angered thereby, one of the Ishmaelites drove him from his mother's grave with kicks and curses. Then Joseph entreated his masters to take him back to his father, who would give them great riches as a reward. But they said, "Why, thou art a slave. How canst thou know where thy father is? If thou hadst had a free man as father, thou wouldst not have been sold twice for a petty sum." And then their fury against him increased, they beat him and maltreated him, and he wept bitter tears. Now God looked upon the distress of Joseph, and he sent darkness to enshroud the land once more. A storm raged, the lightning flashed, and from the thunderbolts the whole earth trembled, and the Ishmaelites lost their way in their terror. The beasts and the camels stood still, and, beat them as their drivers would, they refused to budge from the spot, but crouched down upon the ground. Then the Ishmaelites spake to one another, and said, "Why hath God brought this upon us? What are our sins, what our trespasses, that such things befall us?" One of them said to the others, "Peradventure this hath come upon us by reason of the sin which we have committed against this slave. Let us beg him earnestly to grant us forgiveness, and if then God will take pity, and let these storms pass away from us, we shall know that we suffered harm on account of the injury we inflicted upon this slave." The Ishmaelites did according to these words, and they said unto Joseph, "We have sinned against God and against thee. Pray to thy God, and entreat him to take this death plague from us, for we acknowledge that we have sinned against him." Joseph fulfilled their wish, and God hearkened to his petition, and the storm was assuaged. All around became calm, the beasts arose from their recumbent position, and the caravan could proceed upon its way. Now the Ishmaelites saw plainly that all their trouble had come upon them for the sake of Joseph, and they spoke one to another, saying, "We know now that all this evil hath happened to us on account of this poor fellow. And wherefore should we bring death upon ourselves by our own doings? Let us take counsel together, what is to be done with the slave." One of them advised that Joseph's wish be fulfilled, and he be taken back to his father. Then they would be sure of receiving the money they had paid out for him. This plan was rejected, because they had accomplished a great part of their journey, and they were not inclined to retrace their steps. They therefore resolved upon carrying Joseph to Egypt and selling him there. They would rid themselves of him in this way, and also receive a great price for him. They continued their journey as far as the borders of Egypt, and there they met 4 men, descendants of Medan, the son of Abraham, and to these they sold Joseph for 5 shekels. The 2 companies, the Ishmaelites and the Medanites, arrived in Egypt upon the same day. The latter, hearing that Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the guard, was seeking a good slave, repaired to him at once, to try to dispose of Joseph to him. Potiphar was willing to pay as much as 400 pieces of silver, for, high as the price was, it did not seem too great for a slave that pleased him as much as Joseph. However, he made a condition. He said to the Medanites, "I will pay you the price demanded, but you must bring me the person that sold the slave to you, that I may be in a position to find out all about him, for the youth seems to me to be neither a slave nor the son of a slave. He appears to be of noble blood. I must convince myself that he was not stolen." The Medanites brought the Ishmaelites to Potiphar, and they testified that Joseph was a slave, that they had owned him, and had sold him to the Medanites. Potiphar rested satisfied with this report, paid the price asked for Joseph, and the Medanites and the Ishmaelites went their way. Joseph's coat brought to his father. No sooner was the sale of Joseph an accomplished fact than the sons of Jacob repented of their deed. They even hastened after the Midianites to ransom Joseph, but their efforts to overtake them were vain, and they had to accept the inevitable. Meantime Reuben had rejoined his brethren. He had been so deeply absorbed in penances, in praying and studying the Torah, in expiation of his sin against his father, that he had not been able to remain with his brethren and tend the flocks. And thus it happened that he was not on the spot when Joseph was sold. His first errand was to go to the pit, in the hope of finding Joseph there. In that case he would have carried him off and restored him to his father clandestinely, without the knowledge of his brethren. He stood at the opening and called again and again, "Joseph, Joseph." As he received no answer, he concluded that Joseph had perished either by reason of terror or as the result of a snake bite, and he descended into the pit, only to find that he was not there, either living or dead. He mounted to the top again, and rent his clothes, and cried out, "The lad is not there, and what answer shall I give to my father, if he be dead?" Then Reuben returned unto his brethren, and told them that Joseph had vanished from the pit, whereat he was deeply grieved, because he, being the oldest of the sons, was responsible to their father Jacob. The brethren made a clean breast of what they had done with Joseph, and they related to him how they had tried to make good their evil deed, and how their efforts had been vain. Now there remained nothing to do but invent a plausible explanation for their brother's disappearance to give to Jacob. First of all, however, they took an oath not to betray to his father or any human being what they had actually done with Joseph. He who violated the oath would be put to the sword by the rest. Then they took counsel together about what to say to Jacob. It was Issachar's advice to tear Joseph's coat of many colors, and dip it in the blood of a little kid of the goats, to make Jacob believe that his son had been torn by a wild beast. The reason he suggested a kid was because its blood looks like human blood. In expiation of this act of deception, it was ordained that a kid be used as an atonement sacrifice when the tabernacle was dedicated. Simon opposed this suggestion. He did not want to relinquish Joseph's coat, and he threatened to hew down any one that should attempt to wrest it from him by force. The reason for his vehemence was that he was very much enraged against his brethren for not having slain Joseph. But they threatened him in turn, saying, "If thou wilt not give up the coat, we shall say that thou didst execute the evil deed thyself." At that Simon surrendered it, and Naphtali brought it to Jacob, handing it to him with the words, "When we were driving our herds homeward, we found this garment covered with blood and dust on the highway, a little beyond Shechem. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or not." Jacob recognized Joseph's coat, and, overwhelmed by grief, he fell prostrate, and long lay on the ground motionless, like a stone. Then he arose, and set up a loud cry, and wept, saying, "It is my son's coat." In great haste Jacob dispatched a slave to his sons, to bid them come to him, that he might learn more about what had happened. In the evening they all came, their garments rent, and dust strewn upon their heads. When they confirmed all that Naphtali had told him, Jacob broke out in mourning and lamentation, "It is my son's coat, an evil beast hath devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn in pieces. I sent him to you to see whether it was well with you, and well with the flock. He went to do my errand, and while I thought him to be with you, the misfortune befell." Thereto the sons of Jacob made reply, "He came to us not at all. Since we left thee, we have not set eyes on him." After these words, Jacob could doubt no longer that Joseph had been torn by wild beasts, and he mourned for his son, saying, "O my son Joseph, my son, I sent thee to inquire after the welfare of thy brethren, and now thou art torn by wild beasts. It is my fault that this evil chance hath come upon thee. I am distressed for thee, my son, I am sorely distressed. How sweet was thy life to me, and how bitter is thy death. Would God I had died for thee, O Joseph, my son, for now I am distressed on thy account. O my son Joseph, where art thou, and where is thy soul? Arise, arise from thy place, and look upon my grief for thee. Come and count the tears that roll down my cheeks, and bring the tale of them before God, that his wrath be turned away from me. O Joseph, my son, how painful and appalling was thy death. None hath died a death like thine since the world doth stand. I know well that it came to pass by reason of my sins. Oh that thou wouldst return and see the bitter sorrow thy misfortune hath brought upon me. But it is true, it was not I that created thee, and formed thee. I gave thee neither spirit nor soul, but God created thee. He formed thy bones, covered them with flesh, breathed the breath of life into thy nostrils, and then gave thee unto me. And God who gave thee unto me, he hath taken thee from me, and from him hath this dispensation come upon me. What the Lord doeth is well done." In these words and many others like them Jacob mourned and bewailed his son, until he fell to the ground prostrate and immovable. When the sons of Jacob saw the vehemence of their father's grief, they repented of their deed, and wept bitterly. Especially Judah was grief-stricken. He laid his father's head upon his knees, and wiped his tears away as they flowed from his eyes, while he himself broke out in violent weeping. The sons of Jacob and their wives all sought to comfort their father. They arranged a great memorial service, and they wept and mourned over Joseph's death and over their father's sorrow. But Jacob refused to be comforted. The tidings of his son's death caused the loss of 2 members of Jacob's family. Bilhah and Dinah could not survive their grief. Bilhah passed away the very day whereon the report reached Jacob, and Dinah died soon after, and so he had 3 losses to mourn in 1 month. He received the tidings of Joseph's death in the 7th month, Tishri, and on the 10th day of the month, and therefore the children of Israel are bidden to weep and afflict their souls on this day. Furthermore, on this day the sin offering of atonement shall be a kid of the goats, because the sons of Jacob transgressed with a kid, in the blood of which they dipped Joseph's coat, and thus they brought sorrow upon Jacob. When he had recovered somewhat from the stunning blow which the tidings of his favorite son's death had dealt him, Jacob rose up from the ground and addressed his sons, tears streaming down his cheeks all the while. "Up," he said, "take your swords and your bows, go out in the field, and make search, perhaps you will find the body of my son, and you will bring it to me, so that I may bury it. Keep a lookout, too, for beasts of prey, and catch the first you meet. Seize it and bring it to me. It may be that God will have pity upon my sorrow, and put the beast between your hands that hath torn my child in pieces, and I will take my revenge upon it." The sons of Jacob set out on the morrow to do the bidding of their father, while he remained at home and wept and lamented for Joseph. In the wilderness they found a wolf, which they caught and brought to Jacob alive, saying, "Here is the first wild beast we encountered, and we have brought it to thee. But of thy son's corpse we saw not a trace." Jacob seized the wolf, and, amid loud weeping, he addressed these words to him, "Why didst thou devour my son Joseph, without any fear of the God of the earth, and without taking any thought of the grief thou wouldst bring down upon me? Thou didst devour my son without reason, he was guilty of no manner of transgression, and thou didst roll the responsibility for his death upon me. But God avengeth him that is persecuted. To grant consolation to Jacob, God opened the mouth of the beast, and he spake, As the Lord liveth, who hath created me, and as thy soul liveth, my Lord, I have not seen thy son, and I did not rend him in pieces. From a land afar off I came to seek mine own son, who suffered a like fate with thine. He hath disappeared, and I know not whether he be dead or alive, and therefore I came hither 10 days ago to find him. This day, while I was searching for him, thy sons met me, and they seized me, and, adding more grief to my grief over my lost son, they brought me hither to thee. This is my story, and now, O Son of Man, I am in thy hands, thou canst dispose of me this day as seemeth well in thy sight, but I swear unto thee by the God that bath created me, I have not seen thy son, nor have I torn him in pieces. Never hath the flesh of man come into my mouth. Astonished at the speech of the wolf, Jacob let him go, unhindered, whithersoever he would, but he mourned his son Joseph as before. It is a law of nature that however much one may grieve over the death of a dear one, at the end of a year consolation finds its way to the heart of the mourner. But the disappearance of a living man can never be wiped out of one's memory. Therefore the fact that he was inconsolable made Jacob suspect that Joseph was alive, and he did not give entire credence to the report of his sons. His vague suspicion was strengthened by something that happened to him. He went up into the mountains, hewed 12 stones out of the quarry, and wrote the names of his sons thereon, their constellations, and the months corresponding to the constellations, a stone for a son, thus, Reuben, Ram, Nisan. And so for each of his 12 sons. Then he addressed the stones and bade them bow down before the one marked with Reuben's name, constellation, and month, and they did not move. He gave the same order regarding the stone marked for Simon, and again the stones stood still. And so he did respecting all his sons, until he reached the stone for Joseph. When he spoke concerning this one, I command you to fall down before Joseph, they all prostrated themselves. He tried the same test with other things, with trees and sheaves, and always the result was the same, and Jacob could not but feel that his suspicion was true, Joseph was alive. There was a reason why God did not reveal the real fate of Joseph to Jacob. When his brethren sold Joseph, their fear that the report of their iniquity might reach the ears of Jacob led them to pronounce the ban upon any that should betray the truth without the consent of all the others. Judah advanced the objection that a ban is invalid unless it is decreed in the presence of 10 persons, and there were but 9 of them, for Reuben and Benjamin were not there when the sale of Joseph was concluded. To evade the difficulty, the brothers counted God as the 10th person, and therefore God felt bound to refrain from revealing the true state of things to Jacob. He had regard, as it were, for the ban pronounced by the brethren of Joseph. And as God kept the truth a secret from Jacob, Isaac did not feel justified in acquainting him with his grandson's fate, which was well known to him, for he was a prophet. Whenever he was in the company of Jacob, he mourned with him, but as soon as he quitted him, he left off from manifesting grief, because he knew that Joseph lived. Jacob was thus the only one among Joseph's closest kinsmen that remained in ignorance of his son's real fortunes, and he was the one of them all that had the greatest reason for regretting his death. He spoke, "The covenant that God made with me regarding the 12 tribes is null and void now. I did strive in vain to establish the 12 tribes, seeing that now the death of Joseph hath destroyed the covenant. All the works of God were made to correspond to the number of the tribes. 12 are the signs of the zodiac, 12 the months, 12 hours hath the day, 12 the night. And 12 stones are set in Aaron's breastplate, and now that Joseph hath departed, the covenant of the tribes is set at naught. He could not replace the lost son by entering into a new marriage, for he had made the promise to his father-in-law to take none beside his daughters to wife, and this promise, as he interpreted it, held good after the death of Laban's daughters as well as while they were alive. Beside grief over his loss and regret at the breaking of the covenant of the tribes, Jacob had still another reason for mourning the death of Joseph. God had said to Jacob, "If none of thy sons dies during thy lifetime, thou mayest look upon it as a token that thou wilt not be put in Gehenna after thy death. Thinking Joseph to be dead, Jacob had his own fate to bewail, too, for he now believed that he was doomed to Gehenna. His mourning lasted all of 22 years, corresponding to the number of the years he had dwelt apart from his parents, and had not fulfilled the duty of a son toward them. In his mourning Jacob put sackcloth upon his loins, and therein became a model for the kings and princes in Israel, for David, Ahab, Joram, and Mordecai did likewise when a great misfortune befell the nation. Judah and his sons. When the sons of Jacob saw how inconsolable their father was, they went to Judah, and said to him, This great misfortune is thy fault. Judah replied, It was I that asked you, What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? And now you say the sin lies at my door. The brethren continued to argue, but it was thou that didst say, Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and we followed thy advice. Hadst thou said, Let us restore him to his father, we had heeded these words of thine as well. The brethren hereupon deprived Judah of his dignity, for hitherto he had been their king, and they also excluded him from their fellowship, and he had to seek his fortune alone. Through the mediation of his chief shepherd Hira, he became acquainted with the Canaanitish king of Adullam, Barsan by name. Though he was well aware of the corruption of the generations of Canaan, he permitted passion to get the better of him, and took a Canaanite to wife. The Adullamite king gave a banquet in his honor, at which his daughter Bathsheba poured the wine, and intoxicated by wine and passion Judah took her and married her. Judah's action may be compared to that of the lion who passes a carrion and eats of it, though a cur preceding him on the way had refused to touch it. Even Esau came in time to acknowledge that the daughters of Canaan were wicked, and the lion Judah must needs take one of them to wife. The Holy Spirit cried out against Judah when he married the Canaanite woman of Adullam, saying, The glory of Israel went down in Adullam. The firstborn son of Judah from this marriage was named Er, the childless, a suitable name for him that died without begetting any issue. At Judah's desire, Er married Tamar, a daughter of Aram, the son of Shem, but because she was not a Canaanitish woman, his mother used artifices against her, and he did not know her. And an angel of the Lord killed him on the 3rd day after his wedding. Then Judah gave Tamar to his second son Onan, the marriage taking place before the week of the wedding festivities for Er had elapsed. A whole year Onan lived with Tamar without knowing her, and when, finally, Judah uttered threats against him on that account, he did, indeed, have intercourse with her, but, giving heed to the injunctions of his mother, he took care not to beget any children with her. He, too, died on account of his iniquity, and his name Onan, mourning, was well chosen, for very soon was his father called upon to mourn for him. Now Judah conceived the plan of marrying Tamar to his youngest son Shelah, but his wife would not permit it. She hated Tamar because she was not of the daughters of Canaan like herself, and while Judah was away from home, Bathsheba chose a wife for her son Shelah from the daughters of Canaan. Judah was very angry at Bathsheba for what she had done, and also God poured out his wrath upon her, for on account of her wickedness she had to die, and her death happened a year after that of her 2 sons. Now that Bathsheba was dead, Judah might have carried out his wish and married Tamar to his youngest son. But he waited for Shelah to grow up, because he feared for his life, seeing that Tamar had brought death to 2 husbands before him. So she remained a widow in her father's house for 2 years. Endowed with the gift of prophecy, Tamar knew that she was appointed to be the ancestress of David and of the Messiah, and she determined to venture upon an extreme measure in order to make sure of fulfilling her destiny. Accordingly, when the Holy Spirit revealed to her that Judah was going up to Timnah, she put off from her the garments of her widowhood, and sat in the gate of Abraham's tent, and there she encountered Judah. All the time she lived in the house of her father-in-law, he had never seen her face, for in her virtue and chastity she had always kept it covered, and now when Judah met her, he did not recognize her. It was as a reward for her modesty that God made her to become the mother of the royal line of David, and the ancestress of Isaiah, and his father Amoz as well, both of whom were prophets and of royal blood. Judah passed Tamar by without paying any attention to her, and she raised her eyes heavenward, and said, O Lord of the world, shall I go forth empty from the house of this pious man? Then God sent the angel that is appointed over the passion of love, and he compelled Judah to turn back. With prophetic caution, Tamar demanded that, as a pledge for the reward he promised her, he leave with her his signet, his mantle, and his staff, the symbols of royalty, judgeship, and messiahship. The three distinctions of the descendants of Tamar from her union with Judah. When Judah sent her the promised reward, a kid of the goats, by the hand of his friend, in order to receive the pledges from her hand, Tamar could not be found, and he feared to make further search for her, lest he be put to shame. But Tamar, who soon discerned that she was with child, felt very happy and proud, for she knew that she would be the mother of kings and redeemers. When her state became known, she was forcibly dragged before the court, in which Isaac, Jacob, and Judah sat as judges. Judah, being the youngest of the judges and the least considerable in dignity, was the first to give a decision, for thus it is prescribed in criminal cases, that the prominent judges overawe not the lesser and influence their decisions unduly. It was the opinion of Judah that the woman was liable to the penalty of death by burning, for she was the daughter of the high priest Shem. And death by fire is the punishment ordained by the law for a high priest's daughter that leads an unchaste life. The preparations for her execution were begun. In vain Tamar searched for the 3 pledges she had received from Judah, she could not find them, and almost she lost hope that she would be able to wring a confession from her father-in-law. She raised her eyes to God, and prayed, I supplicate thy grace, O God, thou who givest ear to the cry of the distressed in the hour of his need, answer me, that I may be spared to bring forth the 3 holy children. Who will be ready to suffer death by fire, for the sake of the glory of thy name. And God granted her petition, and sent the angel Michael down to succor her. He put the pledges in a place in which Tamar could not fail to see them, and she took them, and threw them before the feet of the judges, with the words, By the man whose these are am I with child, but though I perish in the flames, I will not betray him. I hope in the Lord of the world, that he will turn the heart of the man, so that he will make confession thereof. Then Judah rose up, and said, With your permission, my brethren, and ye men of my father's house, I make it known that with what measure a man meets, it shall be measured unto him, be it for good or for evil. But happy the man that acknowledgeth his sins. Because I took the coat of Joseph, and colored it with the blood of a kid, and then laid it at the feet of my father, saying, Know now whether it be thy son's coat or not, therefore must I now confess, before the court. Unto whom belongeth this signet, this mantle, and this staff? But it is better that I be put to shame in this world than I should be put to shame in the other world, before the face of my pious father. It is better that I should perish in a fire that can be extinguished than I should be cast into hell fire, which devoureth other fires. Now, then, I acknowledge that Tamar is innocent. By me is she with child, not because she indulged in illicit passion, but because I held back her marriage with my son Shelah. Then a heavenly voice was heard to say, Ye are both innocent. It was the will of God that it should happen. The open confession of Judah induced his oldest brother Reuben to make public acknowledgment of the sin he had committed against his father, for he had kept it a secret until then. Tamar gave birth to twin sons, Perez and Zerah, both resembling their father in bravery and piety. She called the first Perez, mighty, because she said, Thou didst show thyself of great power, and it is meet and proper that thou shouldst be strong, for thou art destined to possess the kingdom. The second son was called Zerah, because he appeared from out of the womb before his brother, but he was forced back again to make way for Perez. These two, Perez and Zerah, were sent out as spies by Joshua, and the line that Rahab bound in the window of her house as a token to the army of the Israelites, she received from Zerah. It was the scarlet thread that the midwife had bound upon his hand, to mark him as the child that appeared first and withdrew. The wives of the sons of Jacob. Judah was the first of the sons of Jacob to enter wedlock. After the sale of Joseph to the Midianites, his brethren had said to Judah, If conditions were as before, our father would provide wives for us now. As it is, he is entirely absorbed by his grief for Joseph, and we must look about for wives ourselves. Thou art our chief, and thou shouldst marry first. Judah's marriage with Alit, the daughter of the noble merchant Shua, which was consummated at Adullam, the residence of his friend Hira, or, as he was called later, Hiram, king of Tyre, was not happy. His 2 oldest sons died, and shortly thereafter his wife also. It was Judah's punishment for having begun a good deed and left it unfinished, for, he who begins a good deed, and does not execute it to the end, brings down misfortune upon his own head. Judah had rescued Joseph from death, but it was his suggestion to sell him into slavery. Had he urged them to restore the lad to his father, his brethren would have obeyed his words. He was lacking in constancy to persist until he had completed the work of Joseph's deliverance, which he had begun. In the same year, the year of Joseph's misfortune, all his other brethren married, too. Reuben's wife was named Eliram, the daughter of the Canaanite Uzzi of Timnah. Simon married his sister Dinah first, and then a second wife. When Simon and Levi massacred the men of Shechem, Dinah refused to leave the city and follow her brethren, saying, "Whither shall I carry my shame?" But Simon swore he would marry her, as he did later, and when she died in Egypt, he took her body to the Holy Land and buried it there. Dinah bore her brother a son, and from her union with Shechem, the son of Hamor, sprang a daughter, Asenath by name, afterward the wife of Joseph. When this daughter was born to Dinah, her brethren, the sons of Jacob, wanted to kill her, that the finger of men might not point at the fruit of sin in their father's house. But Jacob took a piece of tin, inscribed the holy name upon it, and bound it about the neck of the girl, and he put her under a thorn bush, and abandoned her there. An angel carried the babe down to Egypt, where Potiphar adopted her as his child, for his wife was barren. Years thereafter, when Joseph traveled through the land as viceroy, the maidens threw gifts at him, to make him turn his eyes in their direction and give them the opportunity of gazing upon his beauty. Asenath possessed nothing that would do as a present, therefore she took off the amulet suspended from her neck, and gave it to him. Thus Joseph became acquainted with her lineage, and he married her, seeing that she was not an Egyptian, but one connected with the house of Jacob through her mother. Beside the son of Dinah, Simon had another son, whose name was Saul, by Bunah, the damsel he had taken captive in the campaign against Shechem. Levi and Issachar married 2 daughters of Jobab, the grandson of Eber. The wife of the former was named Adinah, the wife of the latter, Aridah. Dan's wife was Elphalet, a daughter of the Moabite Hamudan. For a long time their marriage remained childless, finally they had a son, whom they called Hushim. Gad and Naphtali married women from Haran, 2 sisters, daughters of Amoram, a grandson of Nahor. Naphtali's wife, Merimit, was the older of the 2, and the younger, the wife of Gad, was named Uzit. Asher's first wife was Adon, the daughter of Ephlol, a grandson of Ishmael. She died childless, and he married a second wife, Hadorah, a daughter of Abimael, the grandson of Shem. She had been married before, her first husband having been Malkiel, also a grandson of Shem, and the issue of this first marriage was a daughter, Sarah by name. When Asher brought his wife to Canaan, the 3-year-old orphan Sarah came with them. She was raised in the house of Jacob, and she walked in the way of pious children, and God gave her beauty, wisdom, and sagacity. Zebulun's wife was Merosha, the daughter of Molad, a grandson of Midian, the son of Abraham by Keturah. For Benjamin, when he was but 10 years old, Jacob took Maliah to wife, the daughter of Aram, the grandson of Terah, and she bore him 5 sons. At the age of 18 he married a second wife, Arbat, the daughter of Zimran, a son of Abraham by Keturah, and by her also he had 5 sons. Joseph the slave of Potiphar. When Joseph was sold as a slave to the Ishmaelites, he kept silent out of respect for his brethren, and did not tell his masters that he was a son of Jacob, a great and powerful man. Even when he came to the Midianites with the Ishmaelites, and the former asked after his parentage, he still said he was a slave, only in order not to put his brethren to shame. But the most distinguished of the Midianites rebuked Joseph, saying, "Thou art no slave, thy appearance betrayeth thee," and he threatened him with death unless he acknowledged the truth. Joseph, however, was steadfast, he would not act treacherously toward his brethren. Arrived in Egypt, the owners of Joseph could come to no agreement regarding him. Each desired to have sole and exclusive possession of him. They therefore decided to leave him with a shopkeeper until they should come back to Egypt again with their merchandise. And God let Joseph find grace in the sight of the shopkeeper. All that he had, his whole house, he put into Joseph's hand, and therefore the Lord blessed him with much silver and gold, and Joseph remained with him for 3 months and 5 days. At that time there came from Memphis the wife of Potiphar, and she cast her eyes upon Joseph, of whose comeliness of person she had heard from the eunuchs. She told her husband how that a certain shopkeeper had grown rich through a young Hebrew, and she added, "But it is said that the youth was stolen away out of the land of Canaan. Go, therefore, and sit in judgment upon his owner, and take the youth unto thy house, that the God of the Hebrews may bless thee, for the grace of heaven rests upon the youth." Potiphar summoned the shopkeeper, and when he appeared before him, he spoke harshly to him, saying, "What is this I hear? That thou stealest souls from the land of Canaan, and dost carry on traffic with them?" The shopkeeper protested his innocence, and he could not be made to recede from his assertion, that a company of Ishmaelites had left Joseph in his charge temporarily, until they should return. Potiphar had him stripped naked and beaten, but he continued to reiterate the same statement. Then Potiphar summoned Joseph. The youth prostrated himself before this chief of the eunuchs, for he was third in rank of the officers of Pharaoh. And he addressed Joseph, and said, "Art thou a slave or a freeborn man?" And Joseph replied, "A slave." Potiphar continued to question him, "Whose slave art thou?" Joseph, "I belong to the Ishmaelites." Potiphar, "How wast thou made a slave?" Joseph, "They bought me in the land of Canaan." But Potiphar refused to give credence to what he said, and he had also him stripped and beaten. The wife of Potiphar, standing by the door, saw how Joseph was abused, and she sent word to her husband, "Thy verdict is unjust. For thou punishest the freeborn youth that was stolen away from his place as though he were the one that had committed a crime." As Joseph held firmly to what he had said, Potiphar ordered him to prison, until his master should return. In her sinful longing for him, his wife wanted to have Joseph in her own house, and she remonstrated with her husband in these words, "Wherefore dost thou keep the captive, nobly born slave a prisoner? Thou shouldst rather set him at liberty and have him serve thee." He answered, "The law of the Egyptians does not permit us to take what belongs to another before all titles are made clear," and Joseph stayed in prison for 24 days, until the return of the Ishmaelites to Egypt. Meanwhile they had heard somewhere that Joseph was the son of Jacob, and they therefore said to him, "Why didst thou pretend that thou wast a slave? See, we have information that thou art the son of a powerful man in Canaan, and thy father mourns for thee in sackcloth." Joseph was on the point of divulging his secret, but he kept a check upon himself for the sake of his brethren, and he repeated that he was a slave. Nevertheless the Ishmaelites decided to sell him, that he be not found in their hands, for they feared the revenge of Jacob, who, they knew, was in high favor with the Lord and with men. The shopkeeper begged the Ishmaelites to rescue him from the legal prosecution of Potiphar, and clear him of the suspicion of man theft. The Ishmaelites in turn had a conference with Joseph, and bade him testify before Potiphar that they had bought him for money. He did so, and then the chief of the eunuchs liberated him from prison, and dismissed all parties concerned. With the permission of her husband, Potiphar's wife sent a eunuch to the Ishmaelites, bidding him to buy Joseph, but he returned and reported that they demanded an exorbitant price for the slave. She dispatched a second eunuch, charging him to conclude the bargain, and though they asked 1 mina of gold, or even 2, he was not to be sparing of money, he was to be sure to buy the slave and bring him to her. The eunuch gave the Ishmaelites 80 pieces of gold for Joseph, telling his mistress, however, that he had paid out 100 pieces. Joseph noticed the deception, but he kept silent, that the eunuch might not be put to shame. Thus Joseph became the slave of the idolatrous priest Potiphar, or Potipharah, as he was sometimes called. He had secured possession of the handsome youth for a lewd purpose, but the angel Gabriel mutilated him in such manner that he could not accomplish it. His master soon had occasion to notice that Joseph was as pious as he was beautiful, for whenever he was occupied with his ministrations, he would whisper a prayer, "O Lord of the world, thou art my trust, thou art my protection. Let me find grace and favor in thy sight and in the sight of all that see me, and in the sight of my master Potiphar." When Potiphar noticed the movement of his lips, he said to Joseph, "Dost thou purpose to cast a spell upon me?" "Nay," replied the youth, "I am beseeching God to let me find favor in thine eyes." His prayer was heard. Potiphar convinced himself that God was with Joseph. Sometimes he would make a test of Joseph's miraculous powers. If he brought him a glass of hypocras, he would say, "I would rather have wine mixed with absinthe," and straightway the spiced wine was changed into bitter wine. Whatever he desired, he could be sure to get from Joseph, and he saw clearly that God fulfilled the wishes of his slave. Therefore he put all the keys of his house into his hand, and he knew not aught that was with him, keeping back nothing from Joseph but his wife. Seeing that the Shekinah rested upon him, Potiphar treated Joseph not as a slave, but as a member of his family, for he said, "This youth is not cut out for a slave's work, he is worthy of a prince's place." Accordingly, he provided instruction for him in the arts, and ordered him to have better fare than the other slaves. Joseph thanked God for his new and happy state. He prayed, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, that thou hast caused me to forget my father's house." What made his present fortune so agreeable was that he was removed from the envy and jealousy of his brethren. He said, "When I was in my father's house, and he gave me something pretty, my brethren begrudged me the present, and now, O Lord, I thank thee that I live amid plenty." Free from anxieties, he turned his attention to his external appearance. He painted his eyes, dressed his hair, and aimed to be elegant in his walk. But God spake to him, saying, "Thy father is mourning in sackcloth and ashes, while thou dost eat, drink, and dress thy hair. Therefore I will stir up thy mistress against thee, and thou shalt be embarrassed." Thus Joseph's secret wish was fulfilled, that he might be permitted to prove his piety under temptation, as the piety of his fathers had been tested. Joseph and Zuleika. Throw the stick up in the air, it will always return to its original place. Like Rachel his mother, Joseph was of ravishing beauty, and the wife of his master was filled with invincible passion for him. Her feeling was heightened by the astrologic forecast that she was destined to have descendants through Joseph. This was true, but not in the sense in which she understood the prophecy. Joseph married her daughter Asenath later on, and she bore him children, thus fulfilling what had been read in the stars. In the beginning she did not confess her love to Joseph. She tried first to seduce him by artifice. On the pretext of visiting him, she would go to him at night, and, as she had no sons, she would pretend a desire to adopt him. Joseph then prayed to God in her behalf, and she bore a son. However, she continued to embrace him as though he were her own child, yet he did not notice her evil designs. Finally, when he recognized her wanton trickery, he mourned many days, and endeavored to turn her away from her sinful passion by the word of God. She, on her side, often threatened him with death, and surrendered him to castigations in order to make him amenable to her will, and when these means had no effect upon Joseph, she sought to seduce him with enticements. She would say, "I promise thee, thou shalt rule over me in all I have, if thou wilt but give thyself up to me. And thou shalt be to me the same as my lawful husband." But Joseph was mindful of the words of his fathers, and he went into his chamber, and fasted, and prayed to God, that he would deliver him from the toils of the Egyptian woman. In spite of the mortifications he practiced, and though he gave the poor and the sick the food apportioned to him, his master thought he lived a luxurious life, for those that fast for the glory of God are made beautiful of countenance. The wife of Potiphar would frequently speak to her husband in praise of Joseph's chastity in order that he might conceive no suspicion of the state of her feelings. And, again, she would encourage Joseph secretly, telling him not to fear her husband, that he was convinced of his purity of life, and though one should carry tales to him about Joseph and herself, Potiphar would lend them no credence. And when she saw that all this was ineffectual, she approached him with the request that he teach her the word of God, saying, If it be thy wish that I forsake idol worship, then fulfill my desire. And I will persuade that Egyptian husband of mine to abjure the idols, and we shall walk in the law of thy God. Joseph replied, The Lord desireth not that those who fear him shall walk in impurity, nor hath he pleasure in the adulterer. Another time she came to him, and said, If thou wilt not do my desire, I will murder the Egyptian and wed with thee according to the law. Whereat Joseph rent his garment, and he said, O woman, fear the Lord, and do not execute this evil deed, that thou mayest not bring destruction down upon thyself, for I will proclaim thy impious purposes to all in public. Again, she sent him a dish prepared with magic spells, by means of which she hoped to get him into her power. But when the eunuch set it before him, he saw the image of a man handing him a sword together with the dish, and, warned by the vision, he took good care not to taste of the food. A few days later his mistress came to him, and asked him why he had not eaten of what she had sent him. He reproached her, saying, How couldst thou tell me, I do not come nigh unto the idols, but only unto the Lord? The God of my fathers hath revealed thy iniquity to me through an angel, but that thou mayest know that the malice of the wicked has no power over those who fear God in purity, I shall eat thy food before thine eyes. And the God of my fathers and the angel of Abraham will be with me. The wife of Potiphar fell upon her face at the feet of Joseph, and amid tears she promised not to commit this sin again. But her unholy passion for Joseph did not depart from her, and her distress over her unfulfilled wish made her look so ill that her husband said to her, Why is thy countenance fallen? And she replied, I have a pain at my heart, and the groanings of my spirit oppress me. Once when she was alone with Joseph, she rushed toward him, crying, I will throttle myself, or I will jump into a well or a pit, if thou wilt not yield thyself to me. Noticing her extreme agitation, Joseph endeavored to calm her with these words, Remember, if thou makest away with thyself, thy husband's concubine, Esther, thy rival, will maltreat thy children, and extirpate thy memory from the earth. These words, gently spoken, had the opposite effect from that intended. They only inflamed her passion the more by feeding her hopes. She said, There, sayest thou, thou dost love me now. It sufficeth for me that thou takest thought for me and for the safety of my children. I expect now that my desire will be fulfilled. She did not know that Joseph spoke as he did for the sake of God, and not for her sake. His mistress, or, as she was called, Zuleika, pursued him day after day with her amorous talk and her flattery, saying, How fair is thy appearance, how comely thy form. Never have I seen so well-favored a slave as thou art. Joseph would reply, God, who formed me in my mother's womb, hath created all men. Zuleika, how beautiful are thine eyes, with which thou hast charmed all Egyptians, both men and women. Joseph, beautiful as they may be while I am alive, so ghastly they will be to look upon in the grave. Zuleika, how lovely and pleasant are thy words. I pray thee, take thy harp, play and also sing, that I may hear thy words. Joseph, lovely and pleasant are my words when I proclaim the praise of my God. Zuleika, how beautiful is thy hair. Take my golden comb, and comb it. Joseph, how long wilt thou continue to speak thus to me? Leave off. It were better for thee to care for thy household. Zuleika, there is nothing in my house that I care for, save thee alone. But Joseph's virtue was unshaken. While she spoke thus, he did not so much as raise his eyes to look at his mistress. He remained equally steadfast when she lavished gifts upon him, for she provided him with garments of one kind for the morning, another for noon, and a third kind for the evening. Nor could threats move him. She would say, I will bring false accusations against thee before thy master, and Joseph would reply, The Lord executeth judgment for the oppressed. Or, I will deprive thee of food, whereupon Joseph, The Lord giveth food to the hungry. Or, I will have thee thrown into prison, whereupon Joseph, The Lord looseth the prisoners. Or, I will put heavy labor upon thee that will bend thee double, whereupon Joseph, The Lord riseth up them that are bowed down. Or, I will blind thine eyes, whereupon Joseph, The Lord openeth the eyes of the blind. When she began to exercise her blandishments upon him, he rejected them with the words, I fear my master. But Zuleika would say, I will kill him. Joseph replied with indignation, Not enough that thou wouldst make an adulterer of me, thou wouldst have me be a murderer, besides. And he spoke furthermore, saying, I fear the Lord my God. Zuleika, nonsense. He is not here to see thee. Joseph, great is the Lord and highly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. Thereupon she took Joseph into her chamber, where an idol hung above the bed. This she covered, that it might not be a witness of what she was about to do. Joseph said, Though thou coverest up the eyes of the idol, remember, the eyes of the Lord run to and fro through the whole earth. Yes, continued Joseph, I have many reasons not to do this thing for the sake of God. Adam was banished from paradise on account of violating a light command, how much more should I have to fear the punishment of God, were I to commit so grave a sin as adultery? The Lord is in the habit of choosing a favorite member of our family as a sacrifice unto himself. Perhaps he desireth to make choice of me, but if I do thy will, I make myself unfit to be a sacrifice unto God. Also the Lord is in the habit of appearing suddenly, in visions of the night, unto those that love him. Thus did he appear unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I fear that he may appear unto me at the very moment while I am defiling myself with thee. And as I fear God, so I fear my father, who withdrew the birthright from his firstborn son Reuben, on account of an immoral act, and gave it to me. Were I to fulfill thy desire, I would share the fate of my brother Reuben. With such words, Joseph endeavored to cure the wife of his master of the wanton passion she had conceived for him, while he took heed to keep far from a heinous sin, not from fear of the punishment that would follow. Nor out of consideration for the opinion of men, but because he desired to sanctify the name of God, blessed be he, before the whole world. It was this feeling of his that Zuleika could not comprehend, and when, finally, carried away by passion, she told him in unmistakable language what she desired, and he recoiled from her, she said to Joseph, Why dost thou refuse to fulfill my wish? Am I not a married woman? None will find out what thou hast done. Joseph replied, If the unmarried women of the heathen are prohibited unto us, how much more their married women? As the Lord liveth, I will not commit the crime thou biddest me do. In this Joseph followed the example of many pious men, who utter an oath at the moment when they are in danger of succumbing to temptation, and seek thus to gather moral courage to control their evil instincts. When Zuleika could not prevail upon him, to persuade him, her desire threw her into a grievous sickness, and all the women of Egypt came to visit her, and they said unto her, Why art thou so languid and wasted, thou that lackest nothing? Is not thy husband a prince great and esteemed in the sight of the king? Is it possible that thou canst want aught of what thy heart desireth? Zuleika answered them, saying, This day shall it be made known unto you whence cometh the state wherein you see me. She commanded her maidservants to prepare food for all the women, and she spread a banquet before them in her house. She placed knives upon the table to peel the oranges, and then ordered Joseph to appear, arrayed in costly garments, and wait upon her guests. When Joseph came in, the women could not take their eyes off him, and they all cut their hands with the knives, and the oranges in their hands were covered with blood, but they, not knowing what they were doing, continued to look upon the beauty of Joseph without turning their eyes away from him. Then Zuleika said unto them, What have ye done? Behold, I set oranges before you to eat, and you have cut your hands. All the women looked at their hands, and, lo, they were full of blood, and it flowed down and stained their garments. They said to Zuleika, This slave in thy house did enchant us, and we could not turn our eyes away from him on account of his beauty. She then said, This happened to you that looked upon him but a moment, and you could not refrain yourselves. How, then, can I control myself in whose house he abideth continually, who see him go in and out day after day? How, then, should I not waste away, or keep from languishing on account of him? And the women spake, saying, It is true, who can look upon this beauty in the house, and refrain her feelings? But he is thy slave. Why dost thou not disclose to him that which is in thy heart, rather than suffer thy life to perish through this thing? Zuleika answered them, Daily do I endeavor to persuade him, but he will not consent to my wishes. I promised him everything that is fair, yet have I met with no return from him, and therefore I am sick, as you may see. Her sickness increased upon her. Her husband and her household suspected not the cause of her decline, but all the women that were her friends knew that it was on account of the love she bore Joseph, and they advised her all the time to try to entice the youth. On a certain day, while Joseph was doing his master's work in the house, Zuleika came and fell suddenly upon him, but Joseph was stronger than she, and he pressed her down to the ground. Zuleika wept, and in a voice of supplication, and in bitterness of soul, she said to Joseph, Hast thou ever known, seen, or heard of a woman my peer in beauty, let alone a woman with beauty exceeding mine? Yet I try daily to persuade thee, I fall into decline through love of thee, I confer all this honor upon thee, and thou wilt not hearken unto my voice. Is it by reason of fear of thy master, that he punish thee? As the king liveth, no harm shall come upon thee from thy master on account of this thing. Now, therefore, I pray thee, listen to me, and consent unto my desire for the sake of the honor that I have conferred upon thee, and take this death away from me. For why should I die on account of thee? Joseph remained as steadfast under these importunities as before. Zuleika, however, was not discouraged. She continued her solicitations unremittingly, day after day, month after month, for a whole year, but always without the least success, for Joseph in his chastity did not permit himself even to look upon her, wherefore she resorted to constraint. She had an iron shackle placed upon his chin, and he was compelled to keep his head up and look her in the face. Joseph resists temptation. Seeing that she could not attain her object by entreaties or tears, Zuleika finally used force, when she judged that the favorable chance had come. She did not have long to wait. When the Nile overflowed its banks, and, according to the annual custom of the Egyptians, all repaired to the river, men and women, people and princes, accompanied by music, Zuleika remained at home under pretense of being sick. This was her long-looked-for opportunity, she thought. She rose up and ascended to the hall of state, and arrayed herself in princely garments. She placed precious stones upon her head, onyx stones set in silver and gold, she beautified her face and her body with all sorts of things for the purifying of women, she perfumed the hall and the whole house with cassia and frankincense. Spread myrrh and aloes all over, and afterward sat herself down at the entrance to the hall, in the vestibule leading to the house, through which Joseph had to pass to his work. And, behold, Joseph came from the field, and he was on the point of entering the house to do his master's work, but when he reached the place where Zuleika sat, and saw all she had done, he turned back. His mistress, perceiving it, called out to him, What aileth thee, Joseph? Go to thy work, I will make room for thee, that thou mayest pass by to thy seat. Joseph did as she bade him, he entered the house, took his seat, and set about his master's work as usual. Then Zuleika stood before him suddenly in all her beauty of person and magnificence of raiment, and repeated the desire of her heart. It was the first and the last time that Joseph's steadfastness deserted him, but only for an instant. When he was on the point of complying with the wish of his mistress, the image of his mother Rachel appeared before him, and that of his aunt Leah, and the image of his father Jacob. The last addressed him thus, In time to come the names of thy brethren will be graven upon the breastplate of the high priest. Dost thou desire to have thy name appear with theirs? Or wilt thou forfeit this honor through sinful conduct? For know, he that keepeth company with harlots wasteth his substance. This vision of the dead, and especially the image of his father, brought Joseph to his senses, and his illicit passion departed from him. Astonished at the swift change in his countenance, Zuleika said, My friend and true love, why art thou so affrighted that thou art near to swooning? Joseph, I see my father. Zuleika, where is he? Why, there is none in the house. Joseph, thou belongest to a people that is like unto the ass, it perceiveth nothing. But I belong to those who can see things. Joseph fled forth, away from the house of his mistress, the same house in which aforetime wonders had been done, for Sarah kept a captive there by Pharaoh. But hardly was he outside when the sinful passion again overwhelmed him, and he returned to Zuleika's chamber. Then the Lord appeared unto him, holding the ebon shittia in his hand, and said to him, If thou touchest her, I will cast away this stone upon which the earth is founded, and the world will fall to ruin. Sobered again, Joseph started to escape from his mistress, but Zuleika caught him by his garment, and she said, As the king liveth, if thou wilt not fulfill my wish, thou must die. And while she spoke thus, she drew a sword with her free hand from under her dress, and, pressing it against Joseph's throat, she said, Do as I bid thee, or thou deest. Joseph ran out, leaving a piece of his garment in the hands of Zuleika as he wrenched himself loose from the grasp of the woman with a quick, energetic motion. Zuleika's passion for Joseph was so violent that, in lieu of its owner, whom she could not succeed in subduing to her will, she kissed and caressed the fragment of cloth left in her hand. At the same time she was not slow to perceive the danger into which she had put herself, for, she feared, Joseph might possibly betray her conduct, and she considered ways and means of obviating the consequences of her folly. Meanwhile her friends returned from the Nile festival, and they came to visit her and inquire after her health. They found her looking wretchedly ill, on account of the excitement she had passed through and the anxiety she was in. She confessed to the women what had happened with Joseph, and they advised her to accuse him of immorality before her husband, and then he would be thrown into prison. Zuleika accepted their advice, and she begged her visitors to support her charges by also lodging complaints against Joseph, that he had been annoying them with improper proposals. But Zuleika did not depend entirely upon the assistance of her friends. She planned a ruse, besides, to be sure of convincing her husband of Joseph's guilt. She laid aside her rich robes of state, put on her ordinary clothes, and took to her sick bed, in which she had been lying when the people left to go to the festival. Also she took Joseph's torn garment, and laid it out next to her. Then she sent a little boy to summon some of the men of her house, and to them she told the tale of Joseph's alleged outrage, saying, See the Hebrew slave, whom your master hath brought in unto my house, and who attempted to do violence to me today. You had scarcely gone away to the festival when he entered the house, and making sure that no one was here he tried to force me to yield to his lustful desire. But I grasped his clothes, tore them, and cried with a loud voice. When he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, he was seized with fear, and he fled, and got him out, but he left his garment by me. The men of her house spake not a word, but, in a rage against Joseph, they went to their master, and reported to him what had come to pass. In the meantime the husbands of Zuleika's friends had also spoken to Potiphar, at the instigation of their wives, and complained of his slave, that he molested them. Potiphar hastened home, and he found his wife in low spirits, and though the cause of her dejection was chagrin at not having succeeded in winning Joseph's love, she pretended that it was anger at the immoral conduct of the slave. She accused him in the following words, O husband, mayest thou not live a day longer, if thou dost not punish the wicked slave that hath desired to defile thy bed, that hath not kept in mind who he was when he came to our house, to demean himself with modesty, nor hath he been mindful of the favors he hath received from thy bounty. He did lay a privy design to abuse thy wife, and this at the time of observing a festival, when thou wouldst be absent. These words she spoke at the moment of conjugal intimacy with Potiphar, when she was certain of exerting an influence upon her husband. Potiphar gave credence to her words, and he had Joseph flogged unmercifully. While the cruel blows fell upon him, he cried to God, O Lord, thou knowest that I am innocent of these things, and why should I die today on account of a false accusation by the hands of these uncircumcised, impious men? God opened the mouth of Zuleika's child, a babe of but 11 months, and he spoke to the men that were beating Joseph, saying, What is your quarrel with this man? Why do you inflict such evil upon him? Lies my mother doth speak, and deceit is what her mouth uttereth. This is the true tale of that which did happen, and the child proceeded to tell all that had passed, how Zuleika had tried first to persuade Joseph to act wickedly, and then had tried to force him to do her will. The people listened in great amazement. But the report finished, the child spake no word, as before. Abashed by the speech of his own infant son, Potiphar commanded his bailiffs to leave off from chastising Joseph, and the matter was brought into court, where priests sat as judges. Joseph protested his innocence, and related all that had happened according to the truth, but Potiphar repeated the account his wife had given him. The judges ordered the garment of Joseph to be brought which Zuleika had in her possession, and they examined the tear therein. It turned out to be on the front part of the mantle, and they came to the conclusion that Zuleika had tried to hold him fast, and had been foiled in her attempt by Joseph, against whom she was now lodging a trumped-up charge. They decided that Joseph had not incurred the death penalty, but they condemned him to incarceration, because he was the cause of a stain upon Zuleika's fair name. Potiphar himself was convinced of Joseph's innocence, and when he cast him into prison, he said to him, "I know that thou art not guilty of so vile a crime, but I must put thee in durance, lest a taint cling to my children." Joseph in prison. By way of punishment for having traduced his 10 brethren before his father, Joseph had to languish for 10 years in the prison to which the wiles of traducers had in turn condemned him. But, on the other hand, as he had sanctified the name of God before the world by his chastity and his steadfastness, he was rewarded. The letter he, which occurs twice in the name of God, was added to his name. He had been called Joseph, but now he was called also Jehoseph. Though he was bound in prison, Joseph was not yet safe from the machinations of his mistress, whose passion for him was in no wise lessened. In truth, it was she that had induced her husband to change his intention regarding Joseph. She urged him to imprison the slave rather than kill him, for she hoped that as a prisoner he could be made amenable to her wishes more easily. She spake to her husband, saying, "Do not destroy thy property. Cast the slave in prison and keep him there until thou canst sell him, and receive back the money thou didst pay out for him." Thus she had the opportunity of visiting Joseph in his cell and trying to persuade him to do her will. She would say, "This and that outrage have I executed against thee, but, as thou livest, I will put yet other outrages upon thee if thou dost not obey me." But Joseph replied, "The Lord executeth judgment for the oppressed. Zuleika, I will push matters so far that all men will hate thee. Joseph, the Lord loveth the righteous. Zuleika, I will sell thee into a strange land. Joseph, the Lord preserveth the strangers." Then she would resort to enticements in order to obtain her desire. She would promise to release him from prison, if he would but grant her wish. But he would say, "Better it is to remain here than be with thee and commit a trespass against God." These visits to Joseph in prison Zuleika continued for a long time, but when, finally, she saw that all her hopes were vain, she let him alone. As the mistress persisted in her love for Joseph, so his master, her husband, could not separate himself from his favorite slave. Though a prisoner, Joseph continued to minister to the needs of Potiphar, and he received permission from the keeper of the prison to spend some of his time in his master's house. In many other ways the jailer showed himself kindly disposed toward Joseph. Seeing the youth's zeal and conscientiousness in executing the tasks laid upon him, and under the spell of his enchanting beauty, he made prison life as easy as possible for his charge. He even ordered better dishes for him than the common prison fare, and he found it superfluous caution to keep watch over Joseph, for he could see no wrong in him, and he observed that God was with him, in good days and in bad. He even appointed him to be the overseer of the prison, and as Joseph commanded, so the other prisoners were obliged to do. For a long time the people talked of nothing but the accusation raised against Joseph by his mistress. In order to divert the attention of the public from him, God ordained that 2 high officers, the chief butler and the chief baker, should offend their lord, the king of Egypt, and they were put in ward in the house of the captain of the guard. Now the people ceased their talk about Joseph, and spoke only of the scandal at court. The charges laid at the door of the noble prisoners were that they had attempted to do violence to the daughter of Pharaoh, and they had conspired to poison the king himself. Besides, they had shown themselves derelict in their service. In the wine the chief butler had handed to the king to drink, a fly had been discovered, and the bread set upon the royal board by the chief baker contained a little pebble. On account of all these transgressions they were condemned to death by Pharaoh, but for the sake of Joseph it was ordained by divine providence that the king should first detain them in prison before he ordered their execution. The Lord had enkindled the wrath of the king against his servants only that the wish of Joseph for liberty might be fulfilled, for they were the instruments of his deliverance from prison, and though they were doomed to death. Yet in consideration of the exalted office they had held at court, the keeper of the prison accorded them privileges, as, for instance, a man was detailed to wait upon them, and the one appointed thereto was Joseph. 1. The chief butler and the chief baker had been confined in prison 10 years, when they dreamed a dream, both of them, but as for the interpretation, each dreamed only that of the other one's dream. In the morning when Joseph brought them the water for washing, he found them sad, depressed in spirits, and, in the manner of the sages, he asked them why they looked different on that day from other days. They said unto him, We have dreamed a dream this night, and our 2 dreams resemble each other in certain particulars, and there is none that can interpret them. And Joseph said unto them, God granteth understanding to man to interpret dreams. Tell them me, I pray you. It was as a reward for ascribing greatness and credit to him unto whom it belongeth that Joseph later attained to his lofty position. The chief butler proceeded to tell his dream, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and its blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. The chief butler was not aware that his dream contained a prophecy regarding the future of Israel, but Joseph discerned the recondite meaning, and he interpreted the dream thus: the 3 branches are the 3 fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whose descendants in Egypt will be redeemed by 3 leaders, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. And the cup given into the hand of Pharaoh is the cup of wrath that he will have to drain in the end. This interpretation of the dream Joseph kept for himself, and he told the chief butler nothing thereof, but out of gratitude for the glad tidings of the deliverance of Israel from the bondage of Egypt. He gave him a favorable interpretation of his dream, and begged him to have him in his remembrance, when it should be well with him, and liberate him from the dungeon in which he was confined. When the chief baker heard the interpretation of the butler's dream, he knew that Joseph had divined its meaning correctly, for in his own he had seen the interpretation of his friend's dream. And he proceeded to tell Joseph what he had dreamed in the night. I also was in my dream, and, behold, 3 baskets of white bread were on my head. And in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. Also this dream conveyed a prophecy regarding the future of Israel. The 3 baskets are the 3 kingdoms to which Israel will be made subject, Babylon, Media, and Greece. And the uppermost basket indicates the wicked rule of Rome, which will extend over all the nations of the world, until the bird shall come, who is the Messiah, and annihilate Rome. Again Joseph kept the prophecy a secret. To the chief baker he gave only the interpretation that had reference to his person, but it was unfavorable to him, because through his dream Joseph had been made acquainted with the suffering Israel would have to undergo. And all came to pass, as Joseph had said, on the 3rd day. The day whereon he explained the meaning of their dreams to the 2 distinguished prisoners, a son was born unto Pharaoh, and to celebrate the joyous event, the king arranged a feast for his princes and servants that was to last 8 days. He invited them and all the people to his table, and he entertained them with royal splendor. The feast had its beginning on the 3rd day after the birth of the child, and on that occasion the chief butler was restored in honor to his butlership, and the chief baker was hanged. For Pharaoh's counselors had discovered that it was not the butler's fault that the fly had dropped into the king's wine, but the baker had been guilty of carelessness in allowing the pebble to get into the bread. Likewise it appeared that the butler had had no part in the conspiracy to poison the king, while the baker was revealed as one of the plotters, and he had to expiate his crime with his life. Pharaoh's dreams. Properly speaking, Joseph should have gone out free from his dungeon on the same day as the butler. He had been there 10 years by that time, and had made amends for the slander he had uttered against his 10 brethren. However, he remained in prison 2 years longer. Blessed is the man that trusteth in the Lord, and whose hope is the Lord. but Joseph had put his confidence in flesh and blood. He had prayed the chief butler to have him in remembrance when it should be well with him, and make mention of him unto Pharaoh, and the butler forgot his promise. And therefore Joseph had to stay in prison 2 years more than the years originally allotted to him there. The butler had not forgotten him intentionally, but it was ordained of God that his memory should fail him. When he would say to himself, "If thus and so happens, I will remember the case of Joseph," the conditions he had imagined were sure to be reversed, or if he made a knot as a reminder, an angel came and undid the knot. And Joseph did not enter his mind. But, "The Lord setteth an end to darkness," and Joseph's liberation was not delayed by a single moment beyond the time decreed for it. God said, "Thou, O butler, thou didst forget Joseph, but I did not," and he caused Pharaoh to dream a dream that was the occasion for Joseph's release. In his dream Pharaoh saw 7 kine, well-favored and fat-fleshed, come up out of the Nile, and they all together grazed peaceably on the brink of the river. In years when the harvest is abundant, friendship reigns among men, and love and brotherly harmony, and these 7 fat kine stood for 7 such prosperous years. After the fat kine, 7 more came up out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and each had her back turned to the others, for when distress prevails, one man turns away from the other. For a brief space Pharaoh awoke, and when he went to sleep again, he dreamed a second dream, about 7 rank and good ears of corn, and 7 ears that were thin and blasted with the east wind, the withered cars swallowing the full ears. He awoke at once, and it was morning, and dreams dreamed in the morning are the ones that come true. This was not the first time Pharaoh had had these dreams. They had visited him every night during a period of 2 years, and he had forgotten them invariably in the morning. This was the first time he remembered them, for the day had arrived for Joseph to come forth from his prison house. Pharaoh's heart beat violently when he called his dreams to mind on awaking. Especially the second one, about the ears of corn, disquieted him. He reflected that whatever has a mouth can eat, and therefore the dream of the 7 lean kine that ate up the 7 fat kine did not appear strange to him. But the ears of corn that swallowed up other ears of corn troubled his spirit. He therefore called for all the wise men of his land, and they endeavored in vain to find a satisfactory interpretation. They explained that the 7 fat kine meant 7 daughters to be born unto Pharaoh, and the 7 lean kine, that he would bury 7 daughters. The rank ears of corn meant that Pharaoh would conquer 7 countries, and the blasted ears, that 7 provinces would rebel against him. About the ears of corn they did not all agree. Some thought the good ears stood for 7 cities to be built by Pharaoh, and the 7 withered ears indicated that these same cities would be destroyed at the end of his reign. Sagacious as he was, Pharaoh knew that none of these explanations hit the nail on the head. He issued a decree summoning all interpreters of dreams to appear before him on pain of death, and he held out great rewards and distinctions to the one who should succeed in finding the true meaning of his dreams. In obedience to his summons, all the wise men appeared, the magicians and the sacred scribes that were in Mizraim, the city of Egypt, as well as those from Goshen, Ramses, Zoan, and the whole country of Egypt, and with them came the princes, officers, and servants of the king from all the cities of the land. To all these the king narrated his dreams, but none could interpret them to his satisfaction. Some said that the 7 fat kine were the 7 legitimate kings that would rule over Egypt, and the 7 lean kine betokened 7 princes that would rise up against these 7 kings and exterminate them. The 7 good ears of corn were the 7 superior princes of Egypt that would engage in a war for their overlord, and would be defeated by as many insignificant princes, who were betokened by the 7 blasted ears. Another interpretation was that the 7 fat kine were the 7 fortified cities of Egypt, at some future time to fall into the hands of 7 Canaanitish nations, who were foreshadowed in the 7 lean kine. According to this interpretation, the second dream supplemented the first. It meant that the descendants of Pharaoh would regain sovereign authority over Egypt at a subsequent period, and would subdue the 7 Canaanitish nations as well. There was a third interpretation, given by some: the 7 fat kine are 7 women whom Pharaoh would take to wife, but they would die during his lifetime, their loss being indicated by the 7 lean kine. Furthermore, Pharaoh would have 14 sons, and the 7 strong ones would be conquered by the 7 weaklings, as the blasted ears of corn in his dream had swallowed up the rank ears of corn. And a fourth, thou wilt have 7 sons, O Pharaoh, these are the 7 fat kine. These sons of thine will be killed by the 7 powerful rebellious princes. But then 7 minor princes will come, and they will kill the 7 rebels, avenge thy descendants, and restore the dominion to thy family. The king was as little pleased with these interpretations as with the others, which he had heard before, and in his wrath he ordered the wise men, the magicians and the scribes of Egypt, to be killed. And the hangman made ready to execute the royal decree. However, Myriad, Pharaoh's chief butler, took fright, seeing that the king was so vexed at his failure to secure an interpretation of his dreams that he was on the point of giving up the ghost. He was alarmed about the king's death, for it was doubtful whether the successor to the throne would retain him in office. He resolved to do all in his power to keep Pharaoh alive. Therefore he stepped before him, and spake, saying, I do remember 2 faults of mine this day. I showed myself ungrateful to Joseph, in that I did not bring his request before thee, and also I saw thee in distress by reason of thy dream. Without letting thee know that Joseph can interpret dreams. When it pleased the Lord God to make Pharaoh wroth with his servants, the king put me in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, me and the chief baker. And with us there was a simple young man, one of the despised race of the Hebrews, slave to the captain of the guard, and he interpreted our dreams to us, and it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was. Therefore, O king, stay the hand of the hangman, let them not execute the Egyptians. The slave I speak of is still in the dungeon, and if the king will consent to summon him hither, he will surely interpret thy dreams. Joseph before Pharaoh. Accursed are the wicked that never do a wholly good deed. The chief butler described Joseph contemptuously as a slave in order that it might be impossible for him to occupy a distinguished place at court. For it was a law upon the statute books of Egypt that a slave could never sit upon the throne as king, nor even put his foot in the stirrup of a horse. Pharaoh revoked the edict of death that he had issued against the wise men of Egypt, and he sent and called Joseph. He impressed care upon his messengers, they were not to excite and confuse Joseph, and render him unfit to interpret the king's dream correctly. They brought him hastily out of the dungeon, but first Joseph, out of respect for the king, shaved himself, and put on fresh raiment, which an angel brought him from paradise, and then he came in unto Pharaoh. The king was sitting upon the royal throne, arrayed in princely garments, clad with a golden ephod upon his breast, and the fine gold of the ephod sparkled, and the carbuncle, the ruby, and the emerald flamed like a torch. And all the precious stones set upon the king's head flashed like a blazing fire, and Joseph was greatly amazed at the appearance of the king. The throne upon which he sat was covered with gold and silver and with onyx stones, and it had 70 steps. If a prince or other distinguished person came to have an audience with the king, it was the custom for him to advance and mount to the 31st step of the throne, and the king would descend 36 steps and speak to him. But if one of the people came to have speech with the king, he ascended only to the 3rd step, and the king would come down 4 steps from his seat, and address him thence. It was also the custom that one who knew all the 70 languages ascended the 70 steps of the throne to the top, but if a man knew only some of the 70 languages, he was permitted to ascend as many steps as he knew languages, whether they were many or few. And another custom of the Egyptians was that none could reign over them unless he was master of all the 70 languages. When Joseph came before the king, he bowed down to the ground, and he ascended to the 3rd step, while the king sat upon the 4th from the top, and spake with Joseph, saying, O young man, my servant beareth witness concerning thee, that thou art the best and most discerning person I can consult with. I pray thee, vouchsafe unto me the same favors which thou didst bestow on this servant of mine, and tell me what events they are which the visions of my dreams foreshow. I desire thee to suppress naught out of fear, nor shalt thou flatter me with lying words, or with words that please me. Tell me the truth, though it be sad and alarming. Joseph asked the king first whence he knew that the interpretation given by the wise men of his country was not true, and Pharaoh replied, I saw the dream and its interpretation together, and therefore they cannot make a fool of me. In his modesty Joseph denied that he was an adept at interpreting dreams. He said, It is not in me, it is in the hand of God, and if it be the wish of God, he will permit me to announce tidings of peace to Pharaoh. And for such modesty he was rewarded by sovereignty over Egypt, for the Lord doth honor them that honor him. Thus was also Daniel rewarded for his speech to Nebuchadnezzar. There is a God in heaven that revealeth secrets, but as for me, this secret is not revealed to me for any wisdom that I have more than any living. But to the intent that the interpretation may be made known to the king, and that thou mayest know the thoughts of thy heart. Then Pharaoh began to tell his dream, only he omitted some points and narrated others inaccurately in order that he might test the vaunted powers of Joseph. But the youth corrected him, and pieced the dreams together exactly as they had visited Pharaoh in the night, and the king was greatly amazed. Joseph was able to accomplish this feat, because he had dreamed the same dream as Pharaoh, at the same time as he. Thereupon Pharaoh retold his dreams, with all details and circumstances, and precisely as he had seen them in his sleep, except that he left out the word Nile in the description of the 7 lean kine. Because this river was worshipped by the Egyptians, and he hesitated to say that aught that is evil had come from his God. Now Joseph proceeded to give the king the true interpretation of the 2 dreams. They were both a revelation concerning the 7 good years impending and the 7 years of famine to follow them. In reality, it had been the purpose of God to bring a famine of 42 years' duration upon Egypt, but only 2 years of this distressful period were inflicted upon the land. For the sake of the blessing of Jacob when he came to Egypt in the 2nd year of the famine. The other 40 years fell upon the land at the time of the prophet Ezekiel. Joseph did more than merely interpret the dreams. When the king gave voice to doubts concerning the interpretation, he told him signs and tokens. He said, Let this be a sign to thee that my words are true, and my advice is excellent. Thy wife, who is sitting upon the birthstool at this moment, will bring forth a son, and thou wilt rejoice over him. But in the midst of thy joy the sad tidings will be told thee of the death of thine older son, who was born unto thee but 2 years ago, and thou must needs find consolation for the loss of the one in the birth of the other. Scarcely had Joseph withdrawn from the presence of the king, when the report of the birth of a son was brought to Pharaoh, and soon after also the report of the death of his firstborn, who had suddenly dropped to the floor and passed away. Thereupon he sent for all the grandees of his realm, and all his servants, and he spake to them, saying, Ye have heard the words of the Hebrew, and ye have seen that the signs which he foretold were accomplished. And I also know that he hath interpreted the dream truly. Advise me now how the land may be saved from the ravages of the famine. Look hither and thither whether you can find a man of wisdom and understanding, whom I may set over the land, for I am convinced that the land can be saved only if we heed the counsel of the Hebrew. The grandees and the princes admitted that safety could be secured only by adhering to the advice given by Joseph, and they proposed that the king, in his sagacity, choose a man whom he considered equal to the great task. Thereupon Pharaoh said, If we traversed and searched the earth from end to end, we could find none such as Joseph, a man in whom is the Spirit of God. If ye think well thereof, I will set him over the land which he hath saved by his wisdom. The astrologers, who were his counselors, demurred, saying, A slave, one whom his present owner hath acquired for 20 pieces of silver, thou proposest to set over us as master. But Pharaoh maintained that Joseph was not only a free-born man beyond the peradventure of a doubt, but also the scion of a noble family. However, the princes of Pharaoh were not silenced, they continued to give utterance to their opposition to Joseph, saying, Dost thou not remember the immutable law of the Egyptians? That none may serve as king or as viceroy unless he speaks all the languages of men. And this Hebrew knows none but his own tongue, and how were it possible that a man should rule over us who cannot even speak the language of our land? Send and have him fetched hither, and examine him in respect to all the things a ruler should know and have, and then decide as seemeth wise in thy sight. Pharaoh yielded, he promised to do as they wished, and he appointed the following day as the time for examining Joseph, who had returned to his prison in the meantime, for, on account of his wife, his master feared to have him stay in his house. During the night Gabriel appeared unto Joseph, and taught him all the 70 languages, and he acquired them quickly after the angel had changed his name from Joseph to Jehoseph. The next morning, when he came into the presence of Pharaoh and the nobles of the kingdom, inasmuch as he knew every one of the 70 languages, he mounted all the steps of the royal throne, until he reached the 70th, the highest. Upon which sat the king, and Pharaoh and his princes rejoiced that Joseph fulfilled all the requirements needed by one that was to rule over Egypt. The king said to Joseph, Thou didst give me the counsel to look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt, that he may in his wisdom save the land from the famine. As God hath showed thee all this, and as thou art master of all the languages of the world, there is none so discreet and wise as thou. Thou shalt therefore be the second in the land after Pharaoh, and according unto thy word shall all my people go in and go out, my princes and my servants shall receive their monthly uppunnage from thee. Before thee the people shall prostrate themselves, only in the throne will I be greater than thou. The ruler of Egypt. Now Joseph reaped the harvest of his virtues, and according to the measure of his merits God granted him reward. The mouth that refused the kiss of unlawful passion and sin received the kiss of homage from the people, the neck that did not bow itself unto sin was adorned with the gold chain that Pharaoh put upon it. The hands that did not touch sin wore the signet ring that Pharaoh took from his own hand and put upon Joseph's, the body that did not come in contact with sin was arrayed in vestures of byssus. The feet that made no steps in the direction of sin reposed in the royal chariot, and the thoughts that kept themselves undefiled by sin were proclaimed as wisdom. Joseph was installed in his high position, and invested with the insignia of his office, with solemn ceremony. The king took off his signet ring from his hand, and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in princely apparel, and set a gold crown upon his head, and laid a gold chain about his neck. Then he commanded his servants to make Joseph to ride in his second chariot, which went by the side of the chariot wherein sat the king, and he also made him to ride upon a great and strong horse of the king's horses. And his servants conducted him through the streets of the city of Egypt. Musicians, no less than 1,000 striking cymbals and 1,000 blowing flutes, and 5,000 men with drawn swords gleaming in the air formed the vanguard. 20,000 of the king's grandees girt with gold-embroidered leather belts marched at the right of Joseph, and as many at the left of him. The women and the maidens of the nobility looked out of the windows to gaze upon Joseph's beauty, and they poured down chains upon him, and rings and jewels, that he might but direct his eyes toward them. Yet he did not look up, and as a reward God made him proof against the evil eye, nor has it ever had the power of inflicting harm upon any of his descendants. Servants of the king, preceding him and following him, burnt incense upon his path, and cassia, and all manner of sweet spices, and strewed myrrh and aloes wherever he went. 20 heralds walked before him, and they proclaimed, This is the man whom the king hath chosen to be the second after him. All the affairs of state will be administered by him, and whoever resisteth his commands, or refuseth to bow down to the ground before him, he will die the death of the rebel against the king and the king's deputy. Without delay the people prostrated themselves, and they cried, Long live the king, and long live the deputy of the king. And Joseph, looking down from his horse upon the people and their exultation, exclaimed, his eyes directed heavenward, The Lord riseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the needy from the dunghill. O Lord of hosts, blessed is the man that trusteth in thee. After Joseph, accompanied by Pharaoh's officers and princes, had journeyed through the whole city of Egypt, and viewed all there was therein, he returned to the king on the selfsame day, and the king gave him fields and vineyards as a present. And also 3,000 talents of silver, and 1,000 talents of gold, and onyx stones and bdellium, and many other costly things. The king commanded, moreover, that every Egyptian give Joseph a gift, else he would be put to death. A platform was erected in the open street, and there all deposited their presents, and among the things were many of gold and silver, as well as precious stones, carried thither by the people and also the grandees. For they saw that Joseph enjoyed the favor of the king. Furthermore, Joseph received 100 slaves from Pharaoh, and they were to do all his bidding, and he himself acquired many more, for he resided in a spacious palace. 3 years it took to build it. Special magnificence was lavished upon the hall of state, which was his audience chamber, and upon the throne fashioned of gold and silver and inlaid with precious stones. Whereon there was a representation of the whole land of Egypt and of the river Nile. And as Joseph multiplied in riches, so he increased also in wisdom, for God added to his wisdom that all might love and honor him. Pharaoh called him Zaphenath-Paneah, he who can reveal secret things with ease, and rejoiceth the heart of man therewith. Each letter of the name Zaphenath-Paneah has a meaning, too. The first, Zada, stands for Zopheh, seer, Pe for Podeh, redeemer. Nun for Nabi, prophet, Ta for Tomech, supporter, Pe for Poder, interpreter of dreams, Ein for Aram, clever, Nun for Nabon, discreet, and Het for Hakam, wise. The name of Joseph's wife pointed to her history in the same way. Asenath was the daughter of Dinah and Hamor, but she was abandoned at the borders of Egypt, only, that people might know who she was, Jacob engraved the story of her parentage and her birth upon a gold plate fastened around her neck. The day on which Asenath was exposed, Potiphar went walking with his servants near the city wall, and they heard the voice of a child. At the captain's bidding they brought the baby to him, and when he read her history from the gold plate, he determined to adopt her. He took her home with him, and raised her as his daughter. The Aleph in Asenath stands for On, where Potiphar was priest, the Samach for Satira, hidden, for she was kept concealed on account of her extraordinary beauty. The Nun for Nohemet, for she wept and entreated that she might be delivered from the house of the heathen Potiphar, and the Ta for Tama, the perfect one, on account of her pious, perfect deeds. Asenath had saved Joseph's life while she was still an infant in arms. When Joseph was accused of immoral conduct by Potiphar's wife and the other women, and his master was on the point of having him hanged, Asenath approached her foster father, and she assured him under oath that the charge against Joseph was false. Then spake God, As thou livest, because thou didst try to defend Joseph, thou shalt be the woman to bear the tribes that he is appointed to beget. Asenath bore him 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, during the 7 years of plenty, for in the time of famine Joseph refrained from all indulgence in the pleasures of life. They were bred in chastity and fear of God by their father, and they were wise, and well instructed in all knowledge and in the affairs of state, so that they became the favorites of the court, and were educated with the royal princes. Before the famine broke over the land, Joseph found an opportunity of rendering the king a great service. He equipped an army of 4,600 men, providing all the soldiers with shields and spears and bucklers and helmets and slings. With this army, and aided by the servants and officers of the king, and by the people of Egypt, he carried on a war with Tarshish in the first year after his appointment as viceroy. The people of Tarshish had invaded the territory of the Ishmaelites, and the latter, few in number at that time, were sore pressed, and applied to the king of Egypt for help against their enemies. At the head of his host of heroes, Joseph marched to the land of Havilah, where he was joined by the Ishmaelites, and with united forces they fought against the people of Tarshish, routed them utterly, settled their land with the Ishmaelites. While the defeated men took refuge with their brethren in Javan. Joseph and his army returned to Egypt, and not a man had they lost. In a little while Joseph's prophecy was confirmed. That year and the 6 following years were years of plenty, as he had foretold. The harvest was so ample that a single year produced 2 heaps of grain, and Joseph made circumspect arrangements to provide abundantly for the years of famine. He gathered up all the grain, and in the city situated in the middle of each district he laid up the produce from round about, and had ashes and earth strewn on the garnered food from the very soil on which it had been grown. Also he preserved the grain in the ear, all these being precautions taken to guard against rot and mildew. The inhabitants of Egypt also tried, on their own account, to put aside a portion of the superabundant harvest of the 7 fruitful years against the need of the future, but when the grievous time of dearth came, and they went to their storehouses to bring forth the treasured grain, behold, it had rotted, and become unfit for food. The famine broke in upon the people with such suddenness that the bread gave out unexpectedly as they sat at their tables, they had not even a bite of bran bread. Thus they were driven to apply to Joseph and beseech his help, and he admonished them, saying, Give up your allegiance to your deceitful idols, and say, Blessed is he who giveth bread unto all flesh. But they refused to deny their lying gods, and they betook themselves to Pharaoh, only to be told by him, Go unto Joseph, what he saith to you, do. For this Pharaoh was rewarded. God granted him long life and a long reign, until he became arrogant, and well-merited punishment overtook him. When the Egyptians approached Joseph with the petition for bread, he spoke, saying, I give no food to the uncircumcised. Go hence, and circumcise yourselves, and then return hither. They entered the presence of Pharaoh, and complained to him regarding Joseph, but he said as before, Go unto Joseph. And they replied, We come from Joseph, and he hath spoken roughly unto us, saying, Go hence and circumcise yourselves. We warned thee in the beginning that he is a Hebrew, and would treat us in such wise. Pharaoh said to them, O ye fools, did he not prophesy through the Holy Spirit and proclaim to the whole world, that there would come 7 years of plenty to be followed by 7 years of dearth? Why did you not save the yield of 1 or 2 years against the day of your need? Weeping, they made reply, The grain that we put aside during the good years hath rotted. Pharaoh, have ye nothing over of the flour of yesterday? The Egyptians, the very bread in the basket rotted. Pharaoh, why? The Egyptians, because Joseph willed thus. Pharaoh, O ye fools, if his word hath power over the grain, making it to rot when he desireth it to rot, then also must we die, if so be his wish concerning us. Go, therefore, unto him, and do as he bids you. Joseph's brethren in Egypt. The famine, which inflicted hardships first upon the wealthy among the Egyptians, gradually extended its ravages as far as Phoenicia, Arabia, and Palestine. Though the sons of Jacob, being young men, frequented the streets and the highways, yet they were ignorant of what their old home-keeping father Jacob knew, that corn could be procured in Egypt. Jacob even suspected that Joseph was in Egypt. His prophetic spirit, which forsook him during the time of his grief for his son, yet manifested itself now and again in dim visions, and he was resolved to send his sons down into Egypt. There was another reason. Though he was not yet in want, he nevertheless had them go thither for food, because he was averse from arousing the envy of the sons of Esau and Ishmael by his comfortable state. For the same reason, to avoid friction with the surrounding peoples, he bade his sons not appear in public with bread in their hands, or in the accoutrements of war. And as he knew that they were likely to attract attention, on account of their heroic stature and handsome appearance, he cautioned them against going to the city altogether through the same gate, or, indeed, showing themselves altogether anywhere in public, that the evil eye be not cast upon them. The famine in Canaan inspired Joseph with the hope of seeing his brethren. To make sure of their coming, he issued a decree concerning the purchase of corn in Egypt, as follows, by order of the king and his deputy, and the princes of the realm. Be it enacted that he who desireth to buy grain in Egypt may not send his slave hither to do his bidding, but he must charge his own sons therewith. An Egyptian or a Canaanite that hath bought grain and then selleth it again shall be put to death, for none may buy more than he requireth for the needs of his household. Also, who cometh with 2 or 3 beasts of burden, and loads them up with grain, shall be put to death. At the gates of the city of Egypt, Joseph stationed guards, whose office was to inquire and take down the name of all that should come to buy corn, and also the name of their father and their grandfather. And every evening the list of names thus made was handed to Joseph. These precautions were bound to bring Joseph's brethren down to Egypt, and also acquaint him with their coming as soon as they entered the land. On their journey his brethren thought more of Joseph than of their errand. They said to one another, We know that Joseph was carried down into Egypt, and we will make search for him there, and if we should find him, we will ransom him from his master, and if his master should refuse to sell him, we will use force, though we perish ourselves. At the gates of the city of Egypt, the brethren of Joseph were asked what their names were, and the names of their father and grandfather. The guard on duty happened to be Manasseh, the son of Joseph. The brethren submitted to being questioned, saying, Let us go into the town, and we shall see whether this taking down of our names be a matter of taxes. If it be so, we shall not demur. But if it be something else, we shall see tomorrow what can be done in the case. On the evening of the day they entered Egypt, Joseph discovered their names in the list, which he was in the habit of examining daily, and he commanded that all stations for the sale of corn be closed, except one only. Furthermore, even at this station no sales were to be negotiated unless the name of the would-be purchaser was first obtained. His brethren, with whose names Joseph furnished the overseer of the place, were to be seized and brought to him as soon as they put in appearance. But the first thought of the brethren was for Joseph, and their first concern, to seek him. For 3 days they made search for him everywhere, even in the most disreputable quarters of the city. Meantime Joseph was in communication with the overseer of the station kept open for the sale of corn, and, hearing that his brethren had not appeared there, he dispatched some of his servants to look for them, but they found them neither in Mizraim, the city of Egypt, nor in Goshen, nor in Ramses. Thereupon he sent 16 servants forth to make a house-to-house search for them in the city, and they discovered the brethren of Joseph in a place of ill fame and haled them before their master. Joseph meets his brethren. A large crown of gold on his head, apparelled in byssus and purple, and surrounded by his valiant men, Joseph was seated upon his throne in his palace. His brethren fell down before him in great admiration of his beauty, his stately appearance, and his majesty. They did not know him, for when Joseph was sold into slavery, he was a beardless youth. But he knew his brethren, their appearance had not changed in aught, for they were bearded men when he was separated from them. He was inclined to make himself known to them as their brother, but an angel appeared unto him, the same that had brought him from Shechem to his brethren at Dothan, and spoke, saying, These came hither with intent to kill thee. Later, when the brethren returned home, and gave an account of their adventures to Jacob, they told him that a man had accused them falsely before the ruler of Egypt, not knowing that he who incited Joseph against them was an angel. It was in reference to this matter, and meaning their accuser, that Jacob, when he dispatched his sons on their second expedition to Egypt, prayed to God, God Almighty give you mercy before the man. Joseph made himself strange unto his brethren, and he took his cup in his hand, knocked against it, and said, By this magic cup I know that ye are spies. They replied, Thy servants came from Canaan into Egypt for to buy corn. Joseph, if it be true that ye came hither to buy corn, why is it that each one of you entered the city by a separate gate? The brethren, we are all the sons of one man in the land of Canaan, and he bade us not enter a city together by the same gate, that we attract not the attention of the people of the place. Unconsciously they had spoken as seers, for the word all included Joseph as one of their number. Joseph, verily, ye are spies. All the people that come to buy corn return home without delay, but ye have lingered here 3 days, without making any purchases, and all the time you have been gaddying about in the disreputable parts of the city. And only spies are wont to do thus. The brethren, we thy servants are 12 brethren, the sons of Jacob, the son of Isaac, the son of the Hebrew Abraham. The youngest is this day with our father in Canaan, and one hath disappeared. Him did we look for in this land, and we looked for him even in the disreputable houses. Joseph, have ye made search in every other place on earth, and was Egypt the only land left? And if it be true that he is in Egypt, what should a brother of yours be doing in a house of ill fame, if, indeed, ye are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? The brethren, we did hear that some Ishmaelites stole our brother, and sold him into slavery in Egypt, and as our brother was exceeding fair in form and face, we thought he might have been sold for illicit uses. And therefore we searched even the disreputable houses to find him. Joseph, you speak deceitful words, when you call yourselves sons of Abraham. By the life of Pharaoh, ye are spies, and you did go from one disreputable house to another that none might discover you. The expression, by the life of Pharaoh, might have betrayed Joseph's real feeling to his brethren, had they but known his habit of taking this oath only when he meant to avoid keeping his word later. Joseph continued to speak to his brethren, Let us suppose you should discover your brother serving as a slave, and his master should demand a high sum for his ransom, would you pay it? The brethren, yes. Joseph, but suppose his master should refuse to surrender him for any price in the world, what would you do? The brethren, if he yields not our brother to us, we will kill the master, and carry off our brother. Joseph, now see how true my words were, that ye are spies. By your own admission ye have come to slay the inhabitants of the land. Report hath told us that 2 of you did massacre the people of Shechem on account of the wrong done to your sister, and now have ye come down into Egypt to kill the Egyptians for the sake of your brother. I shall be convinced of your innocence only if you consent to send one of your number home and fetch your youngest brother hither. His brethren refused compliance, and Joseph caused them to be put into prison by 70 of his valiant men, and there they remained for 3 days. God never allows the pious to languish in distress longer than 3 days, and so it was a divine dispensation that the brethren of Joseph were released on the 3rd day, and were permitted by Joseph to return home, on condition, however, that one of them remain behind as hostage. The difference between Joseph and his brethren can be seen here. Though he retained one of them to be bound in the prison house, he still said, I fear God, and dismissed the others, but when he was in their power, they gave no thought to God. At this time, to be sure, their conduct was such as is becoming to the pious, who accept their fate with calm resignation, and acknowledge the righteousness of God, for he metes out reward and punishment measure for measure. They recognized that their present punishment was in return for the heartless treatment they had dealt out to Joseph, paying no heed to his distress, though he fell at the feet of each of them, weeping, and entreating them not to sell him into slavery. Reuben reminded the others that they had 2 wrongs to expiate, the wrong against their brother and the wrong against their father, who was so grieved that he exclaimed, I will go down to the grave to my son mourning. The brethren of Joseph knew not that the viceroy of Egypt understood Hebrew, and could follow their words, for Manasseh stood and was an interpreter between them and him. Joseph decided to keep Simon as hostage in Egypt, for he had been one of the 2 Levi was the other to advise that Joseph be put to death, and only the intercession of Reuben and Judah had saved him. He did not detain Levi, too, for he feared, if both remained behind together, Egypt might suffer the same fate at their hands as the city of Shechem. Also, he preferred Simon to Levi, because Simon was not a favorite among the sons of Jacob, and they would not resist his detention in Egypt too violently, while they might annihilate Egypt, as aforetime Shechem, if they were deprived of Levi, their wise man and high priest. Besides, it was Simon that had lowered Joseph into the pit, wherefore he had a particular grudge against him. When the brethren yielded to Joseph's demand, and consented to leave their brother behind as hostage, Simon said to them, Ye desire to do with me as ye did with Joseph. But they replied, in despair, What can we do? Our households will perish of hunger. Simon made answer, Do as ye will, but as for me, let me see the man that will venture to cast me into prison. Joseph sent word to Pharaoh to let him have 70 of his valiant men, to aid him in arresting robbers. But when the 70 appeared upon the scene, and were about to lay hands on Simon, he uttered a loud cry, and his assailants fell to the floor and knocked out their teeth. Pharaoh's valiant men, as well as all the people that stood about Joseph, fled affrighted, only Joseph and his son Manasseh remained calm and unmoved. Manasseh rose up, dealt Simon a blow on the back of his neck, put manacles upon his hands and fetters upon his feet, and cast him into prison. Joseph's brethren were greatly amazed at the heroic strength of the youth, and Simon said, This blow was not dealt by an Egyptian, but by one belonging to our house. He was bound and taken to prison before the eyes of the other brethren of Joseph, but as soon as they were out of sight, Joseph ordered good fare to be set before him, and he treated him with great kindness. Joseph permitted his 9 other brethren to depart, carrying corn with them in abundance, but he impressed upon them that they must surely return and bring their youngest brother with them. On the way, Levi, who felt lonely without his constant companion Simon, opened his sack, and he espied the money he had paid for the corn. They all trembled, and their hearts failed them, and they said, Where, then, is the loving kindness of God toward our fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, seeing that he hath delivered us into the hands of the Egyptian king, that he may raise false accusations against us? And Judah said, Verily, we are guilty concerning our brother, we have sinned against God, in that we sold our brother, our own flesh, and why do ye ask, where, then, is the loving kindness of God toward our fathers? Reuben spoke in the same way, spake I not unto you, saying, do not sin against the child, and ye would not hear? And now the Lord doth demand him of us. How can you say, where, then, is the loving kindness of God toward our fathers, that you have sinned against him? They proceeded on their journey home, and their father met them on the way. Jacob was astonished not to see Simon with them, and in reply to his questions, they told him all that had befallen them in Egypt. Then Jacob cried out, what have ye done? I sent Joseph to you to see whether it be well with you, and ye said, an evil beast hath devoured him. Simon went forth with you for to buy corn, and you say, the king of Egypt hath cast him into prison. And now ye will take Benjamin away and kill him, too. Ye will bring down my grey hairs with sorrow to the grave. The words of Jacob, which he uttered, me have ye bereaved of my children, were meant to intimate to his sons that he suspected them of the death of Joseph and of Simon's disappearance as well. And their reports concerning both he regarded as inventions. What made him inconsolable was that now, having lost 2 of his sons, he could not hope to see the divine promise fulfilled, that he should be the ancestor of 12 tribes. He was quite resolved in his mind, therefore, not to let Benjamin go away with his brethren under any condition whatsoever, and he vouchsafed Reuben no reply when he said, slay my 2 sons, if I bring him not to thee. He considered it beneath his dignity to give an answer to such balderdash. My firstborn son, he said to himself, is a fool. What will it profit me, if I slay his 2 sons? Does he not know that his sons are equally mine? Judah advised his brethren to desist from urging their father then, he would consent, he thought, to whatever expedients were found necessary, as soon as their bread gave out, and a second journey to Egypt became imperative. The second journey to Egypt. When the supplies bought in Egypt were eaten up, and the family of Jacob began to suffer with hunger, the little children came to him, and they said, give us bread, that we die not of hunger before thee. The words of the little ones brought scorching tears to the eyes of Jacob, and he summoned his sons and bade them go again down into Egypt and buy food. But Judah spake unto him, the man did solemnly protest unto us, saying that we should not see his face, except our brother Benjamin be with us, and we cannot appear before him with idle pretexts. And Jacob said, wherefore dealt ye so ill with me as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother? It was the first and only time Jacob indulged in empty talk, and God said, I made it my business to raise his son to the position of ruler of Egypt, and he complains, and says, wherefore dealt ye so ill with me? And Judah protested against the reproach, that he had initiated the Egyptian viceroy in their family relations, with the words, why, he knew the very wood of which our baby coaches are made. Father, he continued, if Benjamin goes with us, he may, indeed, be taken from us, but also he may not. This is a doubtful matter, but it is certain that if he does not go with us, we shall all die of hunger. It is better not to concern thyself about what is doubtful, and guide thy actions by what is certain. The king of Egypt is a strong and mighty king, and if we go to him without our brother, we shall all be put to death. Dost thou not know, and hast thou not heard, that this king is very powerful and wise, and there is none like unto him in all the earth? We have seen all the kings of the earth, but none like unto the king of Egypt. One would surely say that among all the kings of the earth there is none greater than Abimelech king of the Philistines, yet the king of Egypt is greater and mightier than he, and Abimelech can hardly be compared with one of his officers. Father, thou hast not seen his palace and his throne, and all his servants standing before him. Thou hast not seen that king upon his throne, in all his magnificence and with his royal insignia, arrayed in his royal robes, with a large golden crown upon his head. Thou hast not seen the honor and the glory that God hath given unto him, for there is none like unto him in all the earth. Father, thou hast not seen the wisdom, the understanding, and the knowledge that God has given in his heart. We heard his sweet voice when he spake unto us. We know not, Father, who acquainted him with our names, and all that befell us. He asked also concerning thee, saying, Is your father still alive, and is it well with him? Thou hast not seen the affairs of the government of Egypt regulated by him, for none asketh his lord Pharaoh about them. Thou hast not seen the awe and the fear that he imposes upon all the Egyptians. Even we went out from his presence threatening to do unto Egypt as unto the cities of the Amorites, and exceedingly wroth by reason of all his words that he spake concerning us as spies, yet when we came again before him, his terror fell upon us all, and none of us was able to speak a word to him, great or small. Now, therefore, Father, send the lad with us, and we will arise and go down into Egypt, and buy food to eat, that we die not of hunger. Judah offered his portion in the world to come as surety for Benjamin, and thus solemnly he promised to bring him back safe and sound, and Jacob granted his request, and permitted Benjamin to go down into Egypt with his other sons. They also carried with them choice presents from their father for the ruler of Egypt, things that arouse wonder outside of Palestine, such as the murex, which is the snail that produces the Tyrian purple, and various kinds of balm, and almond oil, and pistachio oil, and honey as hard as stone. Furthermore, Jacob put double money in their hand to provide against a rise in prices in the meantime. And after all these matters were attended to, he spake to his sons, saying, Here is money, and here is a present, and also your brother. Is there aught else that you need? And they replied, Yes, we need this, besides, that thou shouldst intercede for us with God. Then their father prayed, O Lord, thou who at the time of creation didst call enough to heaven and earth when they stretched themselves out further and further toward infinity, set a limit to my sufferings, say unto them, Enough. God Almighty give you mercy before the ruler of Egypt, that he may release unto you Joseph, Simon, and Benjamin. This prayer was an intercession, not only for the sons of Jacob, but also for their descendants that God would deliver the 10 tribes in time to come, as he delivered the 2, Judah and Benjamin. And after he permitted the destruction of 2 temples, he would grant endless continuance to the 3rd. Jacob also put a letter addressed to the viceroy of Egypt into the hands of his son. The letter ran thus, From thy servant Jacob, the son of Isaac, the grandson of Abraham, prince of God, to the mighty and wise king Zaphenath-paneah, the ruler of Egypt, peace. I make known unto my lord the king that the famine is sore with us in the land of Canaan, and I have therefore sent my sons unto thee, to buy us a little food, that we may live, and not die. My children surrounded me, and begged for something to eat, but, alas, I am very old, and I cannot see with mine eyes, for they are heavy with the weight of years, and also on account of my never-ceasing tears for my son Joseph, who hath been taken from me. I charged my sons not to pass through the gate altogether at the same time, when they arrived in the city of Egypt, in consideration of the inhabitants of the land, that they might not take undue notice of them. Also I bade them go up and down in the land of Egypt and seek my son Joseph, mayhap they would find him there. This did they do, but thou didst therefore account them as spies. We have heard the report of thy wisdom and sagacity. How, then, canst thou look upon their countenances, and yet declare them to be spies? Especially as we have heard thou didst interpret Pharaoh's dream, and didst foretell the coming of the famine, are we amazed that thou, in thy discernment, couldst not distinguish whether they be spies or not. And, now, O my lord king, I send unto thee my son Benjamin, as thou didst demand of my other sons. I pray thee, take good care of him until thou sendest him back to me in peace with his brethren. Hast thou not heard, and dost thou not know, what our God did unto Pharaoh when he took our mother Sarah unto himself? Or what happened unto Abimelech on account of her? And what our father Abraham did unto the 9 kings of Elam, how he killed them and exterminated their armies, though he had but few men with him? Or hast thou not heard what my 2 sons Simon and Levi did to the 8 cities of the Amorites, which they destroyed on account of their sister Dinah? Benjamin consoled them for the loss of Joseph. What, then, will they do unto him that stretcheth forth the hand of power to snatch him away from them? Knowest thou not, O king of Egypt, that the might of our God is with us, and that he always hearkens unto our prayers, and never forsakes us? Had I called upon God to rise up against thee when my sons told me how thou didst act toward them, thou, and thy people, ye all would have been annihilated ere Benjamin could come down to thee. But I reflected that Simon my son was abiding in thy house, and perhaps thou wast doing kindnesses unto him, and therefore I invoked not the punishment of God upon thee. Now my son Benjamin goeth down unto thee with my other sons. Take heed unto thyself, keep thy eyes directed upon him, and God will direct his eye upon all thy kingdom. I have said all now that is in my heart. My sons take their youngest brother down into Egypt with them, and do thou send them all back to me in peace. This letter Jacob put into the keeping of Judah, charging him to deliver it to the ruler of Egypt. His last words to his sons were an admonition to take good care of Benjamin and not leave him out of their sight, either on the journey or after their arrival in Egypt. He bade farewell to them, and then turned in prayer to God, saying, O Lord of heaven and earth! Remember thy covenant with our father Abraham. Remember also my father Isaac, and grant grace unto my sons, and deliver them not into the hands of the king of Egypt. O my God, do it for the sake of thy mercy, redeem my sons and save them from the hands of the Egyptians, and restore their two brethren unto them. Also the women and the children in the house of Jacob prayed to God amid tears, and entreated him to redeem their husbands and their fathers out of the hands of the king of Egypt. Joseph and Benjamin. Great was the joy of Joseph when his brethren stood before him and Benjamin was with them. In his youngest brother he saw the true counterpart of his father. He ordered his son Manasseh, the steward of his house, to bring the men into the palace, and make ready a meal for them. But he was to take care to prepare the meat dishes in the presence of the guests, so that they might see with their own eyes that the cattle had been slaughtered according to the ritual prescriptions. And the sinew of the hip which is upon the hollow of the thigh had been removed. The dinner to which Joseph invited his brethren was a Sabbath meal, for he observed the seventh day even before the revelation of the law. The sons of Jacob refused the invitation of the steward, and a scuffle ensued. While he tried to force them into the banqueting hall, they tried to force him out, for they feared it was but a ruse to get possession of them and their asses. On account of the money they had found in their sacks on their return from their first journey to Egypt. In their modesty they put the loss of their beasts upon the same level as the loss of their personal liberty. To the average man property is as precious as life itself. Standing at the door of Joseph's house, they spake to the steward, and said, We are in badly reduced circumstances. In our country we supported others, and now we depend upon thee to support us. After these introductory words, they offered him the money they had found in their sacks. The steward reassured them concerning the money, saying, However it may be, whether for the sake of your own merits, or for the sake of the merits of your fathers, God hath caused you to find a treasure. For the money ye paid for the corn came into my hand. Then he brought Simon out to them. Their brother looked like a leather bottle, so fat and rotund had he grown during his sojourn in Egypt. He told his brethren what kind treatment had been accorded unto him. The very moment they left the city he had been released from prison, and thereafter he had been entertained with splendor in the house of the ruler of Egypt. When Joseph made his appearance, Judah took Benjamin by the hand, and presented him to the viceroy, and they all bowed down themselves to him to the earth. Joseph asked them concerning the welfare of their father and their grandfather, and they made reply, Thy servant our father is well, he is yet alive, and Joseph knew from their words that his grandfather Isaac was no more. He had died at the time when Joseph was released from prison, and the joy of God in the liberation of Joseph was overcast by his sorrow for Isaac. Then Judah handed his father's letter to Joseph, who was so moved at seeing the well-known handwriting that he had to retire to his chamber and weep. When he came back, he summoned Benjamin to approach close to him, and he laid his hand upon his youngest brother's head, and blessed him with the words, God be gracious unto thee, my son. His father had once mentioned, the children which God hath graciously given thy servant, and as Benjamin was not among the children thus spoken of, for he was born later, Joseph compensated him now by blessing him with the grace of God. The table was set in 3 divisions, for Joseph, for his brethren, and for the Egyptians. The sons of Jacob did not venture to eat of the dishes set before them, they were afraid they might not have been prepared according to the ritual prescriptions, a punishment upon Joseph for having slandered his brethren, whom he once charged with not being punctilious in the observance of the dietary laws. The Egyptians, again, could not sit at the same table with the sons of Jacob, because the latter ate the flesh of the animals to which the former paid divine worship. When all was ready, and the guests were to be seated, Joseph raised his cup, and, pretending to inhale his knowledge from it, he said, "Judah is king, therefore let him sit at the head of the table. And let Reuben the firstborn take the second seat," and thus he assigned places to all his brethren corresponding to their dignity and their age. Moreover, he seated the brothers together who were the sons of the same mother, and when he reached Benjamin, he said, "I know that the youngest among you has no brother born by his own mother, next to whom he might be seated, and also I have none. Therefore he may take his place next to me." The brethren marveled one with another at all this. During the meal, Joseph took his portion, and gave it to Benjamin, and his wife Asenath followed his example, and also Ephraim and Manasseh, so that Benjamin had 4 portions in addition to that which he had received like the other sons of Jacob. Wine was served at the meal, and it was the first time in 22 years that Joseph and his brethren tasted of it, for they had led the life of Nazarites, his brethren because they regretted the evil they had done to Joseph. And Joseph because he grieved over the fate of his father. Joseph entered into conversation with his brother Benjamin. He asked him whether he had a brother born by his own mother, and Benjamin answered, "I had one, but I do not know what hath become of him." Joseph continued his questions, "Hast thou a wife?" Benjamin, "Yes, I have a wife and 10 sons." Joseph, "And what are their names?" Chapter 2. The sons of Jacob. The sons of Jacob. Significant names: Reuben's testament, Simon's admonition against envy, the ascension of Levi. Judah warns against greed and unchastity. Issachar's singleness of heart. Zebulun exhorts unto compassion. Dan's confession. Naphtali's dreams of the division of the tribes. Gad's hatred. Asher's last words. Benjamin extols Joseph. The sons of Jacob. Significant names. Jacob raised all his sons in the fear of God, and taught them the ways of a pious life, using severity when there was need to make his lessons impressive. He reaped the fruits of his labor, for all his sons were godly men of stainless character. The ancestors of the 12 tribes resembled their fathers in piety, and their acts were no less significant than those of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Like these 3, they deserve to be called the fathers of Israel. God made a covenant with them as he had made with the 3 patriarchs, and to this covenant their descendants owe their preservation. The very names of the tribes point to the redemption of Israel. Reuben is so called, because God sees the affliction of his people; Simon, because he hears its groaning; Levi, he joins himself unto his people when Israel suffers. Judah, Israel will thank God for its deliverance; Issachar, it will be rewarded for its suffering with a recompense; Zebulun, God will have a dwelling place in Israel; Benjamin, he swore by his right hand to succor his people; Dan, he will judge the nation that subjugates Israel; Naphtali, he bestowed the Torah upon Israel, and she dropped sweetness like the honeycomb; Gad, the Lord gave manna unto Israel, and it was like coriander seed. Asher, all nations will call Israel happy; and Joseph, because God will add a second redemption of Israel to the first redemption from the wicked kingdom at the end as from Egypt in former times. Not only the names of Jacob's sons are significant, but the names of their sons as well. Thus the names of the sons of Issachar express the activities of the tribe known for its learning above all the others. The oldest was called Tola, worm. As the silkworm is distinguished for its mouth, with which it spins, so also the men of the tribe of Issachar for the wise words of their mouth. The second is Pois, madder plant. As this plant colors all things, so the tribe of Issachar colors the whole world with its teachings. The third is Jashub, the returning one, for through the teachings of Issachar Israel will be turned back to its heavenly Father. And Shimron, the fourth, is the observing one, to indicate that the tribe of Issachar observes the Torah. The names of the sons of Gad likewise interpret the history of the tribe. During Israel's sojourn in Egypt, it had strayed from the right path, but when Aaron appeared as prophet and monitor, and called unto the Israelites to cast away the abominations of their eyes and forsake the idols of Egypt, they hearkened unto his words. Hence the double name Ozni and Esbon borne by one of the sons of Gad, for this tribe hearkened to the word of God, and fulfilled his will. The grandsons of Asher bear the names Heber and Malkiel, because they were the associates of kings, and their inheritance yielded royal dainties. Partly the history of the tribe of Benjamin can be read in the names of its chiefs. It consisted originally of 10 divisions, descended from Benjamin's 10 sons, but 5 of them perished in Egypt on account of their ungodly ways, from which no admonition availed to turn them aside. Of the 5 families remaining, 2, the descendants of Bela and those of Ashbel, had always been God-fearing. The others, the Ahiramites, the Shephuphamites, and the Huphamites, repented of their sins, and in accordance with the change in their conduct had been the change in their names. Ahi had become Ahiram, because the breach with the exalted one was healed. Muppera was called Shephupham, because they afflicted themselves in their penance. And Huppim was turned into Hupham, to indicate that they had cleansed themselves from sin. As a reward for their piety, the family springing from Bela was permitted to have 2 subdivisions, the Ardites and the Nahmites. Their names point them out as men that know well how the fear of God is to be manifested, whose deeds are exceedingly lovely. Naphtali was another tribe of steadfast piety, and the names of his sons testify thereto, Jaziel, because the tribesmen raised a partition wall between God and the idols, inasmuch as they trusted in God and contemned the idols. Guni, because God was their protection, and Jezer and Shillem designate the Naphtalites as men devoted to God with all their hearts. Reuben's testament. 2 years after the death of Joseph, Reuben fell sick. Feeling that his end was nigh, he called together his sons, his grandsons, and his brethren, to give them his last admonitions from out of the fullness of his experience. He spake, Hear, my brethren, and do ye, my children, give ear unto Reuben your father in the commands that I enjoin upon you. And, behold, I adjure you this day by the God of heaven that ye walk not in the follies of youth and the fornications to which I was addicted, and wherewith I defiled the bed of my father Jacob. For I tell you now that for 7 months the Lord afflicted my loins with a terrible plague, and if my father Jacob had not interceded for me, the Lord had swept me away. I was 20 years of age when I did what was evil before the Lord, and for 7 months I was sick unto death. Then I did penance for 7 years in the innermost depths of my soul. Wine and strong drink I drank not, the flesh of animals passed not my lips, dainties I tasted not, because I mourned over my sins, for they were great. He admonished those gathered around him to beware of the 7 tempter spirits, which are the spirit of fornication, gluttony, strife, love of admiration, arrogance, falsehood, and injustice. He cautioned them especially against unchastity, saying, Pay no heed to the glances of a woman, and remain not alone with a married woman, and do not occupy yourselves with the affairs of women. Had I not seen Bilhah bathe in a secluded spot, I had not fallen into the great sin I committed, for after my thoughts had once grasped the nakedness of woman, I could not sleep until I had accomplished the abominable deed. For when our father Jacob went to his father Isaac, while we sojourned in Eder, not far from Ephrath, which is Bethlehem, Bilhah was drunken with wine, and she lay asleep, uncovered, in her bedchamber. And I entered in and saw her nakedness and committed the sin, and I went out again, leaving her asleep. But an angel of God revealed my impious act to my father Jacob at once. He came back and mourned over me, and never again did he approach Bilhah. Unto the very last day of his life, I had not the assurance to look my father in the face or to speak to my brethren regarding my disgrace, and even now my conscience tortures me on account of my sin. Nevertheless my father spake words of comfort to me, and prayed to God in my behalf, that the wrath of the Lord might depart from me, as he showed me. Reuben admonished his children impressively to join themselves to Levi, because he will know the law of the Lord, he said, and he will give ordinances for judgment, and bring sacrifices for all Israel, until the consummation of the times. As the anointed high priest of whom the Lord spake. After announcing his last will to his sons, Reuben departed this life at the age of 125 years. His body was laid in a coffin until his sons bore it away from Egypt, and carried it up to Hebron, where they buried it in the double cave. Simon's admonition against envy. As Reuben confessed his sin upon his deathbed, and warned his children and his family to be on their guard against unchastity, the vice that had brought about his fall, so Simon, when he was about to die, assembled his sons around him, and confessed the sin he had committed. He had been guilty of boundless envy of Joseph, and he spoke, "I was the second son begotten by my father Jacob, and my mother Leah called me Simon, because the Lord had heard her prayer. I waxed strong, and shrank from no manner of deed, and I was afraid of naught, for my heart was hard, and my liver unyielding, and my bowels without mercy. And in the days of my youth I was jealous of Joseph, for our father loved him more than all the rest of us, and I resolved to kill him. For the prince of temptation sent the spirit of jealousy to take possession of me, and it blinded me so that I did not consider Joseph to be my brother, and I spared not even my father Jacob. But his God and the God of his father sent his angel and saved him out of my hands. When I went to Shechem to fetch ointment for the herds, and Reuben was in Dothan, where all our supplies and stores were kept, our brother Judah sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites. On his return, when he heard what had happened, Reuben was very sad, for he had been desirous of saving Joseph and bringing him back to our father. But as for me, my wrath was enkindled against Judah, that he had let him escape alive. My anger abode with me all of 5 months. But the Lord restrained me from using the power of my hands, for my right hand withered for the length of 7 days. Then I knew that what had happened was for the sake of Joseph. I repented and prayed to God to restore my hand and withhold me henceforth from all sorts of defilement, envy, and folly. For 2 years I gave myself up to fasting in the fear of God, for I perceived that redemption from jealousy could come only through the fear of God. My father, seeing me downcast, asked to know the cause of my sadness, and I replied that I was suffering with my liver, but in truth I was mourning more than all my brethren, seeing that I had been the cause of Joseph's sale. And when we went down into Egypt, and Joseph bound me as a spy, I was not grieved, for I knew in my heart that my suffering was just retribution. But Joseph was good, the Spirit of God dwelt within him. Compassionate and merciful as he was, he bore me no resentment for my evil deeds toward him, but he loved me with the same love he showed the others. He paid due honor to us all, and gave us gold, and cattle, and produce. And now, my dear children, do ye love one another, each one his brother, with a clean heart, and remove the spirit of jealousy from the midst of you. Like Reuben, so also Simon adjured his sons to beware of unchastity, for this vice is the mother of all evil. It separates man from God, and abandons him to Behar. These were the closing words of his exhortation. In the writings of Enoch I saw that your sons would be corrupted through unchastity, and they would maltreat the sons of Levi with the sword. But they will not be able to do aught against Levi, for the war he will wage is the war of the Lord, and he will vanquish all your armies. As a small remnant you will be scattered among Levi and Judah, and none among you will rise to be a judge or a king of our people, as my father Jacob prophesied in his blessing. Having completed his admonitions to his sons, Simon passed away and was gathered to his fathers, at the age of 120 years. His sons placed him in a coffin made of imperishable wood, so that they might carry his bones to Hebron, as they did, in secret, during the war between the Egyptians and the Canaanites. Thus did all the tribes during the war. They took the remains each of its founder from Egypt to Hebron. Only the bones of Joseph remained in Egypt until the Israelites went out of the land, for the Egyptians guarded them in their royal treasure chambers. Their magicians had warned them that whenever Joseph's bones should be removed from Egypt, a great darkness would envelop the whole land, and it would be a dire misfortune for the Egyptians. For none would be able to recognize his neighbor even with the light of a lamp. The Ascension of Levi. When it was disclosed to Levi that he was about to die, he gathered all his children around him, to tell them the story of his life, and he also prophesied unto them what they would do, and what would happen to them until the judgment day. He spoke, when we were pasturing the flocks in Abel-Meholah, the spirit of understanding of the Lord came upon me, and I saw all mankind, how they corrupt their ways, and that injustice builds up walls for herself. And impiety sits enthroned upon the towers. And I fell to grieving over the generations of men, and I prayed to the Lord to save me. Sleep enshrouded me, and I beheld a tall mountain, and lo! The heavens opened, and an angel of God addressed me, and said, Levi, enter. I entered the first heaven, and I saw a great sea hanging there, and farther on I saw a second heaven, brighter and more resplendent than the first. I said to the angel, Why is this so? And the angel said to me, Marvel not at this, for thou shalt see another heaven, brilliant beyond compare, and when thou hast ascended thither, thou shalt stand near the Lord, and thou shalt be his minister, and declare his mysteries to men. And of the Lord's portion shall be thy life, and he shall be thy field and vineyard and fruits and gold and silver. Then the angel explained the uses of the different heavens to me, and all that happens in each, and he proclaimed the judgment day. He opened the gates of the third heaven, where I beheld the holy temple, and God seated upon the throne of glory. The Lord spake to me, Levi, upon thee have I bestowed the blessing of the priesthood, until I come and dwell in the midst of Israel. Then the angel carried me back to earth, and gave me a shield and a sword, saying, Execute vengeance upon Shechem for Dinah, and I will be with thee, for the Lord hath sent me. I asked the angel what his name was, and he replied, I am the angel that intercedes for the people of Israel, that it may not be destroyed utterly, for every evil spirit attacks it. When I awoke, I betook myself to my father, and on the way, near Jebel, I found a brass shield, such as I had seen in my dream. Then I advised my father and my brother Reuben to bid the sons of Hamor circumcise themselves, for I was quivering with rage on account of the abominable deed they had done. I slew Shechem first of all, and then Simon slew Hamor, and all my other brothers came out and destroyed the whole city. Our father took this in ill part, and in his blessing he remembered our conduct. Although we did a wrong thing in acting thus against his wishes, yet I recognized it to be the judgment of God upon the people of Shechem on account of their sins, and I said to my father, Be not wroth, my lord. For God will exterminate the Canaanites through this, and he will give the land to thee and to thy seed after thee. Henceforth Shechem will be called the city of imbeciles, for as a fool is mocked at, so have we made a mockery of them. When we journeyed to Bethlehem, and had been abiding there for 70 days, another vision was vouchsafed me, like unto the former. I saw 7 men clad in white, and they spake to me, saying, Rise up, and array thyself in the priestly garments, set the crown of righteousness upon thy head, and put on the ephod of understanding, and the robe of truth. And the mitre-plate of faith, and the mitre of dignity, and the shoulder-pieces of prophecy. And each of the men brought a garment unto me and invested me therewith, and spake, Henceforth be the priest of the Lord, thou and thy seed unto eternity. And ye shall eat all that is lovely to look upon, and the table of the Lord thy descendants will appropriate for themselves, and from them will come high priests, judges, and scholars, for all that is holy will be guarded by their mouth. 2 days after I was visited by this dream, Judah and I repaired to our grandfather Isaac, who blessed me in accordance with the words I had heard. Jacob also had a vision, and he saw, too, that I was appointed to be the priest of God, and through me he set apart 1/10 of his possessions unto the Lord. And when we established ourselves in Hebron, the residence of Isaac, our grandfather taught me the law of the priesthood, and admonished me to hold myself aloof from unchastity. At the age of 28 years I took Milcah to wife, and she bore me a son, and I named him Gershom, because we were strangers in the land. But I perceived he would not be in the first ranks of men. My second son was born unto me in my 35th year, and he saw the light of the world at sunrise, and I beheld him in a vision standing among the proud of the assembly, and therefore I gave him the name Kohath. The third son my wife bore me in the 40th year of my life, and I called his name Merari, because bitter had been her travail in bearing him. My daughter Jochebed was born in Egypt, when I was 63 years old, and I called her thus because I was known honorably among my brethren in those days. And in my 94th year, Amram took Jochebed to wife, he that was born on the same day with her. Thereupon Levi admonished his children to walk in the ways of the Lord, and fear him with all their heart, and he told them what he had learnt from the writings of Enoch, that his descendants would sin against the Lord in times to come. And they would suffer the divine punishment for their transgression, and then God would raise up a new priest, unto whom all the words of the Lord would be revealed. His last words were, "And now, my children, ye have heard all I have to say. Choose, now, light or darkness, the law of the Lord or the works of Beliar." And his sons made answer, "Before the Lord we will walk according to his law." Then Levi spake, "The Lord is witness and the angels are witnesses, I am witness and ye are witnesses, concerning the word of your mouth." And his sons replied, "We are witnesses." Thus Levi ceased to admonish his sons. He stretched out his feet, and was gathered unto his fathers, at the age of 137 years, a greater age than any of his brethren attained. Judah warns against greed and unchastity. The last words addressed by Judah to his sons were the following: "I was the fourth son begotten by my father, and my mother called me Judah, saying, I thank the Lord that he hath given me a fourth son. I was zealous in my youth and obedient to my father in all things. When I grew up to manhood, he blessed me, saying, Thou wilt be king, and wilt prosper in all thy ways. The Lord granted me his grace in whatever I undertook, in the field and in the house. I could speed as swiftly as the hind, and overtake it, and prepare a dish of it for my father. A deer I could catch on the run, and all the animals of the valley. A wild mare I could outstrip, hold it, and bridle it. A lion I slew, and snatched a kid from its jaws. A bear I caught by the paw, and flung it adown the cliff, and it lay beneath crushed. I could keep pace with the wild boar, and overtake it, and as I ran I seized it, and tore it to pieces. A leopard sprang at my dog in Hebron, and I grasped its tail, and hurled it away from me, and its body burst on the coast at Gaza. A wild steer I found grazing in the field. I took it by its horns, swung it round and round until it was stunned, and then I cast it to the ground and killed it. Judah continued and told his children of his heroism in the wars that the sons of Jacob had waged with the kings of Canaan and with Esau and his family. In all these conflicts he bore a distinguished part, beyond the achievements of the others. His father Jacob was free from all anxiety when Judah was with his brethren in their combats, because he had had a vision showing him an angel of strength standing at the side of Judah on all his ways. Judah did not conceal his shortcomings either. He confessed how drunkenness and passion had betrayed him first into marriage with a Canaanitish woman, and then into improper relations with his daughter-in-law Tamar. He said to his children, Do not walk after the desire of your hearts, and vaunt not the valiant deeds of your youth. This, too, is evil in the eyes of the Lord. For while I boasted that the face of a beautiful woman had never allured me in the wars, and reviled my brother Reuben for his transgression with Bilhah, the spirit of passion and unchastity gained possession of me, and I took Bathsheba to wife. And trespassed with Tamar, though she was the affianced of my son. First I said to Bathsheba's father, I will take counsel with my father Jacob, to know whether I should marry thy daughter, but he was a king, and he showed me an untold heap of gold accredited to his daughter. And he adorned her with the magnificence of women, in gold and pearls, and he bade her pour the wine at the meal. The wine turned my eyes awry, and passion darkened my heart. In mad love for her, I violated the command of the Lord and the will of my father, and I took her to wife. The Lord gave me a recompense according to the counsel of my heart, for I had no joy in the sons she bore me. And now, my children, I pray you, do not intoxicate yourselves with wine, for wine twists the understanding away from the truth, and confuses the sight of the eyes. Wine led me astray, so that I felt no shame before the throngs of people in the city, and I turned aside and went into Tamar in the presence of them, and committed a great sin. And though a man be a king, if he leads an unchaste life, he loses his kingship. I gave Tamar my staff, which is the stay of my tribe, and my girdle cord, which is power, and my signet diadem, which is the glory of my kingdom. I did penance for all this, and unto old age I drank no wine, and ate no flesh, and knew no sort of pleasure. Wine causes the secret things of God and man to be revealed unto the stranger. Thus did I disclose the commands of the Lord and the mysteries of my father Jacob to the Canaanite woman Bathshua, though God had forbidden me to betray them. I also enjoin you not to love gold, and not to look upon the beauty of women, for through money and through beauty I was led astray to Bathshua the Canaanite. I know that my stock will fall into misery through these two things, for even the wise men among my sons will be changed by them, and the consequence will be that the kingdom of Judah will be diminished. The domain that the Lord gave me as a reward for my obedient conduct toward my father, for never did I speak in contradiction of him, but I did all things according to his words. And Isaac, my father's father, blessed me with the blessing that I should be ruler in Israel, and I know that the kingdom will arise from me. In the books of Enoch the just I read all the evil that ye will do in the latter days. Only beware, my children, of unchastity and greed, for love of gold leads to idolatry, causing men to call them gods that are none, and dethroning the reason of man. On account of gold I lost my children, and had I not mortified my flesh, and humbled my soul, and had not my father Jacob offered up prayers for me, I had died childless. But the God of my fathers, the merciful and gracious one, saw that I had acted unwittingly, for the ruler of deception had blinded me, and I was ignorant, being flesh and blood, and corrupt through sins. And in the moment when I considered myself invincible, I recognized my weakness. Then Judah revealed to his sons, in clear, brief words, the whole history of Israel until the advent of the Messiah, and his final speech was, My children, observe the whole law of the Lord, in it is hope for all that keep his ways. I die this day at the age of 119 years before your eyes. None shall bury me in a costly garment, nor shall ye cut my body to embalm it, but ye shall carry me to Hebron. Having spoken these words, Judah sank into death. Issachar's singleness of heart. When Issachar felt his end approach, he summoned his sons, and he said to them, Hearken, my children, unto your father Issachar, and listen to the words of him that is beloved of the Lord. I was born unto Jacob as his fifth son, as a reward for the dudaim. Reuben brought the dudaim from the field. They were fragrant apples, which grew in the land of Haran upon an eminence below a gully. Rachel met Reuben, and she took the dudaim away from him. The lad wept, and his cries brought his mother Leah to his side, and she addressed Rachel thus, Is it a small matter that thou hast taken away my husband? And wouldst thou take away my son's dudaim also? And Rachel said, See, Jacob shall be thine tonight for thy son's dudaim. But Leah insisted, Jacob is mine, and I am the wife of his youth, whereupon Rachel, Be not boastful and overweening. To me he was betrothed first, and for my sake he served our father 14 years. Thou art not his wife, thou wast taken to him by cunning instead of me, for our father deceived me, and put me out of the way the night of thy nuptials, so that Jacob could not see me. Nevertheless, give me the dudaim, and thou mayest have Jacob for a night. Then Leah bore me, and I was called Issachar, on account of the reward Rachel had given to my mother. At that time an angel of the Lord appeared to Jacob, and he spoke, Rachel will bear only 2 sons, for she rejected the espousal of her husband, and chose continence. But Leah bore 6 sons, for the Lord knew that she desired to be with her husband, not because she was prompted by the evil inclination, but for the sake of children. Rachel's prayer also was fulfilled, on account of the dudaim, for although she desired to eat of the apples, she did not touch them, but put them in the house of the Lord, and gave them to the priest of the Most High that was in those days. When I grew up, my children, I walked in the integrity of my heart, and I became a husbandman, cultivating the land for my father and my brethren, and I gathered the fruit from the fields in their due time. My father blessed me, because he saw that I walked in singleness of heart. I was not married to a wife until I was 30 years old, for the hard work I did consumed my strength, and I had no desire unto woman, but, overwhelmed by fatigue, I would sink into sleep. My father was well pleased at all times with my rectitude. If my work was crowned with good results, I brought the firstfruits of my labor to the priest of the Lord, the next harvest went to my father, and then I thought of myself. The Lord doubled the possessions in my hand, and Jacob knew that God aided me for the sake of my singleness of heart, for in my sincerity I gave of the produce of the land to the poor and the needy. And now hearken unto me, my children, and walk in singleness of heart, for upon it resteth the favor of the Lord at all times. The simple man longeth not for gold, he doth not defraud his neighbor, he hath no desire for meats and dainties of many kinds, he careth not for sumptuous dress, he hopeth not for long life, he waiteth only upon the will of God. The spirits of deception have no power over him, for he looketh not upon the beauty of woman, lest he defile his understanding with corruption. Jealousy cometh not into his thoughts, envy doth not sear his soul, and insatiable greed doth not make him look abroad for rich gain. Now, then, my children, observe the law of the Lord, attain to simplicity, and walk in singleness of heart, without meddling with the affairs of others. Love the Lord and love your neighbors, have pity upon the poor and the feeble, bow your backs to till the ground, occupy yourselves with work upon the land, and bring gifts unto the Lord in gratitude. For the Lord hath blessed you with the best of the fruits of the field, as he hath blessed all the saints from Abel down to our day. Know, my children, that in the latter time your sons will abandon the paths of probity, and will be ruled by greed. They will forsake rectitude and practice craft, they will depart from the commands of the Lord and follow after Beliar, they will give up husbandry and pursue their evil plans, they will be scattered among the heathen and serve their enemies. Tell this unto your children, so that, if they sin, they may repent speedily, and return to the Lord, for he is merciful, and he will take them out to bring them back unto their land. I am 122 years old, and I can discern no sin in myself. Save my wife, I have known no woman. I was guilty of no unchastity through the lifting up of eyes. I drank no wine, that I might not be led astray, I did not covet what belonged to my neighbor, guile had no place in my heart, lies did not pass my lips. I sighed along with all that were heavy laden, and to the poor I gave my bread. I loved the Lord with all my might, and mankind I also loved. Do likewise, my children, and all the spirits of Beliar will flee from you, no deed done by the wicked will have power over you, and ye will vanquish all the wild beasts, for ye have with you the Lord of heaven. And Issachar bade his children carry him up to Hebron, and bury him there by his fathers in the cave, and he stretched out his feet, and fell into the sleep of eternity, full of years, healthy of limb, and in the possession of all his faculties. Zebulun exhorts unto compassion. When Zebulun attained the age of 114 years, which was 2 years after the death of Joseph, he called his sons together, and admonished them, in these words. To lead a life of piety, I am Zebulun, a precious gift from my parents, for when I was born, my father became very rich, by means of the streaked rods, in herds of sheep and herds of cattle. I am conscious of no sin in me, and I remember no wrong done by me, unless it be the unwitting sin committed against Joseph, in that I did not, out of consideration for my brethren, disclose to my father what had happened to his favorite son. Though in secret I mourned exceedingly. I feared my brethren, because they had agreed that he who betrayed the secret should be slain with the sword. When they planned to kill Joseph, I besought them amid tears not to sin thus. And now, my children, hearken unto me. I exhort you to observe the commands of the Lord, and have mercy upon your neighbors, and act compassionately, not only toward men, but also toward dumb brutes. For on account of my mercifulness the Lord blessed me. All my brethren fell sick at one time or another, but I escaped without any illness. Also the sons of my brethren had to endure disease, and they were nigh unto death for the sake of Joseph, because they had no pity in their hearts. But my sons were preserved in perfect health, as ye well know. And when I was in Canaan, catching fish at the shores of the sea for my father Jacob, many were drowned in the waters of the sea, but I came away unharmed. For ye must know that I was the first to build a boat for rowing upon the sea, and I plied along the coasts in it, and caught fish for my father's household, until we went down into Egypt. Out of pity I would share my haul with the poor stranger, and if he was sick or well on in years, I would prepare a savory dish for him, and I gave unto each according to his needs, sympathizing with him in his distress and having pity upon him. Therefore the Lord brought numerous fish to my nets, for he that gives aught to his neighbor, receives it back from the Lord with great increase. For 5 years I fished in the summer, and in the winter I pastured the flocks with my brethren. Now, my children, have pity and compassion on all men, that the Lord may have pity and compassion on you, for in the measure in which man has mercy with his fellow men, God has mercy with him. When we came down into Egypt, Joseph did not visit upon us the wrong he had suffered. Take him as your model, and remember not a wrong done unto you, else unity is rent asunder, and the bonds of kinship are torn, and the soul is disquieted. Observe the water. If it runs on undivided, it carries down stone, wood, and sand along with it. But if it is divided and flows through many channels, the earth sucks it up, and it loses its force. If you separate, one from the other, you will be like divided waters. Be not cleft into two heads, for all that the Lord hath made has but one head. He has given 2 shoulders unto his creatures, 2 hands, and 2 feet, but all these organs obey one head. Zebulun ended his exhortation unto unity with an account of the divisions in Israel, whereof he had read in the writings of the fathers, that they would come about in future days, and bring sore suffering upon Israel. However, he spoke encouraging words to his children, saying, Be not grieved over my death, and do not lose heart at my departure from you, for I shall arise again in the midst of you, and I shall live joyously among the people of my tribe. Those who observe the law of the Lord. As for the godless, the Lord will bring everlasting fire down upon them, and exterminate them unto all generations. Now I hasten hence unto my eternal rest with my fathers. But ye, fear ye the Lord your God with all your might all the days of your life. Having made an end of saying these words, he sank into the sleep of death, and his sons put him into a coffin, wherein they carried him up to Hebron later, to bury him there next to his fathers. Dan's confession. When Dan assembled his family at the last of his life, he spake, I confess before you this day, my children, that I had resolved to kill Joseph, that good and upright man, and I rejoiced over his sale. For his father loved him more than he loved the rest of us. The spirit of envy and boastfulness goaded me on, saying, Thou, too, art the son of Jacob, and one of the spirits of Behar stirred me up, saying, Take this sword, and slay Joseph, for once he is dead thy father will love thee. It was the spirit of anger that was seeking to persuade me to crush Joseph, as a leopard crunches a kid between its teeth. But the God of our father Jacob did not deliver him into my hand, to let me find him alone, and he did not permit me to execute this impious deed, that 2 tribes in Israel might not be destroyed. And now, my children, I am about to die, and I tell it unto you in truth, if you take not heed against the spirit of lies and anger, and if ye love not truth and generosity, you will perish. The spirit of anger casts the net of error around its victim, and it blinds his eyes, and the spirit of lies warps his mind, and clouds his vision. Evil is anger, it is the grave of the soul. Desist from anger and hate lies, that the Lord may dwell among you, and Behar flee from your presence. Speak the truth each unto his neighbor, and you will not fall into anger and trouble, but you will be at peace, and the Lord of peace you will have with you, and no war will vanquish you. I speak thus, for I know that in the latter days you will fall off from God, and you will kindle the wrath of Levi, and rise in rebellion against Judah, but you will not accomplish aught against them, for the angel of the Lord is their guide. And Israel will perish through them. And if you turn recreant to the Lord, you will execute every kind of evil thing, and do the abominations of the heathen, committing unchastity with the wives of the godless, while the tempter spirits are at work among you. Therefore you will be carried away into captivity, and in the lands of exile you will suffer all the plagues of Egypt and all the tribulations of the heathen. But when you return to the Lord, you will find mercy. He will take you into his sanctuary, and grant you peace. And now, my children, fear the Lord, and be on your guard against Satan and his spirits. Keep aloof from every evil deed, cast anger away from you and every sort of lie, love truth and forbearance, and what ye have heard from your father, tell unto your children. Avoid all manner of unrighteousness, cling to the integrity of the law of the Lord, and bury me near my fathers. Having spoken these words, he kissed his children, and fell asleep. Naphtali's dreams of the division of the tribes. In the 132nd year of his life, Naphtali invited all his children to a banquet. The next morning when he awoke, he told them that he was dying, but they would not believe him. He, however, praised the Lord, and assured them again that his death was due after the banquet of the day before. Then he addressed his last words to his children. I was born of Bilhah, and because Rachel had acted with cunning, and had given Jacob Bilhah instead of herself, I was called Naphtali. Rachel loved me, for I was born upon her knees, and while I was still very young, she was in the habit of kissing me and saying, Oh, that I had a brother unto thee from mine own body, one in thine image. Therefore Joseph resembled me in all respects, in accordance with Rachel's prayer. My mother Bilhah was a daughter of Rothius, a brother of Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, and she was born the same day as Rachel. As for Rothius, he was of the family of Abraham, a Chaldean, God-fearing, and a free man of noble birth, and when he was taken captive, he was bought by Laban and married to his slave Anah. She bore Rothius a daughter, and he called her Zilpah, after the name of the village in which he was taken captive. His second daughter he called Bilhah, saying, My daughter is impetuous, for hardly was she born when she hastened to suckle. I was fleet of foot like a deer, and my father Jacob appointed me to be his messenger, and in his blessing he called me a hind let loose. As the potter knows the vessel he fashions, how much it is to hold, and uses clay accordingly, so the Lord makes the body in conformity with the soul, and to agree with the capacity of the body he plans the soul. The one corresponds to the other down to the third of a hairbreadth, for the whole of creation was made by weight, and measure, and rule. And as the potter knows the use of every vessel he fashions, so the Lord knows the body of his creature, unto what point it will be steadfast in the good, and at what point it will fall into evil ways. Now, then, my children, let your conduct be well ordered unto good in the fear of God, do naught that is ill-regulated or untimely, for though ye tell your eye to hear, it yet cannot. And as little can ye do deeds of light while you abide in darkness. Furthermore Naphtali said unto his children, I give you no command concerning my silver, or my gold, or any other possession that I bequeath to you. And what I command you is not a hard matter, which you cannot do, but I speak unto you concerning an easy thing, which you can execute. Then his sons answered, and said, Speak, Father, for we are listening to thy words. Naphtali continued, I give you no commandment except regarding the fear of God, that you should serve him and follow after him. Then the sons of Naphtali asked, Wherefore does he require our service? And he replied, saying, He needs no creature, but all creatures need him. Nevertheless he hath not created the world for naught, but that men should fear him, and none should do unto his neighbor what he would not have others do unto him. His sons asked again, Father, hast thou observed that we strayed from the ways of the Lord to the right or to the left? Naphtali replied, God is witness, and so am I witness for you, that it is as you say. But I fear regarding future times, that you may depart from the ways of the Lord, and follow after the idols of the stranger, and walk in the statutes of the heathen peoples. And join yourselves unto the sons of Joseph instead of the sons of Levi and Judah. The sons of Naphtali spoke, What reason hast thou for commanding this thing unto us? Naphtali, because I know that the sons of Joseph will one day turn recreant to the Lord, the God of their fathers, and it is they that will lead the sons of Israel into sin, and cause them to be driven away from their inheritance. Their beautiful land, to a land that is not ours, even as it was Joseph that brought the Egyptian bondage down upon us. I will tell ye, my children, the vision I had while I was yet a shepherd of flocks. I saw my brethren pasturing the herds with me, and our father approached, and said, Up, my sons, each one take what he can in my presence. We answered, and said to him, What shall we take? We see nothing but the sun, the moon, and the stars. Then our father said, These shall ye take. Levi, hearing this, snatched up an ox goad, sprang up to the sun, sat upon him, and rode. Judah did likewise. He jumped up to the moon, and rode upon her. And the other 9 tribes did the same, each rode upon his star or his planet in the heavens. Joseph remained behind alone on the earth, and our father Jacob said to him, My son, why hast thou not done like thy brethren? Joseph answered, What right have men born of woman to be in the heavens, seeing that in the end they must stay on earth? While Joseph was speaking thus, a tall steer appeared before him. He had great pinions like the wings of the stork, and his horns were as long as those of the reem. Jacob urged his son, "Up, Joseph, mount the steer." Joseph did as his father bade him, and Jacob went his way. For the space of 2 hours Joseph displayed himself upon the steer, sometimes galloping, sometimes flying, until he reached Judah. Then Joseph unfolded the standard in his hand, and began to rain blows down upon Judah with it, and when his brother demanded the reason for this treatment, he said, "Because thou hast 12 rods in thine hand, and I have but one. Give thine to me, and peace shall prevail between us." But Judah refused to do his bidding, and Joseph beat him until he dropped 10 rods, and only 2 remained in his clutch. Joseph now invited his brethren to abandon Judah and follow after him. They all did thus, except Benjamin, who stayed true to Judah. Levi was grieved over the desertion of Judah, and he descended from the sun. Toward the end of the day a storm broke out, and it scattered the brethren, so that no two were together. When I gave an account of my vision to my father Jacob, he said, "It is but a dream, it can neither help nor harm." A short while thereafter another vision was revealed to me. I saw all of us together with our father at the shores of the sea, and a ship appeared in the midst of the sea, and it had neither sailors nor other crew. Our father spake, "Do you see what I see?" And when we answered that we did, he commanded us to follow him. He took off his clothes, and sprang into the sea, and we sprang after him. Levi and Judah were the first to scale the side of the ship. Our father cried after them, "See what is written upon the mast, for there is no ship that does not bear the name of the owner upon the mast." Levi and Judah scrutinized the writing, and what they read was this: "This ship and all the treasures therein belong unto the son of Barachel." Jacob thanked God for having blessed him, not only on land, but also upon the sea, and he said to us, "Stretch forth your hands, and whatsoever each one seizes shall be his." Levi caught hold of the big mast, Judah of the second mast, next to Levi's, and the other brethren, with the exception of Joseph, took the oars, and Jacob himself seized the 2 rudders, wherewith to guide the ship. He bade Joseph take an oar, too, but he refused to do his father's bidding, and Jacob gave him one of the rudders. After our father had instructed us each one in what we had to do, he disappeared, whereupon Joseph took possession of the second rudder, too. All went smoothly for a time, as long as Judah and Joseph acted together in harmony with each other, and Judah kept Joseph informed in what direction to steer. But a quarrel broke out between them, and Joseph did not guide the vessel in the way his father had commanded him, and Judah attempted to direct him, and the vessel was wrecked upon a rock. Levi and Judah descended from the masts, and likewise the other brethren left the ship and escaped to the shore. At this moment Jacob appeared, and he found us scattered in all directions, and we reported to him how Joseph had caused the vessel to run aground, because he had refused, out of jealousy of Judah and Levi, to steer it according to their instructions. Then Jacob asked us to show him the spot where we had lost the ship, of which only the masts were visible above the water. He emitted a whistle summoning us all, and he swam out into the water, and raised the vessel as before. Turning to Joseph, he spake thus, "My son, never do that again, never permit jealousy of thy brethren to master thee. Nearly it happened that all thy brethren perished because of thee." When I told my father what I had seen in this vision, he clasped his hands, and tears flowed from his eyes, and he said, "My son, for that the vision was doubled unto thee twice, I am dismayed, and I shudder for my son Joseph. I loved him more than all of you, but by reason of his perverseness ye will be carried away into captivity, and scattered among the nations. Thy first and thy second vision had the same meaning, the vision is one. Therefore, my sons, I command you not to join yourselves unto the sons of Joseph, but ye shall join yourselves unto the sons of Levi and Judah. I tell you, too, that my inheritance shall be of the best of Palestine, the middle of the earth. You will eat, and the delectable gifts of my portion will satisfy you. But I warn you not to kick in your prosperity and not to become perverse, resisting the commands of God, who satisfies you with the best of his land, and not to forget your God. Whom your father Abraham chose when the families of the earth were divided in the days of Peleg. The Lord descended with 70 angels, at their head Michael, and he commanded them to teach the 70 languages unto the 70 families of Noah. The angels did according to the behest of God, and the holy Hebrew language remained only in the house of Shem and Eber, and in the house of their descendant Abraham. On this day of teaching languages, Michael came to each nation separately, and told it the message with which God had charged him, saying, I know the rebellion and the confusion ye have enacted against God. Now, make choice of him whom you will serve, and whom will you have as your mediator in heaven? Then spake Nimrod the wicked, In my eyes there is none greater than he that taught me the language of Cush. The other nations also answered in words like these, each one designated its angel. But Abraham said, I choose none other than him that spake and the world was. In him I will have faith, and my seed forever and ever. Thenceforth God put every nation in the care of its angel, but Abraham and his seed he kept for himself. Therefore I adjure you not to go astray and serve other gods beside him whom our fathers made choice of. You can perceive somewhat of his power in the creation of man. From head to foot is man wonderfully made. With his ears he hears, with his eyes he sees, with his brain he comprehends, with his nose he smells, with the tubes of his throat he utters sounds, with his gullet he swallows food, with his tongue he articulates, with his mouth he forms words. With his hands he does his work, with his heart he meditates, with his spleen he laughs, with his liver he waxes angry, with his stomach he crushes his food, with his feet he walks, with his lungs he breathes, and with his kidneys he makes resolves. And none of his organs undergoes a change in function, each performs its own. Therefore it behooves man to take to heart who it is that hath created him, and who hath developed him from a foul-smelling drop in the womb of woman, who hath brought him to the light of the world, who hath given sight to his eyes. And who hath bestowed the power of motion upon his feet, who mocketh him to stand upright, who hath infused the breath of life into him, and who hath imparted of his own pure spirit unto him. Happy the man, therefore, that polluteth not the Holy Spirit of God within him by doing evil deeds, and well for him if he returns it to his Creator as he received it. After Naphtali had charged his children thus, and with many other lessons like these, he enjoined them to carry his remains to Hebron, to be buried there near his fathers. Then he ate and drank with rejoicing, covered his face, and died, and his sons did according to all that their father Naphtali had commanded them. Gad's hatred. In the 125th year of his life Gad assembled his sons, and he spake to them, I am the 9th son of Jacob, and I was a valiant shepherd of the flocks. I guarded the herds, and when a lion or any other wild beast approached, I pursued it, gripped it by the foot, flung it a stone's throw from me, and killed it thus. Once, for a space of 30 days, Joseph tended the flocks with us, and when he returned to our father, he told him that the sons of Zilpah and Bilhah slaughtered the best of the herds, and used the flesh without the knowledge of Reuben and Judah. He had seen me snatch a lamb out of the jaws of a bear, kill the bear, and slaughter the lamb, for it was too badly injured to live. I was wroth with Joseph for his talebearing, until he was sold into Egypt. I would neither look upon him nor hear aught about him, for to our very faces he blamed us, because we had eaten the lamb without seeking the permission of Judah first. And whatever Joseph told our father, he believed. Now I confess my sin, that ofttimes I longed to kill him, for I hated him from the bottom of my heart, and on account of his dreams I hated him still more, and I desired to destroy him from off the land of the living. But Judah sold him by stealth to the Ishmaelites. Thus the God of our fathers saved him out of our hands, and he did not permit us to commit an abominable outrage in Israel. Hear now, my children, the words of truth, that ye may practice justice and the whole law of the Most High, and permit yourselves not to be tempted by the spirit of hatred. Evil is hatred, for it is the constant companion of deception, it always contradicts the truth. A little thing it magnifies into a great thing, light it takes for darkness, the sweet it calls bitter, and it teaches slander, enkindles anger, brings on war and violence, and fills the heart with devilish poison. I tell you my own experience, my children, that ye may drive hatred out of your hearts, and cleave to the love of the Lord. Righteousness banishes hatred, and humility kills it, for he that fears to give umbrage to the Lord, desires not to do wrong even in his thoughts. This is what I recognized at the last, after I had done penance on account of Joseph, for true atonement, pleasing to God, enlightens the eyes, illumines the soul with knowledge, and creates a counsel of salvation. My penance came in consequence of a sickness of the liver that God inflicted upon me. Without the prayers of my father Jacob, my spirit would have departed from me, for through the organ wherewith man transgresses, he is punished. As my liver had felt no mercy for Joseph, unmerciful suffering was caused unto me by my liver. My judgment lasted 11 months, as long as my enmity toward Joseph. And now, my children, each of you shall love his brother, and ye shall uproot hatred from your hearts by loving one another in word and deed and the thoughts of the soul. For I spake peaceably with Joseph in the presence of our father, but when I went out from before him, the spirit of hatred darkened my understanding, and stirred up my soul to murder him. If you see one that hath more good fortune than you, do not grieve, but pray for him, that his happiness may be perfect, and if one of the wicked even should grow rich in substance, like Esau, my father's brother, do not envy him. Wait for the end of the Lord. This also tell unto your children, that they shall honor Judah and Levi, for from them the Lord will cause a Saviour to arise unto Israel. For I know that in the end your children will fall off from God, and they will take part in all wickedness, malice, and corruptness, before the Lord. After Gad had rested a little while, he spake again, My children, hearken unto your father, and bury me with my fathers. Then he drew up his feet, and slept in peace. After 5 years, his sons carried his remains to Hebron unto his fathers. Asher's last words. In the 125th year of his life, while he was still robust in health, Asher summoned his children unto him, and admonished them to walk in the ways of virtue and the fear of God. He spake, Hearken, ye sons of Asher, unto your father, and I will show you all that is right before God. 2 ways hath God put before the children of men, and 2 inclinations hath he bestowed upon them, 2 kinds of actions and 2 aims. Therefore all things are in twos, the one opposite to the other. But ye, my children, ye shall not be double, pursuing both goodness and wickedness. Ye shall cling only to the ways of goodness, for the Lord taketh delight in them, and men yearn after them. And flee from wickedness, for thus you will destroy the evil inclination. Heed well the commands of the Lord, by following truth with a single mind. Observe the law of the Lord, and have not the same care for wicked things as for good things. Rather keep your eyes upon what is truly good, and guard it through all the commands of the Lord. The end of man, when he meets the messengers of God and of Satan, shows whether he was righteous or unrighteous in his life. If his soul goes out with agitation, she will be plagued by the evil spirit, whom she served with her lusts and her evil deeds, but if she departs tranquilly, the angel of peace will lead her to life eternal. Be not like Sodom, my children, which recognized not the angels of the Lord, that ye be not delivered into the hands of your enemies, and your land be cursed, and your sanctuary destroyed, and you be scattered to the 4 corners of the earth. And scorned in the confusion like stale water, until the Most High shall visit the earth, and break the heads of the dragons in the waters. Tell this, my sons, unto your children, that they be not disobedient toward God, for I read in the tablets of the heavens that you will be contumacious and act impiously toward him, in that you will have no care for the law of God. But you will heed human laws, and they are corrupted by reason of man's godlessness. Therefore ye will be dispersed abroad like unto Gad and Dan, my brethren, and you will not know either your land, or your tribe, or your tongue. Nevertheless the Lord will gather you in his faithfulness, for the sake of his gracious mercy, and for the sake of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And when he had made an end of saying these words, he commanded them to bury him in Hebron. And he sank into sweet sleep, and died. His sons did as he had commanded, and they carried him up and buried him with his fathers. Benjamin extols Joseph. Benjamin was 125 years old, and he called his children to come to him. When they appeared, he kissed them and spake, As Isaac was born unto Abraham in his old age, so was I born unto Jacob when he was stricken in years. Therefore I was called Benjamin, the son of days. My mother Rachel died at my birth, and Bilhah her slave suckled me. Rachel had no children for 12 years after bearing Joseph. Therefore she prayed to God, and fasted 12 days, and she conceived and bare me. Our father loved Rachel fondly, and he had longed greatly to have 2 sons by her. When I came down to Egypt, and my brother Joseph recognized me, he asked me, What said my brethren to my father regarding me? And I told him that they had sent Jacob his coat stained with blood, and had said, Know now whether this be thy son's coat or not. And Joseph said, This is what happened to me. Canaanitish merchantmen stole me away with violence, and on the way they wanted to hide my coat, to make it seem as though a wild beast had met me and slain me. But he who was about to conceal it, was torn by a lion, whereupon his companions, in great fear, sold me to the Ishmaelites. My brethren, thou sayest, did not deceive my father with a lie. In this wise Joseph tried to keep the deed of our brethren a secret from me. He also summoned my brethren, and enjoined them not to make known to our father what they had done to him, and bade them repeat the tale he had told me. Now, my children, love ye the Lord, the God of heaven and earth, and observe his commandments, taking that good and pious man Joseph as your model. Until the day of his death he would not have divulged what his brethren had done to him, and although God revealed their action to Jacob, he continued to deny it. Only after many efforts, when Jacob adjured him to confess the truth, he was induced to speak out. Even then he besought our father Jacob to pray for our brethren, that God account not the evil they had done to him as a sin. And Jacob exclaimed, O my good child Joseph, thou hast shown thyself more merciful than I was. My children, have you observed the mercy of the good man? Imitate it with pure intention, that ye, too, may wear crowns of glory. A good man has not an envious eye, he has mercy with all, even with sinners, though their evil designs be directed against him, and by his good deeds he conquers the evil, since it was ordained of God. If you do good, the unclean spirits will depart from you, and even the wild beasts will stand in fear of you. The inclination of a good man lies not in the power of the tempter spirit Behar, for the angel of peace guides his soul. Flee before the malice of Beliar, whose sword is drawn to slay all that pay him obedience, and his sword is the mother of 7 evils, bloodshed, corruptness, error, captivity, hunger, panic, and devastation. Therefore God surrendered Cain to 7 punishments. Once in 100 years the Lord brought a castigation upon him. His afflictions began when he was 200 years old, and in his 900th year he was destroyed by the deluge, for having slain his righteous brother Abel. And those who are like unto Cain will be chastised forever with the same punishments as his. Know now, my children, that I am about to die. Practice truth and righteousness, and observe the law of the Lord and also his commandments. This I bequeath unto you as your sole heritage, and ye shall leave it to your children as an eternal possession. Thus Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did, they transmitted it unto us, saying, Observe the commands of God, until the Lord shall reveal his salvation in the sight of all the heathen. Then you will see Enoch, Noah, Shem, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob rise up with rejoicing to new life at the right hand of God, and we brethren, the sons of Jacob, will arise also, each of us at the head of his tribe. And we will pay homage to the King of the heavens. After Benjamin had made an end of speaking thus, he said, I command you, my children, to carry my bones up out of Egypt and bury me near my fathers. And when he had made an end of saying these things, he fell asleep at a good old age, and they put his body into a coffin, and in the 91st year of their sojourning in Egypt. His sons and the sons of his brethren brought up the bones of their father, in secret, and buried them in Hebron, at the feet of their fathers. Then they returned from the land of Canaan, and they dwelt in Egypt until the day of the exodus from the land. Chapter 3. Job. Job and the patriarchs Job's wealth and benefaction Satan and Job's suffering the 4 friends Job restored. Job and the patriarchs. Job, the most pious Gentile that ever lived. One of the few to bear the title of honor, the servant of God, was of double kin to Jacob. He was a grandson of Jacob's brother Esau, and at the same time the son-in-law of Jacob himself, for he had married Dinah as his second wife. He was entirely worthy of being a member of the patriarch's family, for he was perfectly upright, one that feared God, and eschewed evil. Had he not wavered in his resignation to the divine will during the great trial to which he was subjected, and murmured against God, the distinction would have been conferred upon him of having his name joined to the name of God in prayer. And men would have called upon the God of Job as they now call upon the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But he was not found steadfast like the three fathers, and he forfeited the honor God had intended for him. The Lord remonstrated with him for his lack of patience, saying, "Why didst thou murmur when suffering came upon thee? Dost thou think thyself of greater worth than Adam, the creation of mine own hands, upon whom together with his descendants I decreed death on account of a single transgression? And yet Adam murmured not. Thou art surely not more worthy than Abraham, whom I tempted with many trials, and when he asked, Whereby shall I know that I shall inherit the land? And I replied, Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years, he yet murmured not. Thou dost not esteem thyself more worthy than Moses, dost thou? Him I would not grant the favor of entering the promised land, because he spake the words, Hear now, ye rebels, shall we bring you forth water out of this rock? And yet he murmured not. Art thou more worthy than Aaron, unto whom I showed greater honor than unto any created being, for I sent the angels themselves out of the Holy of Holies when he entered the place? Yet when his 2 sons died, he murmured not. The contrast between Job and the patriarchs appears from words spoken by him and words spoken by Abraham. Addressing God, Abraham said, That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, that so the righteous should be as the wicked, and Job exclaimed against God, It is all one. Therefore I say, He destroyeth the perfect and the wicked. They both received their due recompense, Abraham was rewarded and Job was punished. Convinced that his suffering was undeserved and unjust, Job had the audacity to say to God, O Lord of the world, Thou didst create the ox with cloven feet and the ass with unparted hoof, Thou hast created paradise and hell. Thou createst the righteous and also the wicked. There is none to hinder, Thou canst do as seemeth good in Thy sight. The friends of Job replied, It is true, God hath created the evil inclination, but he hath also given man the Torah as a remedy against it. Therefore the wicked cannot roll their guilt from off their shoulders and put it upon God. The reason Job did not shrink from such extravagant utterances was because he denied the resurrection of the dead. He judged of the prosperity of the wicked and the woes of the pious only by their earthly fortunes. Proceeding from this false premise, he held it to be possible that the punishment falling to his share was not at all intended for him. God had slipped into an error, he imposed the suffering upon him that had been appointed unto a sinner. But God spake to him, saying, Many hairs have I created upon the head of man, yet each hair hath its own sack, for were 2 hairs to draw their nourishment from the same sack, man would lose the sight of his eyes. It hath never happened that a sack hath been misplaced. Should I, then, have mistaken Job for another? I let many drops of rain descend from the heavens, and for each drop there is a mold in the clouds, for were 2 drops to issue from the same mold, the ground would be made so miry that it could not bring forth any growth. It hath never happened that a mold hath been misplaced. Should I, then, have mistaken Job for another? Many thunderbolts I hurl from the skies, but each one comes from its own path, for were 2 to proceed from the same path, they would destroy the whole world. It hath never happened that a path hath been misplaced. Should I, then, have mistaken Job for another? The gazelle gives birth to her young on the topmost point of a rock, and it would fall into the abyss and be crushed to death, if I did not send an eagle thither to catch it up and carry it to its mother. Were the eagle to appear a minute earlier or later than the appointed time, the little gazelle would perish. It hath never happened that the proper minute of time was missed. Should I, then, have mistaken Job for another? The hind has a contracted womb, and would not be able to bring forth her young, if I did not send a dragon to her at the right second, to nibble at her womb and soften it, for then she can bear. Were the dragon to come a second before or after the right time, the hind would perish. It hath never happened that I missed the right second. Should I, then, have mistaken Job for another? Notwithstanding Job's unpardonable words, God was displeased with his friends for passing harsh judgment upon him. A man may not be held responsible for what he does in his anguish, and Job's agony was great, indeed. Job's wealth and benefactions. Job was asked once what he considered the severest affliction that could strike him, and he replied, "My enemy's joy in my misfortune," and when God demanded to know of him, after the accusations made by Satan, what he preferred, poverty or physical suffering, he chose pain, saying, "O Lord of the whole world, chastise my body with suffering of all kinds, only preserve me from poverty." Poverty seemed the greater scourge, because before his trials he had occupied a brilliant position on account of his vast wealth. God graciously granted him this foretaste of the messianic time. The harvest followed close upon the plowing of his field. No sooner were the seeds strewn in the furrows, than they sprouted and grew and ripened produce. He was equally successful with his cattle. His sheep killed wolves, but were themselves never harmed by wild beasts. Of sheep he had no less than 130,000, and he required 800 dogs to keep guard over them, not to mention the 200 dogs needed to secure the safety of his house. Besides, his herds consisted of 340,000 asses and 3,500 pairs of oxen. All these possessions were not used for self-indulgent pleasures, but for the good of the poor and the needy, whom he clothed, and fed, and provided with all things necessary. To do all this, he even had to employ ships that carried supplies to all the cities and the dwelling places of the destitute. His house was furnished with doors on all its 4 sides, that the poor and the wayfarer might enter, no matter from what direction they approached. At all times there were 30 tables laden with viands ready in his house, and 12 besides for widows only, so that all who came found what they desired. Job's consideration for the poor was so delicate that he kept servants to wait upon them constantly. His guests, enraptured by his charitableness, frequently offered themselves as attendants to minister to the poor in his house, but Job always insisted upon paying them for their services. If he was asked for a loan of money, to be used for business purposes, and the borrower promised to give a part of his profits to the poor, he would demand no security beyond a mere signature. And if it happened that by some mischance or other the debtor was not able to discharge his obligation, Job would return the note to him, or tear it into bits in his presence. He did not rest satisfied at supplying the material needs of those who applied to him. He strove also to convey the knowledge of God to them. After a meal he was in the habit of having music played upon instruments, and then he would invite those present to join him in songs of praise to God. On such occasions he did not consider himself above playing the cithern while the musicians rested. Most particularly Job concerned himself about the weal and woe of widows and orphans. He was wont to pay visits to the sick, both rich and poor, and when it was necessary, he would bring a physician along with him. If the case turned out to be hopeless, he would sustain the stricken family with advice and consolation. When the wife of the incurably sick man began to grieve and weep, he would encourage her with such words as these: "Trust always in the grace and loving kindness of God. He hath not abandoned thee until now, and he will not forsake thee henceforth. Thy husband will be restored to health, and will be able to provide for his family as heretofore. But if which may God forfend thy husband should die, I call heaven to witness that I shall provide sustenance for thee and thy children." Having spoken thus, he would send for a notary, and have him draw up a document, which he signed in the presence of witnesses, binding himself to care for the family, should it be bereaved of its head. Thus he earned for himself the blessing of the sick man and the gratitude of the sorrowing wife. Sometimes, in case of necessity, Job could be severe, too, especially when it was a question of helping a poor man obtain his due. If one of the parties to a suit cited before his tribunal was known to be a man of violence, he would surround himself with his army and inspire him with fear, so that the culprit could not but show himself amenable to his decision. He endeavored to inculcate his benevolent ways upon his children, by accustoming them to wait upon the poor. On the morrow after a feast he would sacrifice bountifully to God, and together with the pieces upon the altar his offerings would be divided among the needy. He would say, "Take and help yourselves, and pray for my children. It may be that they have sinned, and renounced God, saying in the presumption of their hearts, We are the children of this rich man. All these things are our possessions. Why should we be servants to the poor?" Satan and Job. The happy, God-pleasing life led by Job for many years excited the hatred of Satan, who had an old grudge against him. Near Job's house there was an idol worshipped by the people. Suddenly doubts assailed the heart of Job, and he asked himself, "Is this idol really the creator of heaven and earth? How can I find out the truth about it?" In the following night he perceived a voice calling, "Jobab! Jobab! Arise, and I will tell thee who he is whom thou desirest to know. This one to whom the people offer sacrifices is not God, he is the handiwork of the tempter, wherewith he deceives men." When he heard the voice, Job threw himself on the ground, and said, "O Lord, if this idol is the handiwork of the tempter, then grant that I may destroy it. None can hinder me, for I am the king of this land." Job, or, as he is sometimes called, Jobab, was, indeed, king of Edom, the land wherein wicked plans are concocted against God, wherefore it is called also Uz, counsel. The voice continued to speak. It made itself known as that of an archangel of God, and revealed to Job that he would bring down the enmity of Satan upon himself by the destruction of the idol, and much suffering with it. However, if he remained steadfast under them, God would change his troubles into joys, his name would become celebrated throughout the generations of mankind, and he would have a share in the resurrection to eternal life. Job replied to the voice, "Out of love of God I am ready to endure all things unto the day of my death. I will shrink back from naught." Now Job arose, and accompanied by 50 men he repaired to the idol, and destroyed it. Knowing that Satan would try to approach him, he ordered his guard not to give access to any one, and then he withdrew to his chamber. He had guessed aright. Satan appeared at once, in the guise of a beggar, and demanded speech with Job. The guard executed his orders, and forbade his entering. Then the mendicant asked him to intercede for him with Job for a piece of bread. Job knew it was Satan, and he sent word to him as follows, "Do not expect to eat of my bread, for it is prohibited unto thee," at the same time putting a piece of burnt bread into the hand of the guard for Satan. The servant was ashamed to give a beggar burnt bread, and he substituted a good piece for it. Satan, however, knowing that the servant had not executed his master's errand, told him so to his face, and he fetched the burnt bread and handed it to him, repeating the words of Job. Thereupon Satan returned this answer, "As the bread is burnt, so I will disfigure thy body." Job replied, "Do as thou desirest, and execute thy plan. As for me, I am ready to suffer whatever thou bringest down upon me." Now Satan betook himself to God, and prayed him to put Job into his power, saying, "I went to and fro in the earth, and walked up and down in it, and I saw no man as pious as Abraham. Thou didst promise him the whole land of Palestine, and yet he did not take it in ill part that he had not so much as a burial place for Sarah. As for Job, it is true, I found none that loveth thee as he does, but if thou wilt put him into my hand, I shall succeed in turning his heart away from thee." But God spake, "Satan, Satan, what hast thou a mind to do with my servant Job, like whom there is none in the earth?" Satan persisted in his request touching Job, and God granted it, he gave him full power over Job's possessions. This day of Job's accusation was the New Year's Day, whereon the good and the evil deeds of man are brought before God. Job's suffering. Equipped with unlimited power, Satan endeavored to deprive Job of all he owned. He burnt part of his cattle, and the other part was carried off by enemies. What pained Job more than this was that recipients of his bounty turned against him, and took of his belongings. Among the adversaries that assailed him was Lilith, the queen of Sheba. She lived at a great distance from his residence, it took her and her army 3 years to travel from her home to his. She fell upon his oxen and his asses, and took possession of them, after slaying the men to whose care Job had entrusted them. One man escaped alone. Wounded and bruised, he had only enough life in him to tell Job the tale of his losses, and then he fell down dead. The sheep, which had been left unmolested by the Queen of Sheba, were taken away by the Chaldeans. Job's first intention was to go to war against these marauders, but when he was told that some of his property had been consumed by fire from heaven, he desisted, and said, "If the heavens turn against me, I can do nothing." Dissatisfied with the result, Satan disguised himself as the king of Persia, besieged the city of Job's residence, took it, and spoke to the inhabitants, saying, "This man Job hath appropriated all the goods in the world, leaving naught for others. And he hath also torn down the temple of our God, and now I will pay him back for his wicked deeds. Come with me and let us pillage his house." At first the people refused to hearken to the words of Satan. They feared that the sons and daughters of Job might rise up against them later, and avenge their father's wrongs. But after Satan had pulled down the house wherein the children of Job were assembled, and they lay dead in the ruins, the people did as he bade them, and sacked the house of Job. Seeing that neither the loss of all he had nor the death of his children could change his pious heart, Satan appeared before God a second time, and requested that Job himself, his very person, be put into his hand. God granted Satan's plea, but he limited his power to Job's body, his soul he could not touch. In a sense Satan was worse off than Job. He was in the position of the slave that has been ordered by his master to break the pitcher and not spill the wine. Satan now caused a terrific storm to burst over the house of Job. He was cast from his throne by the reverberations, and he lay upon the floor for 3 hours. Then Satan smote his body with leprosy from the sole of his foot unto his crown. This plague forced Job to leave the city, and sit down outside upon an ash heap, for his lower limbs were covered with oozing boils, and the issue flowed out upon the ashes. The upper part of his body was encrusted with dry boils, and to ease the itching they caused him, he used his nails, until they dropped off together with his fingertips, and he took him a potsherd to scrape himself withal. His body swarmed with vermin, but if one of the little creatures attempted to crawl away from him, he forced it back, saying, "Remain on the place whither thou wast sent, until God assigns another unto thee." His wife, fearful that he would not bear his horrible suffering with steadfastness, advised him to pray to God for death, that he might be sure of going hence an upright man. But he rejected her counsel, saying, "If in the days of good fortune, which usually tempts men to deny God, I stood firm, and did not rebel against him, surely I shall be able to remain steadfast under misfortune, which compels men to be obedient to God." And Job stuck to his resolve in spite of all suffering, while his wife was not strong enough to bear her fate with resignation to the will of God. Her lot was bitter, indeed, for she had had to take service as a water carrier with a common churl, and when her master learnt that she shared her bread with Job, he dismissed her. To keep her husband from starving, she cut off her hair, and purchased bread with it. It was all she had to pay the price charged by the bread merchant, none other than Satan himself, who wanted to put her to the test. He said to her, "Hadst thou not deserved this great misery of thine, it had not come upon thee." This speech was more than the poor woman could bear. Then it was that she came to her husband, and amid tears and groans urged him to renounce God and die. Job, however, was not perturbed by her words, because he divined at once that Satan stood behind his wife, and seduced her to speak thus. Turning to the tempter, he said, "Why dost thou not meet me frankly? Give up thy underhand ways, thou wretch." Thereupon Satan appeared before Job, admitted that he had been vanquished, and went away abashed. The four friends. The friends of Job lived in different places, at intervals of 300 miles one from the other. Nevertheless they all were informed of their friend's misfortune at the same time. In this way, each one had the pictures of the others set in his crown, and as soon as any one of them met with reverses, it showed itself in his picture. Thus the friends of Job learnt simultaneously of his misfortune, and they hastened to his assistance. The four friends were related to one another, and each one was related to Job. Eliphaz, king of Teman, was a son of Esau. Bildad, Zophar, and Elihu were cousins. Their fathers, Shua, Naamat, and Barachel, were the sons of Buz, who was a brother of Job and a nephew of Abraham. When the 4 friends arrived in the city in which Job lived, the inhabitants took them outside the gates, and pointing to a figure reclining upon an ash heap at some distance off, they said, "Yonder is Job." At first the friends would not give them credence, and they decided to look more closely at the man, to make sure of his identity. But the foul smell emanating from Job was so strong that they could not come near to him. They ordered their armies to scatter perfumes and aromatic substances all around. Only after this had been done for hours, they could approach the outcast close enough to recognize him. Eliphaz was the first to address Job, "Art thou indeed Job, a king equal in rank with ourselves?" And when Job said "I," they broke out into lamentations and bitter tears, and all together they sang an elegy, the armies of the 3 kings, Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar, joining in the choir. Again Eliphaz began to speak, and he bemoaned Job's sad fortune, and depicted his friend's former glory, adding the refrain to each sentence, "Whither hath departed the splendor of thy throne?" After listening long to the wailing and lamenting of Eliphaz and his companions, Job spake, saying, "Silence, and I will show you my throne and the splendor of its glory. Kings will perish, rulers disappear, their pride and luster will pass like a shadow across a mirror, but my kingdom will persist forever and ever, for glory and magnificence are in the chariot of my Father." These words aroused the wrath of Eliphaz, and he called upon his associates to abandon Job to his fate and go their way. But Bildad appeased his anger, reminding him that some allowance ought to be made for one so sorely tried as Job. Bildad put a number of questions to the sufferer in order to establish his sanity. He wanted to elicit from Job how it came about that God, upon whom he continued to set his hopes, could inflict such dire suffering. Not even a king of flesh and blood would allow a guardsman of his that had served him loyally to come to grief. Bildad desired to have information from Job also concerning the movements of the heavenly bodies. Job had but one answer to make to these questions: man cannot comprehend divine wisdom, whether it reveal itself in inanimate and brute nature or in relation to human beings. "But," continued Job, "to prove to you that I am in my right mind, listen to the question I shall put to you. Solid food and liquids combine inside of man, and they separate again when they leave his body. Who effects the separation?" And when Bildad conceded that he could not answer the question, Job said, "If thou canst not comprehend the changes in thy body, how canst thou hope to comprehend the movements of the planets?" Zophar, after Job had spoken thus to Bildad, was convinced that his suffering had had no effect upon his mind, and he asked him whether he would permit himself to be treated by the physicians of the 3 kings, his friends. But Job rejected the offer, saying, "My healing and my restoration come from God, the Creator of all physicians." While the 3 kings were conversing thus with Job, his wife Zididose made her appearance clad in rags, and she threw herself at the feet of her husband's friends, and amid tears she spoke, saying, "O Eliphaz, and ye other friends of Job, remember what I was in other days, and how I am now changed, coming before you in rags and tatters." The sight of the unhappy woman touched them so deeply that they could only weep, and not a word could they force out of their mouths. Eliphaz, however, took his royal mantle of purple, and laid it about the shoulders of the poor woman. Zididose asked only one favor, that the 3 kings should order their soldiers to clear away the ruins of the building under which her children lay entombed, that she might give their remains decent burial. The command was issued to the soldiers accordingly, but Job said, "Do not put yourselves to trouble for naught. My children will not be found, for they are safely bestowed with their Lord and Creator." Again his friends were sure that Job was bereft of his senses. He arose, however, prayed to God, and at the end of his devotions, he bade his friends look eastward, and when they did his bidding, they beheld his children next to the ruler of heaven, with crowns of glory upon their heads. Zididose prostrated herself, and said, "Now I know that my memorial resides with the Lord." And she returned to the house of her master, whence she had absented herself for some time against his will. He had forbidden her to leave it, because he had feared that the 3 kings would take her with them. In the evening she lay down to sleep next to the manger for the cattle, but she never rose again, she died there of exhaustion. The people of the city made a great mourning for her, and the elegy composed in her honor was set down in writing and recorded. Job restored. More and more the friends of Job came to the conclusion that he had incurred divine punishment on account of his sins, and as he asseverated his innocence again and again, they prepared angrily to leave him to his fate. Especially Elihu was animated by Satan to speak scurrilous words against Job, upbraiding him for his unshakable confidence in God. Then the Lord appeared to them, first unto Job, and revealed to him that Elihu was in the wrong, and his words were inspired by Satan. Next he appeared unto Eliphaz, and to him he spake thus, Thou and thy friends Bildad and Zophar have committed a sin, for ye did not speak the truth concerning my servant Job. Rise up and let him bring a sin offering for you. Only for his sake do I refrain from destroying you. The sacrifice offered by Job in behalf of his friends was accepted graciously by God, and Eliphaz broke out into a hymn of thanksgiving to the Lord for having pardoned the transgression of himself and his two friends. At the same time he announced the damnation of Elihu, the instrument of Satan. God appeared to Job once more, and gave him a girdle composed of 3 ribbons, and he bade him tie it around his waist. Hardly had he put it on when all his pain disappeared, his very recollection of it vanished, and, more than this, God made him to see all that ever was and all that shall ever be. After suffering 7-fold pain for 7 years Job was restored to strength. With his 3 friends he returned to the city, and the inhabitants made a festival in his honor and unto the glory of God. All his former friends joined him again, and he resumed his old occupation, the care of the poor, for which he obtained the means from the people around. He said to them, Give me, each one of you, a sheep for the clothing of the poor, and 4 silver or gold drachmas for their other needs. The Lord blessed Job, and in a few days his wealth had increased to double the substance he had owned before misfortune overtook him. Ziddos having died during the years of his trials, he married a second wife, Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and she bore him 7 sons and 3 daughters. He had never had more than 1 wife at a time, for he was wont to say, if it had been intended that Adam should have 10 wives, God would have given them to him. Only 1 wife was bestowed upon him, whereby God indicated that he was to have but 1, and therefore 1 wife suffices for me, 2. When Job, after a long and happy life, felt his end approaching, he gathered his 10 children around him, and told them the tale of his days. Having finished the narrative, he admonished them in these words, See, I am about to die, and you will stand in my place. Forsake not the Lord, be generous toward the poor, treat the feeble with consideration, and do not marry with the women of the Gentiles. Thereupon he divided his possessions among his sons, and to his daughters he gave what is more precious than all earthly goods, to each of them 1 riband of the celestial girdle he had received from God. The magic virtue of these ribbons was such that no sooner did their possessors tie them around their waists than they were transformed into higher beings, and with seraphic voices they broke out into hymns after the manner of the angels. For 3 days Job lay upon his bed, sick though not suffering, for the celestial girdle made him proof against pain. On the 4th day he saw the angels descend to fetch his soul. He arose from his bed, handed a cithern to his oldest daughter Jemima, a censer to the second one, Keziah, perfume, and a cymbal to the third, Amaltheus, horn, and bade them welcome the angels with the sound of music. They played and sang and praised the Lord in the holy tongue. Then he appeared that sits in the great chariot, kissed Job, and rode away bearing his soul with him eastward. None saw them depart except the 3 daughters of Job. The grief of the people, especially the poor, the widows, and the orphans, was exceeding great. For 3 days they left the corpse unburied, because they could not entertain the thought of separating themselves from it. As the name of Job will remain imperishable unto all time, by reason of the man's piety, so his 3 friends were recompensed by God for their sympathy with him in his distress. Their names were preserved, the punishment of hell was remitted unto them, and, best of all, God poured out the Holy Spirit over them. But Satan, the cause of Job's anguish, the Lord cast down from heaven, for he had been vanquished by Job, who amid his agony had thanked and praised God for all he had done unto him. Chapter 4 Moses in Egypt. Moses in Egypt. The beginning of the Egyptian bondage. Pharaoh is cunning. The pious midwives. The three counselors. The slaughter of the innocents. The parents of Moses. The birth of Moses. Moses rescued from the water. The infancy of Moses. Moses rescued by Gabriel. The youth of Moses. The flight. The king of Ethiopia. Jethro. Moses marries Zipporah. A bloody remedy. The faithful shepherd. The burning thorn bush. The ascension of Moses. Moses visits paradise and Hell. Moses declines the mission. Moses punished for his stubbornness. The return to Egypt. Moses and Aaron before Pharaoh. The suffering increases measure for measure. The plagues brought through Aaron. The plagues brought through Moses. The first Passover. The smiting of the firstborn. The redemption of Israel from Egyptian bondage. The Exodus. Moses in Egypt. The beginning of the Egyptian bondage. As soon as Jacob was dead, the eyes of the Israelites were closed, as well as their hearts. They began to feel the dominion of the stranger, although real bondage did not enslave them until some time later. While a single one of the sons of Jacob was alive, the Egyptians did not venture to approach the Israelites with evil intent. It was only when Levi, the last of them, had departed this life that their suffering commenced. A change in the relation of the Egyptians toward the Israelites had, indeed, been noticeable immediately after the death of Joseph, but they did not throw off their mask completely until Levi was no more. Then the slavery of the Israelites supervened in good earnest. The first hostile act on the part of the Egyptians was to deprive the Israelites of their fields, their vineyards, and the gifts that Joseph had sent to his brethren. Not content with these animosities, they sought to do them harm in other ways. The reason for the hatred of the Egyptians was envy and fear. The Israelites had increased to a miraculous degree. At the death of Jacob, the 70 persons he had brought down with him had grown to the number of 600,000, and their physical strength and heroism were extraordinary and therefore alarming to the Egyptians. There were many occasions at that time for the display of prowess. Not long after the death of Levi occurred that of the Egyptian king Magron, who had been bred up by Joseph, and therefore was not wholly without grateful recollection of what he and his family had accomplished for the welfare of Egypt. But his son and successor Mallo, together with his whole court, knew not the sons of Jacob and their achievements, and they did not scruple to oppress the Hebrews. The final breach between them and the Egyptians took place during the wars waged by Mallo against Zepho, the grandson of Esau. In the course of it, the Israelites had saved the Egyptians from a crushing defeat, but instead of being grateful they sought only the undoing of their benefactors, from fear that the giant strength of the Hebrews might be turned against them. Pharaoh's cunning. The counselors and elders of Egypt came to Pharaoh, and spake unto him, saying, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are greater and mightier than we. Thou hast seen their strong power, which they have inherited from their fathers, for a few of them stood up against a people as many as the sand of the sea, and not one hath fallen. Now, therefore, give us counsel what to do with them, until we shall gradually destroy them from among us, lest they become too numerous in the land, for if they multiply, and there falleth out any war, they will also join themselves with their great strength unto our enemies, and fight against us, destroy us from the land, and get them up out of the land. The king answered the elders, saying, This is the plan advised by me against Israel, from which we will not depart. Behold, Pithom and Ramses are cities not fortified against battle. It behooves us to fortify them. Now, go ye and act cunningly against the children of Israel, and proclaim in Egypt and in Goshen, saying, All ye men of Egypt, Goshen, and Pathros. The king has commanded us to build Pithom and Ramses and fortify them against battle. Those amongst you in all Egypt, of the children of Israel and of all the inhabitants of the cities, who are willing to build with us, shall have their wages given to them daily at the king's order. Then go ye first, and begin to build Pithom and Ramses, and cause the king's proclamation to be made daily, and when some of the children of Israel come to build, do ye give them their wages daily. And after they shall have built with you for their daily wages, draw yourselves away from them day by day, and one by one, in secret. Then you shall rise up and become their taskmasters and their officers, and you shall have them afterward to build without wages. And should they refuse, then force them with all your might to build. If you do this, it will go well with us, for we shall cause our land to be fortified after this manner, and with the children of Israel it will go ill, for they will decrease in number on account of the work. Because you will prevent them from being with their wives. The elders, the counselors, and the whole of Egypt did according to the word of the king. For a month the servants of Pharaoh built with Israel, then they withdrew themselves gradually, while the children of Israel continued to work, receiving their daily wages, for some men of Egypt were still carrying on the work with them. After a time all the Egyptians had withdrawn, and they had turned to become the officers and taskmasters of the Israelites. Then they refrained from giving them any pay, and when some of the Hebrews refused to work without wages, their taskmasters smote them, and made them return by force to labor with their brethren. And the children of Israel were greatly afraid of the Egyptians, and they came again and worked without pay, all except the tribe of Levi, who were not employed in the work with their brethren. The children of Levi knew that the proclamation of the king was made to deceive Israel, therefore they refrained from listening to it, and the Egyptians did not molest them later, since they had not been with their brethren at the beginning. And though the Egyptians embittered the lives of the other Israelites with servile labor, they did not disturb the children of Levi. The Israelites called Malol, the king of Egypt, Merer, bitterness, because in his days the Egyptians embittered their lives with all manner of rigorous service. But Pharaoh did not rest satisfied with his proclamation and the affliction it imposed upon the Israelites. He suspended a brick press from his own neck, and himself took part in the work at Pithom and Ramses. After this, whenever a Hebrew refused to come and help with the building, alleging that he was not fit for such hard service, the Egyptians would retort, saying, "Dost thou mean to make us believe thou art more delicate than Pharaoh?" The king himself urged the Israelites on with gentle words, saying, "My children, I beg you to do this work and erect these little buildings for me. I will give you great reward therefore." By means of such artifices and wily words the Egyptians succeeded in overmastering the Israelites, and once they had them in their power, they treated them with undisguised brutality. Women were forced to perform men's work, and men women's work. The building of Pithom and Ramses turned out of no advantage to the Egyptians, for scarcely were the structures completed, when they collapsed, or they were swallowed by the earth, and the Hebrew workmen, besides having to suffer hardships during their erection, lost their lives by being precipitated from enormous heights, when the buildings fell in a heap. But the Egyptians were little concerned whether or not they derived profit from the forced labor of the children of Israel. Their main object was to hinder their increase, and Pharaoh therefore issued an order, that they were not to be permitted to sleep at their own homes, that so they might be deprived of the opportunity of having intercourse with their wives. The officers executed the will of the king, telling the Hebrews that the reason was the loss of too much time in going to and fro, which would prevent them from completing the required tale of bricks. Thus the Hebrew husbands were kept apart from their wives, and they were compelled to sleep on the ground, away from their habitations. But God spake, saying, "Unto their father Abraham I gave the promise, that I would make his children to be as numerous as the stars in the heavens, and you contrive plans to prevent them from multiplying. We shall see whose word will stand, mine or yours." And it came to pass that the more the Egyptians afflicted them, the more they multiplied, and the more they spread abroad. And they continued to increase in spite of Pharaoh's command, that those who did not complete the required tale of bricks were to be immured in the buildings between the layers of bricks. And great was the number of the Israelites that lost their lives in this way. Many of their children were, besides, slaughtered as sacrifices to the idols of the Egyptians. For this reason God visited retribution upon the idols at the time of the going forth of the Israelites from Egypt. They had caused the death of the Hebrew children, and in turn they were shattered, and they crumbled into dust. The pious midwives. When now, in spite of all their tribulations, the children of Israel continued to multiply and spread abroad, so that the land was full of them as with thick underbrush, for the women brought forth many children at a birth, the Egyptians appeared before Pharaoh again, and urged him to devise some other way of ridding the land of the Hebrews. Seeing that they were increasing mightily, though they were made to toil and labor hard, Pharaoh could invent no new design. He asked his counselors to give him their opinion of the thing. Then spake one of them, Job of the land of Uz, which is in Aram Naharaim, as follows: the plan which the king invented, of putting a great burden of work upon the Israelites, was good in its time, and it should be executed henceforth, too. But to secure us against the fear that, if a war should come to pass, they may overwhelm us by reason of their numbers, and chase us forth out of the land, let the king issue a decree, that every male child of the Israelites shall be killed at his birth. Then we need not be afraid of them if we should be overtaken by war. Now let the king summon the Hebrew midwives, that they come hither, and let him command them in accordance with this plan. Job's advice found favor in the eyes of Pharaoh and the Egyptians. They preferred to have the midwives murder the innocents, for they feared the punishment of God if they laid hands upon them themselves. Pharaoh cited the 2 midwives of the Hebrews before him, and commanded them to slay all men children, but to save the daughters of the Hebrew women alive. For the Egyptians were as much interested in preserving the female children as in bringing about the death of the male children. They were very sensual, and were desirous of having as many women as possible at their service. However, the plan, even if it had been carried into execution, was not wise, for though a man may marry many wives, each woman can marry but one husband. Thus a diminished number of men and a corresponding increase in the number of women did not constitute so serious a menace to the continuance of the nation of the Israelites as the reverse case would have been. The 2 Hebrew midwives were Jochebed, the mother of Moses, and Miriam, his sister. When they appeared before Pharaoh, Miriam exclaimed, "Woe be to this man when God visits retribution upon him for his evil deeds." The king would have killed her for these audacious words, had not Jochebed allayed his wrath by saying, "Why dost thou pay heed to her words? She is but a child, and knows not what she speaks." Yet, although Miriam was but 5 years old at the time, she nevertheless accompanied her mother, and helped her with her offices to the Hebrew women, giving food to the newborn babes while Jochebed washed and bathed them. Pharaoh's order ran as follows: at the birth of the child, if it be a man-child, kill it, but if it be a female child, then you need not kill it, but you may save it alive. The midwives returned, "How are we to know whether the child is male or female?" For the king had bidden them kill it while it was being born. Pharaoh replied, "If the child issues forth from the womb with its face foremost, it is a man-child, for it looks to the earth, whence man was taken. But if its feet appear first, it is a female, for it looks up toward the rib of the mother, and from a rib woman was made." The king used all sorts of devices to render the midwives amenable to his wishes. He approached them with amorous proposals, which they both repelled, and then he threatened them with death by fire. But they said within themselves, "Our father Abraham opened an inn, that he might feed the wayfarers, though they were heathen, and we should neglect the children, nay, kill them? No, we shall have a care to keep them alive." Thus they failed to execute what Pharaoh had commanded. Instead of murdering the babes, they supplied all their needs. If a mother that had given birth to a child lacked food and drink, the midwives went to well-to-do women, and took up a collection, that the infant might not suffer want. They did still more for the little ones. They made supplication to God, praying, "Thou knowest that we are not fulfilling the words of Pharaoh, but it is our aim to fulfill thy words. Oh, that it be thy will, our Lord, to let the child come into the world safe and sound, lest we fall under the suspicion that we tried to slay it, and maimed it in the attempt." The Lord hearkened to their prayer, and no child born under the ministrations of Shiphrah and Puah, or Jochebed and Miriam, as the midwives are also called, came into the world lame or blind or afflicted with any other blemish. Seeing that his command was ineffectual, he summoned the midwives a second time, and called them to account for their disobedience. They replied, "This nation is compared unto one animal and another, and, in sooth, the Hebrews are like the animals. As little as the animals do they need the offices of midwives." These 2 God-fearing women were rewarded in many ways for their good deeds. Not only that Pharaoh did them no harm, but they were made the ancestors of priests and Levites, and kings and princes. Jochebed became the mother of the priest Aaron and of the Levite Moses, and from Miriam's union with Caleb sprang the royal house of David. The hand of God was visible in her married life. She contracted a grievous sickness, and though it was thought by all that saw her that death would certainly overtake her, she recovered, and God restored her youth, and bestowed unusual beauty upon her. So that renewed happiness awaited her husband, who had been deprived of the pleasures of conjugal life during her long illness. His unexpected joys were the reward of his piety and trust in God. And another recompense was accorded to Miriam. She was privileged to bring forth Bezalel, the builder of the tabernacle, who was endowed with celestial wisdom. The three counselors. In the 130th year after Israel's going down to Egypt, Pharaoh dreamed that he was sitting upon his throne, and he lifted up his eyes, and he beheld an old man before him with a balance in his hand. And he saw him taking all the elders, nobles, and great men of Egypt, tying them together, and laying them in one scale of the balance, while he put a tender kid into the other. The kid bore down the pan in which it lay until it hung lower than the other with the bound Egyptians. Pharaoh arose early in the morning, and called together all his servants and his wise men to interpret his dream, and the men were greatly afraid on account of his vision. Balaam the son of Beor then spake, and said, This means nothing but that a great evil will spring up against Egypt, for a son will be born unto Israel, who will destroy the whole of our land and all its inhabitants. And he will bring forth the Israelites from Egypt with a mighty hand. Now, therefore, O king, take counsel as to this matter, that the hope of Israel be frustrated before this evil arise against Egypt. The king said unto Balaam, What shall we do unto Israel? We have tried several devices against this people, but we could not prevail over it. Now let me hear thy opinion. At Balaam's instance, the king sent for his two counselors, Reuel the Midianite and Job the Uzite, to hear their advice. Reuel spoke, If it seemeth good to the king, let him desist from the Hebrews, and let him not stretch forth his hand against them, for the Lord chose them in days of old. And took them as the lot of his inheritance from amongst all the nations of the earth, and who is there that hath dared stretch forth his hand against them with impunity, but that their God avenged the evil done unto them? Reuel then proceeded to enumerate some of the mighty things God had performed for Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and he closed his admonition with the words, Verily, thy grandfather, the Pharaoh of former days, raised Joseph the son of Jacob above all the princes of Egypt, because he discerned his wisdom, for through his wisdom he rescued all the inhabitants of the land from the famine, after which he invited Jacob and his sons to come down to Egypt. That the land of Egypt and the land of Goshen be delivered from the famine through their virtues. Now, therefore, if it seem good in thine eyes, leave off from destroying the children of Israel, and if it be not thy will that they dwell in Egypt, send them forth from here, that they may go to the land of Canaan, the land wherein their ancestors sojourned. When Pharaoh heard the words of Jethro Reuel, he was exceedingly wroth with him, and he was dismissed in disgrace from before the king, and he went to Midian. The king then spoke to Job, and said, What sayest thou, Job, and what is thy advice respecting the Hebrews? Job replied, Behold, all the inhabitants of the land are in thy power. Let the king do as seemeth good in his eyes. Balaam was the last to speak at the behest of the king, and he said, From all that the king may devise against the Hebrews, they will be delivered. If thou thinkest to diminish them by the flaming fire, thou wilt not prevail over them, for their God delivered Abraham their father from the furnace in which the Chaldeans cast him. Perhaps thou thinkest to destroy them with a sword, but their father Isaac was delivered from being slaughtered by the sword. And if thou thinkest to reduce them through hard and rigorous labor, thou wilt also not prevail, for their father Jacob served Laban in all manner of hard work, and yet he prospered. If it please the king, let him order all the male children that shall be born in Israel from this day forward to be thrown into the water. Thereby canst thou wipe out their name, for neither any of them nor any of their fathers was tried in this way. The slaughter of the innocents. Balaam's advice was accepted by Pharaoh and the Egyptians. They knew that God pays measure for measure, therefore they believed that the drowning of the men children would be the safest means of exterminating the Hebrews, without incurring harm themselves. For the Lord had sworn unto Noah never again to destroy the world by water. Thus, they assumed, they would be exempt from punishment, wherein they were wrong, however. In the first place, though the Lord had sworn not to bring a flood upon men, there was nothing in the way of bringing men into a flood. Furthermore, the oath of God applied to the whole of mankind, not to a single nation. The end of the Egyptians was that they met their death in the billows of the Red Sea. Measure for measure, as they had drowned the men children of the Israelites, so they were drowned. Pharaoh now took steps looking to the faithful execution of his decree. He sent his bailiffs into the houses of the Israelites, to discover all newborn children, wherever they might be. To make sure that the Hebrews should not succeed in keeping the children hidden, the Egyptians hatched a devilish plan. Their women were to take their little ones to the houses of the Israelitish women that were suspected of having infants. When the Egyptian children began to cry or coo, the Hebrew children that were kept in hiding would join in, after the manner of babies, and betray their presence, whereupon the Egyptians would seize them and bear them off. Furthermore, Pharaoh commanded that the Israelitish women employ none but Egyptian midwives, who were to secure precise information as to the time of their delivery, and were to exercise great care. And let no male child escape their vigilance alive. If there should be parents that evaded the command, and preserved a newborn boy in secret, they and all belonging to them were to be killed. Is it to be wondered at, then, that many of the Hebrews kept themselves away from their wives? Nevertheless, those who put trust in God were not forsaken by him. The women that remained united with their husbands would go out into the field when their time of delivery arrived, and give birth to their children and leave them there, while they themselves returned home. The Lord, who had sworn unto their ancestors to multiply them, sent one of his angels to wash the babes, anoint them, stretch their limbs, and swathe them. Then he would give them 2 smooth pebbles, from one of which they sucked milk, and from the other honey. And God caused the hair of the infants to grow down to their knees and serve them as a protecting garment, and then he ordered the earth to receive the babes, that they be sheltered therein until the time of their growing up. When it would open its mouth and vomit forth the children, and they would sprout up like the herb of the field and the grass of the forest. Thereafter each would return to his family and the house of his father. When the Egyptians saw this, they went forth, every man to his field, with his yoke of oxen, and they plowed up the earth as one plows it at seed time. Yet they were unable to do harm to the infants of the children of Israel that had been swallowed up and lay in the bosom of the earth. Thus the people of Israel increased and waxed exceedingly. And Pharaoh ordered his officers to go to Goshen, to look for the male babes of the children of Israel, and when they discovered one, they tore him from his mother's breast by force, and thrust him into the river. But no one is so valiant as to be able to foil God's purposes, though he contrived 10,000 subtle devices unto that end. The child foretold by Pharaoh's dreams and by his astrologers was brought up and kept concealed from the king's spies. It came to pass after the following manner. The parents of Moses. When Pharaoh's proclamation was issued, decreeing that the men children of the Hebrews were to be cast into the river, Amram, who was the president of the Sanhedrin, decided that in the circumstances it was best for husbands to live altogether separate from their wives. He set the example. He divorced his wife, and all the men of Israel did likewise, for he occupied a place of great consideration among his people, one reason being that he belonged to the tribe of Levi, the tribe that was faithful to its God even in the land of Egypt. Though the other tribes wavered in their allegiance, and attempted to ally themselves with the Egyptians, going so far as to give up Abraham's sign of the covenant. To chastise the Hebrews for their impiety, God turned the love of the Egyptians for them into hatred, so that they resolved upon their destruction. Mindful of all that he and his people owed to Joseph's wise rule, Pharaoh refused at first to entertain the malicious plans proposed by the Egyptians against the Hebrews. He spoke to his people, "You fools, we are indebted to these Hebrews for whatever we enjoy, and you desire now to rise up against them?" But the Egyptians could not be turned aside from their purpose of ruining Israel. They deposed their king, and incarcerated him for 3 months, until he declared himself ready to execute with determination what they had resolved upon, and he sought to bring about the ruin of the children of Israel by every conceivable means. Such was the retribution they had drawn down upon themselves by their own acts. As for Amram, not only did he belong to the tribe of Levi, distinguished for its piety, but by reason of his extraordinary piety he was prominent even among the pious of the tribe. He was one of the 4 who were immaculate, untainted by sin, over whom death would have had no power, had mortality not been decreed against every single human being on account of the fall of the first man and woman. The other 3 that led the same sinless life were Benjamin, Jesse the father of David, and Chilib the son of David. If the Shekinah was drawn close again to the dwelling place of mortals, it was due to Amram's piety. Originally the real residence of the Shekinah was among men, but when Adam committed his sin, she withdrew to heaven, at first to the lowest of the 7 heavens. Thence she was banished by Cain's crime, and she retired to the 2nd heaven. The sins of the generation of Enoch removed her still farther off from men. She took up her abode in the 3rd heaven, then, successively, in the 4th, on account of the malefactors in the generation of the deluge. In the 5th, during the building of the Tower of Babel and the confusion of tongues, in the 6th, by reason of the wicked Egyptians at the time of Abraham. And, finally, in the 7th, in consequence of the abominations of the inhabitants of Sodom. 6 righteous men, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Levi, Kohath, and Amram, drew the Shekinah back, one by one, from the 7th to the 1st heaven, and through the 7th righteous man, Moses. She was made to descend to the earth and abide among men as aforetime. Amram's sagacity kept pace with his piety and his learning. The Egyptians succeeded in enslaving the Hebrews by seductive promises. At first they gave them a shekel for every brick they made, tempting them to superhuman efforts by the prospect of earning much money. Later, when the Egyptians forced them to work without wages, they insisted upon having as many bricks as the Hebrews had made when their labor was paid for, but they could demand only a single brick daily from Amram. For he had been the only one whom they had not led astray by their artifice. He had been satisfied with a single shekel daily, and had therefore made only a single brick daily, which they had to accept afterward as the measure of his day's work. As his life partner, Amram chose his aunt Jochebed, who was born the same day with him. She was the daughter of Levi, and she owed her name, divine splendor, to the celestial light that radiated from her countenance. She was worthy of being her husband's helpmeet, for she was one of the midwives that had imperiled their own lives to rescue the little Hebrew babes. Indeed, if God had not allowed a miracle to happen, she and her daughter Miriam would have been killed by Pharaoh for having resisted his orders and saved the Hebrew children alive. When the king sent his hangmen for the 2 women, God caused them to become invisible, and the bailiffs had to return without accomplishing their errand. The first child of the union between Amram and Jochebed, his wife, who was 126 years old at the time of her marriage, was a girl, and the mother called her Miriam, bitterness. For it was at the time of her birth that the Egyptians began to envenom the life of the Hebrews. The second child was a boy, called Aaron, which means, woe unto this pregnancy, because Pharaoh's instructions to the midwives, to kill the male children of the Hebrews, was proclaimed during the months before Aaron's birth. The birth of Moses. When Amram separated from his wife on account of the edict published against the male children of the Hebrews, and his example was followed by all the Israelites, his daughter Miriam said to him, "Father, thy decree is worse than Pharaoh's decree. The Egyptians aim to destroy only the male children, but thou includest the girls as well. Pharaoh deprives his victims of life in this world, but thou preventest children from being born, and thus thou deprivest them of the future life, too. He resolves destruction, but who knows whether the intention of the wicked can persist? Thou art a righteous man, and the enactments of the righteous are executed by God, hence thy decree will be upheld." Amram recognized the justice of her plea, and he repaired to the Sanhedrin, and put the matter before this body. The members of the court spoke, and said, "It was thou that didst separate husbands and wives, and from thee should go forth the permission for remarriage." Amram then made the proposition that each of the members of the Sanhedrin return to his wife, and wed her clandestinely, but his colleagues repudiated the plan, saying, "And who will make it known unto the whole of Israel?" Accordingly, Amram stood publicly under the wedding canopy with his divorced wife Jochebed, while Aaron and Miriam danced about it, and the angels proclaimed, "Let the mother of children be joyful." His remarriage was solemnized with great ceremony, to the end that the men that had followed his example in divorcing their wives might imitate him now in taking them again unto themselves. And so it happened. Old as Jochebed was, she regained her youth. Her skin became soft, the wrinkles in her face disappeared, the warm tints of maiden beauty returned, and in a short time she became pregnant. Amram was very uneasy about his wife's being with child. He knew not what to do. He turned to God in prayer, and entreated him to have compassion upon those who had in no wise transgressed the laws of his worship, and afford them deliverance from the misery they endured, while he rendered abortive the hope of their enemies, who yearned for the destruction of their nation. God had mercy on him, and he stood by him in his sleep, and exhorted him not to despair of his future favors. He said further, that he did not forget their piety, and he would always reward them for it, as he had granted his favor in other days unto their forefathers. Know, therefore, the Lord continued to speak, that I shall provide for you altogether what is for your good, and for thee in particular that which shall make thee celebrated. For the child out of dread of whose nativity the Egyptians have doomed the Israelite children to destruction, shall be this child of thine, and shall remain concealed from those who watch to destroy him, and when he has been bred up. In a miraculous way, he shall deliver the Hebrew nation from the distress they are under by reason of the Egyptians. His memory shall be celebrated while the world lasts, and not only among the Hebrews, but among strangers also. And all this shall be the effect of my favor toward thee and thy posterity. Also his brother shall be such that he shall obtain my priesthood for himself, and for his posterity after him, unto the end of the world. After he had been informed of these things by the vision, Amram awoke, and told all unto his wife Jochebed. His daughter Miriam likewise had a prophetic dream, and she related it unto her parents, saying, In this night I saw a man clothed in fine linen. Tell thy father and thy mother, he said, that he who shall be born unto them, shall be cast into the waters, and through him the waters shall become dry, and wonders and miracles shall be performed through him, and he shall save my people Israel, and be their leader forever. During her pregnancy, Jochebed observed that the child in her womb was destined for great things. All the time she suffered no pain, and also she suffered none in giving birth to her son, for pious women are not included in the curse pronounced upon Eve, decreeing sorrow in conception and in childbearing. At the moment of the child's appearance, the whole house was filled with radiance equal to the splendor of the sun and the moon. A still greater miracle followed. The infant was not yet a day old when he began to walk and speak with his parents, and as though he were an adult, he refused to drink milk from his mother's breast. Jochebed gave birth to the child 6 months after conception. The Egyptian bailiffs, who kept strict watch over all pregnant women in order to be on the spot in time to carry off their newborn boys, had not expected her delivery for 3 months more. These 3 months the parents succeeded in keeping the babe concealed, though every Israelitish house was guarded by 2 Egyptian women, one stationed within and one without. At the end of this time they determined to expose the child, for Amram was afraid that both he and his son would be devoted to death if the secret leaked out, and he thought it better to entrust the child's fate to divine providence. He was convinced that God would protect the boy, and fulfill his word in truth. Moses rescued from the water. Jochebed accordingly took an ark fashioned of bulrushes, daubed it with pitch on the outside, and lined it with clay within. The reason she used bulrushes was because they float on the surface of the water, and she put pitch only on the outside, to protect the child as much as possible against the annoyance of a disagreeable odor. Over the child as it lay in the ark she spread a tiny canopy, to shade the babe, with the words, Perhaps I shall not live to see him under the marriage canopy. And then she abandoned the ark on the shores of the Red Sea. Yet it was not left unguarded. Her daughter Miriam stayed nearby, to discover whether a prophecy she had uttered would be fulfilled. Before the child's birth, his sister had foretold that her mother would bring forth a son that should redeem Israel. When he was born, and the house was filled with brilliant light, Amram kissed her on her head, but when he was forced into the expedient of exposing the child, he beat her on her head, saying, My daughter, what hath become of thy prophecy? Therefore Miriam stayed, and strolled along the shore, to observe what would be the fate of the babe, and what would come of her prophecy concerning him. The day the child was exposed was the 21st of the month of Nisan, the same on which the children of Israel later, under the leadership of Moses, sang the song of praise and gratitude to God for the redemption from the waters of the sea. The angels appeared before God, and spoke, O Lord of the world, shall he that is appointed to sing a song of praise unto thee on this day of Nisan, to thank thee for rescuing him and his people from the sea? Shall he find his death in the sea today? The Lord replied, Ye know well that I see all things. The contriving of man can do naught to change what bath been resolved in my counsel. Those do not attain their end who use cunning and malice to secure their own safety, and endeavor to bring ruin upon their fellowmen. But he who trusts me in his peril will be conveyed from profoundest distress to unlooked for happiness. Thus my omnipotence will reveal itself in the fortunes of this babe. At the time of the child's abandonment, God sent scorching heat to plague the Egyptians, and they all suffered with leprosy and smarting boils. Thermutis, the daughter of Pharaoh, sought relief from the burning pain in a bath in the waters of the Nile. But physical discomfort was not her only reason for leaving her father's palace. She was determined to cleanse herself as well of the impurity of the idol worship that prevailed there. When she saw the little ark floating among the flags on the surface of the water, she supposed it to contain one of the little children exposed at her father's order, and she commanded her handmaids to fetch it. But they protested, saying, O our mistress, it happens sometimes that a decree issued by a king is unheeded, yet it is observed at least by his children and the members of his household, and dost thou desire to transgress thy father's edict? Forthwith the angel Gabriel appeared, seized all the maids except one, whom he permitted the princess to retain for her service, and buried them in the bowels of the earth. Pharaoh's daughter now proceeded to do her own will. She stretched forth her arm, and although the ark was swimming at a distance of 60 ells, she succeeded in grasping it, because her arm was lengthened miraculously. No sooner had she touched it than the leprosy afflicting her departed from her. Her sudden restoration led her to examine the contents of the ark, and when she opened it, her amazement was great. She beheld an exquisitely beautiful boy, for God had fashioned the Hebrew babe's body with peculiar care, and beside it she perceived the Shekinah. Noticing that the boy bore the sign of the Abrahamic covenant, she knew that he was one of the Hebrew children, and mindful of her father's decree concerning the male children of the Israelites, she was about to abandon the babe to his fate. At that moment the angel Gabriel came and gave the child a vigorous blow, and he began to cry aloud, with a voice like a young man's. His vehement weeping and the weeping of Aaron, who was lying beside him, touched the princess, and in her pity she resolved to save him. She ordered an Egyptian woman to be brought, to nurse the child, but the little one refused to take milk from her breast, as he refused to take it from one after the other of the Egyptian women fetched thither. Thus it had been ordained by God, that none of them might boast later on, and say, I suckled him that holds converse now with the Shekinah. Nor was the mouth destined to speak with God to draw nourishment from the unclean body of an Egyptian woman. Now Miriam stepped into the presence of Thermutis, as though she had been standing there by chance to look at the child, and she spoke to the princess, saying, It is vain for thee, O queen, to call for nurses that are in no wise of kin to the child, but if thou wilt order a woman of the Hebrews to be brought, he may accept her breast, seeing that she is of his own nation. Thermutis therefore bade Miriam fetch a Hebrew woman, and with winged steps, speeding like a vigorous youth, she hastened and brought back her own mother, the child's mother, for she knew that none present was acquainted with her. The babe, unresisting, took his mother's breast, and clutched it tightly. The princess committed the child to Jochebed's care, saying these words, which contained an unconscious divination, Here is what is thine. Nurse the boy henceforth, and I will give thee 2 silver pieces as thy wages. The return of her son, safe and sound, after she had exposed him, was Jochebed's reward from God for her services as one of the midwives that had bidden defiance to Pharaoh's command and saved the Hebrew children alive. By exposing their son to danger, Amram and Jochebed had effected the withdrawal of Pharaoh's command enjoining the extermination of the Hebrew men children. The day Moses was set adrift in the little ark, the astrologers had come to Pharaoh and told him the glad tidings, that the danger threatening the Egyptians on account of one boy, whose doom lay in the water, had now been averted. Thereupon Pharaoh cried a halt to the drowning of the boys of his empire. The astrologers had seen something, but they knew not what, and they announced a message, the import of which they did not comprehend. Water was, indeed, the doom of Moses, but that did not mean that he would perish in the waters of the Nile. It had reference to the waters of Meribah, the waters of strife, and how they would cause his death in the desert, before he had completed his task of leading the people into the promised land. Pharaoh, misled by the obscure vision of his astrologers, thought that the future Redeemer of Israel was to lose his life by drowning, and to make sure that the boy whose appearance was foretold by the astrologers might not escape his fate. He had ordered all boys, even the children of the Egyptians, born during a period of 9 months to be cast into the water. On account of the merits of Moses, the 600,000 men children of the Hebrews begotten in the same night with him, and thrown into the water on the same day, were rescued miraculously together with him. And it was therefore not an idle boast, if he said later, the people that went forth out of the water on account of my merits are 600,000 men. The infancy of Moses. For 2 years the child rescued by Pharaoh's daughter stayed with his parents and kindred. They gave him various names. His father called him Heber, because it was for this child's sake that he had been reunited with his wife. His mother's name for him was Jekuthiel, because, she said, I set my hope upon God, and he gave him back to me. To his sister Miriam he was Jared, because she had descended to the stream to ascertain his fate. His brother Aaron called him Abi-Zanoah, because his father, who had cast off his mother, had taken her back for the sake of the child to be born. His grandfather Kohath knew him as Abi-Gedor, because the heavenly Father had built up the breach in Israel, when he rescued him, and thus restrained the Egyptians from throwing the Hebrew men children into the water. His nurse called him Abi-Soko, because he had been kept concealed in a tent for 3 months, escaping the pursuit of the Egyptians. And Israel called him Shemaiah ben Nethanel, because in his day God would hear the sighs of the people, and deliver them from their oppressors, and through him would he give them his own law. His kindred and all Israel knew that the child was destined for great things, for he was barely 4 months old when he began to prophesy, saying, In days to come I shall receive the Torah from the flaming torch. When Jochebed took the child to the palace at the end of 2 years, Pharaoh's daughter called him Moses, because she had drawn him out of the water, and because he would draw the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt in a day to come. And this was the only name whereby God called the son of Amram, the name conferred upon him by Pharaoh's daughter. He said to the princess, Moses was not thy child, yet thou didst treat him as such. For this I will call thee my daughter, though thou art not my daughter, and therefore the princess, the daughter of Pharaoh, bears the name Bithiah, the daughter of God. She married Caleb later on, and he was a suitable husband for her. As she stood up against her father's wicked counsels, so Caleb stood up against the counsel of his fellow messengers sent to spy out the land of Canaan. For rescuing Moses and for her other pious deeds, she was permitted to enter paradise alive. That Moses might receive the treatment at court usually accorded to a prince, Bithiah pretended that she was with child for some time before she had him fetched away from his parents' house. His royal foster mother caressed and kissed him constantly, and on account of his extraordinary beauty she would not permit him ever to quit the palace. Whoever set eyes on him, could not leave off from looking at him, wherefore Bithiah feared to allow him out of her sight. Moses' understanding was far beyond his years. His instructors observed that he disclosed keener comprehension than is usual at his age. All his actions in his infancy promised greater ones after he should come to man's estate, and when he was but 3 years old, God granted him remarkable size. As for his beauty, it was so attractive that frequently those meeting him as he was carried along on the road were obliged to turn and stare at him. They would leave what they were about, and stand still a great while, looking after him, for the loveliness of the child was so wondrous that it held the gaze of the spectator. The daughter of Pharaoh, perceiving Moses to be an extraordinary lad, adopted him as her son, for she had no child of her own. She informed her father of her intention concerning him, in these words, I have brought up a child, who is divine in form and of an excellent mind, and as I received him through the bounty of the river in a wonderful way. I have thought it proper to adopt him as my son and as the heir of thy kingdom. And when she had spoken thus, she put the infant between her father's hands, and he took him and hugged him close to his breast. Moses rescued by Gabriel. When Moses was in his 3rd year, Pharaoh was dining one day, with the queen Alpharaonite at his right hand, his daughter Bithiah with the infant Moses upon her lap at his left. And Balaam the son of Beor together with his 2 sons and all the princes of the realm sitting at table in the king's presence. It happened that the infant took the crown from off the king's head, and placed it on his own. When the king and the princes saw this, they were terrified, and each one in turn expressed his astonishment. The king said unto the princes, What speak you, and what say you, O ye princes, on this matter, and what is to be done to this Hebrew boy on account of this act? Balaam spoke, saying, Remember now, O my lord and king, the dream which thou didst dream many days ago, and how thy servant interpreted it unto thee. Now this is a child of the Hebrews in whom is the Spirit of God. Let not my lord the king imagine in his heart that being a child he did the thing without knowledge. For he is a Hebrew boy, and wisdom and understanding are with him, although he is yet a child, and with wisdom has he done this, and chosen unto himself the kingdom of Egypt. For this is the manner of all the Hebrews, to deceive kings and their magnates, to do all things cunningly in order to make the kings of the earth and their men to stumble. Surely thou knowest that Abraham their father acted thus, who made the armies of Nimrod king of Babel and of Abimelech king of Gerar to stumble, and he possessed himself of the land of the children of Het and the whole realm of Canaan. Their father Abraham went down into Egypt, and said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister, in order to make Egypt and its king to stumble. His son Isaac did likewise when he went to Gerar, and he dwelt there, and his strength prevailed over the army of Abimelech, and he intended to make the kingdom of the Philistines to stumble, by saying that Rebekah his wife was his sister. Jacob also dealt treacherously with his brother, and took his birthright and his blessing from him. Then he went to Paddan Aram, to Laban, his mother's brother, and he obtained his daughters from him cunningly, and also his cattle and all his belongings, and he fled away and returned to the land of Canaan, to his father. His sons sold their brother Joseph, and he went down into Egypt and became a slave, and he was put into prison for 12 years, until the former Pharaoh delivered him from the prison. And magnified him above all the princes of Egypt on account of his interpreting the king's dreams. When God caused a famine to descend upon the whole world, Joseph sent for his father, and he brought him down into Egypt his father, his brethren, and all his father's household, and he supplied them with food without pay or reward. While he acquired Egypt, and made slaves of all its inhabitants. Now, therefore, my lord king, behold, this child has risen up in their stead in Egypt, to do according to their deeds and make sport of every man, be he king, prince, or judge. If it please the king, let us now spill his blood upon the ground, lest he grow up and snatch the government from thine hand, and the hope of Egypt be cut off after he reigns. Let us, moreover, call for all the judges and the wise men of Egypt, that we may know whether the judgment of death be due to this child, as I have said, and then we will slay him. Pharaoh sent and called for all the wise men of Egypt, and they came, and the angel Gabriel was disguised as one of them. When they were asked their opinion in the matter, Gabriel spoke up, and said, If it please the king, let him place an onyx stone before the child, and a coal of fire, and if he stretches out his hand and grasps the onyx stone, then shall we know that the child hath done with wisdom all that he hath done, and we will slay him. But if he stretches out his hand and grasps the coal of fire, then shall we know that it was not with consciousness that he did the thing, and he shall live. The counsel seemed good in the eyes of the king, and when they had placed the stone and the coal before the child, Moses stretched forth his hand toward the onyx stone and attempted to seize it. But the angel Gabriel guided his hand away from it and placed it upon the live coal, and the coal burnt the child's hand, and he lifted it up and touched it to his mouth, and burnt part of his lips and part of his tongue. And for all his life he became slow of speech and of a slow tongue. Seeing this, the king and the princes knew that Moses had not acted with knowledge in taking the crown from off the king's head, and they refrained from slaying him. God himself, who protected Moses, turned the king's mind to grace, and his foster mother snatched him away, and she had him educated with great care, so that the Hebrews depended upon him, and cherished the hope that great things would be done by him. But the Egyptians were suspicious of what would follow from such an education as his. At great cost teachers were invited to come to Egypt from neighboring lands, to educate the child Moses. Some came of their own accord, to instruct him in the sciences and the liberal arts. By reason of his admirable endowments of mind, he soon excelled his teachers in knowledge. His learning seemed a process of mere recollecting, and when there was a difference of opinion among scholars, he selected the correct one instinctively, for his mind refused to store up anything that was false. But he deserves more praise for his unusual strength of will than for his natural capacity, for he succeeded in transforming an originally evil disposition into a noble, exalted character, a change that was farther aided by his resolution. As he himself acknowledged later. After the wonderful exodus of the Israelites from Egypt, a king of Arabia sent an artist to Moses, to paint his portrait, that he might always have the likeness of the divine man before him. The painter returned with his handiwork, and the king assembled his wise men, those in particular who were conversant with the science of physiognomy. He displayed the portrait before them, and invited their judgment upon it. The unanimous opinion was that it represented a man covetous, haughty, sensual, in short, disfigured by all possible ugly traits. The king was indignant that they should pretend to be masters in physiognomy, seeing that they declared the picture of Moses, the holy, divine man, to be the picture of a villain. They defended themselves by accusing the painter in turn of not having produced a true portrait of Moses, else they would not have fallen into the erroneous judgment they had expressed. But the artist insisted that his work resembled the original closely. Unable to decide who was right, the Arabian king went to see Moses, and he could not but admit that the portrait painted for him was a masterpiece. Moses as he beheld him in the flesh was the Moses upon the canvas. There could be no doubt but that the highly extolled knowledge of his physiognomy experts was empty twaddle. He told Moses what had happened, and what he thought of it. He replied, "Thy artist and thy experts alike are masters, each in his line. If my fine qualities were a product of nature, I were no better than a log of wood, which remains forever as nature produced it at the first. Unashamed I make the confession to thee that by nature I possessed all the reprehensible traits thy wise men read in my picture and ascribed to me, perhaps to a greater degree even than they think. But I mastered my evil impulses with my strong will, and the character I acquired through severe discipline has become the opposite of the disposition with which I was born. Through this change, wrought in me by my own efforts, I have earned honor and commendation upon earth as well as in heaven." The youth of Moses. One day it was after he was grown up, and had passed beyond the years of childhood. Moses went to the land of Goshen, in which lived the children of Israel. There he saw the burdens under which his people were groaning, and he inquired why the heavy service had been put upon them. The Israelites told him all that had befallen, told him of the cruel edict Pharaoh had issued shortly before his birth, and told him of the wicked counsels given by Balaam against themselves as well as against his person when he was but a little boy and had set Pharaoh's crown upon his head. The wrath of Moses was kindled against the spiteful adviser, and he tried to think out means of rendering him harmless. But Balaam, getting wind of his ill feeling, fled from Egypt with his 2 sons, and betook himself to the court of Kikanos king of Ethiopia. The sight of his enslaved people touched Moses unto tears, and he spoke, saying, "Woe unto me for your anguish! Rather would I die than see you suffer so grievously." He did not disdain to help his unfortunate brethren at their heavy tasks as much as lay in his power. He dismissed all thought of his high station at court, shouldered a share of the burdens put upon the Israelites, and toiled in their place. The result was that he not only gave relief to the heavily laden workmen, but he also gained the favor of Pharaoh, who believed that Moses was taking part in the labor in order to promote the execution of the royal order. And God said unto Moses, "Thou didst relinquish all thy other occupations, and didst join thyself unto the children of Israel, whom thou dost treat as brethren. Therefore will I, too, put aside now all heavenly and earthly affairs, and hold converse with thee. Moses continued to do all he could to alleviate the suffering of his brethren to the best of his ability. He addressed encouraging words to them, saying, My dear brethren, bear your lot with fortitude. Do not lose courage, and let not your spirit grow weary with the weariness of your body. Better times will come, when tribulation shall be changed into joy. Clouds are followed by sunshine, storms by calm, all things in the world tend toward their opposites, and nothing is more inconstant than the fortunes of man. The royal favor, which the king accorded him in ever-increasing measure, he made use of to lighten the burden laid upon the children of Israel. One day he came into the presence of Pharaoh, and said, O my lord, I have a request to make of thee, and my hope is that thou wilt not deny it. Speak, replied the king. It is an admitted fact, said Moses, that if a slave is not afforded rest at least one day in the week, he will die of overexertion. Thy Hebrew slaves will surely perish, unless thou accordest them a day of cessation from work. Pharaoh fulfilled the petition preferred by Moses, and the king's edict was published in the whole of Egypt and in Goshen, as follows, to the sons of Israel. Thus saith the king, Do your work and perform your service for 6 days, but on the 7th day you shall rest, on it ye shall do no labor. Thus shall ye do unto all times, according to the command of the king and the command of Moses the son of Bethiah. And the day appointed by Moses as the day of rest was Saturday, later given by God to the Israelites as the Sabbath day. While Moses abode in Goshen, an incident of great importance occurred. To superintend the service of the children of Israel, an officer from among them was set over every 10, and 10 such officers were under the surveillance of an Egyptian taskmaster. One of these Hebrew officers, Dathan by name, had a wife, Shelomith, the daughter of Dibri, of the tribe of Dan, who was of extraordinary beauty, but inclined to be very loquacious. Whenever the Egyptian taskmaster set over her husband came to their house on business connected with his office, she would approach him pleasantly and enter into conversation with him. The beautiful Israelitish woman enkindled a mad passion in his breast, and he sought and found a cunning way of satisfying his lustful desire. One day he appeared at break of dawn at the house of Dathan, roused him from his sleep, and ordered him to hurry his detachment of men to their work. The husband scarcely out of sight, he executed the villainy he had planned, and dishonored the woman, and the fruit of this illicit relation was the blasphemer of the name whom Moses ordered to execution on the march through the desert. At the moment when the Egyptian slipped out of Shelomith's chamber, Dathan returned home. Vexed that his crime had come to the knowledge of the injured husband, the taskmaster goaded him on to work with excessive vigor, and dealt him blow after blow with the intention to kill him. Young Moses happened to visit the place at which the much abused and tortured Hebrew was at work. Dathan hastened toward him, and complained of all the wrong and suffering the Egyptian had inflicted upon him. Full of wrath, Moses, whom the Holy Spirit had acquainted with the injury done the Hebrew officer by the Egyptian taskmaster, cried out to the latter, saying, Not enough that thou hast dishonored this man's wife, thou aimest to kill him, too. And turning to God, he spoke further, What will become of thy promise to Abraham, that his posterity shall be as numerous as the stars, if his children are given over to death? And what will become of the revelation on Sinai, if the children of Israel are exterminated? Moses wanted to see if someone would step forward, and, impelled by zeal for the cause of God and for God's law, would declare himself ready to avenge the outrage. He waited in vain. Then he determined to act himself. Naturally enough he hesitated to take the life of a human being. He did not know whether the evildoer might not be brought to repentance, and then lead a life of pious endeavor. He also considered, that there would perhaps be some among the descendants to spring from the Egyptian for whose sake their wicked ancestor might rightfully lay claim to clemency. The Holy Spirit allayed all his doubts. He was made to see that not the slightest hope existed that good would come either from the malefactor himself or from any of his offspring. Then Moses was willing to requite him for his evil deeds. Nevertheless he first consulted the angels, to hear what they had to say, and they agreed that the Egyptian deserved death, and Moses acted according to their opinion. Neither physical strength nor a weapon was needed to carry out his purpose. He merely pronounced the name of God, and the Egyptian was a corpse. To the bystanders, the Israelites, Moses said, "The Lord compared you unto the sand of the seashore, and as the sand moves noiselessly from place to place, so I pray you to keep the knowledge of what hath happened a secret within yourselves. Let nothing be heard concerning it." The wish expressed by Moses was not honored. The slaying of the Egyptian remained no secret, and those who betrayed it were Israelites, Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Palu, of the tribe of Reuben, notorious for their effrontery and contentiousness. The day after the thing with the Egyptians happened, the two brothers began of malice aforethought to scuffle with each other, only in order to draw Moses into the quarrel and create an occasion for his betrayal. The plan succeeded admirably. Seeing Dathan raise his hand against Abiram, to deal him a blow, Moses exclaimed, "O thou art a villain, to lift up thy hand against an Israelite, even if he is no better than thou." Dathan replied, "Young man, who hath made thee to be a judge over us, thou that hast not yet attained to years of maturity? We know very well that thou art the son of Jochebed, though people call thee the son of the princess Bithiah, and if thou shouldst attempt to play the part of our master and judge, we will publish abroad the thing thou didst unto the Egyptian. Or, peradventure, thou harborest the intention to slay us as thou didst slay him, by pronouncing the name of God." Not satisfied with these taunts, the noble pair of brothers betook themselves to Pharaoh, and spoke before him, "Moses dishonoreth thy royal mantle and thy crown," to which Pharaoh returned, saying, "Much good may it do him." But they pursued the subject. "He helps thine enemies, Pharaoh," they continued, whereupon he replied, as before, "Much good may it do him." Still they went on, "He is not the son of thy daughter." These last words did not fail of making an impression upon Pharaoh. A royal command was issued for the arrest of Moses, and he was condemned to death by the sword. The angels came to God, and said, "Moses, the familiar of thine house, is held under restraint," and God replied, "I will espouse his cause." But, the angels urged, "His verdict of death has been pronounced, yes, they are leading him to execution," and again God made reply, as before, "I will espouse his cause." Moses mounted the scaffold, and a sword, sharp beyond compare, was set upon his neck 10 times, but it always slipped away, because his neck was as hard as ivory. And a still greater miracle came to pass. God sent down the angel Michael, in the guise of a hangman, and the human hangman charged by Pharaoh with the execution was changed into the form of Moses. This spurious Moses the angel killed with the very sword with which the executioner had purposed to slay the intended victim. Meantime Moses took to flight. Pharaoh ordered his pursuit, but it was in vain. The king's troops were partly stricken with blindness, partly with dumbness. The dumb could give no information about the abiding place of Moses, and the blind, though they knew where it was, could not get to it. The flight. An angel of God took Moses to a spot removed 40 days' journey from Egypt, so far off that all fear was banished from his mind. Indeed, his anxiety had never been for his own person, but only on account of the future of Israel. The subjugation of his people had always been an unsolved enigma to him. Why should Israel, he would ask himself, suffer more than all the other nations? But when his personal straits initiated him in the talebearing and backbiting that prevailed among the Israelites, then he asked himself, does this people deserve to be redeemed? The religious conditions among the children of Israel were of such kind at that time as not to permit them to hope for divine assistance. They refused to give ear to Aaron and the 5 sons of Zerah, who worked among them as prophets, and admonished them unto the fear of God. It was on account of their impiety that the heavy hand of Pharaoh rested upon them more and more oppressively, until God had mercy upon them, and sent Moses to deliver them from the slavery of Egypt. When he succeeded in effecting his escape from the hands of the hangman, Moses had no idea that a royal throne awaited him. It was nevertheless so. A war broke out at this time between Ethiopia and the nations of the east that had been subject to it until then. Kikanos, the king, advanced against the enemy with a great army. He left Balaam and Balaam's 2 sons, Jans and Jambres, behind, to keep guard over his capital and take charge of the people remaining at home. The absence of the king gave Balaam the opportunity of winning his subjects over to his side, and he was put upon the throne, and his 2 sons were set over the army as generals. To cut Kikanos off from his capital, Balaam and his sons invested the city, so that none could enter it against their will. On 2 sides they made the walls higher, on the third they dug a network of canals, into which they conducted the waters of the river girding the whole land of Ethiopia. And on the 4th side their magic arts collected a large swarm of snakes and scorpions. Thus none could depart, and none could enter. Meantime Kikanos succeeded in subjugating the rebellious nations. When he returned at the head of his victorious army, and espied the high city wall from afar, he and his men said, "The inhabitants of the city, seeing that the war detained us abroad for a long time, have raised the walls and fortified them, that the kings of Canaan may not be able to enter." On approaching the city gates, which were barred, they cried out to the guards to open them, but by Balaam's instructions they were not permitted to pass through. A skirmish ensued, in which Kikanos lost 130 men. On the morrow the combat was continued, the king with his troops being stationed on the thither bank of the river. This day he lost his 30 riders, who, mounted on their steeds, had attempted to swim the stream. Then the king ordered rafts to be constructed for the transporting of his men. When the vessels reached the canals, they were submerged, and the waters, swirling round and round as though driven by mill wheels, swept away 200 men, 20 from each raft. On the 3rd day they set about assaulting the city from the side on which the snakes and scorpions swarmed, but they failed to reach it, and the reptiles killed 170 men. The king desisted from attacking the city, but for the space of 9 years he surrounded it, so that none could come out or go in. While the siege was in progress, Moses appeared in the king's camp on his flight before Pharaoh, and at once found favor with Kikanos and his whole army. He exercised an attraction upon all that saw him, for he was slender like a palm tree, his countenance shone as the morning sun, and his strength was equal to a lion's. So deep was the king's affection for him that he appointed him to be commander-in-chief of his forces. At the end of the 9 years Kikanos fell a prey to a mortal disease, and he died on the 7th day of his illness. His servants embalmed him, buried him opposite to the city gate toward the land of Egypt, and over his grave they erected a magnificent structure, strong and high. Upon the walls whereof they engraved all the mighty deeds and battles of the dead king. Now, after the death of Kikanos, his men were greatly grieved on account of the war. One said unto the other, "Counsel us, what shall we do at this time? We have been abiding in the wilderness, away from our homes, for 9 years. If we fight against the city, many of us will fall dead, and if we remain here besieging it, we shall also die. For now all the princes of Aram and of the children of the east will hear that our king is dead, and they will attack us suddenly, and they will fight with us until not a remnant will be left. Now, therefore, let us go and set a king over us, and we will remain here besieging the city until it surrenders unto us." The king of Ethiopia. They could find none except Moses fit to be their king. They hastened and stripped off each man his upper garment, and cast them all in a heap upon the ground, making a high place, on top of which they set Moses. Then they blew with trumpets, and called out before him, "Long live the king! Long live the king!" And all the people and the nobles swore unto him to give him Adoniah for wife, the Ethiopian queen, the widow of Kikanos. And they made Moses king over them on that day. They also issued a proclamation, commanding every man to give Moses of what he possessed, and upon the high place they spread a sheet, wherein each one cast something, this one a gold nose ring, that one a coin, and onyx stones, bdellium, pearls, gold, and silver in great abundance. Moses was 27 years old when he became king over Ethiopia, and he reigned for 40 years. On the 7th day of his reign, all the people assembled and came before him, to ask his counsel as to what was to be done to the city they were besieging. The king answered them, and said, "If you will hearken to my words, the city will be delivered into our hands. Proclaim with a loud voice throughout the whole camp, unto all the people, saying, Thus saith the king. Go to the forest and fetch hither of the young of the stork, each man one fledgling in his hand. And if there be any man that transgresseth the word of the king, not to bring a bird, he shall die, and the king shall take all belonging to him. And when you have brought them, they shall be in your keeping. You shall rear them until they grow up, and you shall teach them to fly as the hawk fleeth. All the people did according to the word of Moses, and after the young storks had grown to full size, he ordered them to be starved for 3 days. On the 3rd day the king said unto them, Let every man put on his armor and gird his sword upon him. Each one shall mount his horse, and each shall set his stork upon his hand, and we will rise up and fight against the city opposite to the place of the serpents. When they came to the appointed spot, the king said to them, Let each man send forth his young stork, to descend upon the serpents. Thus they did, and the birds swooped down and devoured all the reptiles and destroyed them. After the serpents were removed in this way, the men fought against the city, subdued it, and killed all its inhabitants, but of the people besieging it there died not one. When Balaam saw that the city had fallen into the hands of the besiegers, he exercised his magic arts, which enabled him to fly through the air, and he carried with him his 2 sons, Jans and Jambres, and his 8 brothers. And they all took refuge in Egypt. Seeing that they had been saved by the king, and the city had been taken by his good counsel, the people became more than ever attached to him. They set the royal crown upon his head, and gave him Adoniah, the widow of Kikanos, to wife. But Moses feared the stern God of his fathers, and he went not in unto Adoniah, nor did he turn his eyes toward her, for he remembered how Abraham had made his servant Eliezer swear, saying unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife for my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. He also remembered what Isaac did when Jacob fled before his brother Esau, how he commanded his son, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan, nor ally thyself by marriage with any of the children of Ham. For the Lord our God gave Ham the son of Noah and all his seed as slaves to the children of Shem and Japheth forever. At that time Aram and the children of the east heard that Kikanos the king of Ethiopia had died, and they rose up against the Ethiopians, but Moses went forth with a mighty army to fight against the rebellious nations, and he subdued them. First the children of the east and then Aram. Moses continued to prosper in his kingdom. He conducted the government in justice, righteousness, and integrity, and his people loved and feared him. In the 40th year of his reign, while he was sitting upon his throne one day, surrounded by all the nobles, Adoniah the queen, who was seated before him, rose up, and spake, What is this thing which you, the people of Ethiopia, have done these many days? Surely you know that during the 40 years this man Bath reigned over you, he hath not approached me, nor hath he worshipped the gods of Ethiopia. Now, therefore, let this man reign over you no more, for he is not of our flesh. Behold, Menarchos my son is grown up, let him reign over you. It is better for you to serve the son of your lord than a stranger, a slave of the king of Egypt. A whole day the people and the nobles contended with one another, whether to pay heed to the words of the queen. The officers of the army remained faithful to Moses, but the people of the cities were in favor of crowning the son of their former lord as king. The following morning they rose up and made Menarchos, the son of Kikanos, king over them, but they were afraid to stretch forth their hand against Moses, for the Lord was with him. They also remembered the oath they had sworn unto Moses, and therefore they did him no harm. Moreover, they gave many presents to him, and dismissed him with great honor. When Moses left Ethiopia, in the 67th year of his age, it was the time appointed by God in the days of old to bring Israel forth from the affliction of the children of Ham. But fearing to return to Egypt on account of Pharaoh, Moses journeyed to Midian. Jethro. In the city of Midian, named thus for a son of Abraham by Keturah, the man Jethro had lived for many years, doing a priest's service before the idols. As time went on, he grew more and more convinced of the vanity of idol worship. His priesthood became repugnant to him, and he resolved to give up his charge. He stood before his townsmen, and said, Until now I performed your service before the idols, but I have grown too old for the duties of the office. Choose, therefore, whomever you would choose in my place. Speaking thus, he delivered to the people all the paraphernalia appertaining to the idol worship, and bade them transfer them to the one to whom in their discretion they should entrust his position. Suspecting Jethro's hidden motives, the people put him under the ban, and none might venture to do him the slightest service. Not even would the shepherds pasture his flocks, and there was nothing for him to do but impose this work upon his 7 daughters. Jethro's transformation from an idolatrous priest into a God-fearing man is conveyed by his 7 names. He was called Jether, because the Torah contains an additional section about him, Jethro, he overflowed with good deeds. Hobab, the beloved son of God, Ruel, the friend of God, Heber, the associate of God. Putiel, he that hath renounced idolatry, and Kenny, he that was zealous for God, and acquired the Torah. In consequence of the hostile relation between Jethro and the inhabitants of the city, his daughters were in the habit of making their appearance at the watering troughs before the other shepherds came thither. But the ruse was not successful. The shepherds would drive them away, and water their own flocks at the troughs that the maidens had filled. When Moses arrived in Midian, it was at the well that he made halt, and his experience was the same as Isaac's and Jacob's. Like them he found his helpmeet there. Rebekah had been selected by Eliezer as the wife of Isaac, while she was busy drawing water for him. Jacob had seen Rachel first, while she was watering her sheep, and at this well in Midian Moses met his future wife Zipporah. The rudeness of the shepherds reached its climax the very day of Moses' arrival. First they deprived the maidens of the water they had drawn for themselves, and attempted to do violence to them, and then they threw them into the water with intent to kill them. At this moment Moses appeared, dragged the maidens out of the water, and gave the flocks to drink, first Jethro's and then the flocks of the shepherds, though the latter did not deserve his good offices. True, he did them the service with but little trouble to himself, for he had only to draw a bucketful, and the water flowed so copiously that it sufficed for all the herds, and it did not cease to flow until Moses withdrew from the well. The same well at which Jacob had met Rachel, his future wife, and the same well that God created at the beginning of the world, the opening of which he made in the twilight of the first Sabbath eve. Jethro's daughters thanked Moses for the assistance he had afforded them. But Moses warded off their gratitude, saying, "Your thanks are due to the Egyptian I killed, on account of whom I had to flee from Egypt. Had it not been for him, I should not be here now." Moses marries Zipporah. One of the 7 maidens whom Moses saw at the well attracted his notice in particular on account of her modest demeanor, and he made her a proposal of marriage. But Zipporah repulsed him, saying, "My father has a tree in his garden with which he tests every man that expresses a desire to marry one of his daughters, and as soon as the suitor touches the tree, he is devoured by it." Moses, whence has he the tree? Zipporah, it is the rod that the Holy One, blessed be he, created in the twilight of the first Sabbath eve, and gave to Adam. He transmitted it to Enoch, from him it descended to Noah, then to Shem, and Abraham, and Isaac, and finally to Jacob, who brought it with him to Egypt, and gave it to his son Joseph. When Joseph died, the Egyptians pillaged his house, and the rod, which was in their booty, they brought to Pharaoh's palace. At that time my father was one of the most prominent of the king's sacred scribes, and as such he had the opportunity of seeing the rod. He felt a great desire to possess it, and he stole it and took it to his house. On this rod the ineffable name is graven, and also the 10 plagues that God will cause to visit the Egyptians in a future day. For many years it lay in my father's house. One day he was walking in his garden carrying it, and he stuck it in the ground. When he attempted to draw it out again, he found that it had sprouted, and was putting forth blossoms. That is the rod with which he tries any that desire to marry his daughters. He insists that our suitors shall attempt to pull it out of the ground, but as soon as they touch it, it devours them. Having given him this account of her father's rod, Zipporah went home, accompanied by her sisters, and Moses followed them. Jethro was not a little amazed to see his daughters return so soon from the watering troughs. As a rule, the chicanery they had to suffer from the shepherds detained them until late. No sooner had he heard their report about the wonder-working Egyptian than he exclaimed, "Mayhap he is one of the descendants of Abraham, from whom issueth blessing for the whole world." He rebuked his daughters for not having invited the stranger that had done them so valuable a service to come into their house, and he ordered them to fetch him, in the hope that he would take one of his daughters to wife. Moses had been standing without all this time, and had allowed Jethro's daughters to describe him as an Egyptian, without protesting and asserting his Hebrew birth. For this God punished him by causing him to die outside of the promised land. Joseph, who had proclaimed in public that he was a Hebrew, found his last resting place in the land of the Hebrews, and Moses, who apparently had no objection to being considered an Egyptian, had to live and die outside of that land. Zipporah hastened forth to execute her father's wish, and no sooner had she ushered him in than Moses requested her hand in marriage. Jethro replied, "If thou canst bring me the rod in my garden, I will give her to thee." Moses went out, found the sapphire rod that God had bestowed upon Adam when he was driven forth from paradise, the rod that had reached Jethro after manifold vicissitudes, and which he had planted in the garden. Moses uprooted it and carried it to Jethro, who conceived the idea at once that he was the prophet in Israel concerning whom all the wise men of Egypt had foretold that he would destroy their land and its inhabitants. As soon as this thought struck him, he seized Moses, and threw him into a pit, in the expectation that he would meet with death there. And, indeed, he would have perished, if Zipporah had not devised a stratagem to save his life. She said to her father, "Would it were thy will to hearken unto my counsel. Thou hast no wife, but only 7 daughters. Dost thou desire my 6 sisters to preside over thy household? Then shall I go abroad with the sheep. If not, let my sisters tend the flocks, and I shall take care of the house." Her father said, "Thou hast spoken well. Thy 6 sisters shall go forth with the sheep, and thou shalt abide in the house and take care of it, and all that belongeth to me therein." Now Zipporah could provide Moses with all sorts of dainties as he lay in the pit, and she did it for the space of 7 years. At the expiration of this period, she said to her father, "I recollect that once upon a time thou didst cast into yonder pit a man that had fetched thy rod from the garden for thee, and thou didst commit a great trespass thereby. If it seemeth well to thee, uncover the pit and look into it. If the man is dead, throw his corpse away, lest it fill the house with stench. But should he be alive, then thou oughtest to be convinced that he is one of those who are wholly pious, else he had died of hunger." The reply of Jethro was, "Thou hast spoken wisely. Dost thou remember his name?" And Zipporah rejoined, "I remember he called himself Moses the son of Amram." Jethro lost no time, he opened the pit, and called out, "Moses! Moses!" Moses replied, and said, "Here am I." Jethro drew him up out of the pit, kissed him, and said, "Blessed be God, who guarded thee for 7 years in the pit. I acknowledge that he slayeth and reviveth, that thou art one of the holy pious, that through thee God will destroy Egypt in time to come, lead his people out of the land, and drown Pharaoh and his whole army in the sea." Thereupon Jethro gave much money to Moses, and he bestowed his daughter Zipporah upon him as wife, giving her to him under the condition that the children born of the marriage in Jethro's house should be divided into 2 equal classes. The one to be Israelitish, the other Egyptian. When Zipporah bore him a son, Moses circumcised him, and called him Gershom, as a memorial of the wonder God had done for him, for although he lived in a strange land, the Lord had not refused him aid even there. Zipporah nursed her first child for 2 years, and in the 3rd year she bore a second son. Remembering his compact with Jethro, Moses realized that his father-in-law would not permit him to circumcise this one, too, and he determined to return to Egypt, that he might have the opportunity of bringing up his second son as an Israelite. On the journey thither, Satan appeared to him in the guise of a serpent, and swallowed Moses down to his extremities. Zipporah knew by this token that the thing had happened because her second son had not been circumcised, and she hastened to make good the omission. As soon as she sprinkled the blood of the circumcision on her husband's feet, a heavenly voice was heard to cry to the serpent, commanding him, "Spew him out," and Moses came forth and stood upon his feet. Thus Zipporah saved Moses' life twice, first from the pit and then from the serpent. When Moses arrived in Egypt, he was approached by Dathan and Abiram, the leaders of the Israelites, and they spake, Comest thou hither to slay us, or dost thou purpose to do the same with us as thou didst with the Egyptian? This drove Moses straightway back to Midian, and there he remained 2 years more, until God revealed himself at Horeb, and said to him, Go and bring forth my children out of the land of Egypt. A bloody remedy. The latter years of Israel's bondage in Egypt were the worst. To punish Pharaoh for his cruelty toward the children of Israel, God afflicted him with a plague of leprosy, which covered his whole body, from the crown of his beard to the soles of his feet. Instead of being chastened by his disease, Pharaoh remained stiff-necked, and he tried to restore his health by murdering Israelitish children. He took counsel with his 3 advisers, Balaam, Jethro, and Job, how he might be healed of the awful malady that had seized upon him. Balaam spoke, saying, Thou canst regain thy health only if thou wilt slaughter Israelitish children and bathe in their blood. Jethro, averse from having a share in such an atrocity, left the king and fled to Midian. Job, on the other hand, though he also disapproved of Balaam's counsel, kept silence, and in no wise protested against it, wherefore God punished him with a year's suffering. But afterward he loaded him down with all the felicities of this life, and granted him many years. So that this pious Gentile might be rewarded in this world for his good deeds and not have the right to urge a claim upon the beatitude of the future life. In pursuance of the sanguinary advice given by Balaam, Pharaoh had his bailiffs snatch Israelitish babes from their mothers' breasts, and slaughter them, and in the blood of these innocents he bathed. His disease afflicted him for 10 years, and every day an Israelitish child was killed for him. It was all in vain, indeed. At the end of the time his leprosy changed into boils, and he suffered more than before. While he was in this agony, the report was brought to him that the children of Israel in Goshen were careless and idle in their forced labor. The news aggravated his suffering, and he said, Now that I am ill, they turn and scoff at me. Harness my chariot, and I will betake myself to Goshen, and see the derision wherewith the children of Israel deride me. And they took and put him upon a horse, for he was not able to mount it himself. When he and his men had come to the border between Egypt and Goshen, the king's steed passed into a narrow place. The other horses, running rapidly through the pass, pressed upon each other until the king's horse fell while he sate upon it, and when it fell, the chariot turned over on his face, and also the horse lay upon him. The king's flesh was torn from him, for this thing was from the Lord. He had heard the cries of his people and their affliction. The king's servants carried him upon their shoulders, brought him back to Egypt, and placed him on his bed. He knew that his end was come to die, and the queen Alpharanite and his nobles gathered about his bed, and they wept a great weeping with him. The princes and his counselors advised the king to make choice of a successor, to reign in his stead, whomsoever he would choose from among his sons. He had 3 sons and 2 daughters by the queen Alpharanite, beside children from concubines. The name of his firstborn was Atro, the name of the second Adikam, and of the third Moryon. The name of the older daughter was Bethiah, and of the other, Accusate. The firstborn of the sons of the king was an idiot, precipitate and heedless in all his actions. Adikam, the second son, was a cunning and clever man, and versed in all the wisdom of Egypt, but ungainly in appearance, fleshy and short of stature. His height was a cubit and a space, and his beard flowed down to his ankles. The king resolved that Adikam should reign in his stead after his death. When this second son of his was but 10 years old, he had given him Gedida, the daughter of Ablet, to wife, and she bore him 4 sons. Afterward Adikam went and took 3 other wives, and begot 8 sons and 3 daughters. The king's malady increased upon him greatly, and his flesh emitted a stench like a carcass cast into the field in summer time in the heat of the sun. When he saw that his disorder had seized upon him with a strong grip, he commanded his son Adikam to be brought to him, and they made him king over the land in his place. At the end of 3 years the old king died in shame and disgrace, a loathing to all that saw him, and they buried him in the sepulchre of the kings of Egypt in Zoan, but they did not embalm him, as was usual with kings, for his flesh was putrid. And they could not approach his body on account of the stench, and they buried him in haste. Thus the Lord requited him with evil for the evil he had done in his days to Israel, and he died in terror and shame after having reigned 94 years. Adikam was 20 years old when he succeeded his father, and he reigned 4 years. The people of Egypt called him Pharaoh, as was their custom with all their kings, but his wise men called him Akuz, for Akuz is the word for short in the Egyptian language, and Adikam was exceedingly awkward and undersized. The new Pharaoh surpassed his father Malol and all the former kings in wickedness, and he made heavier the yoke upon the children of Israel. He went to Goshen with his servants, and increased their labor, and he said unto them, Complete your work, each day's task, and let not your hands slacken from the work from this day forward, as you did in the day of my father. He placed officers over them from amongst the children of Israel, and over these officers he placed taskmasters from amongst his servants. And he put before them a measure for bricks, according to the number they were to make day by day, and whenever any deficiency was discovered in the measure of their daily bricks. The taskmasters of Pharaoh would go to the women of the children of Israel, and take their infants from them, as many as the number of bricks lacking in the measure, and these babes they put into the building instead of the missing bricks. The taskmasters forced each man of the Israelites to put his own child in the building. The father would place his son in the wall, and cover him over with mortar, all the while weeping, his tears running down upon his child. The children of Israel sighed every day on account of their dire suffering, for they had thought that after Pharaoh's death his son would lighten their toil, but the new king was worse than his father. And God saw the burden of the children of Israel, and their heavy work, and he determined to deliver them. However, it was not for their own sake that God resolved upon the deliverance of the children of Israel, for they were empty of good deeds, and the Lord foreknew that, once they were redeemed, they would rise up against him, and even worship the golden calf. Yet he took mercy upon them, for he remembered his covenant with the fathers, and he looked upon their repentance for their sins, and accepted their promise, to fulfill the word of God after their going forth from Egypt even before they should hear it. After all, the children of Israel were not wholly without merits. In a high degree they possessed qualities of extraordinary excellence. There were no incestuous relations among them, they were not evil-tongued, they did not change their names, they clung to the Hebrew language, never giving it up, and great fraternal affection prevailed among them. If one happened to finish the tale of his bricks before his neighbors, he was in the habit of helping the others. Therefore God spake, They deserve that I should have mercy upon them, for if a man shows mercy unto another, I have mercy upon him. The faithful shepherd. When Jethro bestowed his daughter Zipporah upon Moses as his wife, he said to his future son-in-law, I know that thy father Jacob took his wives, the daughters of Laban, and went away with them against their father's will. Now take an oath that thou wilt not do the same unto me. And Moses swore not to leave him without his consent, and he remained with Jethro, who made him the shepherd of his flocks. By the way he tended the sheep, God saw his fitness to be the shepherd of his people, for God never gives an exalted office to a man until he has tested him in little things. Thus Moses and David were tried as shepherds of flocks, and only after they had proved their ability as such, he gave them dominion over men. Moses watched over the flocks with loving care. He led the young animals to pasture first, that they might have the tender, juicy grass for their food, the somewhat older animals he led forth next, and allowed them to graze off the herbs suitable for them. And finally came the vigorous ones that had attained their full growth, and to them he gave the hard grass that was left, which the others could not eat, but which afforded good food for them. Then spake God, He that understandeth how to pasture sheep, providing for each what is good for it, he shall pasture my people. Once a kid escaped from the flock, and when Moses followed it, he saw how it stopped at all the water courses, and he said to it, Poor kid, I knew not that thou wast thirsty, and wast running after water. Thou art weary, I ween, and he carried it back to the herd on his shoulder. Then said God, Thou hast compassion with a flock belonging to a man of flesh and blood. As thou livest, thou shalt pasture Israel, my flock. Not only did Moses take heed that no harm should come to the herds under his charge, but he was also careful that they cause no injury to men. He always chose an open meadow as his pasturing place, to prevent his sheep from grazing in private estates. Jethro had no reason to be dissatisfied with the services rendered to him by his son-in-law. During the 40 years Moses acted as his shepherd, not one sheep was attacked by wild beasts, and the herds multiplied to an incredible degree. Once he drove the sheep about in the desert for 40 days, without finding a pasturing place for them. Nevertheless he did not lose a single sheep. Moses' longing for the desert was irresistible. His prophetic spirit caused him to foresee that his own greatness and the greatness of Israel would manifest themselves there. In the desert God's wonders would appear, though it would be at the same time the grave of the human herd to be entrusted to him in the future, and also his own last resting place. Thus he had a presentiment at the very beginning of his career that the desert would be the scene of his activity, which not only came true in the present order of things, but also will be true in the latter days. When he will appear in the desert again, to lead into the promised land the generation, arisen from their graves, that he brought forth from Egyptian bondage. Wandering through the desert, he reached Mount Horeb, which is called by 6 names, each conveying one of its distinctions. It is, the mountain of God, wherein the Lord revealed his law, Ba-ban, for God, came there. A mountain of humps, for the Lord declared all the other mountains unfit for the revelation, as crook-backed animals are declared unfit for sacrifices, mountain of abode, because it is the mountain that God desired for his abode. Sinai, because the hatred of God against the heathen began at the time when Israel received the law thereon, and Horeb, sword, because there the sword of the law was drawn upon the sinners. The burning thorn bush. When Moses drew near to Mount Horeb, he was aware at once that it was a holy place, for he noticed that passing birds did not alight upon it. At his approach the mountain began to move, as though to go forward and meet him, and it settled back into quietude only when his foot rested upon it. The first thing Moses noticed was the wonderful burning bush, the upper part of which was a blazing flame, neither consuming the bush, nor preventing it from bearing blossoms as it burnt. For the celestial fire has 3 peculiar qualities: it produces blossoms, it does not consume the object around which it plays, and it is black of color. The fire that Moses saw in the bush was the appearance of the angel Michael, who had descended as the forerunner of the Shekinah herself to come down presently. It was the wish of God to hold converse with Moses, who, however, was not inclined to permit any interruption of the work under his charge. Therefore God startled him with the wonderful phenomenon of the burning thorn bush. That brought Moses to a stop, and then God spoke with him. There were good reasons for selecting the thorn bush as the vessel for a divine vision. It was clean, for the heathen could not use it to make idols. God's choosing to dwell in the stunted thorn bush conveyed the knowledge to Moses that he suffers along with Israel. Furthermore, Moses was taught that there is nothing in nature, not even the insignificant thorn bush, that can exist without the presence of the Shekinah. Besides, the thorn bush may be taken as the symbol for Israel in several respects. As the thorn bush is the lowliest of all species of trees, so the condition of Israel in the exile is the lowliest as compared with that of all the other nations. But as the thorn bush releases no bird that alights upon it without lacerating its wings, so the nations that subjugate Israel will be punished. Also, as a garden hedge is made of the thorn bush, so Israel forms the hedge for the world, the garden of God, for without Israel the world could not endure. Furthermore, as the thorn bush bears thorns and roses alike, so Israel has pious and impious members, and as the thorn bush requires ample water for its growth, so Israel can prosper only through the Torah, the celestial water. And the thorn bush, the leaf of which consists of 5 leaflets, was to indicate to Moses that God had resolved to redeem Israel only for the sake of the merits of 5 pious men, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Aaron, and Moses. The numbers represented by the letters composing the Hebrew word for thorn bush, sene, add up to 120, to convey that Moses would reach the age of 120 years. And that the Shekinah would rest on Mount Horeb for 120 days. Finally, in order to give Moses an illustration of his modesty, God descended from the exalted heavens and spake to him from a lowly thorn bush instead of the summit of a lofty mountain or the top of a stately cedar tree. The ascension of Moses. The vision of the burning bush appeared to Moses alone, the other shepherds with him saw nothing of it. He took 5 steps in the direction of the bush, to view it at close range, and when God beheld the countenance of Moses distorted by grief and anxiety over Israel's suffering, he spake, "This one is worthy of the office of pasturing my people." Moses was still a novice in prophecy, therefore God said to himself, "If I reveal myself to him in loud tones, I shall alarm him, but if I reveal myself with a subdued voice, he will hold prophecy in low esteem." Whereupon he addressed him in his father Amram's voice. Moses was overjoyed to hear his father speak, for it gave him the assurance that he was still alive. The voice called his name twice, and he answered, "Here am I. What is my father's wish?" God replied, saying, "I am not thy father. I but desired to refrain from terrifying thee, therefore I spoke with thy father's voice. I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." These words rejoiced Moses greatly, for not only was his father Amram's name pronounced in the same breath with the names of the 3 patriarchs, but it came before theirs, as though he ranked higher than they. Moses said not a word. In silent reverence before the divine vision he covered his face, and when God disclosed the mission with which he charged him, of bringing the Israelites forth from the land of Egypt, he answered with humility, "Who am I? That I should go unto Pharaoh, and bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt?" Thereupon spake God, "Moses, thou art meek, and I will reward thee for thy modesty. I will deliver the whole land of Egypt into thine hand, and, besides, I will let thee ascend unto the throne of my glory, and look upon all the angels of the heavens." Hereupon God commanded Metatron, the angel of the face, to conduct Moses to the celestial regions amid the sound of music and song, and he commanded him furthermore to summon 30,000 angels, to serve as his bodyguard. 15,000 to right of him and 15,000 to left of him. In abject terror Moses asked Metatron, "Who art thou?" And the angel replied, "I am Enoch, the son of Jared, thy ancestor, and God has charged me to accompany thee to his throne." But Moses demurred, saying, "I am but flesh and blood, and I cannot look upon the countenance of an angel," whereupon Metatron changed Moses' flesh into torches of fire, his eyes into Merkabah wheels, his strength into an angel's, and his tongue into a flame, and he took him to heaven with a retinue of 30,000 angels, 1/2 moving to right of them and 1/2 to left of them. In the first heaven Moses saw streams upon streams of water, and he observed that the whole heaven consisted of windows, at each of which angels were stationed. Metatron named and pointed out all the windows of heaven to him, the window of prayer and the window of supplication, of weeping and of joy, plenitude and starvation, wealth and poverty, war and peace, conception and birth, showers and soft rains, sin and repentance, life and death, pestilence and healing, sickness and health, and many windows more. In the second heaven Moses saw the angel Uriel, standing 300 parasangs high, with his retinue of 50 myriads of angels, all fashioned out of water and fire, and all keeping their faces turned toward the Shekinah while they sang a song of praise to God. Metatron explained to Moses, that these were the angels set over the clouds, the winds, and the rains, who return speedily, as soon as they have executed the will of their Creator, to their station in the second of the heavens, there to proclaim the praise of God. In the third heaven Moses saw an angel, so tall it would take a human being 500 years to climb to his height. He had 70,000 heads, each head having as many mouths, each mouth as many tongues, and each tongue as many sayings, and he together with his suite of 70,000 myriads of angels made of white fire praised and extolled the Lord. "These," said Metatron to Moses, "are called Erolim, and they are appointed over the grass, the trees, the fruits, and the grain, but as soon as they have done the will of their Creator, they return to the place assigned to them, and praise God." In the fourth heaven Moses saw a temple, the pillars thereof made of red fire, the staves of green fire, the thresholds of white fire, the boards and clasps of flaming fire, the gates of carbuncles, and the pinnacles of rubies. Angels were entering the temple and giving praise to God there. In response to a question from Moses, Metatron told him that they presided over the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the other celestial bodies. And all of them intoned songs before God. In this heaven Moses noticed also the two great planets, Venus and Mars, each as large as the whole earth, and concerning these he asked unto what purpose they had been created. Metatron explained thereupon, that Venus lies upon the sun to cool him off in summer, else he would scorch the earth, and Mars lies upon the moon, to impart warmth to her, lest she freeze the earth. Arrived in the fifth heaven, Moses saw hosts of angels, whose nether parts were of snow and their upper parts of fire, and yet the snow did not melt nor was the fire extinguished, for God had established perfect harmony between the two elements. These angels, called Ashim, have had nothing to do since the day of their creation but praise and extol the Lord. In the sixth of the heavens were millions and myriads of angels praising God. They were called Iron and Kodashim, watchers, and holy ones, and their chief was made of hail, and he was so tall. It would take 500 years to walk a distance equal to his height. In the last heaven Moses saw two angels, each 500 parasangs in height, forged out of chains of black fire and red fire, the angels Af, anger, and Hema, wrath, whom God created at the beginning of the world, to execute his will. Moses was disquieted when he looked upon them, but Metatron embraced him, and said, Moses, Moses, thou favorite of God, fear not, and be not terrified, and Moses became calm. There was another angel in the seventh heaven, different in appearance from all the others, and of frightful mien. His height was so great, it would have taken 500 years to cover a distance equal to it, and from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet he was studded with glaring eyes, at the sight of which the beholder fell prostrate in awe. This one, said Metatron, addressing Moses, is Samuel, who takes the soul away from man. Whither goes he now? Asked Moses, and Metatron replied, to fetch the soul of Job the pious. Thereupon Moses prayed to God in these words, O may it be thy will, my God and the God of my fathers, not to let me fall into the hands of this angel. Here, in the highest heaven, he saw also the seraphim with their 6 wings. With 2 they cover their face, that they gaze not upon the Shekinah, and with 2 their feet, which, being like a calf's feet, they hide, to keep secret Israel's transgression of the golden calf. With the 3rd pair of wings they fly and do the service of the Lord, all the while exclaiming, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts, the whole earth is full of his glory. The wings of these angels are of prodigious size, it would take a man 500 years to traverse their length and their breadth, as from one end of the earth to the other. And Moses saw in the 7th heaven the holy Haot, which support the throne of God. And he beheld also the angel Zagzagel, the prince of the Torah and of wisdom, who teaches the Torah in 70 languages to the souls of men, and thereafter they cherish the precepts contained therein as laws revealed by God to Moses on Sinai. From this angel with the horns of glory Moses himself learnt all the 10 mysteries. Having seen what there is in the 7 heavens, he spoke to God, saying, I will not leave the heavens unless thou grantest me a gift, and God replied, I will give thee the Torah, and men shall call it the law of Moses. Moses visits paradise and hell. When Moses was on the point of departing from heaven, a celestial voice announced, Moses, thou camest hither, and thou didst see the throne of my glory. Now thou shalt see also paradise and hell, and God dispatched Gabriel on the errand of showing hell to him. Terrified by its fires, when he caught sight of them as he entered the portals of hell, Moses refused to go farther. But the angel encouraged him, saying, There is a fire that not only burns but also consumes, and that fire will protect thee against hell fire, so that thou canst step upon it, and yet thou wilt not be seared. As Moses entered hell, the fire withdrew a distance of 500 parasangs, and the angel of hell, Nazargiel, asked him, Who art thou? And he answered, I am Moses, the son of Amram. Nazargiel, this is not thy place, thou belongest in paradise. Moses, I came hither to see the manifestation of the power of God. Then said God to the angel of hell, Go and show hell unto Moses, and how the wicked are treated there. Immediately he went with Moses, walking before him like a pupil before his master, and thus they entered hell together, and Moses saw men undergoing torture by the angels of destruction. Some of the sinners were suspended by their eyelids, some by their ears, some by their hands, and some by their tongues, and they cried bitterly. And women were suspended by their hair and by their breasts, and in other ways, all on chains of fire. Nazargiel explained, these hanged by their eyes, because they looked lustfully upon the wives of their neighbors, and with a covetous eye upon the possessions of their fellow men. These hanged by their ears because they listened to empty and vain speech, and turned their ear away from hearing the Torah. These hanged by their tongues, because they talked slander, and accustomed their tongue to foolish babbling. These hanged by their feet, because they walked with them in order to spy upon their fellow men, but they walked not to the synagogue, to offer prayer unto their Creator. These hanged by their hands, because with them they robbed their neighbors of their possessions, and committed murder. These women hang by their hair and their breasts, because they uncovered them in the presence of young men, so that they conceived desire unto them, and fell into sin. Moses heard hell cry with a loud and a bitter cry, saying to Nazargiel, Give me something to eat, I am hungry. Nazargiel, what shall I give thee? Hell, give me the souls of the pious. Nazargiel, the Holy One, blessed be he, will not deliver the souls of the pious unto thee. Moses saw the place called Aluka, where sinners were suspended by their feet, their heads downward, and their bodies covered with black worms, each 500 parasangs long. They lamented, and cried, Woe unto us for the punishment of hell! Give us death, that we may die. Nazargiel explained, These are the sinners that swore falsely, profaned the Sabbath and the holy days, despised the sages, called their neighbors by unseemly nicknames, wronged the orphan and the widow, and bore false witness. Therefore bath God delivered them to these worms. Moses went thence to another place, and there he saw sinners prone on their faces, with 2,000 scorpions lashing, stinging, and tormenting them, while the tortured victims cried bitterly. Each of the scorpions had 70,000 heads, each head 70,000 mouths, each mouth 70,000 stings, and each sting 70,000 pouches of poison and venom, which the sinners are forced to drink down. Although the anguish is so racking that their eyes melt in their sockets. Nazargiel explained, These are the sinners who caused the Israelites to lose their money, who exalted themselves above the community, who put their neighbors to shame in public, who delivered their fellow Israelites into the hands of the Gentiles, who denied the Torah of Moses, and who maintained that God is not the creator of the world. Then Moses saw the place called Tit-Be'ayon, in which the sinners stand in mud up to their navels, while the angels of destruction lash them with fiery chains, and break their teeth with fiery stones, from morning until evening. And during the night they make their teeth grow again, to the length of a parasang, only to break them anew the next morning. Nazargiel explained, These are the sinners who ate carrion forbidden flesh, who lent their money at usury, who wrote the name of God on amulets for Gentiles, who used false weights, who stole money from their fellow Israelites, who ate on the Day of Atonement, who ate forbidden fat, and animals and reptiles that are an abomination, and who drank blood. Then Nazargiel said to Moses, Come and see how the sinners are burnt in hell, and Moses answered, I cannot go there, but Nazargiel replied, Let the light of the Shekinah precede thee, and the fire of hell will have no power over thee. Moses yielded, and he saw how the sinners were burnt, one half of their bodies being immersed in fire and the other half in snow, while worms bred in their own flesh crawled over them, and the angels of destruction beat them incessantly. Nazargiel explained, These are the sinners who committed incest, murder, and idolatry, who cursed their parents and their teachers, and who, like Nimrod and others, called themselves gods. In this place, which is called Abaddon, he saw the sinners taking snow by stealth and putting it in their armpits, to relieve the pain inflicted by the scorching fire, and he was convinced that the saying was true. The wicked mend not their ways even at the gate of hell. As Moses departed from hell, he prayed to God, May it be thy will, O Lord my God and God of my fathers, to save me and the people of Israel from the places I have seen in hell. But God answered him, and said, Moses, before me there is no respecting of persons and no taking of gifts. Whoever doeth good deeds entereth paradise, and he that doeth evil must go to hell. At the command of God, Gabriel now led Moses to paradise. As he entered, 2 angels came toward him, and they said to him, Thy time is not yet arrived to leave the world, and Moses made answer, What ye say is true, but I have come to see the reward of the pious in paradise. Then the angels extolled Moses, saying, Hail, Moses, servant of God. Hail, Moses, born of woman, that hast been found worthy to ascend to the 7 heavens. Hail to the nation to which thou belongest. Under the tree of life Moses saw the angel Shamshiel, the prince of paradise, who led him through it, and showed him all there is therein. He saw 70 thrones made of precious stones, standing on feet of fine gold, each throne surrounded by 70 angels. But one of them was larger than all the others, and it was encircled by 120 angels. This was the throne of Abraham, and when Abraham beheld Moses, and heard who he was, and what his purpose was in visiting paradise, he exclaimed, Praise ye the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Moses asked Shamshiel about the size of paradise, but not even he who is the prince thereof could answer the question, for there is none that can gauge it. It can neither be measured nor fathomed nor numbered. But Shamshiel explained to Moses about the thrones, that they were different one from the other, some being of silver, some of gold, some of precious stones and pearls and rubies and carbuncles. The thrones made of pearls are for the scholars that study the Torah day and night for her own sake. Those of precious stones are for the pious, those of rubies for the just, those of gold for the repentant sinners, and those of silver for the righteous proselytes. The greatest of them all, continued Shamshiel, is the throne of Abraham, the next in size the thrones of Isaac and Jacob, then come the thrones of the prophets, the saints, and the righteous, each in accordance with a man's worth, and his rank. And the good deeds he has performed in his lifetime. Moses asked then for whom the throne of copper was intended, and the angel answered, For the sinner that has a pious son. Through the merits of his son he receives it as his share. Again Moses looked, and he beheld a spring of living water welling up from under the tree of life and dividing into 4 streams, which passed under the throne of glory, and thence encompassed paradise from end to end. He also saw 4 rivers flowing under each of the thrones of the pious, one of honey, the second of milk, the third of wine, and the 4th of pure balsam. Beholding all these desirable and pleasant things, Moses felt great joy, and he said, Oh, how great is thy goodness, which thou hast laid up for them that fear thee, which thou hast wrought for them that put their trust in thee. Before the sons of men. And Moses left paradise, and returned to the earth. At the moment of his departure, a heavenly voice cried aloud, Moses, servant of the Lord, thou that art faithful in his house, even as thou hast seen the reward that is laid up for the pious in the world to come. So also thou wilt be worthy of seeing the life of the world that shall be in the future time. Thou and all Israel, ye shall see the rebuilding of the temple and the advent of the Messiah, behold the beauty of the Lord, and meditate in his temple. In the world to come Moses, besides sharing the joys of Israel, will continue his activity as the teacher of Israel, for the people will go before Abraham and request him to instruct them in the Torah. He will send them to Isaac, saying, Go to Isaac, he hath studied more of the Torah than ever I studied, but Isaac, in turn, will send them to Jacob, saying, Go to Jacob, he hath had more converse with the sages than ever I had. And Jacob will send them to Moses, saying, Go to Moses, he was instructed in the Torah by God himself. In the Messianic time, Moses will be one of the 7 shepherds that shall be the leaders of Israel with the Messiah. Moses declines the mission. When Moses turned aside to see the great sight, that the bush was not consumed, he heard a voice calling to him, Draw not nigh hither. These words were to convey that the dignity to be conferred upon him God intended for Moses personally, not for his descendants, and further he was warned not to arrogate honors appointed for others, as the priesthood, which was to belong to Aaron and Aaron's descendants, or royalty, which was to appertain to David and the house of David. Again the voice spake, Put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. These words conveyed the desire of God that he cut asunder every bond uniting him with earthly concerns, he was even to give up his conjugal life. Hereupon the angel Michael spoke to God, O Lord of the world, can it be thy purpose to destroy mankind? Blessing can prevail only if male and female are united, and yet thou biddest Moses separate from his wife. God answered, saying, Moses has begot children, he has done his duty toward the world. I desire him to unite himself now with the Shekinah, that she may descend upon earth for his sake. God spake furthermore, addressing Moses, Thou sayest only what is to happen in the near future, that Israel is to receive the Torah on Mount Sinai, but I behold what cometh after, bow the people will worship the steer. The figure of which they will see upon my chariot, even while my revelation will be made on Sinai. Thus they will excite my wrath. Nevertheless, though I know all the perverseness of their hearts, wherein they will rebel against me in the desert, I will redeem them now, for I accord unto man the treatment he merits for his present actions. Not what he will deserve in the future. I promised their father Jacob, I will go down with thee into Egypt, and I will also surely bring thee up again, and now I will betake myself thither, to bring Israel up in accordance with my words unto Jacob. And bear them to the land I swore unto their fathers, that their seed should inherit it. So long as the time of affliction that I had appointed unto his seed in my revelation to Abraham was not past, I hearkened not to the supplication and the groaning of his children, but now the end hath come. Therefore, go before Pharaoh, that he dismiss my people. If thou dost not bring about the redemption, none other will, for there is none other that can do it. In thee doth Israel hope, and upon thee doth Israel wait. The matter lieth in thine hands alone. Moses, however, refused to take the mission upon himself. He said to God, Thy promise unto Jacob was, I will surely bring thee up again out of Egypt. Thou didst undertake to do it thyself, and now it is thy purpose to send me thither. And how, indeed, were it possible for me to accomplish this great matter, to bring the children of Israel up out of Egypt? How could I provide them with food and drink? Many are the women in childbirth among them, many are the pregnant women and the little children. Whence shall I procure dainties for those who have borne babes, whence sweetmeats for the pregnant, and whence tidbits for the little ones? And how may I venture to go among the Egyptian brigands and murderers? For thou art bidding me to go to mine enemies, to those who lie in wait to take my life. Why should I risk the safety of my person, seeing that I know not whether Israel possesses merits making them worthy of redemption? I have reckoned up the years with care, and I have found that but 210 have elapsed since the covenant of the peace made with Abraham, and at that time thou didst ordain 400 years of oppression for his seed. But God overturned all his objections. He spake to Moses, saying, I will be with thee. Whatever thou desirest I will do, so that the redemption will in very truth be realized through me, in accordance with my promise to Jacob. The little ones that Israel will carry up out of Egypt I will provide with food for 30 days. This shall prove to thee in what manner I will supply the needs of all. And as I will be at thy side, thou hast no need to fear any man. Respecting thy doubt, whether Israel deserves to be redeemed, this is my answer, they will be permitted to go forth from Egypt on account of the merits they will acquire at this mountain, whereon they will receive the Torah through thee. And thy reckoning of the end is not correct, for the 400 years of bondage began with the birth of Isaac, not with the going down of Jacob into Egypt. Therefore the appointed end hath come. Persuaded now of God's unalterable resolve to use him as his instrument in the redemption of Israel from Egypt, Moses entreated God to impart to him the knowledge of his great name, that he be not confounded if the children of Israel ask for it. God answered, saying, Thou desirest to know my name. My name is according to my acts. When I judge my creatures, I am called Elohim, judge, when I rise up to do battle against the sinners, I am Lord Zebaoth, the Lord of hosts. When I wait with long-suffering patience for the improvement of the sinner, my name is El Shaddai, when I have mercy upon the world, I am Adonai. But unto the children of Israel shalt thou say that I am he that was, that is, and that ever will be, and I am he that is with them in their bondage now, and he that shall be with them in the bondage of the time to come. In reply to the latter words of God, Moses said, Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, and God assented thereto. He admitted that it was not proper to force the knowledge of future suffering upon Israel in a present that was itself full of evil and sorrow. And the Lord said to Moses, My words about the future were meant for thee alone, not also for them. Tell the children of Israel, besides, that at my behest an angel can stretch his hand from heaven and touch the earth with it, and 3 angels can find room under one tree, and my majesty can fill the whole world, for when it was my will, it appeared to Job in his hair, and, again, when I willed otherwise, it appeared in a thorn bush. But the most important communication from God to Moses concerning the divine names were the words to follow, In mercy I created the world, in mercy I guide it, and with mercies I will return to Jerusalem. But unto the children of Israel thou shalt say that my mercy upon them is for the sake of the merits of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. When Moses heard these words, he spoke to God, saying, Are there men that transgress after death? And when God assured him that it was not possible for the dead to sin, Moses asked again, Why, then, is it that thou didst reveal thyself to me at the first as the God of my father, and now thou passest him over? Whereupon God said, In the beginning it was my purpose to address thee with flattering words, but now thou hearest the whole and exact truth, I am only the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Moses prayed to God, entreating him to reveal his great and holy name unto him, so that he might call upon him with it and secure the fulfillment of all his wishes. The Lord granted the prayer of Moses, and when the celestials knew that he had revealed the secret of the ineffable name, they cried out, Blessed art thou, O Lord, gracious giver of knowledge. God is always regardful of the honor of the elders of a people, and he bade Moses assemble those of Israel and announce the approaching redemption to them. And as God knew beforehand how Pharaoh's obduracy would display itself, he made it known to Moses at once, lest he reproach God later with the Egyptian king's frowardness. Moses punished for his stubbornness. In spite of all these safeguards, Moses was not yet ready to accept the mission God wished to impose upon him. He persisted in urging his fears, saying, But, behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, for they will say, The Lord hath not appeared unto thee. And the Lord said unto him, What is that in thine hand? And he said, A rod. And the Lord said, Thou deservest to be castigated with it. If thou didst not intend to take my mission upon thyself, thou shouldst have said so in the beginning. Instead, thou didst hold back with thy refusal, until I revealed to thee the great secret of the ineffable name, that thou mightest know it if the children of Israel should ask thee concerning it. And now thou sayest, I will not go. Now, therefore, if thou wilt not execute my charge to thee, it will be executed by this rod. It was my wish to distinguish thee and make thee my instrument for doing many miracles. But thou deservest a punishment for having suspected my children of lack of faith. The children of Israel are believers and sons of believers, but thou wilt show thyself of little faith in thy career, and as thou followest the example of the slanderous serpent, so shalt thou be punished with leprosy. Wherewith the serpent was punished. The Lord now bade Moses put his hand into his bosom and take it out again, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, as white as snow. And God bade him put his hand into his bosom again, and it turned again as his other flesh. Beside being a chastisement for his hasty words, the plague on his hand was to teach him that as the leper defile, so the Egyptians defiled Israel, and as Moses was healed of his uncleanness, so God would cleanse the children of Israel of the pollution the Egyptians had brought upon them. The second wonder connected with the rod of Moses likewise conveyed a double meaning, in that it pointed to the coming redemption of Israel, and taught Moses a specific lesson. At the bidding of God, Moses cast his rod on the ground, and it became a serpent, to show him that when he traduced Israel, he was following the example of the abusive serpent. And also to show him that the great dragon that leeth in the midst of the rivers of Egypt, though he was now hacking into Israel with his teeth, would be rendered harmless like the rod of wood, which has no power to bite. And, again, through the third miracle he was bidden to perform, God conveyed to Moses what would happen in the latter years of his own life. The sign he gave him was to make known to him that, before the water came, blood would flow from the rock at Meribah, when Moses should strike it after uttering the hasty, impatient words that were destined to bring death down upon him. For 7 days God urged Moses to undertake the mission he desired him to execute. He resorted to persuasion, that the heathen might not say, that he abused his power as the ruler of the world, forcing men to do his service against their will. But Moses remained obdurate, he could not be won over. He said, "Thou doest a wrong unto me in sending me to Pharaoh. In the palace of the Egyptian king there are persons that know how to speak the 70 languages of the world. No matter what language a man may use, there is someone that understands him. If I should come as thy representative, and they should discover that I am not able to converse in the 70 languages, they will mock at me, and say, Behold this man, he pretends to be the ambassador of the Creator of the world. And he cannot speak the 70 languages." To this God made reply, as follows: Adam, who was taught by none, could give names to the beasts in the 70 languages. Was it not I that made him to speak? Moses was not yet satisfied, he continued to urge objections, and he said, O Lord of the world, thou wouldst charge me with the task of chastising Egypt and redeeming Israel, and I am ready to be thy messenger. But is it seemly that a man should execute 2 errands at once? Nay, my Lord, for this 2 men are needed. God made answer, and said, Moses, I know well whom thou hast in mind with thy request, to be thy companion in the mission I assign to thee. Know, therefore, that the Holy Spirit hath already come upon thy brother Aaron, and even now he is awaiting thee on the way of Egypt, and when his eyes rest upon thee he will rejoice. Furthermore God spake to Moses, saying, When I appeared unto thee the first time, thou wast meek, and didst hide thy face, not to see the vision. Whence cometh now this effrontery of thine, that thou addressest me as a servant his master? Thou speakest too many words by far. Perchance thou thinkest I have no messengers, hosts, seraphim, Ophanim, ministering angels, and Merkabah wheels, to send to Egypt, to bring my children thence, that thou sayest, Send by the hand of him whom thou wilt send. In sooth, thou deservest severe chastisement. But what can I do, seeing that I am the master of mercy? If thou escapest unpunished, thou owest it to thy father Amram, who rendered great services in behalf of the preservation of the Israelitish people in Egypt. But Moses replied, O Lord of the world, I a prophet and the son of a prophet obeyed thy words only after much hesitation, and I cannot expect Pharaoh, a wicked man and the son of a wicked man, and the Egyptians, a disobedient people and the sons of a disobedient people, to give ear to my words. O Lord of the world, thou dost send me to Egypt to redeem 60 myriads of thy people from the oppression of the Egyptians. If it were a question of delivering a couple of 100 men, it were a sufficiently difficult enterprise. How much severer is the task of freeing 60 myriads from the dominion of Pharaoh? If thou hadst called upon the Egyptians to give up their evil ways soon after they began to enslave Israel, they might have heeded thy admonitions. But if I should go and speak to them now, after they have been ruling over Israel these 210 years, Pharaoh would say, If a slave has served his master for 10 years, and no protest has made itself heard from any quarter, how can a man conceive the idea suddenly of having him set at liberty? Verily, O Lord of the world, the task thou puttiest upon me is too heavy for my strength. Moses said furthermore, I am not an eloquent man, nor can I see of what avail words can be in this matter. Thou art sending me to one that is himself a slave, to Pharaoh of the tribe of Ham, and a slave will not be corrected by words. I consent to go on thy errand only if thou wilt invest me with the power of chastising Pharaoh with brute force. To these words spoken by Moses, God made reply, Let it not fret thee that thou art not an eloquent speaker. It is I that made the mouth of all that speak, and I that made men dumb. One I make to see, another I make blind. One I make to hear, another I make deaf. Had I willed it so, thou hadst been a man of ready speech. But I desired to show a wonder through thee. Whenever I will it, the words I cast into thy mouth shall come forth without hesitation. But what thou sayest about a slave, that he cannot be corrected by words, is true, and therefore I give thee my rod for Pharaoh's castigation." But Moses still stood his ground. He raised other objections. "His grandchild," he said, "is closer to a man than his nephew. Nevertheless, when Lot was taken captive, thou didst send angels to the aid of Abraham's nephew. But now, when the life of 60 myriads of Abraham's lineal descendants is at stake, thou sendest me, and not the angels. When the Egyptian bondwoman Hagar was in distress, thou didst dispatch 5 angels to stand by her, and to redeem 60 myriads of the children of Sarah thou dost dispatch me. O Lord, send, I pray thee, by the hand of him whom thou wilt send in days to come." To this God answered, saying, "I said not that I would send thee to Israel, but to Pharaoh, and that one whom thou madest mention of, I will send to Israel at the end of days. Elijah will appear to them before the great and terrible day." If Moses refused to do the errand of the Lord, there was a reason. God had revealed to him the treasures of the Torah, of wisdom, and of knowledge, and the whole world's future. Now he beheld in the inner chamber of God rows of scholars and judges interpreting the Torah in 49 different ways as they sat in the court of hewn stones. And he saw, besides, Rabbi Akiba explaining the meaning of the crowns upon the letters. Then said Moses, "I do not care to be God's messenger. Let him rather send one of these great scholars." Then God ordered the angel of wisdom to carry Moses to a place of myriads of scholars, all interpreting the Torah, and all making use of the formula, "This is a halakha revealed to Moses on Mount Sinai." Now Moses recognized that even the greatest scholars of future generations would be dependent upon him, and then, at last, he was ready to execute the mission God desired to lay upon him. But Moses had to pay dear for having hesitated in the execution of the divine bidding. God said to him, "It was appointed that thou shouldst be priest, and Aaron should be the Levite. Because thou hast refused to execute my will, thou shalt be the Levite, and Aaron shall be priest," a punishment that did not fall upon Moses personally, but only upon his descendants, all of whom are Levites. As for himself, he performed a priest's service in the tabernacle. Moses had said to God, "Thou hast been speaking to me now these many days, nevertheless I am still slow of speech and of a slow tongue." For this he received another punishment. God said to him, "I might change thee into a new man, and heal thee of thy imperfect speech, but because thou hast uttered such words, I refrain from curing thee." The return to Egypt. When Moses finally gave in, and declared himself ready to go to Egypt as God's messenger, his acceptance was still conditional upon the promise of God to fulfill all his wishes, and God granted whatsoever he desired. Except immortality and entering the Holy Land. God also allayed his fears regarding the danger that threatened him from his whilom enemies Dathan and Abiram, on account of whom he had had to flee from Egypt. He told him that they had sunk to the estate of poor and insignificant men, bereft of the power of doing him harm. Moses was loyal to the oath he had given his father-in-law Jethro, never to return to Egypt without securing his consent. His first concern therefore was to go back to Midian and obtain his permission, which Jethro gave freely. Then Moses could set out on his journey. He tarried only to take his wife and his children with him, which made his father-in-law say, "Those who are in Egypt are to leave it, and thou desirest to take more thither." Moses replied, "Very soon the slaves held in bondage in Egypt will be redeemed, and they will go forth from the land, and gather at Mount Sinai, and hear the words, 'I am the Lord thy God,' and should my sons not be present there?" Jethro acknowledged the justice of Moses' words, and he said to him, "Go in peace, enter Egypt in peace, and leave the land in peace." At last Moses sallied forth upon his journey to Egypt, accompanied by his wife and his children. He was mounted upon the very ass that had borne Abraham to the aggadah on Mount Moriah, the ass upon which the Messiah will appear riding at the end of days. Even now, his journey begun, Moses was but half-hearted about his mission. He traveled leisurely, thinking, "When I arrive in Egypt and announce to the children of Israel that the end of the term of Egyptian slavery has come, they will say, 'We know very well that our bondage must last 400 years. And the end is not yet,' but if I were to put this objection before God, he would break out in wrath against me. It is best for me to consume as much time as possible on the way thither. God was ill pleased with Moses for this artifice, and he spake to him, saying, Joseph prophesied long ago that the oppression of Egypt would endure only 210 years. For his lack of faith Moses was punished while he was on the road to Egypt. The angels Aph and Hema appeared and swallowed his whole body down to his feet, and they gave him up only after Zipporah, nimble as a bird, circumcised her son Gershom, and touched the feet of her husband with the blood of the circumcision. The reason why their son had remained uncircumcised until then was that Jethro had made the condition, when he consented to the marriage of his daughter with Moses, that the first son of their union should be brought up as a Gentile. When Moses was released by the angels, he attacked them, and he slew Hema, whose host of angels, however, held their own before the assailant. The divine voice heard by Moses in Midian telling him to return to his brethren in Egypt fell at the same time upon the ear of Aaron, dwelling in Egypt, and it bade him go into the wilderness to meet Moses. God speaketh marvelously with his voice, and therefore the same revelation could be understood one way in Midian and another way in Egypt. The greeting of the two brothers was very cordial. Envy and jealousy had no place between them. Aaron was rejoiced that God had chosen his younger brother to be the Redeemer of Israel, and Moses was rejoiced that his older brother had been divinely appointed the high priest in Israel. God knew their hearts, for at the time when he charged him with the Egyptian mission, Moses had said, All these years Aaron has been active as a prophet in Israel, and should I now encroach upon his province and cause him vexation? But God reassured him, saying, Moses, thy brother Aaron will surely not be vexed, he will rather rejoice at thy mission, yea, he will come forth and meet thee. Aaron showed his joy freely at seeing his brother once more, after their separation of many years. As for his joy in the distinction accorded to Moses, it was too great to be expressed in all its depth and extent. For his kind, generous spirit, he received a reward from God, in that he was permitted to bear the Urim and Thummim upon his heart, for, God said, The heart that rejoiced at the exalting of a brother shall wear the Urim and Thummim. Aaron ran to meet his brother, and embraced him, and asked ere he had spent all the years of their separation. When he was told in Midian, he continued to question him, saying, Who are these that are traveling with thee? Moses, my wife and my sons. Aaron, whither goest thou with them? Moses, to Egypt. Aaron, what? Great enough is our sorrow through those who have been in Egypt from the beginning, and thou takest more to the land. Moses recognized that Aaron was right, and he sent his wife and his sons back to his father-in-law Jethro. He was no less magnanimous than Aaron. If the elder brother felt no envy on account of the younger brother's dignity, the younger brother did not withhold from the other the teachings and revelations he had received. Immediately after meeting with Aaron, Moses told him all that God had taught him, even the awful secret of the ineffable name communicated to him on Mount Horeb. In obedience to the command of God, the elders of the people were assembled, and before them Moses performed the wonders that were to be his credentials as the Redeemer sent to deliver the people. Nevertheless, the deeds he did were not so potent in convincing them of the reality of the mission as the words wherein God had announced the approaching redemption to him, which he repeated in their ears. The elders knew that Jacob had imparted to Joseph the secret mark designating the Redeemer, and Joseph had in turn confided it to his brethren before his death. The last surviving one of the brethren, Asher, had revealed it to his daughter Sarah, in the following words, He that will come and proclaim the redemption with the words of God, I have surely visited you. And seen that which is done to you in Egypt, he is the true Redeemer. Sarah was still alive at Moses' return, and the elders betook themselves to her, and told her the words of Moses announcing the redemption. When she heard that his words had been the same as those Asher had quoted, she knew that he was the promised Redeemer, and all the people believed in him. Thereupon Moses invited the elders to go to Pharaoh with him, but they lacked the courage to appear before the king. Though they started out with Moses, they dropped off stealthily on the way, one by one, and when Moses and Aaron stood in the presence of the king, they found themselves alone, deserted by all the others. The elders did not go out free. Their punishment was that God did not permit them to ascend the holy mountain with Moses. They durst accompany him on the way to God only as far as they had accompanied him on the way to Pharaoh, and then they had to tarry until he came again. Moses and Aaron before Pharaoh. The day Moses and Aaron made their appearance before Pharaoh happened to be the anniversary of his birth, and he was surrounded by many kings, for he was the ruler of the whole world. And this was the occasion on which the kings of the earth came to do him homage. When the attendants announced Moses and Aaron, Pharaoh inquired whether the two old men had brought him crowns, and, receiving a negative reply, he ordered that they were not to be admitted to his presence, until he had seen and dismissed all the others desirous of paying him their respects. Pharaoh's palace was surrounded by a vast army. It was built with 400 entrances, 100 on each side, and each of them guarded by 60,000 soldiers. Moses and Aaron were overawed by this display of power, and they were afraid. But the angel Gabriel appeared, and he led them into the palace, observed by none of the guards, and Pharaoh decreed severe punishment upon the inattentive sentinels for having admitted the old men without his permission. They were dismissed, and others put in their places. But the same thing happened the next day. Moses and Aaron were within the palace, and the new guard had not been able to hinder their passing. Pharaoh questioned his servants, how it had been possible for the two old men to enter, and they said, "We know it not. Through the doors they did not come. Surely, they must be magicians." Not enough that the palace was guarded by a host, at each entrance 2 lions were stationed, and in terror of being torn to pieces none dared approach the doors, and none could go within until the lion tamer came and led the beasts away. Now Balaam and all the other sacred scribes of Egypt advised that the keepers loose the lions at the approach of Moses and Aaron. But their advice availed naught. Moses had but to raise his rod, and the lions bounded toward him joyously, and followed at his feet, gambolling like dogs before their master on his return home. Within the palace, Moses and Aaron found 70 secretaries busy with Pharaoh's correspondence, which was carried on in 70 languages. At the sight of the messengers of Israel, they started up in great awe, for the 2 men resembled angels. In stature they were as the cedars of Lebanon, their countenances radiated splendor like the sun, the pupils of their eyes were like the sphere of the morning star, their beards like palm branches. And their mouths emitted flames when they opened them for speech. In their terror, the secretaries flung down pen and paper, and prostrated themselves before Moses and Aaron. Now the 2 representatives of the children of Israel stepped before Pharaoh, and they spake, "The God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice unto the Lord our God, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword." But Pharaoh answered, saying, "What is the name of your God? Wherein doth his strength consist, and his power? How many countries, how many provinces, how many cities hath he under his dominion? In how many campaigns was he victorious? How many lands did he make subject to himself? How many cities did he capture? When he goeth to war, how many warriors, riders, chariots, and charioteers doth he lead forth?" Whereto Moses and Aaron replied, "His strength and his power fill the whole world. His voice heweth out flames of fire. His words break mountains in pieces. The heaven is his throne, and the earth his footstool. His bow is fire, his arrows are flames, his spears torches, his shield clouds, and his sword lightning flashes. He created the mountains and the valleys, he brought forth spirits and souls, he stretched out the earth by a word, he made the mountains with his wisdom, he forms the embryo in the womb of the mother, he covers the heavens with clouds. At his word the dew and the rain descend earthward, he causes plants to grow from the ground, he nourishes and sustains the whole world, from the horns upon the rim down to the eggs of vermin. Every day he causes men to die, and every day he calls men into life." Pharaoh answered, and said, "I have no need of him. I have created myself, and if ye say that he causes dew and rain to descend, I have the Nile, the river that hath its source under the tree of life, and the ground impregnated by its waters bears fruit so huge that it takes 2 asses to carry it. And it is palatable beyond description, for it has 300 different tastes. Then Pharaoh sent to fetch the books of the chronicles of his kingdom from his archives, wherein are recorded the names of the gods of all the nations, to see whether the name of the God of the Hebrews was among them. He read off, "The gods of Moab, the gods of Ammon, the gods of Zidon. I do not find your God inscribed in the archives." Moses and Aaron exclaimed, "O thou fool! Thou seekest the living in the graves of the dead. These which thou didst read are the names of dumb idols, but our God is the God of life and the King of eternal life." When Pharaoh said the words, "I know not the Lord," God himself made answer, saying, "O thou rascal! Thou sayest to my ambassadors, I know not the strength and the power of your God. Lo, I will make thee to stand, for to show thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth." Having searched his list of the gods of the nations in vain for a mention of the God of the Hebrews, Pharaoh cited before him the wise men of Egypt, and he said to them, "Have ye ever heard the name of the God of these people?" They replied, "We have been told that he is a son of the wise, the son of ancient kings." Then spake God, saying, "O ye fools! Ye call yourselves wise men, but me ye call only the son of the wise. Verily, I will set at naught all your wisdom and your understanding." Pharaoh persisted in his obduracy, even after Moses and Aaron had performed the miracle of the rod. At the time when the two Hebrews succeeded in entering the palace, guarded as it was by lions, Pharaoh had sent for his magicians, at their head Balaam and his two sons Jans and Jambres, and when they appeared before him, he told them of the extraordinary incident, how the lions had followed the two old men like dogs, and fawned upon them. It was Balaam's opinion that they were simply magicians like himself and his companions, and he prayed the king to have them come before him together with themselves, to test who were the master magicians, the Egyptians or the Hebrews. Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron, and he said to them, "Who will believe you when you say that you are the ambassadors of God, as you pretend to be, if you do not convince men by performing wonders?" Thereupon Aaron cast his rod to the ground, and it became a serpent. Pharaoh laughed aloud. "What," he exclaimed, "is this all your God can do? It is the way of merchants to carry merchandise to a place if there is none of it there, but would anyone take brine to Spain or fish to Acco? It seems you do not know that I am an adept in all sorts of magic." He ordered little school children to be brought, and they repeated the wonder done by Moses and Aaron. Indeed, Pharaoh's own wife performed it. Jans and Jambres, the sons of Balaam, derided Moses, saying, "Ye carry straw to Ephraim." Whereto Moses answered, "To the place of many vegetables, thither carry vegetables." To show the Egyptians that Aaron could do something with his rod that their magicians could not imitate, God caused the serpent into which his rod had been changed to swallow up all the rods of the magicians. But Balaam and his associates said, "There is nothing marvelous or astonishing in this feat. Your serpent has but devoured our serpents, which is in accordance with a law of nature, one living being devours another. If thou wishest us to acknowledge that the Spirit of God worketh in thee, then cast thy rod to the earth, and if, being wood, it swallows up our rods of wood, then we shall acknowledge that the Spirit of God is in thee." Aaron stood the test. After his rod had resumed its original form, it swallowed up the rods of the Egyptians, and yet its bulk showed no increase. This caused Pharaoh to reflect, whether this wonderful rod of Aaron might not swallow up also him and his throne. Nevertheless he refused to obey the behest of God, to let Israel go, saying, "Had I Jacob Israel himself here before me, I should put trowel and bucket on his shoulder." And to Moses and Aaron, he said, "Because ye, like all the rest of the tribe of Levi, are not compelled to labor, therefore do ye speak, Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord. If you had asked for 1,000 people, or 2,000, I should have fulfilled your request, but never will I consent to let 600,000 men go away." The suffering increases. Beside refusing to dismiss the children of Israel, he ordered, on the very day of Moses and Aaron's audience with him, that the people be required to deliver the prescribed tale of bricks. Though the taskmasters were not as heretofore to give them straw to make brick. Another decree was, that the children of Israel were not to be permitted to rest on the Sabbath, for Pharaoh knew that they used the leisure for reading the rolls that described their redemption. All this was a part of God's plan. The oppression of Israel was to be increased the closer the end approached. As they wandered up and down the land of Egypt gathering the straw they needed for the due-tale of bricks, they were maltreated by the Egyptians if they caught them on their fields. Such unkind acts perpetrated by the whole people made it impossible for them to cast the entire blame for the bondage of Israel upon Pharaoh. All the Egyptians showed cruelty to the Israelites on their straw foraging expeditions, and therefore the divine punishment descended upon all alike. This frightful time of Israel's extreme suffering lasted 6 months. Meantime Moses went to Midian, leaving Aaron alone in Egypt. When Moses returned at the end of the reign of terror, 2 of the Israelitish officers accosted him and Aaron, and heaped abuse upon them for having increased the woes of their people rather than diminished them. They spake, saying, If ye are truly the ambassadors of God, then may he judge between us and Pharaoh. But if you are seeking to bring about the redemption of Israel on your own account, then may God judge between you and Israel. You are responsible for the widespread stench now issuing from the Israelitish corpses used as bricks for building when our tale was not complete. The Egyptians had but a faint suspicion that we were waiting for our redemption. It is your fault if they are fully conscious of it now. We are in the quandary of the poor sheep that has been dragged away by a wolf. The shepherd pursues the robber, catches up with him, and tries to snatch the sheep from his jaws, and the wretched victim, pulled this way by the wolf and that way by the shepherd, is torn to pieces. Thus Israel fares between you and Pharaoh. The 2 officers that spake these stinging words were Dathan and Abiram, and it was neither the first nor the last time they inflicted an injury upon Moses. The other Israelitish officers were gentle and kind. They permitted themselves to be beaten by the taskmasters rather than prod the laborers of their own people put under their surveillance. The cruel suffering to which his people was exposed caused Moses to speak to God thus, I have read the book of Genesis through, and I found the doom in it pronounced upon the generation of the deluge. It was a just judgment. I found also the punishments decreed against the generation of the confusion of tongues, and against the inhabitants of Sodom. These, too, were just. But what hath this nation of Israel done unto thee, that it is oppressed more than any other nation in history? Is it because Abraham said, Whereby shall I know that I shall inherit the land? And thou didst rebuke him for his small faith, saying, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. Why, then, are not the descendants of Esau and Ishmael held in bondage, too? Are they not likewise of the seed of Abraham? But if thou wilt say, What concern is it of mine, then I ask thee, Why didst thou send me hither as thy messenger? Thy great, exalted, and terrible name is feared in all the earth, yet Pharaoh heard me pronounce it, and he refuses obedience. I know thou wilt redeem Israel in thine own good time, and it is of little moment to thee that now they are immuring living Israelites in these buildings. Were he a God of justice only, the Lord would have slain Moses for the audacity of his last words, but in view of his having spoken as he had only out of compassion with Israel, the Lord dealt graciously with him. He answered Moses, saying, Thou shalt see what I will do to Pharaoh, words conveying to Moses, that although he would be witness to the chastisement of Pharaoh, he would not be present at that of the 31 kings of Canaan. Thus he was rebuked for the unbecoming language he had used in addressing God. At the same time God's words were a rejoinder to another speech by Moses. He had said, O Lord of the world, I know well that thou wilt bring thy children forth from Egypt. Oh, that thou wouldst make use of another instrument, for I am not worthy of being the redeemer of thy children. God made answer thereto, Yes, Moses, thou art worthy thereof. Through thee my children will be brought forth out of Egypt. Thou shalt see what I will do to Pharaoh. At the same time God called him to account for having so little faith. He said, O for the departed, their like cannot be found any more. I appeared unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as El Shaddai, God Almighty, but I was not known to them by my name Adonai, God All-Merciful, as I appeared unto thee. Nevertheless they did not cast aspersions upon my acts. I spake to Abraham, Unto thee will I give the land, but when he was about to bury Sarah, he had to pay out silver and buy a resting place for her body, and yet he did not find fault with me. I spake to Isaac, unto thee, and unto thy seed, I will give all these lands, but when he desired water to drink, he had to strive with the herdsmen of Gerar, and yet he did not find fault with me. I spake to Jacob, the land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed, but when he wanted to spread his tent, he had to acquire a parcel of ground for 100 pieces of money, and yet he did not find fault with me. None of them asked to know my name. But thou didst demand to know it at the very first, when I desired to send thee down into Egypt, and after I revealed it to thee, thou didst speak, saying, thou didst tell me that thou art called compassionate and gracious, long-suffering and merciful, but as soon as I pronounced this name before Pharaoh, misfortune descended upon the people of Israel. Now I desire to fulfill my covenant with the 3 patriarchs, and give their posterity the promised land, as a reward for the unquestioning faith of the fathers, and also as a reward to the people, who, in spite of their suffering, did not find fault with my deeds. For this will I give them the land, which they do not deserve to possess for other reasons. I swear that I will do thus. God pronounced this oath, to banish all fear from the mind of Moses, that he might act only in accordance with his attribute of justice, and thus delay the redemption of Israel for a time, on account of the sins of the people. Now the redemption of Israel was a settled fact. But before Moses and Aaron could start on the work of delivering their people, God called various points to their attention, which he bade them consider in their undertaking. He spake to them, saying, My children are perverse, passionate, and troublesome. You must be prepared to stand their abuse, to the length of being pelted with stones by them. I send you to Pharaoh, and although I will punish him according to his deserts, yet you must not fail in the respect due to him as a ruler. Furthermore, be careful to take the elders of the people into your counsel, and let your first step toward redemption be to make the people give up the worship of idols. The last was a most difficult task, and the words of God concerning it wrung the exclamation from Moses, See, the children of Israel will not hearken unto me. How, then, should Pharaoh hearken unto me? It was the 3rd time Moses declined to go on the errand of God. Now the divine patience was exhausted, and Moses was subjected to punishment. At first God had revealed himself only to Moses, and the original intention had been that he alone was to perform all the miracles, but henceforth the word of God was addressed to Aaron as well, and he was given a share in doing the wonders. Measure for measure. God divided the 10 punishments decreed for Egypt into 4 parts, 3 of the plagues he committed to Aaron, 3 to Moses, 1 to the 2 brothers together, and 3 he reserved for himself. Aaron was charged with those that proceeded from the earth and the water, the elements that are composed of more or less solid parts, from which are fashioned all the corporeal, distinctive entities. While the 3 entrusted to Moses were those that proceeded from the air and the fire, the elements that are most prolific of life. The Lord is a man of war, and as a king of flesh and blood devises various stratagems against his enemy, so God attacked the Egyptians in various ways. He brought 10 plagues down upon them. When a province rises up in rebellion, its sovereign lord first sends his army against it, to surround it and cut off the water supply. If the people are contrite, well and good, if not, he brings noisemakers into the field against them. If the people are contrite, well and good, if not, he orders darts to be discharged against them. If the people are contrite, well and good, if not, he orders his legions to assault them. If the people are contrite, well and good. If not, he causes bloodshed and carnage among them. If the people are contrite, well and good, if not, he directs a stream of hot naphtha upon them. If the people are contrite, well and good, if not, he hurls projectiles at them from his ballistae. If the people are contrite, well and good, if not, he has scaling ladders set up against their walls. If the people are contrite, well and good, if not, he casts them into dungeons. If the people are contrite, well and good. If not, he slays their magnates. Thus did God proceed against the Egyptians. First he cut off their water supply by turning their rivers into blood. They refused to let the Israelites go, and he sent the noisy, croaking frogs into their entrails. They refused to let the Israelites go, and he brought lice against them, which pierced their flesh like darts. They refused to let the Israelites go, and he sent barbarian legions against them, mixed hordes of wild beasts. They refused to let the Israelites go, and he brought slaughter upon them, a very grievous pestilence. They refused to let the Israelites go, and he poured out naphtha over them, burning blains. They refused to let the Israelites go, and he caused his projectiles, the hail, to descend upon them. They refused to let the Israelites go, and he placed scaling ladders against the wall for the locusts, which climbed them like men of war. They refused to let the Israelites go, and he cast them into dungeon darkness. They refused to let the Israelites go, and he slew their magnates, their firstborn sons. The plagues that God sent upon the Egyptians corresponded to the deeds they had perpetrated against the children of Israel. Because they forced the Israelites to draw water for them, and also hindered them from the use of the ritual baths, he changed their water into blood. Because they had said to the Israelites, "Go and catch fish for us," he brought frogs up against them, making them to swarm in their kneading troughs and their bedchambers and hop around croaking in their entrails. It was the severest of all the 10 plagues. Because they had said to the Israelites, "Go and sweep and clean our houses, our courtyards, and our streets," he changed the dust of the air into lice, so that the vermin lay piled up in heaps an ell high. And when the Egyptians put on fresh garments, they were at once infested with the insects. The 4th plague was an invasion of the land by hordes of all sorts of wild animals, lions, wolves, panthers, bears, and others. They overran the houses of the Egyptians, and when they closed their doors to keep them out, God caused a little animal to come forth from the ground, and it got in through the windows, and split open the doors, and made a way for the bears. Panthers, lions, and wolves, which swarmed in and devoured the people down to the infants in their cradles. If an Egyptian entrusted his 10 children to an Israelite, to take a walk with them, a lion would come and snatch away one of the children, a bear would carry off the second, a serpent the third, and so on. And in the end the Israelite returned home alone. This plague was brought upon them because they were in the habit of bidding the Israelites go and catch wolves and lions for their circuses, and they sent them on such errands, to make them take up their abode in distant deserts, where they would be separated from their wives, and could not propagate their race. Then God brought a grievous murrain upon their cattle, because they had pressed the Israelites into their service as shepherds, and assigned remote pasturing places to them, to keep them away from their wives. Therefore the murrain came and carried off all the cattle and the flocks the Israelites were tending. The 6th plague was a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast. This was the punishment of the Egyptians, because they would say to the children of Israel, "Go and prepare a bath for us unto the delight of our flesh and our bones." Therefore they were doomed to suffer with boils that inflamed their flesh, and on account of the itch they could not leave off scratching. While the Egyptians suffered thus, the children of Israel used their baths. Because they had sent the Israelites forth into the fields, to plow and sow, hail was sent down upon them, and their trees and crops were destroyed. They had been in the habit of saying to the Israelites, "Go forth, plant ye trees for us, and guard the fruit thereon." Therefore God brought the locusts into the Egyptian border, to eat the residue of that which was escaped, which remained unto them from the hail, for the teeth of the locust are the teeth of a lion, and he hath the jaw teeth of a great lion. Because they would throw the Israelites into dungeons, God brought darkness upon them, the darkness of hell, so that they had to grope their way. He that sat could not rise up on his feet, and he that stood could not sit down. The infliction of darkness served another purpose. Among the Israelites there were many wicked men, who refused to leave Egypt, and God determined to put them out of the way. But that the Egyptians might not say they had succumbed to the plague like themselves, God slew them under cover of the darkness, and in the darkness they were buried by their fellow Israelites, and the Egyptians knew nothing of what had happened. But the number of these wicked men had been very great, and the children of Israel spared to leave Egypt were but a small fraction of the original Israelitish population. The 10th plague was the slaying of the firstborn, and it came upon the Egyptians because of their intention to murder the men children of the Israelites at their birth, and, finally, Pharaoh and his host were drowned in the Red Sea. Because the Egyptians had caused the men children of the Israelites to be exposed in the water. Each of the plagues inflicted upon Egypt had another parallel in the cruel treatment accorded to the Israelites. The first was a punishment for the arrogant words spoken by Pharaoh, "My Nile River is mine own, and I have made it for myself." The plague of the frogs God brought down upon the Egyptians, because, he said, the frogs, which sometimes inhabit the water, shall take vengeance upon the Egyptians for having desired to destroy the nation destined to be the bearers of the Torah, and the Torah is likened unto water. God sent vermin upon them, saying, "Let the lice made of the dust of the earth take vengeance upon the Egyptians for having desired to destroy the nation whose seed is like unto the dust of the earth." Hordes of beasts, lions and wolves and swarms of serpents, came down upon them, because, God said, "These animals shall take vengeance upon the Egyptians for having desired to destroy the nation that is likened unto lions, wolves, and serpents." A fatal pestilence was brought upon them, because, God said, "Death shall take vengeance upon the Egyptians for having desired to destroy the nation that faces death for the glorification of the name of God." They were made to suffer with burning blains, because, God said, "The boils coming from the ashes of the furnace shall take vengeance upon the Egyptians for having desired to destroy the nation whose ancestor Abraham walked into the fiery furnace for the glorification of the name of God." He made hail to descend upon them, because, he said, "The white hail shall take vengeance upon the Egyptians for having desired to destroy a nation whose sins shall be white." The locusts came upon them, because, God said, "The locusts, which are my great army, shall take vengeance upon the Egyptians for having desired to destroy the nation that is called my hosts." "Darkness," said God, "which is divided from the light, shall come and take vengeance upon the Egyptians for desiring to destroy the nation upon which shineth the light of the Lord, while gross darkness covers the other peoples." The 10th plague, the slaying of the firstborn, God inflicted, saying, "I will take vengeance upon the Egyptians for having desired to destroy the nation that is my firstborn." As the night divided itself for Abraham, that his enemies might be vanquished, so I will pass through Egypt in the middle of the night, and as Abraham was proved by 10 temptations, so I will send 10 plagues upon Egypt, the enemy of his children. The plagues brought through Aaron. From the infliction of the first of the plagues until the passing of the last, after which the Egyptians yielded all that Moses and Aaron demanded, there elapsed a whole year. For 12 months is the term set by God for the expiation of sins. The deluge lasted 1 year, Job suffered 1 year, sinners must endure hell tortures for 1 year, and the judgment upon Gog at the end of time will be executed for the length of 1 year. Moses announced the first plague to Pharaoh one morning when the king was walking by the river's brink. This morning walk enabled him to practice a deception. He called himself a god, and pretended that he felt no human needs. To keep up the illusion, he would repair to the edge of the river every morning, and ease nature there while alone and unobserved. At such a time it was that Moses appeared before him, and called out to him, "Is there a God that hath human needs?" "Verily, I am no god," replied Pharaoh, "I only pretend to be one before the Egyptians, who are such idiots, one should consider them asses rather than human beings." Then Moses made known to him that God would turn the water into blood, if he refused to let Israel go. In the warning we can discern the difference between God and man. When a mortal harbors the intention to do an injury to an enemy, he lies in wait for the moment when he can strike an unexpected blow. But God is outspoken. He warned Pharaoh and the Egyptians in public whenever a plague was about to descend, and each warning was repeated by Moses for a period of 3 weeks, although the plague itself endured but a single week. As Pharaoh would not lay the warning to heart, the plague announced by Moses was let loose upon him and his people. The waters were turned into blood. It is a well-known proverb, "Beat the idols, and the priests are in terror." God smote the river Nile, which the Egyptians worshipped as their god, in order to terrify Pharaoh and his people and force them to do the divine will. To produce the plague, Aaron took his rod, and stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt. Moses had no part in performing the miracle, for God had said to him, the water that watched over thy safety when thou wast exposed in the Nile, shall not suffer harm through thee. Aaron had scarcely executed the divine bidding, when all the water of Egypt became blood, even such as was kept in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. The very spittle of an Egyptian turned into blood no sooner had he ejected it from his mouth, and blood dripped also from the idols of the Egyptians. The transformation of the waters into blood was intended mainly as a punishment for the oppressors, but it was at the same time a source of profit for the oppressed. It gave the Israelites the opportunity of amassing great wealth. The Egyptians paid them large sums for their water, for if an Egyptian and an Israelite drew water from the same trough, the portion carried off by the Egyptian was bound to be useless, it turned into blood. To be sure, nothing helped the Egyptians in their distress, for though they drank water from the same cup as an Israelite, it became blood in their mouth. However, this plague did not impress Pharaoh as a punishment inflicted in the name of God, because with the help of the angels of destruction the magicians of Egypt produced the same phenomenon of changing water into blood. Therefore he hearkened not unto the words of Moses. The next was the plague of the frogs, and again it was Aaron that performed the wonder. He stretched forth his hand with his rod over the rivers, and caused frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. Moses, whose life had been preserved by the water, was kept from poisoning his Savior with the reptiles. At first only a single frog appeared, but he began to croak, summoning so many companions that the whole land of Egypt swarmed with them. Wherever an Egyptian took up his stand, frogs appeared, and in some mysterious way they were able to pierce the hardest of metals, and even the marble palaces of the Egyptian nobles afforded no protection against them. If a frog came close to them, the walls split asunder immediately. "Make way," the frogs would call out to the stone, "that I may do the will of my Creator," and at once the marble showed a rift, through which the frogs entered, and then they attacked the Egyptians bodily, and mutilated and overwhelmed them. In their ardor to fulfill the behest of God, the frogs cast themselves into the red-hot flames of the bake-ovens and devoured the bread. Centuries later, the three holy children, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, were ordered by Nebuchadnezzar to pay worship to his idols on penalty of death in the burning furnace, and they said, "If the frogs, which were under no obligation to glorify the name of God, nevertheless threw themselves into the fire in order to execute the divine will concerning the punishment of the Egyptians, how much more should we be ready to expose our lives to the fire for the greater glory of his name?" And the zealous frogs were not permitted to go unrewarded. While the others were destroyed from Pharaoh and the Egyptian houses at the moment appointed as the last of the plague, God saved those in the bake-ovens alive. The fire had no power to do them the least harm. Now, although the Egyptian magicians also brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt through the help of demons, Pharaoh nevertheless declared himself ready to let the people go, to sacrifice unto the Lord. The difference between this plague and the first was, that water turned into blood had not caused him any personal inconvenience, while the swarms of frogs inflicted physical suffering, and he gave the promise to Moses to let Israel go, in the hope of ridding himself of the pain he experienced. And Moses in turn promised to entreat God for him on the following day. It could not be done at once, because the 7 days' term had not yet elapsed. The prayer offered by Moses in behalf of Pharaoh was granted, all the frogs perished, and their destruction was too swift for them to retire to the water. Consequently the whole land was filled with the stench from the decaying frogs, for they had been so numerous that every man of the Egyptians gathered together for heaps of them. Although the frogs had filled all the marketplaces and stables and dwellings, they retreated before the Hebrews as if they had been able to distinguish between the two nations, and had known which of them it was proper to abuse, and which to treat with consideration. Besides sparing the Hebrews in the land of Egypt, the frogs kept within the limits of the land, in no wise trenching upon the territory of the neighboring nations. Indeed, they were the means of settling peaceably an old boundary dispute between Egypt and Ethiopia. Wherever they appeared, so far extended the Egyptian domain, all beyond their line belonged to Ethiopia. Pharaoh was like the wicked that cry to God in their distress, and when their fortunes prosper slide back into their old, impious ways. No sooner had the frogs departed from him, his houses, his servants, and his people, then he hardened his heart again, and refused to let Israel go. Thereupon God sent the plague of the lice, the last of those brought upon Egypt through the mediation of Aaron. Moses could have no part in it, for, said God, the earth that afforded thee protection when she permitted thee to hide the slain Egyptian, shall not suffer through thine hand. The Egyptian magicians having boasted that they were able to produce the first 2 plagues, an empty boast it was, for they did not bring them about with their enchantments, but only because Moses willed them to do it. God put them to shame with the 3rd plague. They tried in vain to imitate it. The demons could not aid them, for their power is limited to the production of things larger than a barley grain, and lice are smaller. The magicians had to admit, this is the finger of God. Their failure put an end once for all to their attempts to do as Moses did. But Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and God spake to Moses, saying, This wicked fellow remains hard of heart, in spite of the 3 plagues. The 4th shall be much worse than those which have preceded it. Go to him, therefore, and warn him, it would be well for him to let my people go, that the plague come not upon him. The plagues brought through Moses. The 4th plague was also announced to the king early in the morning by the river's brink. Pharaoh went thither regularly, for he was one of the magi, who need water for their enchantments. Moses' daily morning visits were beginning to annoy him, and he left the house early, in the hope of circumventing his monitor. But God, who knows the thoughts of man, sent Moses to Pharaoh at the very moment of his going forth. The warning of the plague that was imminent not having had any effect upon Pharaoh, God sent the 4th plague upon Egypt, a mixed horde of wild animals, lions, bears, wolves, and panthers. And so many birds of prey of different kinds that the light of the sun and the moon was darkened as they circled through the air. These beasts came upon the Egyptians as a punishment for desiring to force the seed of Abraham to amalgamate with the other nations. God retaliated by bringing a mixture upon them that cost them their life. As Pharaoh had been the first of the Egyptians to lay evil plans against the children of Israel, so he was the first upon whom descended punishment. Into his house the mixed horde of beasts came first of all, and then into the houses of the rest of the Egyptians. Goshen, the land inhabited by the Israelites, was spared entirely, for God put a division between the 2 peoples. It is true, the Israelites had committed sins enough to deserve punishment, but the Holy One, blessed be He, permitted the Egyptians to act as a ransom for Israel. Again Pharaoh expressed his willingness to let the children of Israel sacrifice unto their God, but they were to stay in the land and do it, not go outside, into the wilderness. Moses pointed out to Pharaoh how unbecoming it would be for the Israelites to sacrifice, before the very eyes of his people, the animals that the Egyptians worshipped as gods. Then Pharaoh consented to let them go beyond the borders of his land, only they were not to go very far away, and Moses, to mislead him, asked for a 3 days' journey into the wilderness. But, again, when Moses had entreated God on Pharaoh's behalf, and the horde of wild beasts had vanished, the king hardened his heart, and did not let the people go. The cessation of the 4th plague was as miraculous as the plague itself. The very animals that had been slain by the Egyptians in self-defense returned to life and departed from the land with the rest. This was ordained to prevent the wicked oppressors from profiting by the punishment even so much as the value of the hides and the flesh of the dead animals. It had not been so with the useless frogs, they had died on the spot, and their carcasses had remained where they fell. The 5th plague inflicted by God upon the Egyptians was a grievous pestilence, which mowed down the cattle and beasts chiefly, yet it did not spare men altogether. This pestilence was a distinct plague, but it also accompanied all the other plagues, and the death of many Egyptians was due to it. The Israelites again came off unscathed. Indeed, if an Israelite had a just claim upon a beast held by an Egyptian, it, too, was spared, and the same good fortune waited upon such cattle as was the common property of Israelites and Egyptians. The 6th plague, the plague of boils, was produced by Moses and Aaron together in a miraculous way. Each took a handful of ashes of the furnace, then Moses held the contents of the 2 heaps in the hollow of one of his hands, and sprinkled the ashes tip toward the heaven, and it flew so high that it reached the divine throne. Returning earthward, it scattered over the whole land of Egypt, a space equal to 400 square parasangs. The small dust of the ashes produced leprosy upon the skin of the Egyptians, and blains of a peculiar kind, soft within and dry on top. The first 5 plagues the magicians had tried to imitate, and partly they had succeeded. But in this 6th plague they could not stand before Moses, and thenceforth they gave up the attempt to do as he did. Their craft had all along been harmful to themselves. Although they could produce the plagues, they could not imitate Moses in causing them to disappear. They would put their hands into their bosom, and draw them out white with leprosy, exactly like Moses, but their flesh remained leprous until the day of their death. And the same happened with all the other plagues that they imitated, until their dying day they were afflicted with the ills they produced. As Pharaoh had wittingly hardened his heart with each of the first 5 plagues, and refused to turn from his sinful purpose, God punished him thereafter in such wise that he could not mend his ways if he would. God said, even though he should desire to do penance now, I will harden his heart until he pays off the whole of his debt. Pharaoh had observed that whenever he walked on the brink of the Nile, Moses would intercept him. He therefore gave up his morning walk. But God bade Moses seek the king in his palace in the early hours of the day and urge him to repent of his evil ways. Therefore Moses spake to him as follows, In the name of God, O thou villain! Thou thinkest that I cannot destroy thee from the world. Consider, if I had desired it, instead of smiting the cattle, I might have smitten thee and thy people with the pestilence, and thou wouldst have been cut off from the earth. I inflicted the plague only in such degree as was necessary to show thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. But thou dost not leave off treading my people underfoot. Behold, tomorrow when the sun passes this point, whereat Moses made a stroke upon the wall, I will cause a very grievous hail to pour down, such as will be only once more, when I annihilate Gog with hail, fire, and brimstone. But God's loving-kindness is so great that even in his wrath he has mercy upon the wicked, and as his chief object was not to injure men and beasts, but to damage the vegetation in the fields of the Egyptians. He bade Moses admonish Pharaoh to send and hasten in his cattle and all that he had in the field. But the warning fell on heedless ears. Job was the only one to take it to heart, while Pharaoh and his people regarded not the word of the Lord. Therefore the Lord let the hail smite both man and beast, instead of confining it to the herbs and the trees of the field, as he had intended from the first. As a rule, fire and water are elements at war with each other, but in the hailstones that smote the land of Egypt they were reconciled. A fire rested in the hailstones as the burning wick swims in the oil of a lamp. The surrounding fluid cannot extinguish the flame. The Egyptians were smitten either by the hail or by the fire. In the one case as the other their flesh was seared, and the bodies of the many that were slain by the hail were consumed by the fire. The hailstones heaped themselves up like a wall, so that the carcasses of the slain beasts could not be removed, and if the people succeeded in dividing the dead animals and carrying their flesh off, the birds of prey would attack them on their way home, and snatch their prize away. But the vegetation in the field suffered even more than man and beast, for the hail came down like an axe upon the trees and broke them. That the wheat and the spelt were not crushed was a miracle. Now, at last, Pharaoh acknowledged, and said, The Lord is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. He was righteous when he bade us hasten in our cattle from before the hail, and I and my people were wicked, for we heeded not his warning, and men and beasts were found in the field by the hail, and slain. Again he begged Moses to supplicate God in his behalf, that he turn the plague away, and he promised to let the children of Israel go. Moses consented to do his will, saying, However, think not that I do not know what will happen after the plague is stayed. I know that thou and thy servants, ye will fear the Lord God, once his punishment is removed, as little as ye feared him before. But to show his greatness, I will pray to him to make the hail to cease. Moses went a short distance out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto the Lord, for he did not desire to pray to God within, where there were many idols and images. At once the hail remained suspended in the air. Part of it dropped down while Joshua was engaged in battle with the Amorites, and the rest God will send down in his fury against Gog. Also the thunders ceased at Moses' intercession, and were stored up for a later time, for they were the noise which the Lord made the host of the Syrians to hear at the siege of Samaria, wherefore they arose and fled in the twilight. As Moses had foreseen, so it happened. No sooner had the hail stopped than Pharaoh abandoned his resolve, and refused to let Israel go. Moses lost no time in announcing the 8th plague to him, the plague of the locusts. Observing that his words had made an impression upon the king's counselors, he turned and went out from Pharaoh, to give them the opportunity of discussing the matter among themselves. And, indeed, his servants urged Pharaoh to let the Israelites go and serve the Lord their God. But, again, when Moses insisted that the whole people must go, the young and the old, the sons and the daughters, Pharaoh demurred, saying, I know it to be customary for young men and old men to take part in sacrifices. But surely not little children, and when you demand their presence, too, you betray your evil purpose. It is but a pretense, you're saying that you will go a 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and then return. You mean to escape and never come back. I will have nothing more to do with the matter. My god Baal-zephon will oppose you in the way, and hinder you on your journey. Pharaoh's last words were a dim presentiment. As a magician he foresaw that on their going forth from Egypt the children of Israel would find themselves in desperate straits before the sanctuary of Baal-zephon. Pharaoh was not content with merely denying the request preferred by Moses and Aaron. He ordered them to be forcibly expelled from the palace. Then God sent the plague of the locusts announced by Moses before. They ate every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees that the hail had left, and there remained not any green thing. And again Pharaoh sent for Moses and Aaron, to ask their forgiveness, both for his sin against the Lord God, in not having hearkened unto his word, and for his sin against them, in having chased them forth and intended to curse them. Moses, as before, prayed to God in Pharaoh's behalf, and his petition was granted, the plague was taken away, and in a rather surprising manner. When the swarms of locusts began to darken the land, the Egyptians caught them and preserved them in brine as a dainty to be eaten. Now the Lord turned an exceeding strong west wind, which took up the locusts, and drove them into the Red Sea. Even those they were keeping in their pots flew up and away, and they had none of the expected profit. The last plague but one, like those which had preceded it, endured 7 days. All the time the land was enveloped in darkness, only it was not always of the same degree of density. During the first 3 days, it was not so thick but that the Egyptians could change their posture when they desired to do so. If they were sitting down, they could rise up, and if they were standing, they could sit down. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th days, the darkness was so dense that they could not stir from their place. They either sat the whole time, or stood. As they were at the beginning, so they remained until the end. The last day of darkness overtook the Egyptians, not in their own land, but at the Red Sea, on their pursuit of Israel. The darkness was not of the ordinary, earthly kind. It came from hell, and it could be felt. It was as thick as a dinar, and all the time it prevailed a celestial light brightened the dwellings of the children of Israel, whereby they could see what the Egyptians were doing under cover of the darkness. This was of great advantage to them, for when they were about to go forth from the land, and they asked their neighbors to lend them raiment, and jewels of gold and jewels of silver, for the journey, the Egyptians tried to deny having any in their possession. But the children of Israel, having spied out all their treasures during the days of darkness, could describe the objects they needed with accuracy, and designate their hiding places. The Egyptians reasoned that the words of the Israelites could be taken implicitly as they spoke them, for if they had had any idea of deceiving them, asking for a loan when they intended to keep what they laid hands on, they might have taken unobserved during the days of darkness whatever they desired. Hence the Egyptians felt no hesitation in lending the children of Israel all the treasures they asked for. The darkness was of such a nature that it could not be dispelled by artificial means. The light of the fire kindled for household uses was either extinguished by the violence of the storm, or else it was made invisible and swallowed up in the density of the darkness. Sight, that most indispensable of all the external senses, though unimpaired, was deprived of its office, for nothing could be discerned, and all the other senses were overthrown like subjects whose leader has fallen. None was able to speak or to hear, nor could anyone venture to take food, but they lay themselves down in quiet and hunger, their outward senses in a trance. Thus they remained, overwhelmed by the affliction, until Moses had compassion on them again, and besought God in their behalf, who granted him the power of restoring fine weather, light instead of darkness and day instead of night. Intimidated by this affliction, Pharaoh permitted the people to go, the little ones as well as the men and the women, only he asked that they let their flocks and their herds be stayed. But Moses said, As thou livest, our cattle also shall go with us. Yea, if but the hoof of an animal belongs to an Israelite, the beast shall not be left behind in Egypt. This speech exasperated Pharaoh to such a degree that he threatened Moses with death in the day he should see his face again. At this very moment the Lord appeared unto Moses, and bade him inform Pharaoh of the infliction of the last plague, the slaying of the firstborn. It was the first and the last time that God revealed himself in the royal palace. He chose the residence of Pharaoh on this occasion that Moses might not be branded as a liar, for he had replied to Pharaoh's threat of killing him if he saw his face again, with the words, Thou hast spoken well, I will see thy face again no more. With a loud voice Moses proclaimed the last plague, closing his announcement with the words, And all these thy servants shall come down unto me and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that I will go out. Moses knew well enough that Pharaoh himself would come and urge him to lead Israel forth with as great haste as possible, but he mentioned only the servants of the king, and not the king himself, because he never forgot the respect due to a ruler. The first Passover. When the time approached in which, according to the promise made to Abraham, his children would be redeemed, it was seen that they had no pious deeds to their credit for the sake of which they deserved release from bondage. God therefore gave them 2 commandments, one bidding them to sacrifice the paschal lamb and one to circumcise their sons. Along with the first they received the calendar in use among the Jews, for the Passover feast is to be celebrated on the 15th day of the month of Nisan, and with this month the year is to begin. But the computations for the calendar are so involved that Moses could not understand them until God showed him the movements of the moon plainly. There were 3 other things equally difficult, which Moses could comprehend only after God made him to see them plainly. They were the compounding of the holy anointing oil, the construction of the candlestick in the tabernacle, and the animals the flesh of which is permitted or prohibited. Also the determination of the new moon was the subject of special divine teaching. That Moses might know the exact procedure, God appeared to him in a garment with fringes upon its corners, bade Moses stand at his right hand and Aaron at his left, and then, citing Michael and Gabriel as witnesses, he addressed searching questions to the angels as to how the new moon had seemed to them. Then the Lord addressed Moses and Aaron, saying, Thus shall my children proclaim the new moon, on the testimony of 2 witnesses and through the president of the court. When Moses appeared before the children of Israel and delivered the divine message to them, telling them that their redemption would come about in this month of Nisan, they said, How is it possible that we should be redeemed? Is not the whole of Egypt full of our idols? And we have no pious deeds to show making us worthy of redemption. Moses made reply, and said, As God desires your redemption, he pays no heed to your idols, he passes them by. Nor does he look upon your evil deeds, but only upon the good deeds of the pious among you. God would not, indeed, have delivered Israel if they had not abandoned their idol worship. Unto this purpose he commanded them to sacrifice the paschal lamb. Thus they were to show that they had given up the idolatry of the Egyptians, consisting in the worship of the ram. The early law was different from the practice of later times, for they were bidden to select their sacrificial animal for days before the day appointed for the offering, and to designate it publicly as such, to show that they did not stand in awe of the Egyptians. With a heavy heart the Egyptians watched the preparations of the Israelites for sacrificing the animals they worshipped. Yet they did not dare interpose an objection, and when the time came for the offering to be made, the children of Israel could perform the ceremonies without a tremor, seeing that they knew, through many days' experience, that the Egyptians feared to approach them with hostile intent. There was another practice connected with the slaughter of the paschal lamb that was to show the Egyptians how little the Israelites feared them. They took of the blood of the animal, and openly put it on the two side posts and on the lintel of the doors of their houses. Moses communicated the laws regulating the Passover sacrifice to the elders, and they in turn made them known to the people at large. The elders were commended for having supported the leader at his first appearance, for their faith in Moses caused the whole people to adhere to him at once. Therefore God spake, saying, I will reward the elders for inspiring the people with confidence in Moses. They shall have the honor of delivering Israel. They shall lead the people to the Passover sacrifice, and through this the redemption will be brought about. The ceremonies connected with the Passover sacrifice had the purpose of conveying instruction to Israel about the past and the future alike. The blood put on the two side posts and on the lintel of their doors was to remind them of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And the bunch of hyssop for sprinkling the blood on the doors was to imply that, although Israel's position among the peoples of the earth is as lowly as that of the hyssop among the plants, yet this little nation is bound together like the bunch of hyssop, for it is God's peculiar treasure. The paschal sacrifice afforded Moses the opportunity for inducing the children of Israel to submit themselves to circumcision, which many had refused to do until then in spite of his urgent appeals. But God has means of persuasion. He caused a wind to blow that wafted the sweet scents of paradise toward Moses' paschal lamb, and the fragrance penetrated to all parts of Egypt, to the distance of a 40 days' journey. The people were attracted in crowds to Moses' lamb, and desired to partake of it. But he said, This is the command of God, no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof, and they all decided to undergo circumcision. When the Lord passed through the land of Egypt, he blessed every Israelite for his fulfillment of the two commands, the command of the paschal sacrifice and the command regarding circumcision. The Lord performed a great miracle for the Israelites. As no sacrifice may be eaten beyond the borders of the Holy Land, all the children of Israel were transported thither on clouds, and after they had eaten of the sacrifice, they were carried back to Egypt in the same way. The smiting of the firstborn. When Moses announced the slaying of the firstborn, the designated victims all repaired to their fathers, and said, Whatever Moses hath foretold has been fulfilled. Let the Hebrews go, else we shall all die. But the fathers replied, It is better for one of every 10 of us to die, than the Hebrews should execute their purpose. Then the firstborn repaired to Pharaoh, to induce him to dismiss the children of Israel. So far from granting their wish, he ordered his servants to fall upon the firstborn and beat them, to punish them for their presumptuous demand. Seeing that they could not accomplish their end by gentle means, they attempted to bring it about by force. Pharaoh and all that opposed the wishes of the firstborn were of the opinion that the loss of so inconsiderable a percentage of the population was a matter of small moment. They were mistaken in their calculation, for the divine decree included not only the firstborn sons, but also the firstborn daughters, and not only the firstborn of the marriages then existing, but also the firstborn issuing from previous alliances of the fathers and the mothers, and as the Egyptians led dissolute lives, it happened not rarely that each of the 10 children of one woman was the firstborn of its father. Finally, God decreed that death should smite the oldest member of every household, whether or not he was the firstborn of his parents. What God resolves is executed. At the exact instant marking the middle of the night, so precise that only God himself could determine and discern it, he appeared in Egypt. Attended by 9,000 myriads of the angels of destruction who are fashioned some of hail and some of flames, and whose glances drive terror and trembling to the heart of the beholder. These angels were about to precipitate themselves into the work of annihilation, but God restrained them, saying, My wrath will not be appeased until I myself execute vengeance upon the enemies of Israel. Those among the Egyptians who gave credence to Moses' words, and tried to shield their firstborn children from death, sent them to their Hebrew neighbors, to spend the fateful night with them, in the hope that God would exempt the houses of the children of Israel from the plague. But in the morning, when the Israelites arose from their sleep, they found the corpses of the Egyptian fugitives next to them. That was the night in which the Israelites prayed before lying down to sleep, "Cause us, O Lord our God, to lie down in peace, remove Satan from before us and from behind us, and guard our going out and our coming in unto life and unto peace." For it was Satan that had caused frightful bloodshed among the Egyptians. Among the slain there were, beside the Egyptian firstborn, also the firstborn of other nationalities residing in Egypt, as well as the Egyptian firstborn dwelling outside of their own land. Even the long dead of the firstborn were not spared. The dogs dragged their corpses out of their graves in the houses, for it was the Egyptian custom to inter the dead at home. At the appalling sight the Egyptians mourned as though the bereavement had befallen them but recently. The very monuments and statues erected to the memory of the firstborn dead were changed into dust, which was scattered and flew out of sight. Moreover, their slaves had to share the fate of the Egyptians, and no less the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, for none was so low but he hated the Hebrews, and rejoiced when the Egyptians decreed their persecution. The female slaves that ground corn between millstones were in the habit of saying, "We do not regret our servitude, if only the Israelites are gagged, too." In dealing out punishment to these aliens in the land of Egypt, God showed that he was at once the master of the land and the Lord over all the gods of the nations, for if the slaves and the captives of war had not been smitten, they would have said, "Mighty is our God, who helped us in this plague." For the same reason all the idols of the Egyptians were swept out of existence in that night. The stone idols were ground into dust, the wooden idols rotted, and those made of metal melted away, and so the Egyptians were kept from ascribing their chastisement to the wrath of their own gods. Likewise the Lord God slew the firstborn of the cattle, for the Egyptians paid worship to animals, and they would have attributed their misfortunes to them. In all these ways the Lord showed them that their gods were but vanity. The redemption of Israel from Egyptian bondage. Pharaoh rose up in the night of the smiting of the firstborn. He waited not for the 3rd hour of the morning, when kings usually arise, nor did he wait to be awakened, but he himself roused his slaves from their slumber, and all the other Egyptians, and together they went forth to seek Moses and Aaron. He knew that Moses had never spoken an untruth, and as he had said, "I will see thy face again no more," he could not count upon Moses coming to him. There remained nothing for him to do but go in search of the Israelitish leader. He did not know where Moses lived, and he had great difficulty and lost much time in looking for his house, for the Hebrew lads of whom he made inquiries when he met them in the street played practical jokes on him, misdirected him, and led him astray. Thus he wandered about a long time, all the while weeping and crying out, "O my friend Moses, pray for me to God." Meanwhile Moses and Aaron and all Israel beside were at the Paschal meal, drinking wine as they sat and leaned to one side, and singing songs in praise of God, the Hallel, which they were the first to recite. When Pharaoh finally reached the door of the house wherein Moses abode, he called to him, and from Moses the question came back, "Who art thou, and what is thy name?" "I am Pharaoh, who stands here humiliated." Moses asked again, "Why dost thou come to me thyself? Is it the custom of kings to linger at the doors of common folk?" "I pray thee, my lord," returned Pharaoh, "come forth and intercede for us, else there will not remain a single being in Egypt." "I may not come forth, for God bath commanded us, none of you shall go out of the door of his house until the morning." But Pharaoh continued to plead, "Do but step to the window, and speak with me," and when Moses yielded to his importunities, and appeared at the window, the king addressed these words to him, "Thou didst say yesterday, all the firstborn in the land of Egypt will die, but now as many as 9/10 of the inhabitants have perished." Pharaoh was accompanied by his daughter Bithiah, Moses' foster mother. She reproached him with ingratitude, in having brought down evil upon her and her countrymen. And Moses answered, and said, 10 plagues the Lord brought upon Egypt. Hath evil accrued to thee from any of them? Did one of them affect thee? And when Bithiah acknowledged that no harm had touched her, Moses continued to speak, "Although thou art thy mother's firstborn, thou shalt not die, and no evil shall reach thee in the midst of Egypt." But Bithiah said, "Of what advantage is my security to me, when I see the king, my brother, and all his household, and his servants in this evil plight, and look upon their firstborn perishing with all the firstborn of Egypt? And Moses returned, Verily, thy brother and his household and the other Egyptians would not hearken to the words of the Lord, therefore did this evil come upon them. Turning to Pharaoh, Moses said, In spite of all that hath happened, I will teach thee something, if thou desirest to learn, and thou wilt be spared, and thou wilt not die. Raise thy voice, and say, Ye children of Israel, ye are your own masters. Prepare for your journey, and depart from among my people. Hitherto ye were the slaves of Pharaoh, but henceforward ye are under the authority of God. Serve the Lord your God. Moses made him say these words 3 times, and God caused Pharaoh's voice to be heard throughout the land of Egypt, so that all the inhabitants, the homeborn and the aliens, knew that Pharaoh had released the children of Israel from the bondage in which they had languished. And all Israel sang, Hallelujah, praise, O ye servants of the Lord, praise the name of the Lord, for they belong to the Lord, and no more were the servants of Pharaoh. Now the king of Egypt insisted upon their leaving the land without delay. But Moses objected, and said, Are we thieves, that we should slink away under cover of the night? Wait until morning. Pharaoh, however, urged and begged Moses to depart, confessing that he was anxious about his own person, for he was a firstborn son, and he was terrified that death would strike him down, too. Moses dissipated his alarm, though he substituted a new horror, with the words, Fear not, there is worse in store for thee. Dread seized upon the whole people. Every one of the Egyptians was afraid of losing his life, and they all united their prayers with Pharaoh's, and begged Moses to take the Israelites hence. And God spake, Ye shall all find your end, not here, but in the Red Sea. The Exodus. Pharaoh and the Egyptians let their dead lie unburied, while they hastened to help the Israelites load their possessions on wagons, to get them out of the land with as little delay as possible. When they left, they took with them, beside their own cattle, the sheep and the oxen that Pharaoh had ordered his nobles to give them as presents. The king also forced his magnates to beg pardon of the Israelites for all they had suffered. Knowing as he did that God forgives an injury done by man to his fellow only after the wrongdoer has recovered the goodwill of his victim by confessing and regretting his fault. Now, depart, said Pharaoh to the Israelites, I want nothing from you but that you should pray to God for me, that I may be saved from death. The hatred of the Egyptians toward the Israelites changed now into its opposite. They conceived affection and friendship for them, and fairly forced raiment upon them, and jewels of silver and jewels of gold, to take along with them on their journey. Although the children of Israel had not yet returned the articles they had borrowed from their neighbors at an earlier time. This action is in part to be explained by the vanity of Pharaoh and his people. They desired to pretend before the world that they were vastly rich, as everybody would conclude when this wealth of their mere slaves was displayed to observers. Indeed, the Israelites bore so much away from Egypt that one of them alone might have defrayed the expense of building and furnishing the tabernacle. On their leaving the land only the private wealth of the Egyptians was in their hands, but when they arrived at the Red Sea they came into possession of the public treasure, too, for Pharaoh, like all kings, carried the moneys of the state with him on his campaigns, in order to be prepared to hire a relay of mercenaries in case of defeat. Great as the other treasure was, the booty captured at the sea far exceeded it. But if the Israelites loaded themselves down with goods and jewels and money, it was not to gratify love of riches, or, as any usurer might say, because they coveted their neighbors' possessions. In the first place they could look upon their plunder as wages due to them from those they had long served, and, secondly, they were entitled to retaliate on those at whose hands they had suffered wrong. Even then they were requiting them with an affliction far slighter than any one of all they had endured themselves. The plagues did not stay the cruelty of the Egyptian oppressors toward the Hebrews. It continued unabated until the very end of their sojourn in the land. On the day of the Exodus, Rachel the daughter of Shuthalah gave birth to a child, while she and her husband together were treading the clay for bricks. The babe dropped from her womb into the clay and sank out of sight. Gabriel appeared, molded a brick out of the clay containing the child, and carried it to the highest of the heavens, where he made it a footstool before the divine throne. In that night it was that God looked upon the suffering of Israel, and smote the firstborn of the Egyptians, and it is one of the 4 nights that God has inscribed in the Book of Memorial. The first of the 4 is that in which God appeared to create the world, all was waste and void, and darkness brooded over the abyss, until the Lord came and spread light round about by his word. The second night is that in which God appeared unto Abraham at the covenant of the pieces. In the third night he appeared in Egypt, slaying the firstborn of the Egyptians with his right hand, and protecting the firstborn of the Israelites with his left. The fourth night recorded will be that in which the end of the redemption will be accomplished, when the iron yoke of the wicked kingdom will be broken, and the evildoers will be destroyed. Then will Moses come from the desert, and the Messiah from Rome, each at the head of his flock, and the word of God will mediate between them, causing both to walk with one accord in the same direction. Israel's redemption in future days will happen on the 15th of Nisan, the night of Israel's redemption from Egypt, for thus did Moses say, in this night God protected Israel against the angels of destruction. And in this night he will also redeem the generations of the future. Though the actual deliverance from Egypt took place in that night, the Hebrews did not leave the land until the following day. During the same night God requited the Egyptians for their evil deeds in the sight of all the people, the night being as bright as day at the time of the summer solstice. Not one could escape the general chastisement, for by divine dispensation none was absent from home at the time, so that none could fail to see the chastisement. The angels in heaven learnt what was happening on earth. When they were about to begin their song of praise to God, he silenced them with the words, "My children on earth are singing now," and the celestial hosts had to stop and listen to the song of Israel. Great as the joy of the Hebrews was at their deliverance from the Egyptian bondage, it was exceeded by that of Pharaoh's people at seeing their slaves depart, for with them went the dread of death that had obsessed them. They were like the portly gentleman riding an ass. The rider feels uncomfortable and longs for the moment of alighting, but his longing cannot compare in intensity with that of the ass groaning under the corpulent burden, and when their journey's end is reached, the ass rejoices more than his master. So the Egyptians were happier to be rid of the Hebrews than these were to be free. In general, the Israelites were not in a joyous mood. The strength of men is readily exhausted, mentally and physically, by the strain of a sudden change from slavery to freedom. They did not recover vigor and force until they heard the angel host sing songs of praise and joy over the redemption of Israel and the redemption of the Shekinah, for so long as the chosen people is in exile, the Shekinah, who dwells among Israel, is also, as it were, in exile. At the same time, God caused the earth to exhale and send aloft a healing fragrance, which cured them of all their diseases. The exodus of the Israelites began at Ramses, and although the distance from there to the city of Mizraim, where Moses abode, was a 40 days' journey, yet they heard the voice of their leader urging them to leave the land. They covered the distance from Ramses to Succos, a 3 days' march, in an instant. In Succos God enveloped them in 7 clouds of glory, 4 hovering in front, behind, and at the 2 sides of them, 1 suspended above them, to keep off rain, hail, and the rays of the sun, and 1 under them to protect them against thorns and snakes. The 7th cloud preceded them, and prepared the way for them, exalting the valleys and making low every mountain and hill. Thus they wandered through the wilderness for 40 years. In all that time no artificial lighting was needed. A beam from the celestial cloud followed them into the darkest of chambers, and if one of the people had to go outside of the camp, even thither he was accompanied by a fold of the cloud, covering and protecting him. Only, that a difference might be made between day and night, a pillar of fire took the place of the cloud in the evening. Never for an instant were the people without the one or the other to guide them. The pillar of fire glowed in front of them before the pillar of cloud retired, and in the morning the cloud was there before the fire vanished. The clouds of glory and the pillar of fire were sent for the protection of Israel alone, for none beside, not for the heathen and not for the mixed multitude that went up with them, these had to walk outside of the cloud enclosure. The cavalcade consisted of 600,000 heads of families afoot, each accompanied by 5 children on horseback, and to these must be added the mixed multitude, exceeding the Hebrews vastly in number. So profound was Israel's trust in the Lord, that they followed Moses unmurmuringly into the wilderness, without supplying themselves with provisions. The only edibles they took were the remains of the unleavened bread and the bitter herbs, and these not to satisfy their hunger, but because they were unwilling to separate themselves from what they had prepared lovingly at the command of God. These possessions were so dear to them that they would not entrust them to the beasts of burden, they carried them on their own shoulders. Volume 3. From the Exodus to the Death of Moses. Preface. When Israel went out of Egypt, the house of Jacob from a people of strange language, Jacob was his sanctuary and Israel his dominion. Jewish legend attempts to describe how God's sanctuary, the religion of Israel and his dominion, the beginnings of Israel as a nation, arose in the time between the Exodus from Egypt and the entrance into the Holy Land. Moses is regarded not only as the greatest religious guide of Israel, but also as its first national leader. He is the wisest of the wise, the father of the prophets, as well as king in Jeshurun, when the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel gathered together. Hence his unique position in Jewish legend. Neither Abraham, the friend of God, nor Solomon, the wisest of all men, nor Elijah, the helper in time of need, can lay claim to such a position. Great religious and national institutions like the Sabbath, the sanctuary, and many other commandments of God revealed to Moses stand in a special relation to his life and work. The sanctification of the Sabbath became quite a living thing to him through the miracle of the manna, and the first sanctuary was actually erected by Moses. The life of Moses ceased, therefore, to be a thing of the past and became closely interwoven with the everyday life of the nation. The most natural way for the popular mind to connect existing conditions with the past is the symbolic method. The present volume contains, therefore, a number of symbolic explanations of certain laws, as, for instance, the symbolical significance of the tabernacle, which, properly speaking, do not belong to the domain of legend. The life of Moses, as conceived by Jewish legend, would, however, have been incomplete if the lines between legend and symbolism had been kept too strictly. With this exception, the arrangement and presentation of the material in the third volume is the same as that in the two preceding ones. Louis Ginzberg. New York, March 2, 1911. Chapter 1. Moses in the Wilderness. The long route Pharaoh pursues the Hebrews. The sea divided the passage through the Red Sea. The destruction of the Egyptians. The song at the Sea. The awful desert. The heavenly Food. The gathering of the manna. Miriam, Swllanix war against Israel. Amalek defeated Jethro. The long route. The Exodus would have been impossible if Joseph's bones had remained behind. Therefore Moses made it his concern to seek their resting place, while the people had but the one thought of gathering in the treasures of the Egyptians. But it was not an easy matter to find Joseph's body. Moses knew that he had been interred in the mausoleum of the Egyptian kings, but there were so many other bodies there that it was impossible to identify it. Moses' mother Jochebed came to his aid. She led him to the very spot where Joseph's bones lay. As soon as he came near them, he knew them to be what he was seeking, by the fragrance they exhaled and spread around. But his difficulties were not at an end. The question arose, how he was to secure possession of the remains. Joseph's coffin had been sunk far down into the ground, and he knew not how to raise it from the depths. Standing at the edge of the grave, he spoke these words. Joseph, the time hath come whereof thou didst say, God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence. No sooner had this reminder dropped from his lips than the coffin stirred and rose to the surface. And even yet the difficulties in Moses' way were not removed wholly. The Egyptian magicians had stationed 2 golden dogs at Joseph's coffin, to keep watch. And they barked vehemently if anyone ventured close to it. The noise they made was so loud it could be heard throughout the land, from end to end, a distance equal to a 40 days' journey. When Moses came near the coffin, the dogs emitted their warning sound, but he silenced them at once with words, Come, ye people, and behold the miracle. The real, live dogs did not bark, and these counterfeit dogs produced by magic attempted. What he said about real, live dogs and their refraining from barking had reference to the fact that the dogs of the Egyptians did not move their tongues against any of the children of Israel. Though they had barked all the time the people were engaged in burying the bodies of their smitten firstborn. As a reward God gave the Israelites the law, to cast to the dogs the flesh they themselves are forbidden to eat, for the Lord withholds due recompense from none of his creatures. Indeed, the dogs received a double reward, for their excrements are used in tanning the hides from which the Torah scrolls are made, as well as the mezuzot and the phylacteries. Joseph's coffin in the possession of Moses, the march of the Israelites could begin. The Egyptians put no manner of obstacle in their way. Pharaoh himself accompanied them, to make sure that they were actually leaving the land, and now he was so angry at his counselors for having advised against letting the Israelites depart that he slew them. For several reasons God did not permit the Israelites to travel along the straight route to the promised land. He desired them to go to Sinai first and take the law upon themselves there, and, besides, the time divinely appointed for the occupation of the land by the Gentiles had not yet elapsed. Over and above all this, the long sojourn in the wilderness was fraught with profit for the Israelites, spiritually and materially. If they had reached Palestine directly after leaving Egypt, they would have devoted themselves entirely each to the cultivation of his allotted parcel of ground, and no time would have been left for the study of the Torah. In the wilderness they were relieved of the necessity of providing for their daily wants, and they would give all their efforts to acquiring the law. On the whole, it would not have been advantageous to process at once to the Holy Land and take possession thereof, for when the Canaanites heard that the Israelites were making for Palestine, they burnt the crops, felled the trees, destroyed the buildings, and choked the water springs, all in order to render the land uninhabitable. Hereupon God spake, and said, I did not promise their fathers to give a devastated land unto their seed, but a land full of all good things. I will lead them about in the wilderness for 40 years, and meanwhile the Canaanites will have time to repair the damage they have done. Moreover, the many miracles performed for the Israelites during the journey through the wilderness had made their terror to fall upon the other nations, and their hearts melted, and there remained no more spirit in any man. They did not venture to attack the Israelites, and the conquest of the land was all the easier. Nor does this exhaust the list of reasons for preferring the longer route through the desert. Abraham had sworn a solemn oath to live at peace with the Philistines during a certain period, and the end of the term had not yet arrived. Besides, there was the fear that the sight of the land of the Philistines would awaken sad recollections in the Israelites, and drive them back into Egypt speedily, for once upon a time it had been the scene of a bitter disappointment to them. They had spent 180 years in Egypt, in peace and prosperity, not in the least molested by the people. Suddenly Canaan came, a descendant of Joseph, of the tribe of Ephraim, and he spake, The Lord hath appeared unto me, and he bade me lead you forth out of Egypt. The Ephraimites were the only ones to heed his words. Proud of their royal lineage as direct descendants of Joseph, and confident to their valor in war, for they were great heroes, they left the land and betook themselves to Palestine. They carried only weapons and gold and silver. They had taken no provisions, because they expected to buy food and drink on the way or capture them by force if the owners would not part with them for money. After a day's march they found themselves in the neighborhood of Gath, at the place where the shepherds employed by the residents of the city gathered with the flocks. The Ephraimites asked them to sell them some sheep, which they expected to slaughter in order to satisfy their hunger with them, but the shepherds refused to have business dealings with them, saying, Are the sheep ours? Or does the cattle belong to us, that we could part with them for money? Seeing that they could not gain their point by kindness, the Ephraimites used force. The outcries of the shepherds brought the people of Gath to their aid. A violent encounter, lasting a whole day, took place between the Israelites and the Philistines. The people of Gath realized that alone they would not be able to offer successful resistance to the Ephraimites, and they summoned the people of the other Philistine cities to join them. The following day an army of 40,000 stood ready to oppose the Ephraimites. Reduced in strength, as they were, by their 3 days' fast, they were exterminated root and branch. Only 10 of them escaped with their bare life, and returned to Egypt, to bring Ephraim word of the disaster that had overtaken his posterity, and he mourned many days. This abortive attempt of the Ephraimites to leave Egypt was the first occasion for oppressing Israel. Thereafter the Egyptians exercised force and vigilance to keep them in their land. As for the disaster of the Ephraimites, it was well-merited punishment, because they had paid no heed to the wish of the father Joseph, who had adjured his descendants solemnly on his deathbed not to think of quitting the land until the Redeemer should appear. Their death was followed by disgrace, for their bodies lay unburied for many years on the battlefield near Gath, and the purpose of God in directing the Israelites to choose the longer route from Egypt to Canaan was to spare them the sight of those dishonored corpses. Their courage might have deserted them, and out of apprehension of sharing the fate of their brethren they might have hastened back to the land of slavery. Pharaoh pursues the Hebrews. When Pharaoh permitted Israel to depart, he was under the impression that they were going only a 3 days' journey into the wilderness for the purpose of offering sacrifices. He sent officers with them, whose duty was to bring them back at the appointed time. The exodus took place on a Thursday. On the following Sunday the king's watchers noticed that the Israelites, so far from preparing for a return, were making arrangements looking to a long sojourn in the desert. They remonstrated and urged them to go back. The Israelites maintained that Pharaoh had dismissed them for good, but the officers would not be put off with their mere assertions. They said, willy-nilly, you will have to do as the powers that be command. To such arrogance the Israelites would not submit, and they fell upon the officers, slaying some and wounding others. The maimed survivors went back to Egypt, and report the contumacy of the Israelites to Pharaoh. Meantime Moses, who did not desire the departure of his people to have the appearance of flight before the Egyptians, gave the signal to turn back to Pi-hahiroth. Those of little faith among the Israelites tore their hair and their garments in desperation, though Moses assured them that by the word of God they were free men, and no longer slaves to Pharaoh. Accordingly, they retraced their steps to Pi-hahiroth, where 2 rectangular rocks form an opening, within which the great sanctuary of Baal-zephon was situated. The rocks are shaped like human figures, the one a man and the other a woman, and they were not chiseled by human hands, but by the Creator himself. The place had been called Pithom in earlier times, but later, on account of the idols set up there, it received the name Hahiroth. Of set purpose God had left Baal-zephon uninjured, alone of all the Egyptian idols. He wanted the Egyptian people to think that this idol was possessed of exceeding might, which it exercised to prevent the Israelites from journeying on. To confirm them in their illusory belief, God caused wild beasts to obstruct the road to the wilderness, and they took it for granted that their idol Baal-zephon had ordained their appearance. Pi-hahiroth was famous, besides, on account of the treasures heaped up there. The wealth of the world which Joseph had acquired through the sale of corn he had stored up during the 7 years of plenty, he had divided into 3 parts. The first part he surrendered to Pharaoh. The second part he concealed in the wilderness, where it was found by Korah, though it disappeared again, not to come to view until the Messianic time, and then it will be for the benefit of the pious. The third part Joseph hid in the sanctuary of Baal-zephon, whence the Hebrews carried it off as booty. When Amalek and the magicians brought the information to Pharaoh, that the Israelites had resolved not to return to Egypt, his heart and the heart of his whole people turned against them. The very counselors that had persuaded him to dismiss the children of Israel spake now as follows: If we had only been smitten with the plagues, we could have resigned ourselves to our fate. Or if, besides being smitten with the plagues, we had been compelled to let the Hebrews depart from the land, that, too, we could have been borne with patience. But to be smitten with the plagues, to be compelled to let our slaves depart from us, and to sit by and see them go off with our riches, that is more than we can endure. Now that the children of Israel had gone from them, the Egyptians recognized how valuable an element they had been in their country. In general, the time of the exodus of Israel was disastrous for their former masters. In addition to losing their dominion over the Israelites, the Egyptians had to deal with mutinies that broke out among many other nations tributary to them, for hitherto Pharaoh had been the ruler of the whole world. The king resorted to blandishments and promises, to induce the people to make war against the Israelites, saying, "As a rule the army marches forth first, and the king follows in security, but I will precede you. And as a rule the king has the first choice of the booty, and as much of it as he desires, but I will take no more than any one of you, and on my return from the war I will divide my treasures of silver, gold, and precious stones among you." In his zeal Pharaoh did not wait to have his chariot made ready for him, he did it with his own hands, and his nobles followed his example. Samuel granted Pharaoh assistance, putting 600 chariots manned with his own hosts at his disposal. These formed the vanguard, and they were joined by all the Egyptians, with their vast assemblages of chariots and warriors, no less than 300 of their men to one of the children of Israel, each equipped with their different sorts of weapons. The general custom was for 2 charioteers to take turns at driving a car, but to overtake the Israelites more surely and speedily, Pharaoh ordered 3 to be assigned to each. The result was that they covered in one day the ground which it had taken the Israelites 3 to traverse. The mind of the Egyptians was in no wise directed toward spoil and plunder in this expedition. Their sole and determined purpose was to exterminate Israel, kith and kin. As the heathen lay great stress upon omens when they are about to start out on a campaign, God caused all their preparations to proceed smoothly, without the slightest untoward circumstance. Everything pointed to a happy issue. Pharaoh, himself an adept in magic, had a presentiment that dire misfortune would befall the children of Israel in the wilderness, that they would lose Moses there, and there the whole generation that had departed from Egypt would find its grave. Therefore he spoke to Dathan and Abiram, who remained behind in Egypt, saying, "Moses is leading them, but he himself knows not whither. Verily, the congregation of Israel will lift up their voice in the wilderness, and cry, and there they will be destroyed." He thought naturally that these visions had reference to an imminent future, to the time of his meeting with his dismissed slaves. But his error was profound. He was hurrying forward to his own destruction. When he reached the sanctuary of Baal-zephon, Pharaoh, in his joy at finding him spared while all the other idols in Egypt had been annihilated, lost no time, but hastened to offer sacrifices to him, and he was comforted, for, he said, "Baal-zephon approves my purpose of drowning the children of Israel in the sea." When the Israelites beheld the huge detachments of the Egyptian army moving upon them, and when they considered that in Migdol there were other troops stationed, besides, more, indeed, than their own numbers, men, women, and children all told, great terror overwhelmed them. What affrighted them most, was the sight of the angel of Egypt darting through the air as he flew to the assistance of the people under his tutelage. They turned to Moses, saying, "What hast thou done to us? Now they will requite us for all that hath happened, that their firstborn were smitten, and that we ran off with their money, which was thy fault. For thou didst bid up borrow gold and silver from our Egyptian neighbors and depart with their property." The situation of the Israelites was desperate. Before them was the sea, behind them the Egyptians, on both sides the wild beasts of the desert. The wicked among them spoke to Moses, saying, "While we were in Egypt, we said to thee and to Aaron, The Lord look upon you, and judge, because ye have made our savor to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us. Then there died many of our brethren during the days of darkness, which was worse than the bondage in which the Egyptians kept us. Nevertheless our fate in the desert will be sadder than theirs. They at least were mourned, and their bodies ere buried, but our corpses will lie exposed, consumed in the day by drought and by frost in the night." Moses in his wisdom knew how to pacify the thousands and myriads under his leadership. He impressed them with the words, "Fear ye not, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord." When will his salvation come? Questioned the people, and he told them it would appear the following day, but they protested, "We cannot wait until tomorrow." Then Moses prayed to God, and the Lord showed him the angel host standing ready to hasten to the assistance of the people. They were not agreed as to what they were to do. There were 4 contending parties. The opinion of the first party was that they seek death by drowning in the sea, of the second, that they return to Egypt. The third was in favor of a pitched battle with the enemy, and the fourth thought it would be a good plan to intimidate the Egyptians by noise and a great hubbub. To the first Moses said, "Stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord." To the second, "The Egyptians whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever." To the third, "The Lord shall fight for you." And to the fourth, "Ye shall hold your peace." "What, then, shall we do?" These asked their leader, and Moses answered them, saying, "Ye shall bless, praise, extol, adore and glorify him that is the Lord of war." Instead of the sword and the 5 sorts of arms which they bore, they made use of their mouth, and it was of greater avail than all possible weapons of war. The Lord hearkened unto their prayer, for which he had but been waiting. Moses also addressed himself to God, saying, "O Lord of the world! I am like the shepherd who, having undertaken to pasture a flock, has been heedless enough to drive his sheep to the edge of a precipice, and then is in a despair how to get them down again. Pharaoh is behind my flock Israel, in the south is Baal-zephon, in the north Midgol, and before us the sea lies spread out. Thou knowest, O Lord, that it is beyond human strength and human contrivance to surmount the difficulties standing in our way. Thine alone is the work of procuring deliverance for this army, which left Egypt at thy appointment. We despair of all other assistance or device, and we have recourse only to our hope in thee. If there be any escape possible, we look up to thy providence to accomplish it for us." With such words Moses continued to make fervent supplication to God to succor Israel in their need. But God cut short his prayer, saying, "Moses, my children are in distress, the sea blocks the way before them, the enemy is in hot pursuit after them, and thou standest here and prayest." Sometimes long prayer is good, but sometimes it is better to be brief. "If I gathered the waters together unto one place, and let the dry land appear for Adam, a single human being, should I not do the same for this holy congregation? I will save them if only for the sake of the merits of Abraham, who stood ready to sacrifice his son Isaac unto me, and for the sake of my promise to Jacob. The sun and the moon are witnesses that I will cleave the sea for the seed of the children of Israel, who deserve my help for going after me in the wilderness unquestioningly. Do thou but see to it that they abandon their evil thought of returning to Egypt, and then it will not be necessary to turn to me and entreat my help." Moses, however, was still very much troubled in mind, on account of Samuel, who had not left off lodging accusations before God against Israel since the exodus from Egypt. The Lord adopted the same procedure in dealing with the accuser as the experienced shepherd, who, at the moment of transferring his sheep across a stream, was faced by a ravening wolf. The shepherd threw a strong ram to the wolf, and while the two engaged in combat, the rest of the flock was carried across the water, and then the shepherd returned and snatched the wolf's supposed prey away from him. Samuel said to the Lord, "Up to this time the children of Israel were idol worshippers, and now thou proposest so great a thing as dividing the sea for them?" What did the Lord do? He surrendered Job to Samuel, saying, "While he busies himself with Job, Israel will pass through the sea unscathed, and as soon as they are in safety, I will rescue Job from the hands of Samuel." Israel had other angel adversaries, besides. Uzzah, the tutelary angel of the Egyptians, appeared before God, and said, "O Lord of the world! I have a suit with this nation which thou hast brought forth out to Egypt. If it seemeth well to thee, let their angel Michael appear, and contend with me before thee." The Lord summoned Michael, and Uzzah stated his charges against Israel, "O Lord of the world! Thou didst decree concerning this people of Israel that his hall be held in bondage by my people, the Egyptians, for a period of 400 years. But they had dominion over them only 86 years, therefore the time of their going forth hath not yet arrived. If it be thy will, give me permission to take them back to Egypt, that they may continue in slavery for the 314 years that are left, and thy word be fulfilled. As thou art immutable, so let thy decree be immutable." Michael was silent, for he knew not how to controvert these words, and it seemed as if Uzzah had won his suit. But the Lord himself espoused the cause of Israel, and he said to Uzzah, "The duty of serving thy nation was laid upon my children only on account of an unseemly word uttered by Abraham. When I spoke to him, saying, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. He made answer, Whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? Therefore did I say to him, Thy seed shall be a stranger. But it is well known and manifest before me that they were strangers from the day of Isaac's birth, and reckoning thence, the period of 400 years has elapsed, and thou hast no right to keep my children in bondage any longer. The sea divided. God spake to Moses, saying, Why dost thou stand here praying? My children's prayer has anticipated thine. For thee there is naught to do but lift up thy rod and stretch out thine hand over the sea, and divide it. Moses replied, Thou commandest me to divide the sea, and lay bare the dry ground in the midst of it, and yet thou didst thyself make it a perpetual decree, that the sand shall be placed for the bound of the sea. And again God spake to Moses, Thou hast not read the beginning of the Torah. I did speak, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear, and at that time I made the condition that the waters shall divide before Israel. Take the rod that I gave unto thee, and go to the sea upon mine errand, and speak thus, I am the messenger sent by the Creator of the world. Uncover thy paths, O sea, for my children, that they may go through the midst of thee on dry ground. Moses spoke to the sea as God had bidden him, but it replied, I will not do according to thy words, for thou art only a man born of woman, and, besides, I am 3 days older than thou, O man, for I was brought forth on the 3rd day of creation. And thou on the 6th. Moses lost no time, but carried back to God the words the sea has spoken, and the Lord said, Moses, what does a master do with an intractable servant? He beats him with a rod, said Moses. Do thus, ordered God. Lift up thy rod, and stretch out thine hand over the sea and divide it. Thereupon Moses raised up his rod, the rod that had been created at the very beginning of the world, on which were graven in plain letters the great and exalted name, the names of the 10 plagues inflicted upon the Egyptians. And the names of the 3 fathers, the 6 mothers, and the 12 tribes of Jacob. This rod he lifted up, and stretched it out over the sea. The sea, however, continued in its perverseness, and Moses entreated God to give his command direct to it. But God refused, saying, Were I to command the sea to divide, it would never again return to its former estate. Therefore, do thou convey my order to it, that it be not drained dry forever. But I will let a semblance of my strength accompany thee, and that will compel its obedience. When the sea saw the strength of God at the right hand of Moses, it spoke to the earth saying, Make hollow places for me, that I may hide myself therein before the Lord of all created things, blessed be he. Noticing the terror of the sea, Moses said to it, For a whole day I spoke to thee at the bidding of the Holy One, who desired thee to divide, but thou didst refuse to pay heed to my words, even when I showed thee my rod, thou didst remain obdurate. What hath happened now that thou skippest hence? The sea replied, I am fleeing, not before thee, but before the Lord of all created things, that his name be magnified in all the earth. And the waters of the Red Sea divided, and not they alone, but all the waters in heaven and on earth, in whatever vessel it was, in cisterns, in wells, in caves, in casks, in pitchers, in drinking cups, and in glasses. And none of these waters return to their former estate until Israel has passed through the sea on dry land. The angel Gabriel was eager to drown the Egyptians during the same night, but God bade him wait until early the next day, until the hour of the morning watch, when Abraham had made himself ready to set out for the sacrifice of his son. Gabriel succeeded, however, in holding back the turbulent water about to sweep over Israel. To the wall of water on the right, he called, Beware of Israel, who will receive the law in time to come from the right hand of the Lord, and turning to the wall of water on the left, he said, Beware of Israel, who will win the phylacteries about their left hand in time to come. The water behind he admonished, Beware of Israel, who will let the tzitzit drop down upon their back in time to come, and to the water towering in front of them, he called, Beware of Israel, who bear the sign of the covenant upon their bodies. God caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind, the wind he always makes use of when he chastises the nations. The same east wind had brought the deluge, it had laid the Tower of Babel in ruins. It was to cause the destruction of Samaria, Jerusalem, and Tyre, and it will, in future, be the instrument for castigating Rome drunken with pleasure, and likewise the sinners in Gehenna are punished by means of the east wind. All night long God made it to blow over the sea. To prevent the enemy from inflicting harm upon the Israelites, he enveloped the Egyptians in profound darkness, so impenetrable it could be felt, and none could move or change his posture. He that sat when it fell could not arise from his place, and he that stood could not sit down. Nevertheless, the Egyptians could see that the Israelites were surrounded by bright light, and were enjoying a banquet where they stood, and when they tried to speed darts and arrows against them. The missiles were caught up by the cloud and by the angels hovering between the two camps, and no harm came to Israel. The passage through the Red Sea. On the morning after the eventful night, though the sea was not yet made dry land, the Israelites, full of trust in God, were ready to cast themselves into its waters. The tribes contended with one another for the honor of being the first to jump. Without awaiting the outcome of the wordy strife, the tribe of Benjamin sprang in, and the princes of Judah were so incensed at having been deprived of preeminence in danger that they pelted the Benjamites with stones. God knew that the Judeans and the Benjamites were animated by a praiseworthy purpose. The ones like the others desired but to magnify the name of God, and he rewarded both tribes. In Benjamin's allotment the Shekinah took up her residence, and the royalty of Israel was conferred upon Judah. When God saw the two tribes in the waves of the sea, he called upon Moses, and said, My beloved are in danger of drowning, and thou standest by and prayest. Bid Israel go forward, and thou lift up thy rod over the sea, and divide it. Thus it happened, and Israel passed through the sea with its water cleft in twain. The dividing of the sea was but the first of 10 miracles connected with the passage of the Israelites through it. The others were that the waters united in a vault above their heads, 12 paths opened up, one for each of the tribes, the water became transparent as glass, and each tribe could see the others. The soil underfoot was dry, but it changed into clay when the Egyptians stepped upon it, the walls of water transformed into rocks, against which the Egyptians were thrown and dashed to death, while before the Israelites could slake their thirst. And, finally, the 10th wonder was, that this drinking water was congealed in the heart of the sea as soon as they had satisfied their need. And there were other miracles, besides. The sea yielded the Israelites whatever their hearts desired. If a child cried as it lay in the arms of its mother, she needed but to stretch out her hand and pluck an apple or some fruit and quiet it. The waters were piled up to the height of 1,600 miles, and they could be seen by all the nations of the earth. The great wonder of Israel's passage through the sea took place in the presence of the 3 fathers and the 6 mothers, for God had fetched them out of their graves to the shores of the Red Sea, to be witnesses of the marvelous deeds wrought in behalf of their children. Wonderful as were the miracles connected with the rescue of the Israelites from the waters of the sea, those performed when the Egyptians were drowned were no less remarkable. First of all, God felt called upon to defend Israel's cause before Uzzah, the angel of the Egyptians, who would not allow his people to perish in the waters of the sea. He appeared on the spot at the very moment when God wanted to drown the Egyptians, and he spake, O Lord of the world! Thou art called just and upright, and before thee there is no wrong, no forgetting, no respecting of persons. Why, then, dost thou desire to make my children perish in the sea? Canst thou say that my children drowned or slew a single one of thine? If it be on account of the rigorous slavery that my children imposed upon Israel, then consider that thy children have received their wages, in that they took their silver and golden vessels from them. Then God convoked all the members of his celestial family, and he spake to the angel hosts, Judge ye in truth between me and yonder Uzzah, the angel of the Egyptians. At the first I brought a famine upon his people, and I appointed my friend Joseph over them, who saved them through his sagacity, and they all became his slaves. Then my children went down into their land as strangers, in consequence of the famine, and they made the children of Israel to serve with rigor in all manner of hard work there is in the world. They groaned on account of their bitter service, and their cry rose up to me, and I sent Moses and Aaron, my faithful messengers, to Pharaoh. When they came before the king of Egypt, they spake to him, Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. In the presence of the kings of the east and of the west, the sinner began to boast, saying, Who is the Lord, that I should hearken unto his voice, to let Israel go? Why comes he not before me, like all the kings of the world, and why doth he not bring me a present like the others? This God of whom you speak, I know him not at all. Wait and let me search my lists, and see whether I can find his name. But his servant said, We have heard that he is the son of the wise, the son of ancient kings. Then Pharaoh asked my messengers, What are the works of this God? And they replied, He is the God of gods, the Lord of lords, who created the heaven and the earth. But Pharaoh doubted their words, and said, There is no God in all the world that can accomplish such works besides me, for I made myself, and I made the Nile River. Because he denied me thus, I sent 10 plagues upon him, and he was compelled to let my children go. Yet, in spite of all, he did not leave off from his wicked ways, and he tried to bring them back under his bondage. Now, seeing all that hath happened to him, and that he will not acknowledge me as God and Lord, does he not deserve to be drowned in the sea with his host? The celestial family called out when the Lord had ended his defense, Thou hast every right to drown him in the sea. Uzzah heard their verdict, and he said, O Lord of all the worlds! I know that my people deserve the punishment thou hast decreed, but may it please thee to deal with them according to thy attribute of mercy, and take pity upon the work of thy hands, for thy tender mercies are over all thy works. Almost the Lord had yielded to Uzzah's entreaties, when Michael gave a sign to Gabriel that made him fly to Egypt swiftly and fetch thence a brick for which a Hebrew child had been used as a mortar. Holding this incriminating object in his hand, Gabriel stepped into the presence of God, and said, O Lord of the world! Wilt thou have compassion with the accursed nation that has slaughtered thy children so cruelly? Then the Lord turned himself away from his attribute of mercy, and seating himself upon his throne of justice he resolved to drown the Egyptians in the sea. The first upon whom judgment was executed was the angel of Egypt. Uzzah was thrown into the sea. A similar fate overtook Rahab, the angel of the sea, with his hosts. Rahab had made intercession before God in behalf of the Egyptians. He had said, Why shouldst thou drown the Egyptians? Let it suffice the Israelites that thou hast saved them out of the hand of their masters. At that God dealt Rahab and his army a blow, under which they staggered and fell dead, and then he cast their corpses in the sea, whence its unpleasant odor. The destruction of the Egyptians. At the moment when the last of the Israelites stepped out of the bed of the sea, the first of the Egyptians set foot into it, but in the same instant the waters surged back into their wonted place. And all the Egyptians perished. But drowning was not the only punishment decreed upon them by God. He undertook a thoroughgoing campaign against them. When Pharaoh was preparing to persecute the Israelites, he asked his army which of the saddle beasts was the swiftest runner, that one he would use, and they said, There is none swifter than thy piebald mare, whose like is to be found nowhere in the world. Accordingly, Pharaoh mounted the mare, and pursued after the Israelites seaward. And while Pharaoh was inquiring of his army as to the swiftest animal to mount, God was questioning the angels as to the swiftest creature to use to the detriment of Pharaoh. And the angels answered, O Lord of the world! All things are thine, and all are thine handiwork. Thou knowest well, and it is manifest before thee, that among all thy creatures there is none so quick as the wind that comes from under the throne of thy glory, and the Lord flew swiftly upon the wings of the wind. The angels now advanced to support the Lord in his war against the Egyptians. Some brought swords, some arrows, and some spears. But God warded them off, saying, Away! I need no help. The arrows sped by Pharaoh against the children of Israel were answered by the Lord with fiery darts directed against the Egyptians. Pharaoh's army advanced with gleaming swords, and the Lord sent out lightnings that discomfited the Egyptians. Pharaoh hurled missiles, and the Lord discharged hailstones and coals of fire against him. With trumpets, sackbuts, and horns the Egyptians made their assault, and the Lord thundered in the heavens, and the Most High uttered his voice. In vain the Egyptians marched forward in orderly battle array, the Lord deprived them of their standards, and they were thrown into wild confusion. To lure them into the water, the Lord caused fiery steeds to swim out upon the sea, and the horses of the Egyptians followed them, each with a rider upon his back. Now the Egyptians tried to flee to their land in their chariots drawn by she-mules. As they had treated the children of Israel in a way contrary to nature, so the Lord treated them now. Not the she-mules pulled the chariots, but the chariots, though fire from heaven had consumed their wheels, dragged the men and the beasts into the water. The chariots were laden with silver, gold, and all sorts of costly things, which the river Pishon, as it flows forth from paradise, carries down into the Gin. Thence the treasures float into the Red Sea, and by its waters they were tossed into the chariots of the Egyptians. It was the wish of Israel, and for this reason he caused the chariots to roll down into the sea, and the sea in turn to cast them out upon the opposite shore, at the feet of the Israelites. And the Lord fought against the Egyptians also with the pillar of cloud and the pillar of fire. The former made the soil miry, and the mire was heated to the boiling point by the latter, so that the hoofs of the horses dropped from their feet, and they could not budge from the spot. The anguish and the torture that God brought upon the Egyptians at the Red Sea caused them by far more excruciating pain than the plagues they had endured in Egypt, for at the sea he delivered them into the hands of the angels of destruction, who tormented them pitilessly. Had God not endowed the Egyptians with a double portion of strength, they could not have stood the pain a single moment. The last judgment executed upon the Egyptians corresponded to the wicked designs harbored against Israel by the three different parties among them when they set out in pursuit of their liberated slaves. The first party had said, "We will bring Israel back to Egypt," the second had said, "We will strip them bare," and the third had said, "We will slay them all." The Lord blew upon the first with his breath, and the sea covered them. The second party he shook into the sea, and the third he pitched into the depths of the abyss. He tossed them about as lentils are shaken up and down in a saucepan, the upper ones are made to fall to the bottom, the lower ones fly to the top. This was the experience of the Egyptians. And worse still, first the rider and his beast were whisked high up in the air, and then the two together, the rider sitting upon the back of the beast, were hurled to the bottom of the sea. The Egyptians endeavored to save themselves from the sea by conjuring charms, for they were great magicians. Of the 10 measures of magic allotted to the world, they had taken 9 for themselves. And, indeed, they succeeded for the moment. They escaped out of the sea. But immediately the sea said to itself, "How can I allow the pledge entrusted to me by God to be taken from me?" And the water rushed after the Egyptians, and dragged back every man of them. Among the Egyptians were the 2 arch-magicians Jannes and Jambres. They made wings for themselves, with which they flew up to heaven. They also said to Pharaoh, "If God himself hath done this thing, we can effect naught. But if this work has been put into the hands of his angel, then we will shake his lieutenants into the sea." They proceeded at once to use their magic contrivances, whereby they dragged the angels down. These cried up to God, "Save us, O God, for the waters are come in unto our soul. Speak thy word that will cause the magicians to drown in the mighty waters." And Gabriel cried to God, "By the greatness of thy glory dash thy adversaries to pieces." Hereupon God bade Michael go and execute judgment upon the 2 magicians. The archangel seized hold of Jannes and Jambres by the locks of their hair, and he shattered them against the surface of the water. Thus all the Egyptians were drowned. Only one was spared, Pharaoh himself. When the children of Israel raised their voices to sing a song of praise to God at the shores of the Red Sea, Pharaoh heard it as he was jostled hither and thither by the billows, and he pointed his finger heavenward, and called out, "I believe in thee, O God. Thou art righteous, and I and my people are wicked, and I acknowledge now that there is no God in the world beside thee." Without a moment's delay, Gabriel descended and laid an iron chain about Pharaoh's neck, and holding him securely, he addressed him thus, "Villain! Yesterday thou didst say, Who is the Lord that I should hearken to his voice? And now thou sayest, The Lord is righteous." With that he let him drop into the depths of the sea, and there he tortured him for 50 days, to make the power of God known to him. At the end of the time he installed him as king of the great city of Nineveh, and after the lapse of many centuries, when Jonah came to Nineveh, and prophesied the overthrow of the city on account of the evil done by the people, it was Pharaoh who, seized by fear and terror, covered himself with sackcloth, and sat in ashes, and with his own mouth made proclamation and published this decree through Nineveh, let neither man nor beast, herd nor flock, taste anything. Let them not feed nor drink water, for I know there is no God beside him in all the world, all his words are truth, and all his judgments are true and faithful. Pharaoh never died, and never will die. He always stands at the portal of hell, and when the kings of the nations enter, he makes the power of God known to them at once, in these words, O ye fools! Why have ye not learnt knowledge from me? I am denied the Lord God, and he brought 10 plagues upon me, sent me to the bottom of the sea, kept me there for 50 days, released me then, and brought me up. Thus I could not but believe in him. God caused the Egyptians to be washed ashore in their death struggle. There were 4 reasons for this. The Israelites were not to say that as they themselves had escaped, so also the Egyptians had passed through the sea Drishit, only the latter had gone in another direction, and therefore had vanished from sight. The Egyptians, on the other hand, were not to think that the children of Israel had been drowned in the sea like themselves. In the third place, the Israelites were to have, as their booty, the silver, gold, and other precious things with which the Egyptians were decked, and, finally, the Israelites were to enjoy the satisfaction of seeing their enemies suffer. With their finger they could point them out one by one, saying, This one way my taskmaster, who beat me with those fists of his at which the dogs are now gnawing, and yonder Egyptian, the dogs are chewing the feet with which he kicked me. As they lay on the shore in their last agony, they had to witness their own destruction and the victory of the Israelites, and they also beheld the suffering of their brethren that had remained behind in Egypt. For God poured out his punishment over the whole people, whether in Egypt or at the Red Sea. As for the corpses by the shores of the sea, they did not remain unburied, the earth swallowed them, by way of reward for Pharaoh's having acknowledged the justice of the chastisement that had been inflicted upon king and people. Before their corpses had been disposed of in this way, there had been a quarrel between the earth and the sea. The sea said to the earth, Take thy children unto thyself, and the earth retorted, Keep those whom thou hast slain. The sea hesitated to do as the earth bade, for fear that God would demand them back on the day of judgment, and the earth hesitated, because it remembered with terror the curse that had been pronounced upon it for having sucked up Abel's blood. Only after God swore an oath, not to punish it for receiving the corpses of the Egyptians, would the earth swallow them. The Song at the Sea. Mighty is faith, for the Spirit of God came upon the Israelites as a reward for their trust in God, and in his servant Moses. And it was in this exaltation that they sang to the Lord a song that moved him to grant forgiveness for all their sins. This song was the second of the 9 songs that in the course of history of Israel sang to their God. They assembled to sing the first in Egypt, on the night when they were freed from captivity, their second was the song of triumph by the Red Sea, their third, when the well sprang up in the wilderness, Moses sang the fourth before his death. The fifth was Joshua's song after his victory over the 5 Amorite kings, Deborah and Barak sang the sixth when they conquered Sisera, the seventh was David's psalm of thanksgiving to God for his deliverance out of the hand of all his enemies. The eighth was Solomon's song at the dedication of the temple, the ninth Jehoshaphat sang as, trusting in God, he went to battle against the Moabites and the Ammonites. The 10th and last song, however, will be that grand and mighty song, when Israel will raise their voice in triumph at their future deliverance, for that will be the final release of Israel for all time. When Israel prepared to sound their praises to God for delivering them from destruction in the Red Sea, God, to show his recognition of Israel's fulfillment of the token of the Abrahamic covenant, bade the angels who came to intone their song. Wait, let my children sing first, he said. This incident with the angels is like the story of the king who, upon returning from a victorious campaign, was told that his son and his servant were waiting with wreaths in their hands, and were asking who should first crown him. The king said, O ye fools, to question if my servant should walk before my son. No, let my son come first. This was the second time the angels were obliged to retire before Israel. When Israel stood by the Red Sea, before them the rolling waters, and behind them the hosts of Egypt, then, too, the angels appeared, to sing their daily song of praise to the Lord, but God called to them, Forbear. My children are in distress, and you would sing. But even after the men had completed their song, it was not yet given to the angels to raise their voices, for after the men followed the women of Israel, and only then came the turn of the angels. Then they began to murmur, and said, Is it not enough that the men have preceded us? Shall the women come before us also? But God replied, As surely as ye live, so it is. At first Israel requested their leader Moses to begin the song, but he declined, saying, No, he shall begin it, for it is a greater mark of honor to be praised by the multitude than by a single one. At once the people sang, We will glorify the Eternal, for he has shown us signs and tokens. When the Egyptians passed the decree against us, and said, Every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, our mothers went into the field, and thou didst bid a sleep to fall upon them, and they bore us without any pain. And the angels descended from heaven, washed and anointed us, and robed us in many-colored silken garments, and placed in our hands 2 lumps, one of butter and one of honey. When our mothers awoke and saw us washed, anointed, and clothed in silk, then they praised thee, and said, Praise be God who has not turned his grace and his lasting love from the seed of our father Abraham, and now behold. They are in thy hand, do with them as thou wilt. And they departed. When the Egyptians saw us, they approached to kill us, but thou in thy great mercy didst bid the earth swallow us and set us in another place, where we were not seen by the Egyptians, and lo! In this way didst thou save us from their hand. When we grew up, we wandered in troops to Egypt, where each recognized his parents and his family. All this hast thou done for us, therefore will we sing of thee. Thereupon Moses said, Ye have given thanks to the Holy One, blessed be he, and not I will praise his name, for to me also has he shown signs and tokens. The Lord is my strength and my song, and he is become my salvation. He is my God, and I will prepare him an habitation, my father's God, and I will exalt him. The song by the Red Sea was as much the song of Moses as of all Israel, for the great leader counted as not less than all the other Israelites together, and, besides, he had composed a large portion of the song. In virtue of the Spirit of God that possessed them while they sang, Moses and the people mutually supplemented each other, so that, as soon as Moses spoke half the verse, the people repeated it, and linked the second complementary part to it. So Moses began with the half verse, I will sing unto the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously, whereupon the people answered, The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. And in this wise developed the whole song. But not alone the adults took part in this song, even the sucklings dropped their mothers' breasts to join in singing, yea, even the embryos in the womb joined the melody, and the angels' voices swelled the song. God so distinguished Israel during the passage through the Red Sea, that even the children beheld his glory, yea, even the woman slave saw more of the presence of God by the Red Sea than the prophet Ezekiel was ever permitted to behold. They closed the psalm with the words, Let us set the crown of glory upon the head of our deliverer, who suffers all things to perish, but does not himself decay, who changes all things, but is himself unchanged. His is the diadem of sovereignty, for he is the King of kings in this world, and his is the sovereignty of the world to come, it is his and will be his in all eternity. Thereupon Moses spake to Israel, Ye have seen all the signs, all miracles and works of glory that the Holy One, blessed be he, hath wrought for you, but even more will he do for you in the world to come. For not like unto this world is the world of the hereafter, for in this world war and suffering, evil inclination, Satan, and the angel of death hold sway. But in the future there will be neither suffering nor enmity, neither Satan or the angel of death, neither groans nor oppression, nor evil inclination. As Moses and the race that wandered from Egypt with him sang a song to the Lord by the Red Sea, so shall they sing again in the world to come. In the world to come, all generations will pass before the Lord and will ask him who should first intone the song of praise, whereupon he will reply, in the past it was the generation of Moses that offered up to me a song of praise. Let them do it now once more, and as Moses conducted the song by the Red Sea, so shall he do in the world of the hereafter. In other respects, too, it shall be in the world to come as it was at the time of the song by the sea. For when Israel intoned the song of praise, God put on a festive robe, on which were embroidered all the promises for a happy future to Israel. Among them were written, "Then shall thy light break forth as the morning." Then said they among the heathen, "The Lord hath done great things for them," and many similar promises. But when Israel sinned, God rent the festive robe, and he will not restore it, or put it on until the coming of the future world. After the men had completed the song, the women under the guidance of Miriam sang the same song to the accompaniment of music and dancing. The Israelites had had perfect faith, that God would perform for them miracles and deeds of glory, hence they had provided themselves with timbrels and with flutes, that they might have them at hand to glorify the anticipated miracles. Then Miriam said to the women, "Let us sing unto the Lord, for strength and sublimity are his, he lords it over the lordly, and he resents presumption. He hurled Pharaoh's horses and chariots into the sea, and drowned them, because wicked Pharaoh in his presumption pursued God's people, Israel." The awful desert. Just as Israel had displayed sullenness and lack of faith upon approaching the sea, so did they upon leaving it. Hardly had they seen that the Egyptians met death in the waters of the sea, when they spoke to Moses, and said, "God had led us from Egypt only to grant us 5 tokens, to give us the wealth of Egypt, to let us walk in clouds of glory, to cleave the sea for us, to take vengeance on the Egyptians, and to let us sing him a song of praise. Now that all this has taken place, let us return to Egypt." Moses answered, "The Eternal said, The Egyptians whom ye have seen today, yes, shall see them again no more forever." But the people were not yet content, and said, "Now the Egyptians are all dead, and therefore we can return to Egypt." Then Moses said, "You must now redeem your pledge, for God said, When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this mountain." Still the people remained headstrong, and without giving heed to Moses, they set out on the road to Egypt, under the guidance of an idol that they had brought with them out of Egypt, and had even retained during their passage through the sea. Only through sheer force was Moses able to restrain them from their sinful transgression. This was the second of the 10 temptations with which Israel tempted God during their wanderings through the desert. There was one other difficulty with the people that Moses had to overcome. The sea cast up many jewels, pearls and other treasures that had belonged to the Egyptians, drowned in its waves. And Israel found it hard to tear themselves away from the spot that brought them such riches. Moses, however, said, "Do you really believe that the sea will continue to yield you pearls and jewels?" From the sea they passed to the desert Shur, a horrible and dreadful wilderness, full of snakes, lizards, and scorpions, extending over hundreds of miles. So deadly is the nature of the snakes that dwell in the desert, that if one of them merely glides over the shadow of a flying bird, the bird falls into pieces. It was in this desert that the following happened to King Shapur. A cohort that he sent through this desert was swallowed by a snake, and the same fate overtook a second and a third cohort. Upon the advice of his sages, he then filled the hides of animals with hot coals wrapped in straw, and had these cast before the snake until it expired. It was then a proof of Israel's great faith in their God, that they obeyed Moses, and without murmur or delay followed him into this frightful wilderness. Therefore did God reward them for their trust in him, for not only were they not harmed by the snakes and scorpions during their many years' stay in the desert, but they were even relieved of the fear of the reptiles. For as soon as the snakes saw the Israelites, they meekly lay down upon the sand. For 3 days they marched through the desert, uncomplaining, but when their supply of water gave out, the people murmured against Moses, saying, "What shall we drink?" While crossing through the Red Sea they had provided themselves with water, for, miraculously, the sea flowed sweet for them, and now when the supply was becoming exhausted, they began to give expression to their dissatisfaction. On this occasion they again betrayed their faint-heartedness, for instead of seeking advice from their leader Moses, they began to murmur against him and against God, even though at present they had not yet suffered from lack of water. So poorly did they stand the test to which God has put them, for in fact the very ground upon which they trod had running water beneath it, but they were not aware of this. God had desired to see how they would act under these conditions. The people were all the more exasperated because their joy, when they sighted the springs and hastened to draw from them, turned to keenest disappointment when they tasted of the water and found it bitter. These deluded hopes cast them down spiritually as well as physically, and grieved them, not so much for their own sakes as for those of their young children, to whose pleas for water they could not listen without tears. Some of the thoughtless and fickle of faith among them uttered the accusation that even the former kindness had been granted them so much as a benefit, but rather with a view to the present and much greater privation. These said that death by the hand of the enemy is to be thrice preferred to perishing by thirst, for by the wise man, speedy and painless departure from life is in no way to be distinguished from immortality. The only real death, however, is slow and painful dying, for the dread lies not in being dead, but in dying. While they indulged in these lamentations, Moses prayed to God to forgive the faint of heart their unseemly words, and, furthermore, to supply the general want. Mindful of the distress of the people, Moses did not pray long, but uttered his request in a few words, and quickly, as he had prayed, was his prayer answered. God bade him take a piece of a laurel tree, write upon it the great and glorious name of God, and throw it into the water, whereupon the water would become drinkable and sweet. The ways of the Holy One, blessed be He, differ from the ways of man. Man turns bitter to sweet by the agency of some sweet stuff, but God transformed the bitter water through the bitter laurel tree. When Israel beheld this miracle, they asked forgiveness of their heavenly Father, and said, O Lord of the world! We sinned against Thee when we murmured about the water. Not through this miracle alone, however, has Marah become a significant spot for Israel, but, especially, because their God gave to Israel important precepts, like the Sabbath rest, marriage and civil laws. And said to the people, If you will observe these statutes, you will receive many more, the 10 Commandments, the Halakot, and the Aggadah. The Torah, however, will bring you happiness and life. If you will diligently endeavor to walk through life uprightly, so that you will be virtuous in your dealing with men, I will value it as if you had fulfilled all commandments, and will put upon you none of those diseases that I brought Egypt. If, however, you will not be mindful of my laws, and will be visited by diseases, then will I be you physician and will make you well, for as soon as you will observe the laws, shall the diseases vanish. The cause for the want of water at Marah had been that for 3 days the people had neglected the study of the Torah, and it was for this reason that the prophets and elders of Israel instituted the custom of reading from the Torah on Saturday, Monday and Thursday, at the public service, so that 3 days might never again pass without a reading from the Torah. From Marah they moved on to Elim. From a distance palm trees made the place look inviting enough, but when the people came close, they were again disappointed. There were not more than 70 palm trees, and they were of stunted growth owing to a lack of water, for in spite of the presence of 12 wells of water, the soil was so barren and sandy that the wells were not sufficient to water it. Here again the marvelous intercession of God in favor of the fate of Israel is shown, for the scant supply of water at Elim, which had hardly sufficed for 70 palm trees, satisfied 60 myriads of the wandering people that stayed there for several days. The men of understanding could at this place see a clear allusion to the fortune of the people. For there are 12 tribes of the people, each of which, if it prove God-fearing, will be a well of water, inasmuch as its piety will constantly and continually bring forth beautiful deeds. The leaders of the people, however, are 70, and they recall the noble palm tree, for in outward appearance as well as in its fruits, it is the most beautiful of trees, whose seed of life does not lie buried deep in the roots, as with other plants, but soars high, set like the heart in the midst of its branches, by which it is surrounded as a queen under the protection of her bodyguard. The soul of him who has tasted piety possesses a similar spirit. It has learned to look up and ascend, and itself ever busy with spiritual things and the investigation of divine beauty, disdains earthly things, and considers them only a childish play, whereas that aspiration alone seems serious. It was at Elim, where, at the creation of the world, God had made the 12 wells of water, and the 70 palm trees, to correspond to the 12 tribes and the 70 elders of Israel, that Israel first took up the study of the law. For there they studied the laws given them at Marah. The heavenly food. The bread which Israel had taken along out of Egypt sufficed for 31 days, and when they had consumed it, the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against their leader Moses. It was not only immediate want that oppressed them, but despair of a food supply for the future. For when they saw the vast, extensive, utterly barren wilderness before them, their courage gave way, and they said, "We migrated, expecting freedom, and now we are not even free from the cares of subsistence. We are not, as our leader promised, the happiest, but in truth the most unfortunate of men. After our leader's words had keyed us to the highest pitch of expectation, and had filled our ears with vain hopes, he tortures us with famine and does not provide even the necessary food. With the name of a new settlement he has deceived this great multitude. After he had succeeded in leading us from a well-known to an uninhabited land, he now plans to send us to the underworld, the last road of life. Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord during the 3 days of darkness in the land of Egypt when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full." In their exasperation they spoke untruths, for in reality they had suffered from want of food in Egypt, too, as the Egyptians had not given them enough to eat. In spite of the railings against him, Moses was not so much indignant about their words as about the fickleness of the people. After those many quite extraordinary experiences they had no right to expect merely the natural and the probable, but should cheerfully have trusted him. For, truly, in the sight of all, they had been shown the most tangible proofs of his reliability. When, on the other hand, Moses considered their distress, he forgave them. For he told himself that a multitude is by nature fickle, and allows itself to be easily influenced by impressions of the moment, which cast the past into oblivion, and engender despair of the future. God also forgave the unworthy conduct of Israel, and instead of being angry with them because they murmured against him, when it should have been their duty to pray to him, he was ready to grant them aid, saying to Moses, "They act according to their lights, and I will act according to mine. Not later than tomorrow morning manna will descend from heaven." As a reward for Abraham's readiness, in answer to the summons to sacrifice Isaac, when he said, "Here am I," God promised manna to the descendants of Abraham with the same words, "Here I am." In the same way, during their wanderings through the wilderness, God repaid the descendants of Abraham for what their ancestor had done by the angels who visited him. He himself had fetched bread for them, and likewise God himself caused bread to rain from heaven. He himself ran before them on their way, and likewise God moved before Israel. He had water fetched for them, and likewise God, through Moses, caused water to flow from the rock. He bade them seek shade under the tree, and likewise God had a cloud spread over Israel. Then God spoke to Moses, "I will immediately reveal myself without Jacob, I will rain bread from my treasure in heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day." There were good reasons for not exceeding a day's ration in the daily downpour of manna. First, that they might be spared the need of carrying it on their wanderings; secondly, that they might daily receive it hot. And, lastly, that they might day by day depend upon God's aid, and in this way exercise themselves in faith. While the people were still Abed, God fulfilled their desire, and rained down manna for them. For this food had been created on the second day of creation, and ground by the angels, it later descended for the wanderers in the wilderness. The mills are stationed in the third heaven, where manna is constantly being ground for the future use of the pious, for in the future world manna will be set before them. Manna deserves its name, bread of the angels, not only because it is prepared by them, but because those who partake of it become equal to the angels in strength, and, furthermore, like them, have no need of easing themselves. As manna is entirely dissolved in the body. Not until they sinned, did they have to ease themselves like ordinary mortals. Manna also showed its heavenly origin in the miraculous flavor it possessed. There was no need of cooking or baking it, nor did it require any other preparation, and still it contained the flavor of every conceivable dish. One had only to desire a certain dish, and no sooner had he thought of it, then manna had the flavor of the dish desire. The same food had a different taste to every one who partook of it, according to his age. To the little children it tasted like milk, to the strong youths like bread, to the old men like honey, to the sick like barley steeped in oil and honey. As miraculous as the taste of manna was its descent from heaven. First came a north wind to sweep the floor of the desert, then a rain to wash it quite clean, then dew descended upon it, which was congealed into a solid substance by the wind, that it might serve as a table for the heaven-descending gold. But, that no insects or vermin might settle on the manna, the frozen dew formed not only a tablecloth, but also a cover for the manna, so that it lay enclosed there as in a casket, protected from soiling or pollution above and below. The gathering of the manna. With an easy mind every individual might perform his morning prayer in his house and recite the Shema, then betake himself to the entrance of his tent, and gather manna for himself and all his family. The gathering of manna caused little trouble, and those among the people who were too lazy to perform even the slightest work, went out while manna fell, so that it fell straight into their hands. The manna lasted until the 4th hour of the day, when it melted, but even the melted manna was not wasted, for out of it formed the rivers, from which the pious will drink in the hereafter. The heathen even then attempted to drink out of these streams, but the manna that tasted so deliciously to the Jews, had a quite bitter taste in the mouth of the heathen. Only indirectly could they partake of the enjoyment of manna. They used to catch the animals that drank the melted manna, and even at this form it was so delicious that the heathen cried, "Happy is the people that is in such a case." For the descent of manna was not a secret to the heathen, as it settled at such enormous heights that the kings of the east and of the west could see how Israel received its miraculous food. The mass of the manna was in proportion to its height, for as much descended day by day, as might have satisfied the wants of 60 myriads of people, through 2,000 years. Such profusion of manna fell over the body of Joshua alone, as might have sufficed for the maintenance of the whole congregation. Manna, indeed, had the peculiarity of falling to every individual in the same measure. And when, after gathering, they measured it, they found that there was an omer for every man. Many lawsuits were amicably decided through the fall of manna. If a married couple came before Moses, each accusing the other of inconstancy, Moses would say to them, "Tomorrow morning judgment will be given." If, then, manna descended for the wife before the house of her husband, it was known that he was in the right, but if her share descended before the house of her own parents, she was in the right. The only days on which manna did not descend were the Sabbaths and the holy days, but then a double portion fell on the preceding day. These days had the further distinction that, while they lasted, the color of the manna sparkled more than usual, and it tasted better than usual. The people, however, were faint-hearted, and on the very first Sabbath, they wanted to go out as usual to gather manna in the morning, although announcement had been made that God would send them no food on that day. Moses, however, restrained them. They attempted to do it again toward evening, and again Moses restrained them with the words, "Today ye shall not find it in the field." At these words they were greatly alarmed, for they feared that they might not receive it any more at all, but their leader quieted them with the words, "Today ye shall not find any of it, but assuredly tomorrow. In this world ye shall not receive manna on the Sabbath, but assuredly in the future world." The unbelieving among them did not hearken to the words of God, and went out on the Sabbath to find manna. Hereupon God said to Moses, "Announce these words to Israel, I have led you out of Egypt, have cleft the sea for you, have sent you manna, have caused the well of water to spring up for you, have sent the quails to come up to you. Have battled for you against Amalek, and wrought other miracles for you, and still you do not obey my statutes and commandments. You have not even the excuse that I imposed full many commandments upon you, for all that I bade you do at Marah, was to observe the Sabbath, but you have violated it. If, continues Moses, you will observe the Sabbath, God will give you 3 festivals in the months of Nisan, Sivan, and Tishri. And as a reward for the observance of the Sabbath, you will receive 6 gifts from God, the land of Israel, the future world, the new world, the sovereignty of the dynasty of David, the institution of the priests and the Levites. And, furthermore, as a reward for the observance of the Sabbath, ye shall be freed from the 3 great afflictions, from the sufferings of the times of Gog and Magog, from the travails of the Messianic time, and from the day of the great judgment. When Israel heard these exhortations and promises, they determined to observe the Sabbath, and did so. They did not know, to be sure, what they had lost through their violation of the first Sabbath. Had Israel then observed the Sabbath, no nation would ever have been able to exercise any authority over them. This, moreover, was not the only sin that Israel committed during this time, for some among them also broke the other commandment in regard to manna, that it, not to store it away from day to day. These sinners were none other than the infamous pair, Dathan and Abiram, who did not hearken to the word of God, but saved the manna for the following day. But if they fancied they could conceal their sinful deed, they were mistaken, for great swarms of worms bred from the manna, and these moved in a long train from their tents to the other tents, so that everyone perceived what these two had done. To serve future generations as a tangible proof of the infinite power of God, the Lord bade Moses lay an earthen vessel full of manna before the holy ark. And this command was carried out by Aaron in the 2nd year of the wanderings through the desert. When, many centuries later, the prophet Jeremiah exhorted his contemporaries to study the Torah, and they answered his exhortations, saying, "How shall we then maintain ourselves?" The prophet brought forth the vessel with manna, and spoke to them, saying, O generation, see ye the word of the Lord, see what it was that served your fathers as food when they applied themselves to the study of the Torah. You, too, will God support in the same way, if you will but devote yourselves to the study of the Torah. When the imminent destruction of the temple was announced to King Josiah, he concealed the holy ark, and with it also the vessel with manna, as well as the jug filled with sacred oil, which was used by Moses for anointing the sacred implements, and other sacred objects. In the Messianic time the prophet Elijah will restore all these concealed objects. Israel received 3 gifts during their wanderings through the desert, the well, the clouds of glory, and the manna. The first for the merits of Miriam, the second for those of Aaron, and the third for those of Moses. When Miriam died, the well disappeared for a time, but it reappeared as a reward for the merits of Aaron and Moses. When Aaron dies, the clouds of glory disappeared for a time, but reappeared owing to the merits of Moses. But when the last named died, the well, the clouds of glory, and the manna disappeared forever. Throughout 40 years, however, manna served them not only as food, but also as provender for their cattle, for the dew that preceded the fall of manna during the night brought grain for their cattle. Manna also replaced perfume for them, for it shed an excellent fragrance upon those who ate of it. In spite of all the excellent qualities of manna, they were not satisfied with it, and demanded that Moses and Aaron give them flesh to eat. These replied, We might put up with you if you murmured only against us, but you murmur against the Eternal. Come forward, that you may hear the judgment of God. At once God appeared to Moses, and said to him, It is revealed to me what the congregation of Israel have said, and what they will say, but tell them this, you have demanded 2 things. You have desired bread, and I gave it to you, because man cannot exist without it, but now, filled to satiety, you demand flesh, this also will I give you, so that you might not say if your wish were denied. God cannot grant it, but at some future time you shall make atonement for it, I am a judge and shall assign punishment for this. In the meantime, however, God granted their wish, and toward evening thick swarms of quails came up from the sea, and covered the whole camp, taking their flight quite low, not 2 ells above the ground, so that they might be easily caught. Contrary to the manna, which fell in the morning, the quails did not come before evenfall, with a radiant countenance God gave them the former, as their desire for bread was justified, but with a darkened mien, under cover of night, he sent quails. Now, because the one food came in the morning and the second in the evening, Moses instituted the custom among his people of taking 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the evening, and he set the meal with the use of meat for the evening. At the same time he taught them the prayer in which they were to offer thanks after eating manna, which read, Blessed be thou, O God our Lord, King of the world, who in thy bounty, dost provide for all the world. Who, in thy grace, goodwill, and mercy, dost grant food to every creature, for thy grace is everlasting. Thanks to thy bounty we have never lacked food, nor ever shall lack it, for thy great name's sake. For thou suppliest and providest for all. Thou art bountiful, and nourishest all thy creatures which thou hast made. Blessed be thou, O God, that dost provide for all. Miriam's well. Relieved as they were of all the cares of subsistence through the gift of manna, it was plainly the duty of the Israelites to devote themselves exclusively to the study of the Torah. When, therefore, they slackened in the performance of this duty, punishment in the form of lack of water immediately overtook them. This was the first time that they actually experienced this want, for at Marah nothing more than alarm that this need might come upon them, had caused them to murmur and complain. In their distress they once more unreasonably cast reproaches upon their leader, and disputed with him, saying, Wherefore is this, children, that thou hast brought us up out of Egypt, to kill us, and our children, and our cattle with thirst? Moses replied, As often as you quarrel with me, you tempt God, but God performeth wonders and excellent deeds for you, as often as you dispute with me, that his name may sound in glory throughout the world. In spite of the injury they had done him, Moses prayed to God that he might aid them in their distress and also stand by him. O Lord of the world, said he, I am surely doomed to die. Thou biddest me not to be offended with them, but if I obey thy words, I shall certainly be killed by them. God, however, replied, Try thou to act like me. As I return good for evil, so do thou return to them good for evil, and forgive their trespass. Go on before the people, and we shall see who dares touch thee. Hardly had Moses shown himself to the people, when all of them rose reverently from their seats, whereupon God said to Moses, How often have I told thee not to be angry with them, but to lead them, as a shepherd leads his flock? It is for their sake that I have set thee on this height, and only for their sake wilt thou find grace, goodwill, and mercy in my sight. Then God bade him go with some elders to the rock on Horeb, and fetch water out of it. The elders were to accompany him there, that they might be convinced that he was not bringing water from a well, but smiting it from a rock. To accomplish this miracle, God bade him smite the rock with his rod, as the people labored under the impression that this rod could only bring destruction, for through its agency Moses had brought the 10 plagues upon the Egyptians in Egypt. And at the Red Sea. Now they were to see that it could work good also. Upon God's bidding, Moses told the people to choose from which rock they wished water to flow, and hardly had Moses touched with his sapphire rod the rock which they had chosen, when plenteous water flowed from it. The spot where this occurred, God called Massah, and Meribah, because Israel had there tried their God, saying, If God is Lord over all, as over us. If he satisfies our needs, and will further show us that he knows our thoughts, then will we serve him, but not otherwise. The water that flowed for them on this spot served not only as a relief for their present need, but on this occasion there was revealed to them a well of water, which did not abandon them in all their 40 years' wandering, but accompanied them on all their marches. God wrought this great miracle for the merits of the prophetess Miriam, wherefore also it was called Miriam's well. But his well dates back to the beginning of the world, for God created it on the 2nd day of the creation, and at one time it was in the possession of Abraham. It was this same well that Abraham demanded back from Abimelech, king of the Philistines, after the king's servants had violently taken it away. But when Abimelech pretended not to know anything about it, saying, I wot not who hath done this thing, Abraham said, Thou and I will send sheep to the well, and he shall be declared the rightful owner of the well. For whose sheep the water will spout forth to water them. And, continued Abraham, from that same well shall the 7th generation after me, the wanderers in the desert, draw their supply. This well was in the shape of a sieve-like rock, out of which water gushes forth as from a spout. It followed them on all their wanderings, up hill and down dale, and wherever they halted, it halted, too, and it settled opposite the tabernacle. Thereupon the leaders of the 12 tribes would appear, each with his staff, and chant these words to the well, Spring up, O well, sing ye unto it. Nobles of the people digged it by the direction of the lawgiver with their staves. Then the water would gush forth from the depths of the well, and shoot up high as pillars, then discharge itself into great streams that were navigable, and on these rivers the Jews sailed to the ocean. and hauled all the treasures of the world therefrom. The different parts of the camp were separated by these rivers, so that women, visiting each other, were obliged to make use of ships. Then the water discharged itself beyond the encampment, where it surrounded a great plain, in which grew every conceivable kind of plant and tree, and these trees, owing to the miraculous water, daily bore fresh fruits. This well brought fragrant herbs with it, so that the women had no need of perfumes on the march, for the herbs they gathered served this purpose. This well furthermore threw down soft, fragrant kinds of grass that served as pleasant couches for the poor, who had no pillows or bedclothes. Upon the entrance to the Holy Land this well disappeared and was hidden in a certain spot of the Sea of Tiberias. Standing upon Carmel, and looking over the sea, one can notice there a sieve-like rock, and that is the well of Miriam. Once upon a time it happened that a leper bathed at this place of the Sea of Tiberias, and hardly had he come in contact with the waters of Miriam's well when he was instantly healed. Amalek's war against Israel. As a punishment because they had not had sufficient faith in God, and had doubted whether he could fulfill all their wishes, and had grown negligent in the study of the Torah and in the observance of the laws. God turned Amalek against them during their sojourn in Rephidim, where they had committed these sins. God dealt with them as did that man with his son, whom he bore through the river on his shoulders. Whenever the child saw something desirable, he said, "Father, buy it for me," and he fulfilled the child's wish. After the son had in this way received many beautiful things from his father, he called to a passing stranger with these words, "Hast thou perhaps seen my father?" Then, indignantly, the father said to his son, "O thou fool, that sittest on my shoulder! All that thou didst desire, did I procure for thee, and now dost thou ask of that man, Hast thou seen my father?" Thereupon the father threw the child off his shoulder, and a dog came and bit him. So did Israel fare. When they moved out of Egypt, God enveloped them in 7 clouds of glory. They wished for bread, and he gave them manna. They wished for flesh, and he gave them quails. After all their wishes had been granted, they began to doubt, saying, "Is the Lord among us, or not?" Then God answered, "You doubt my power, so surely as you live shall you discover it. The dog will soon bite you." Then came Amalek. This enemy of Israel bore the name Amalek to denote the rapidity with which he moved against Israel, for like a swarm of locusts he flew upon them. And the name furthermore designates the purpose of this enemy, who came to suck the blood of Israel. This Amalek was a son of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau, and although the descendants of Jacob had been weaker and more insignificant in earlier times, Amalek had left them in peace, for he had excellent reasons to delay his attack. God had revealed to Abraham that his seed would have to serve in the land of the Egyptians, and had put the payment of this debt upon Isaac, and after his death, upon Jacob and his descendants. The wicked Amalek now said to himself, "If I destroy Jacob and his descendants, God will impose the Egyptians' bondage upon me, grandson of Esau, descendant of Abraham." Therefore he kept himself in restraint as long as Israel dwelt in Egypt, but only after the bondage predicted to the seed of Abraham had been served in full, did he set out to accomplish the war of annihilation against Israel, which his grandfather Esau had enjoined upon him. No sooner had he heard of Israel's departure from Egypt, than he set out against them and met them by the Red Sea. There, indeed, he could work them no ill, for Moses uttered against him the ineffable name. And so great was his confusion, that he was forced to retreat without having effected his object. Then, for some time, he tried lying hidden in ambush, and in this wise molesting Israel, but at length he gave up this game of hide-and-seek, and with a bold front revealed himself as the open enemy of Israel. Not alone, however, did he himself declare war upon Israel, but he also seduced all the heathen nations to assist him in his enterprise against Israel. Although these declined to war upon Israel, fearing that they might have to fare like the Egyptians, they agreed to the following plan of Amalek. He said, "Follow my expedition. Should Israel conquer me, there will still be plenty of time for you to flee, but should success crown my attempt, join your fate to mine, in my undertaking against Israel." So Amalek now marched from his settlement in Seir, which was no less than 400 parasangs away from the encampment of the Jews. And although 5 nations, the Hittites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, had their dwellings between his home and the camp of the Jews, he insisted upon being the first to declare war upon Israel. God punished Israel, who had shown themselves an ungrateful people, by sending against them an enemy that was ungrateful, too, never recalling that he owed his life to the sons of Jacob, who had had him in their power after their brilliant victory over Esau and his followers. In his expedition against Israel he made use of his kinsmen. Before going over to open attack, he lured many unsuspecting Jews to death by his kindly words. He had fetched from Egypt the table of descent of the Jews. For every Jew had there to mark his name on the bricks produced by him, and these lists lay in the Egyptian archives. Familiar with the names of the different Jewish families, Amalek appeared before the Jewish camp, and calling the people by name, he invited them to leave the camp, and come out to him. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, etc. He would call, "Come out to me, your brother, and transact business with me." Those who answered the enticing call, found certain death at his hands. And not only did Amalek kill them, but he also mutilated their corpses, following the example of his grandsire Esau, by cutting off a certain part of the body, and throwing it toward heaven with the mocking words, "Here shalt thou have what thou desirest." In this way did he jeer at the token of the Abrahamic covenant. So long as the Jews remained within the encampment, he could, of course, do them no harm, for the cloud enveloped them, and under its shelter they were as well fortified as a city that is surrounded by a solid wall. The cloud, however, covered those only who were pure, but the unclean had to stay beyond it, until they were cleansed by a ritual bath, and these Amalek caught and killed. The sinners, too, particularly the tribe of Dan, who were all worshippers of idols, were not protected by the cloud, and therefore exposed to the attacks of Amalek. Moses did not himself set out to battle against this dangerous foe of Israel, but he sent his servant Joshua, and for good reasons. Moses knew that only a descendant of Rachel, like the Ephraimite Joshua, could conquer the descendant of Esau. All the sons of Jacob had taken part in the unbrotherly act of selling Joseph as a slave, hence none of their descendants might stand up in battle against the descendant of Esau. For they who had themselves acted unnaturally to a brother, could hardly hope for God's assistance in a struggle with the unbrotherly Edomites. Only the descendants of Joseph, the man who had been generous and good to his brothers, might hope that God would grant them aid against the unbrotherly descendants of Esau. In many other respects, too, Joseph was the opposite of Esau, and his services stood his descendants in good stead in their battles against the descendants of Esau. Esau was the firstborn of his father, but through his evil deeds he lost his birthright. Joseph, on the other hand, was the youngest of his father's sons, and through his good deeds was he found worthy of enjoying the rights of a firstborn son. Joseph had faith in the resurrection, while Esau denied it, hence God said, "Joseph, the devout, shall be the one to visit merited punishment on Esau, the unbelieving." Joseph associated with 2 wicked men, Potiphar and Pharaoh, yet he did not follow their example. Esau associated with 2 pious men, his father and his brother, yet he did not follow their example. Hence, said God, Joseph, who did not follow example of wicked men, shall visit punishment upon him who did not follow the example of pious men. Esau soiled his life with lewdness and murder. Joseph was chaste and shunned bloodshed, hence God delivered Esau's descendants into the hands of Joseph's descendants. And, as in the course of history only the descendants of Joseph were victorious over the descendants of Esau, so will it be in the future, at the final reckoning between the angel of Esau and the angels of the Jews. The angel of Reuben will be rebuffed by the angel of Esau with these words, "You represent on who had illegal relations with his father's wife." The angels of Simeon and Levi will have to listen to this reproof, "You represent people who slew the inhabitants of Shechem." The angel of Judah will be repulsed with the words, "Judah had illicit relations with his daughter-in-law." And the angels of the other tribes will be repulsed by Esau's angel, when he points out to them that they all took part in selling Joseph. The only one whom he will not be able to repulse will be Joseph's angel, to whom he will be delivered and by whom he will be destroyed. Joseph will be the flame and Esau the straw burned in the flame. Amalek defeated. Moses now instructed Joshua in regard to his campaign against Amalek, saying, "Choose us out men and go out, fight with Amalek." The words, "choose us," characterize the modesty of Moses, who treated his disciple Joshua as an equal. In these words he has taught us that the honor of our disciples should stand as high as our own. Joshua did not at first want to expose himself to danger and leave the protection of the cloud, but Moses said to him, "Abandon the cloud and set forth against Amalek, if ever thou dost hope to set the crown upon thy head." He commanded him to choose his warriors from among the pious and God-fearing, and promised him that he would set a fast day for the following day, and implore God, in behalf of the good deeds of the patriarchs and the wives of the patriarchs, to stand by Israel in this war. Joshua acted in accordance with these commands and set out against Amalek, to conquer whom required not only skillful strategy, but also adeptness in the art of magic. For Amalek was a great magician and knew the propitious and the unpropitious hour of each individual, and in this way regulated his attacks against Israel. He attacked that one at night, whose death had been predicted for a night, and him whose death had been preordained for a day did he attack by day. But in this art, too, Joshua was his match, for he, too, knew how to time properly the attack upon individuals, and he destroyed Amalek, his sons, the armies he himself commanded, and those under the leadership of his sons. But in the very heat of battle, Joshua treated his enemies humanely, he did not repay like with like. Far was it from him to follow Amalek's example in mutilating the corpses of the enemy. Instead with a sharp sword he cut off the enemy's heads, an execution that does not dishonor. But only through the aid of Moses did Joshua with his victory. Moses did not go out into battle, but through his prayer and through his influence upon the people in inspiring them with faith, the battle was won. While the battle raged between Israel and Amalek, Moses was stationed on a height, where, supported by the Levite Aaron and the Judean Hur, the representatives of the two noble tribes Levi and Judah, he fervently implored God's aid. He said, "O Lord of the world! Through me hast thou brought Israel out of Egypt, through me hast thou cleft the sea, and through me hast thou wrought miracles. So do thou now work miracles for me, and lend me victory to Israel, for I well know that while all other nations fight only to the 6th hour of the day, this sinful nation stand in battle ranks till sunset." Moses did not consider it sufficient to pray alone to God, but he raised his hands toward heaven as a signal for the whole nation to follow his example and trust in God. As often as he then raised his hands to heaven and the people prayed with him, trusting that God would lend them victory, they were indeed victorious. As often, however, as Moses let down his hands and the people ceased prayer, weakening in their faith in God, Amalek conquered. But it was hard for Moses constantly to raise his hands. This was God's way of punishing him for being somewhat negligent in the preparations for the war against Amalek. Hence Aaron and Hur were obliged to hold up his arms and assist him in his prayer. As, furthermore, he was unable to stand all that time, he seated himself on a stone, disdaining a soft and comfortable seat, saying, "So long as Israel is in distress, I shall share it with them." At evenfall, the battle was not yet decided, therefore Moses prayed to God that he might stay the setting of the sun and thus enable Israel to draw the battle to a close. God granted this prayer, for the sun did not set until Israel had completely destroyed their enemy. Thereupon Moses blessed Joshua with the words, "Some day the sun shall stand still for thy sake, as it did today for mine," and this blessing was later fulfilled at Gibeon, when the sun stood still to help Joshua in his battle against the Amorites. Although Amalek had not received the merited punishment from the hands of Joshua, still his enterprise against Israel had not been entirely unavailing. The miraculous exodus of Israel out of Egypt, and especially the cleaving of the sea, had created such alarm among the heathens, that none among them had dared to approach Israel. But this fear vanished as soon as Amalek attempted to compete in battle with Israel. Although he was terribly beaten, still the fear of the inaccessibility of Israel was gone. It was with Amalek as with that foolhardy wight who plunged into a scalding hot tub. He scalded himself terribly, yet the tub became cold through his plunge into it. Hence God was not content with the punishment Amalek received in the time of Moses, but swore by his throne and by his right hand that he would never forget Amalek's misdeeds. That in this world as well as in the time of the Messiah he would visit punishment upon him, and would completely exterminate him in the future world. So long as the seed of Amalek exist, the face of God is, as it were, covered, and will only then come to view, when the seed of Amalek shall have been entirely exterminated. God had at first left the war against Amalek in the hands of his people, therefore he bade Joshua, the future leader of the people, never to forget the war against Amalek. And if Moses had listened intently, he would have perceived from this command of God that Joshua was destined to lead the people into the promised land. But later, when Amalek took part in the destruction of Jerusalem, God himself took up the war against Amalek, saying, "By my throne I vow not to leave a single descendant of Amalek under the heavens, yea. No one shall even be able to say that this sheep or that wether belonged to an Amalekite." God bade Moses impress upon the Jews to repulse no heathen should he desire conversion, but never to accept an Amalekite as a proselyte. It was in consideration of this word of God that David slew the Amalekite, who announced to him the death of Saul and Jonathan, for he saw in him only a heathen, although he appeared in the guise of a Jew. Part of the blame for the destruction of Amalek falls upon his father, Eliphaz. He used to say to Amalek, "My son, dost thou indeed know who will possess this world and the future world?" Amalek paid no attention to his allusion to the future fortune of Israel, and his father urged it no more strongly upon him, although it would have been his duty to instruct his son clearly and fully. He should have said to him, "My son, Israel will possess this world as well as the future world, dig wells then for their use and build road for them, so that thou mayest be judged worthy to share in the future world." But as Amalek had not been sufficiently instructed by his father, in his wantonness he undertook to destroy the whole world. God, who tries the reins and the heart, said to him, "O thou fool, I created thee after all the 70 nations, but for thy sins thou shalt be the first to descend into hell." To glorify the victory over Amalek, Moses built an altar, which God called, "My miracle," for the miracle God wrought against Amalek in the war of Israel was, as it were, a miracle for God. For so long as the Israelites dwell in sorrow, God feels with them, and a joy for Israel is a joy for God, hence, too, the miraculous victory over Israel's foe was a victory for God. Jethro. Smite a scorner, and the simple will beware. The destruction of Amalek brought Jethro to his senses. Jethro was originally in the same plot with Amalek, both having incited Pharaoh against Israel, but when he saw that Amalek lost this world and the other, he repented of his sinful ways, saying, "There is nothing left to me but to go over to the God of Israel." And although he dwelt in the greatest wealth and honor, he determined to set out for the desert, to Moses and his God. Arrived at the camp of Israel, he could not enter it, for it was enveloped by a cloud that none could pierce, hence he wrote a letter to Moses and shot it off with an arrow, so that it fell into the camp. The letter read, "I adjure thee, by thy 2 sons and by thy God, to come to meet me and receive me kindly. If thou wilt not do it for my sake, do it for thy wife's sake, and if thou wilt not do it for her sake, do it for thy son's sake." For Jethro brought with him his daughter Zipporah, from whom Moses had been divorced, as well as her 2 sons, her only children, for after her separation from Moses, she had wed no other man. At first Moses was inclined to give no ear to this letter, but God said to him, "I, through whose word the world came into being, I bring men to me and do not thrust them back. I permitted Jethro to approach me, and did not push him from me. So do thou, too, receive this man, who desires to betake himself under the wings of the Shekinah, let him approach, and do not repulse him." God herewith taught Moses that one should repulse with the left hand, and beckon with the right. Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, together with the 70 elders of Israel, carrying with them the sacred ark, hastened to welcome Jethro kindly, and Moses so honored his father-in-law as to make an obeisance before him and kiss him. Before Moses told his father-in-law of the great miracles God had wrought for Egypt, such as the exodus from Egypt, the cleaving of the sea, the rain of manna, and the rest, he offered him the greeting of peace. For great is peace, that precedes event he prays of God. After the peace greeting, Moses, to draw his father-in-law nearer to true faith in God and his revelation, began to relate to him the miracles that God had wrought for them at the exodus from Egypt, during the passing through the Red Sea, and during the war with Amalek. He said, "Moreover, in the manna that God gives us we perceive the taste of bread, of meat, of fish, in short, of all the dishes there are. Out of the well that God gives us we draw a drink that possesses the taste of old wine as well as new, of milk and of honey, in short, of all the beverages that exist. We shall," Moses continued, "receive 6 other gifts from God, the land of Israel, the future world, the new world, the sovereignty of David, the institution of priests, and of Levites." When Jethro heard all this, he determined to become a Jew and to believe in the only God. And although he felt a pang at heart upon hearing that the Egyptians had perished, for no one should scoff at a heathen before a proselyte who is not a Jew of 10 generations standing still, he burst into a song of praise to God for the deeds he had won for his people. In truth, it reflects shame upon Moses and the 60 myriads of Jews that they had not given thanks to God for the release from Egypt, until Jethro came and did so. He said, "Praised be God who delivered Moses and Aaron, as well as the whole nation of Israel, from the bondage of Pharaoh, that great dragon, and of the Egyptians. Truly, great is the Lord before all gods, for whereas formerly not a single slave succeeded in escaping from Egypt, he led 60 myriads out of Egypt. There is no God whom I had not, at some time in my life, worshipped, but not I must admit that none is like the God of Israel. This God had not been unbeknown to me heretofore, but now I know him better, for his fame will sound throughout the world, because he visited upon the Egyptians exactly what they had planned to undertake against Israel. They wanted to destroy Israel by water, and by water were they destroyed. With sacrifices and a feast was the arrival of Jethro celebrated, for after he had made the burnt offering not far from the bush of thorns that had been unscathed by fire, Jethro prepared a feast of rejoicing for the whole people, at which Moses did not consider it below the dignity to wait on the guests in person. In this he followed the example of Abraham, who in person waited on the 3 angels, though they appeared in the guise of idolatrous Arabs. Abraham, like Moses, sought to follow in the ways of the Lord, to provide each according to his wants, and to grant to everybody what he lacks, whether he be a righteous man, or an idolater, who through his sins conjures up God's wrath. To this feast the people sat down according to their tribes. They ate, drank and were merry, while Aaron and Jethro with their relatives sang songs of thanksgiving to God, and praised him as the creator and donor of their lives and their liberty. At the same time they gave due appreciation to Moses, through whose courage everything had happily come to pass. In his words of gratitude to Moses, Jethro also gave expression to many glorious eulogies on the people of Israel, but he especially extolled Moses, who through difficulties and dangers had shown so much courage in the salvation of his friends.